Chapter 101. Encountering the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book again. In his past and present life, Su Chun had obtained a total of 2 pages of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. 1 page of the Golden Seal script granted him the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique, allowing him to dominate the world in his past life and become the unmatched 9 Dragons Martial Emperor. The other page of the Silver Seal script gave him the Broken Illusion Divine Eye, enabling him to perceive everything, while the Broken Illusion Divine Light could annihilate all, possessing unmatched power. He did not expect to encounter the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book again in this secret realm of Wulong Mountain. Having already obtained 2 pages of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book, he sharply sensed that the rusted iron piece was indeed the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. That inheritance stone is likely the legacy left behind by this martial saint. If I can absorb this inheritance stone, I will definitely become a martial saint in the future, Zhao Su said slowly. He was extremely envious, but he also understood that with Su Chun and Jun Xiling present, he could never obtain that inheritance stone. Su Chun, the inheritance stone, can only be inherited by one person. Jun Xiling glanced at Su Chun and said slowly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Chun. Just take the inheritance stone. Su Chun smiled lightly. What? Jun Xiling was taken aback. Naturally, she wanted to obtain the inheritance stone, but she also understood its preciousness, so she hesitated on how to speak or what to offer in compensation to Su Chun. But she did not expect Su Chun to so easily give the inheritance stone to her. Su Chun, are you sure? This is the inheritance stone of a martial saint, containing the supreme legacy of a martial saint. If absorbed, you will definitely become a martial saint. You were just giving it to me like that? Jun Xiling asked in confusion. Xiling, the inheritance stone is indeed good, but it is of little use to me. The inheritance stone belongs to you, while this sword and that iron piece belong to me. How about that? Su Chun smiled slightly. In his past life, he was the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor, knowledgeable of countless divine techniques and secrets, and the foremost among the 10 titled martial emperors. How could he covet merely the legacy of a martial saint? Moreover, in Su Chun's view, the value of the Junlin sword and the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book far exceeded that of the inheritance stone. In fact, he felt he was the one gaining the advantage. Su Chun, thank you. I owe you a favor, and I will definitely repay it in the future. Jun Xiling said seriously as she looked at Su Chun. She certainly did not believe that the inheritance stone was of no use to Su Chun, but rather considered it a polite refusal from him. However, she bore too much on her shoulders, needing powerful strength and the inheritance stone, so she could not bring herself to refuse. She could only deeply remember this favor in her heart. No need for thanks. You go absorb the inheritance stone, and I will protect you. Su Chun smiled slightly. He reached out, grabbed the rusted iron piece, and gestured for Jun Xiling to absorb the inheritance stone. Okay. Jun Xiling took a deep breath and nodded. She was not the type to be coy, immediately bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times before the corpse of the martial saint, then taking the inheritance stone and sitting down. Buzz. Jun Xiling placed the inheritance stone at her forehead, and her brow burst forth with dazzling light, powerful spiritual energy spreading out to envelop the inheritance stone. Then, the inheritance stone vibrated and shattered in an instant, transforming into a brilliant rain of light, within which countless sword shadows flowed, surging into Jun Xiling's forehead like a flood. Jun Xiling let out a muffled groan, but her aura suddenly became incredibly terrifying, erupting like a volcano, with sharp sword energy bursting forth from her body. She was enveloped by a grand and ancient sword intent. She was absorbing the inheritance stone, receiving the legacy of a martial saint. Seeing Jun Xiling absorbing the inheritance stone, Su Chun felt relieved. Holding the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book in his hand, he sensed a profound and mysterious aura, further confirming his suspicions. He was not in a hurry to refine the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhao Su. Su Chun, I have a request. Zhao Su looked at Jun Xiling absorbing the inheritance stone, his eyes filled with envy, but he quickly regained his composure and said to Su Chun, What is it? Su Chun, could you give me the corpse of this martial saint? Of course, I am willing to offer treasures in exchange, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Zhao Su asked cautiously. Martial saint's corpse? Su Chen's eyes flickered. Then he said with a half-smile, You really are bold. I did not kill you, and yet you dare to come in and negotiate terms with me? But do you think 50,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough for a martial saint's corpse? What does Su Chen require? Zhao Su gritted his teeth and asked. He did not expect Su Chen to have such a big appetite. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were not enough. After all, this was the impoverished eastern domain. Even a martial king could not produce that many spirit stones. Don't waste your efforts. Once Xiling absorbs the inheritance stone, she will essentially become this martial saint's disciple. She will not hand over the martial saint's corpse to you. Su Chen sneered. Chapter 102. Zhao Su's Loyalty. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Su's expression turned bitter. He did not expect Su Chen to be so unmoved. It seemed impossible for him to obtain the martial saint's corpse. Su Chen, if you won't give me the martial saint's corpse, that's fine, but that arrow should be useless to you, right? Could you give me that arrow? Zhao Su still did not give up and asked. This arrow? Su Chen's gaze flickered as he noticed the arrow embedded in the forehead of the martial saint's corpse. He was intrigued and immediately activated the broken illusion divine eye. A stream of golden light bursting forth from his eyes, and the black arrow appeared before him. The black arrow was stained with the martial saint's blood, now turned black and exuding a chilling aura that made one feel very uncomfortable. Su Chen's heart stirred. Using the broken illusion divine eye, he discovered the mystery of the black arrow. It turned out that the black arrow had pierced through the martial saint's forehead, shattering his primordial spirit. Yet the primordial spirit had not completely dissipated, with fragments swirling like vengeful spirits around the black arrow. This black arrow, even called a demonic arrow, will be no problem. Moreover, with a bit of refinement, it would become an unparalleled weapon. Additionally, such an item was a rare treasure for a geomancer. No wonder Zhao Su was so brazenly asking Su Chen for it. Su Chen felt that Zhao Su's true intention was likely that black arrow. I can give you the arrow, but what will you use to exchange for it? Su Chen looked at Zhao Su with a half smile. Really? Zhao Su was overjoyed and quickly said, as long as you tell me, I will definitely find it for you. What I want, I fear you will not be willing to give. Su Chen replied. What does the young master want? Zhao Su asked. I want your loyalty. Su Chen said. Danda. What? Zhao Su trembled all over, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. You are a feng shui master. You should know the fate of feng shui masters. If you ultimately cannot transcend, you will only be devoured by this world. Follow me, and you will have the chance to transcend. I need you to swear loyalty to me with the path of feng shui. Su Chen stood in front of Zhao Su and said lightly. His eyes shimmered with golden light, mysterious runes rising, as if he could see through Zhao Su entirely. Before entering the bronze door, although he knew Zhao Su was a feng shui master, Su Chen did not regard him highly. However, when he used the eye of breaking illusions, he saw Zhao Su's uniqueness. Zhao Su was actually a member of the feng shui lineage, the legendary feng shui holy body. Possessing the feng shui holy body, he had a great chance of becoming a feng shui emperor in the future, comparable to a martial emperor, with every move aligning with the natural order, his words wielding power, able to manipulate the forces of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. Zhao Su was an extraordinary genius. Since that was the case, Su Chen naturally would not let him go. Transcend? It's easier said than done. Even a martial emperor may not transcend. Do you really think you will definitely become a martial emperor in the future? Zhao Su sneered. That's right. In the future, I will definitely become a martial emperor, even transcending the martial emperor, breaking through to become a god. Su Chen replied with a calm smile, his voice carrying an air of superiority as if he alone was supreme. Even Zhao Su was stunned by Su Chen. Whether you believe it or not, if you want to live, you must be loyal to me. You don't think that just because you saw us obtain the martial saint's inheritance stone, we would let you go easily, do you? Su Chen sneered and continued. Zhao Su's face turned extremely ugly, and he began to regret. He regretted not controlling his curiosity and rushing into the bronze door. Now, he had indeed seen the corpse of a martial saint, but he had also put himself in danger. He understood that Su Chen could not let him leave at ease. After all, the inheritance of the martial saint would attract even the martial emperors of the three great holy lands. Why would Su Chen believe he wouldn't leak information? What if I don't agree? Zhao Su gritted his teeth. If you don't agree, then I can only send you to your death. But I know that the feng shui lineage is very afraid of death. You probably are no exception, right? Zhao Su. Hurry up. My patience is limited, Su Chun urged. All right, Su Chun, I can pledge a great oath of feng shui to be loyal to you. I hope you won't disappoint me, Zhao Su said with a gushao. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, drawing runes with the blood from his tongue, silently reciting words, ultimately forming an ancient and mysterious blood-colored seal. Boom! It seemed as if some mysterious power was being activated, and the blood-colored seal flew towards Su Chun, instantly merging into his body, disappearing without a trace. But Su Chun could feel that Zhao Su's life and death were now in his thoughts. What a marvelous seal. This must involve some kind of law power. Su Chun thought to himself. Zhao Su greets you, my lord. From now on, Zhao Su's life belongs to you. However, the cultivation of the feng shui lineage consumes a lot of resources, so I will rely on you in the future. Zhao Su's face was slightly pale, but he still respectfully bowed to Su Chun. Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Only then did he realize that cultivating as a feng shui master required an incredibly terrifying amount of resources, which meant that after accepting Zhao Su, he would also have to support him. Su Chun suddenly felt overwhelmed. Take this magic arrow, but be careful not to get yourself killed. Su Chun, feeling extremely frustrated, carefully pulled out the black arrow from the center of the martial saint's brow and then tossed it to Zhao Su. Chapter 101. Encountering the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book Again. In this life and the last, Su Chun had obtained a total of 2 pages of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. 1 page of the Golden Seal granted him the 9 Dragons battle technique, allowing him to dominate the world in his past life and become the unrivaled 9 Dragons martial emperor. The other page of the Silver Seal gave him the Eye of Breaking Illusions, which allowed him to perceive all things, and the Breaking Illusions divine light could annihilate everything, its power unmatched. He never expected to encounter the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book again in the secret realm of Wulong Mountain. Having already obtained 2 pages of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book, he keenly sensed that the rusty iron piece was indeed the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. That inheritance stone must contain the legacy left by this martial saint. If I can absorb this inheritance stone, I will surely become a martial saint in the future, Zhao Su said slowly. He was extremely envious, but he also understood that with Su Chun and Jun Xiling present, it was impossible for him to obtain that inheritance stone. Su Chun, the inheritance stone, can only be inherited by one person. Jun Xiling glanced at Su Chun and said slowly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Su Chun. Just take the inheritance stone, Su Chun said with a calm smile. What? Jun Xiling was taken aback. Naturally, she wanted to obtain the inheritance stone, but she also understood its preciousness, so she hesitated on how to speak or how to compensate Su Chun. But she did not expect Su Chun to so easily give the inheritance stone to her. Su Chun, are you sure? This is the inheritance stone of a martial saint, containing the supreme legacy of a martial saint. If absorbed, one can surely become a martial saint. You're just giving it to me? Jun Xiling asked in confusion. Xiling, the inheritance stone is good, but it's of little use to me. The inheritance stone belongs to you, and this sword and that iron piece belong to me. How about that? Su Chun smiled slightly. In his past life, he was the 9 Dragons martial emperor, knowing countless sacred texts and being the foremost among the 10 titled martial emperors. How could he covet merely a martial saint's inheritance? Moreover, in Su Chun's view, the value of the Junlin sword and the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book far surpassed that of the inheritance stone. In fact, he was the one benefiting. Thank you, Su Chun. I owe you a favor, and I will surely repay it in the future, Jun Xiling said seriously as she looked at Su Chun. She certainly did not believe that the inheritance stone was of no use to Su Chun. Instead, she took it as his way of deflecting. However, she carried too much burden. She needed great power, needed this inheritance stone, so she could not say anything to refuse. She could only deeply remember this favor in her heart. Don't mention it. You go absorb the inheritance stone. I will protect you, Su Chun said with a slight smile. He reached out and grabbed the rusty iron piece, then signaled for Jun Xiling to absorb the inheritance stone. Okay. Jun Xiling took a deep breath and nodded. She was not one to be coy. Immediately approaching the body of the martial saint, bowing respectfully 3 times and 9 times, before taking the inheritance stone and sitting down. Buzz. June Xiling placed the inheritance stone on her forehead, and her forehead burst forth with brilliant light, powerful spiritual energy radiating out to envelop the inheritance stone. Then, the inheritance stone vibrated and shattered, transforming into a dazzling rain of light, within which countless sword shadows flowed, surging into June Xiling's forehead like a torrent. June Xiling let out a muffled grunt, but her aura suddenly became incredibly terrifying, like a volcano erupting, streams of sharp sword energy bursting forth from her body. She was enveloped by a grand and ancient sword intent. She was absorbing the inheritance stone, receiving the legacy of a martial saint. Seeing June Xiling absorb the inheritance stone, Su Chan finally felt relieved. Holding the Cloud Seal heavenly book in his hand, he sensed the profound and mysterious aura, further confirming his speculation. He did not rush to refine the Cloud Seal heavenly book. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhao Su. Su Chen, I have a request. Zhao Su looked at June Xiling absorbing the inheritance stone, his eyes filled with envy, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke to Su Chen. What is it? Su Chen, could you give me the body of this martial saint? Of course, I am willing to exchange treasures with you. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, how about that? Zhao Su asked cautiously. The martial saint's body? Su Chen's eyes flashed. Then he said with a smile that was not quite a smile, You really are bold. I won't kill you. Yet you dare to come in and negotiate terms with me? You think 50,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough for a martial saint's body? Then what does Su Chen need? Zhao Su gritted his teeth and asked, Don't waste your effort. Since Xiling has absorbed the inheritance stone, she has effectively become this martial saint's disciple. She won't give you the martial saint's body. Su Chen sneered. Chapter 102. Zhao Su's Loyalty. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Su's face instantly turned bitter. He did not expect Su Chen to be so unmoved it seemed impossible for him to obtain the martial saint's body. Su Chen, if you won't give me the martial saint's body, that arrow should be useless to you, right? Can you give that arrow to me? Zhao Su still did not give up and asked, This arrow? Su Chen's eyes flashed as he noticed the arrow lodged in the forehead of the martial saint. He felt a stirring in his heart and immediately activated the eye of breaking illusions. A golden haze burst from his eyes, revealing the black arrow before him. The black arrow was stained with the martial saint's blood and had turned black, exuding a chilling aura that made one feel uncomfortable. Su Chen felt a stir in his heart with the help of the eye of breaking illusions. He discovered the mystery of the black arrow. It turned out that the black arrow had pierced the martial saint's forehead, shattering the martial saint's primordial spirit. But the primordial spirit had not completely dissipated. Fragments of it were entangled around the black arrow like vengeful souls. This black arrow could even be called a demonic arrow without issue. Moreover, with some refinement, it could become an unparalleled wicked weapon. Additionally, such an item was a rare treasure for geomancers. No wonder Zhao Su was so brazen in asking Su Chen for it. Su Chen felt that Zhao Su's true goal was probably this black arrow. I can give you the arrow, but what will you exchange for it? Su Chen looked at Zhao Su with a smile that was not quite a smile. Really? Zhao Su was overjoyed and quickly said, As long as you say it, I will definitely find it for you. The thing I want, you probably won't be willing to give. Su Chen said, What does the gentleman want? Zhao Su asked, I want her loyalty. Su Chen said lightly, What? Zhao Su's entire body shook, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. You are a feng shui master, and you should know the fate of a feng shui master. If you ultimately cannot transcend, you will only be devoured by this world. Follow me, and you will have the chance to transcend. I need you to swear an oath by the path of feng shui, pledging your loyalty to me. Su Chen stood before Zhao Su and said Danda. His eyes shone with golden light, and mysterious runes ascended, as if he could see through Zhao Su entirely. Before entering the bronze door, although he knew Zhao Su was a feng shui master, Su Chen did not pay much attention to him. However, when he activated the Eye of Illusion, he recognized Zhao Su's uniqueness. Zhao Su was actually a descendant of the feng shui lineage, a legendary feng shui saint body. With the feng shui saint body, he had a great chance of becoming a feng shui emperor in the future, comparable to a martial emperor, with every move and action in harmony with the natural order, able to manipulate the forces of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. This Zhao Su was an extraordinary genius. Since that was the case, Su Chen naturally would not let him go. Transcend? It's not that easy to transcend. Even a martial emperor may not be able to transcend. Are you suggesting that you will definitely become a martial emperor in the future? Zhao Su sneered. That's right. In the future, I will definitely become a martial emperor, or even transcend the martial emperor and become a god. Su Chen replied with a calm smile, his voice carrying an air of superiority. Even Zhao Su was taken aback by Su Chen. Whether you believe it or not, if you want to live, you must be loyal to me. You don't think that after letting you see we have obtained the martial saint's inheritance stone, we would easily let you go, do you? Su Chen sneered and continued. Zhao Su's expression turned extremely ugly, and he began to regret. He regretted not holding back his curiosity and rushing into the bronze door. Now, he had indeed seen the body of a martial saint, but he had also put himself in danger. He understood that Su Chen would never let him leave safely, especially since the inheritance of the martial saint would tempt even the martial emperors of the three great holy lands. Why would Su Chen trust that he wouldn't leak information? What if I refuse? Zhao Su gritted his teeth. If you refuse, then I can only send you to your death. But I know that the Feng Shui lineage is very afraid of death, and you are probably no exception, right? Zhao Su, hurry up. My patience is limited. Su Chen urged. All right, Su Chen, I can swear a great oath of Feng Shui to be loyal to you, and I hope you won't let me down. Zhao Su replied with a bitter smile. Then, he bit his tongue, using the blood from his tongue to draw runes in the air, silently reciting incantations, ultimately forming an ancient and mysterious blood-colored seal. Boom! It was as if some mysterious power was activated. The blood-colored seal flew towards Su Chen, and in an instant, it disappeared into his body without a trace. But Su Chen could feel that Zhao Su's life and death were now in his hands. What a marvelous seal! This must involve some kind of law power. Su Chen thought to himself. Zhao Su pays his respects to the young master. From now on, Zhao Su's life belongs to you. However, the cultivation of the Feng Shui lineage consumes a lot of resources, so I will have to rely on the young master in the future. Zhao Su's face was slightly pale, but he still respectfully bowed to Su Chen. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He then realized that the cultivation of a Feng Shui master required an incredibly terrifying amount of resources, which meant that after accepting Zhao Su, he would also have to support him. Su Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed. Take this magic arrow, but be careful not to get yourself killed. Su Chen, feeling extremely frustrated, carefully pulled out the black arrow from the martial saint's forehead and then threw it to Zhao Su. Chapter 103. The Seven Swords of Heaven. Severing. Zhao Su eagerly took the black magic arrow, immediately running to the side to study it. Having already gained Zhao Su's loyalty, Su Chen felt much more at ease. Thus, Su Chen asked Zhao Su to guard him while he prepared to comprehend the page of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. What kind of divine skills were recorded on this page of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book? Su Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! Su Chen activated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, his true energy surging powerfully, golden light blazing brilliantly, continuously pouring into the iron piece in his hand. The iron piece hummed and trembled, rust falling away continuously, and a dazzling silver glow erupted from it. The originally rusty iron piece had transformed into a silver scroll, covered with ancient patterns, as if it contained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Indeed, it was the Silver Seal script. Su Chen was overjoyed. Clang! The ancient sound of swords echoed through the void, and on the Silver Seal script, lines of patterns transformed into unmatched sword energy at that moment, as if able to cut down anything, exuding boundless terror. Then, that page of the Silver Seal script was enveloped by the myriad sword energies, instantly transforming into a blazing sword light that merged into Su Chen's sea of consciousness in his mind. That was the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. At this moment, Zhao Su, who was studying the magic arrow, was also startled by the terrifying aura of the Silver Seal script, revealing an expression of immense shock in his eyes. As a Feng Shui master, he naturally knew about the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. The highest legacy of the Feng Shui masters came from the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book, which was also their untransmittable secret. He never expected that Su Chen had obtained a page of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book, and moreover, had refined and absorbed it. Could it be that he truly is the destined one? Zhao Su looked at Su Chun, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The Cloud Seal Heavenly Book is not something that everyone can comprehend. Only those whose physique, primordial spirit, or certain potentials resonate with the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book can absorb and comprehend the supreme legacy within it. This was also the reason why that martial saint could not comprehend the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book after obtaining it. Of course, that martial saint was already dead. It is also possible that he did comprehend the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book, but after his death, the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book reformed. In any case, it indicates that Su Chun is an extraordinary genius among millions. However, if Zhao Su knew that this was the third page of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book that Su Chun had obtained, he would probably be at a loss for words regarding his expression at this moment. Boom. Su Chun sat cross-legged in the void, his true energy surging. His expression calm and dignified, and there seemed to be ancient and sharp sword energies bursting forth from his body. The entire underground palace felt as if it had transformed into an ancient realm of swords. In a sea of consciousness, several ancient characters resounded like the ringing of a great bell. Heaven severing 7 swords. The page of the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book recorded a powerful sword technique called the Heaven Severing 7 Swords, which, when cultivated to the extreme, could sever all paths of heaven and earth with a single sword. The cultivation method of the Heaven Severing 7 Swords transformed into a torrent. Merging into Su Chun's martial arts primordial spirit, the powerful sword intent surging forth, enveloping him completely. He seemed to have fallen into the deepest state of cultivation, comprehending the Heaven Severing 7 Swords. The Heaven Severing 7 Swords consists of 7 swords. Starting from the first sword, the Life and Death Sword. Each sword is more terrifying than the last, each possessing greater power. Even though Su Chun had already cultivated to the martial zone realm, he could only barely comprehend the first sword, the Life and Death Sword. This Heaven Severing 7 Swords is an ultimate sword technique of killing. In terms of power, it is even more terrifying than my great desolate battle dragon palm. If I can cultivate it, it will surely become one of my trump cards. Su Chun thought to himself. The Heaven Severing 7 Swords can be said to be his greatest gain from entering the secret realm of Wulong Mountain. In Su Chun's primordial spirit sea, a brilliant light sword seemed to descend from the heavens, exuding an incomparably terrifying killing intent, slashing down and destroying all vitality. Life and Death Sword. One sword brings life, one sword brings death. 3 days later, boom, a powerful aura erupted from Jun Xiling. Her cultivation had directly surged to the peak of the martial zone 9th layer, just a step away from breaking into the martial venerable realm. Especially that unmatched sword intent, vast and ancient, seemed capable of piercing the heavens, making the entire underground palace tremble. The Qingyun Sword Saint? Jun Xiling slowly opened her eyes. The divine light in her eyes surging like sword energy, extremely sharp. She absorbed the legacy stone and learned of the origins of that martial saint. The Qingyun Sword Saint came from the most mysterious and powerful central continent. By absorbing the legacy stone, she also received the most powerful Qingyun Sword Classic, a supreme imperial level skill that leads directly to the realm of the supreme martial emperor. If it weren't for Su Chun's generosity, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the Qingyun Sword Saint's legacy. Jun Xiling looked at Su Chun not far away, her eyes filled with immense gratitude. Boom. But at that moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard, as if the outer mountain wall had been violently shattered. Several incomparably terrifying figures directly passed through the bronze door and entered the underground palace. Who are they? Jun Xiling's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of extreme vigilance. Chapter 104. Enemies meet. There were a total of 7 people who came. The leader was a tall old man in a black robe, with a dignified face and a powerful aura emanating from him, exuding an oppressive momentum. The 6 people behind him, though both male and female, had slightly weaker auras, yet they were all incredibly terrifying, all having reached the martial venerable realm. 7 martial venerables. Jun Xiling and Zhao Su's hearts sank immediately. Elder Moro, why have you come here? At that moment, Jun Xiling's gaze flickered, and she smiled faintly. She recognized that the black-robed elder at the forefront was none other than the elder of the Divine Martial Academy, Moro. Elder Moro was about to speak, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Su Chun and the vividly lifelike corpse of the martial saint in the distance, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Su Chun, and a martial saint's corpse? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to find a martial saint's corpse here. It's truly a blessing from the heavens." Elder Moro laughed heartily. His eyes filled with an intense fervor. A martial saint's corpse? Hiss. Could this be the martial saint who created the Wulong Mountain secret realm? Very likely. The three great holy lands have now run to the center of the secret realm. It seems they will have made a wasted trip, as the greatest fortune is here. With the martial saint's corpse, there is a high possibility of obtaining the martial saint's legacy. That kid is absorbing the martial saint's legacy? The 6 martial venerables behind Elder Moro were also extremely excited, their eyes filled with exhilaration. They had followed Elder Moro to hunt down Su Chun. Elder Moro had paid a great price to invite them to act. They did not expect that following the aura, they would not only find Su Chun but also discover a martial saint's corpse. This could be considered an unexpected delight. A great fortune. Everyone, that kid is Su Chun. Kill him, and the martial saint's legacy, I will share with you. A hint of concealed killing intent appeared in Elder Moro's eyes. Then he suddenly pointed at Su Chun and said coldly, "Wait." Jun Xiling was extremely anxious and shouted, "Elder Moro, why are you attacking Su Chun? Su Chun is also a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy. Are you not afraid of punishment from the Dean?" Jun Xiling's face was very ugly. She naturally knew why Elder Moro wanted to kill Su Chun. Whether it was because Su Chun killed Elder Moro's disciple, or because Elder Moro sent assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower to kill Su Chun. It indicated that there was no room for negotiation between them. It was a life-and-death feud. However, at this moment, Su Chun was still in closed-door cultivation and had not awakened. She had to protect Su Chun. Moreover, just when Elder Moro appeared, Zhao Su decisively transmitted a message to Jun Xiling, urging her to delay for time while he figured out how to set up a formation. She was filled with doubts. Wasn't Zhao Su a geomancer? How could he also understand formations? But at this moment, she could only choose to trust Zhao Su. Punishment from the Dean? Ha ha. That old thing Yuan Haoran is even worthy to be the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy? Once I kill Su Chun, I will take care of Yuan Haoran and put the Divine Martial Academy in my hands. By then, even the Great Li Kingdom will no longer exist. Who can do anything to me? Elder Moro sneered. You've gone mad, completely mad. You actually allied with the Great Lin dynasty? Moro, you are also from the Great Li Kingdom. Why are you doing this? Jun Xiling stared at Elder Moro, her eyes filled with anger and confusion. From Elder Moro's words, she immediately understood his thoughts. He had actually allied with the Great Lin dynasty to help them destroy the Great Li Kingdom. In this way, Yuan Haoran would surely be in great danger. Jun Xiling's heart was filled with worry. People of the Great Li Kingdom? No. I am a person of the Great Lin dynasty. In this world, the strong are respected, the weak either submit or die. Jun Xiling, I know you are stalling for time, but do you really think anyone will come to save you? Now I give you a chance, submit to me, and I will spare your life, otherwise die. Elder Moro said with a cold laugh, his eyes full of mockery. Boom. His true energy surged violently, and an immense pressure came towards Jun Xiling, Zhao Su, and Su Chun. As for Zhao Su, with only the cultivation of a martial sect, he didn't even regard him as a threat, so he didn't even ask a question. Submit to you? Dream on. Elder Moro, I advise you. Those who commit many injustices will bring about their own demise. Jun Xiling said coldly. If you don't submit, then die. Elder Moro grinned savagely and then soared into the air, reaching out to grab Su Chun. Regardless of whether Su Chun was absorbing the martial saint's legacy, he had to control Su Chun first and then slowly explore the secrets of the martial saint's corpse. Kill. The 6 martial venerables behind Elder Moro also had cold expressions, their eyes filled with killing intent as they charged towards Jun Xiling and Zhao Su. Boom. Just at that moment, the underground palace shook violently. It roared like thunder from the heavens, echoing through the underground palace. A deep, ancient dragon roar sounded, and the ground of the underground palace cracked open. Endless mysterious yellow energy surged out from within, transforming into a giant black and yellow dragon that shielded Jun Xiling, Su Chun, and Zhao Su. Around them, a mysterious black and yellow barrier appeared, completely isolating Elder Moro and the other 7 martial venerables. Chapter 105. Black and Yellow Dragon Vein Feng Shui, Array Boom. Led by Elder Moro, the 7 martial venerables slammed into the black and yellow barrier at the same time. Instantly, true energy surged, rumbling and shaking, and the black and yellow barrier rippled. However, the barrier still kept the 7 martial venerables outside. What the hell is this thing? A formation? Hiss. That guy is a formation master? I really underestimated him. The many martial venerables were both shocked and angry as they stared at Zhao Su. At this moment, Zhao Su stood beside Jun Xiling, his hands continuously forming seals, with black and yellow energy pouring out from his hands, transforming into ancient seals that were constantly slapped into the void. This is the black and yellow dragon vein feng shui array, a type of formation. Fortunately, this underground palace is built on a dragon vein, so I can trigger the power of the dragon vein for a short time. However, this feng shui array won't last long. We need to find a way to leave here quickly. Zhao Su breathed a sigh of relief and then explained to Jun Xiling. If the 7 martial venerables attack continuously, how long can this feng shui array hold? Su Chun hasn't awakened yet. We must protect him and not interrupt his cultivation. Jun Xiling asked. If the 7 martial venerables attack one after another, this feng shui array can last at most 1 hour. After all, my cultivation is still weak. If I break through to martial venerable, they won't be able to break my feng shui array. Zhao Su said with a wry smile. 1 hour? I hope Su Qin can wake up quickly. Jun Xiling's eyes showed a hint of worry, but then became extremely determined. Clang. A brilliant blue ancient sword fell into her palm, and her fighting spirit surged, her aura incredibly sharp as she stared intently at Elder Moro and the others. If the array breaks, then we will fight to the death. Young master, this confidant of yours is truly devoted to you. Zhao Su glanced at Su Chun with a sigh in his heart. Immediately, he also gathered his spirits, continuously forming seals to control the black and yellow dragon vein feng shui array to resist the attacks of the 7 martial venerables. Boom. The several martial venerables unleashed powerful forces, continuously attacking the black and yellow barrier. Waves of terrifying power exploded on the black and yellow barrier, causing it to tremble violently and ripple. Inside the underground palace, true energy surged, rumbling and shaking, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking, creating a terrifying scene. Everyone step back. I will break the formation. Elder Moro called out. The 6 martial venerables looked at each other in confusion, but they chose to stop. Boom. An incredibly terrifying aura swept out from Elder Moro. As if it could shatter the void, sharp and powerful. A black battle knife appeared in his hand, emanating a chilling killing intent, buzzing and vibrating. Slash. Elder Moro suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent, and then the black battle knife transformed into a blazing and dazzling blade light, slashing down towards the black and yellow barrier. He is half a step into the martial king realm. Someone exclaimed. The 6 martial venerables exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had originally thought Elder Moro was only at the 9th level of martial venerable, slightly stronger than them, but they did not expect his true cultivation to have reached half a step into martial king. Half a step into martial king was far more powerful than the 9th level of martial venerable. Even if the 6 of them teamed up, they would probably not be a match for a half-step martial king. They did not expect that Elder Moro still had a hidden hand. Unconsciously, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Crack. The terrifying blade light struck the black and yellow barrier, causing it to tremble violently. An endless black and yellow light shattered. A crisp sound echoed, and a crack appeared on the Xianhuang barrier, causing even the Xianhuang giant dragon to appear somewhat illusory. This is not good. He is actually a half-step martial king, and he has cultivated an earth-level martial technique. The power of this strike is comparable to a true martial king. At this rate, my Xianhuang dragon vein feng shui formation will probably not hold for even a quarter of an hour. Zhao Su's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that Master Moro would be so cunning and hide his cultivation level. Let's hold on for as long as we can. At worst, we'll fight to the death, Jun Xiling said coldly, her gaze still sharp, showing no sign of fear. Moreover, it seemed as if an incredibly terrifying sword intent was condensing around her, as if ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. If you want to break my feng shui formation, even if you are a true martial king, I will make you pay the price. Zhao Su gritted his teeth, and a black magic arrow emerged in his palm. It was the same magic arrow that pierced through the brow of the martial sage. Young master, to save you. I have really invested a lot. Zhao Su's eyes were filled with pain. He formed seals with his hands. The Xianhuang energy surged, wrapping around the magic arrow, and then quietly concealed it within the Xianhuang dragon vein feng shui formation. He was determined. Even if the feng shui formation was broken, he would still take revenge on these bastards. Chapter 106. Su Qin awakens crack. In the underground palace, Master Moro wielded a black battle knife, continuously unleashing the surest slash. With chilling and sharp knife lights striking against the Xianhuang barrier, more and more cracks appeared on the Xianhuang barrier. Although Zhao Su continuously drew upon the Xianhuang dragon vein to repair it, the Xianhuang giant dragon grew dimmer, the Xianhuang energy thinner, and the Xianhuang barrier weaker. It was on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be long before the Xianhuang barrier completely shattered. Master Moro and the 6 martial sovereign experts all revealed excited expressions. Everyone, together, with all our strength, break the formation. Master Moro shouted loudly. Boom. The other 6 martial sovereigns closely followed Master Moro, simultaneously unleashing powerful martial techniques, launching a full-force strike against the Xianhuang barrier. The combined power of a half-step martial king and 6 martial sovereign experts was something even a true martial king could not ignore. Although the Xianhuang dragon vein feng shui formation was strong, under this full-force strike, it could not withstand the pressure and instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Crack. Finally, it shattered with a loud bang. Zhao Su seemed to suffer a powerful backlash, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning extremely pale. Kill. Master Moro's gaze was cold as he charged forward with the black battle knife, intending to cut Zhao Su down with a single blow. Faced with such a powerful formation master, he could not help but feel wary. But just then, he suddenly sensed a deadly crisis approaching, causing his scalp to tingle and the hairs on his body to stand on end. Without thinking, he suddenly grabbed a graceful female martial sovereign beside him and used her as a shield. Puff! Blood splattered as a strange black arrow silently shot from the Xianhuang energy, instantly piercing through the female martial sovereign's brow, then continuing on without losing momentum, directly passing through Master Moro's arm. The black arrow seemed to carry an incredibly strange and terrifying power, causing Master Moro's arm to explode instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially the remaining 5 martial sovereign experts. Each one felt a chill down their spine and uncertainty. They did not expect that even after the Xianhuang dragon vein feng shui formation had been broken, Zhao Su still had such a bizarre means, directly killing a martial sovereign and crippling Master Moro's arm. They were even more shocked that Master Moro was so ruthless, directly using the female martial sovereign as a shield. Otherwise, it would have been Master Moro who died. Naturally, they began to harbor a sense of wariness and fear towards Master Moro. Master Moro groaned, his face somewhat pale. But the body of a half-step martial king was extremely robust, and he quickly circulated his energy to stop the blood spurting from his arm. At the same time, he felt a sense of dread, had it not been for that female martial sovereign blocking the magic arrow for him, and if he had moved just a few inches, he would not have merely had one arm shot off, but would have been pierced through the heart. What on earth is that black magic arrow, to be so terrifying? You are seeking death. Master Moro roared, his eyes filled with a murderous intent like a sea of corpses and blood, suddenly locking onto Zhao Su. This damned formation master must die. Miss June, save me. Zhao Su's face turned pale, having suffered backlash from the broken feng shui formation. How could he possibly be a match for a half-step martial king? He hurriedly looked to Jun Xiling for help. Leave it to me. Jun Xiling stepped forward, instantly standing in front of Zhao Su. Zhao Su's bizarre means left Jun Xiling extremely shocked. Fortunately, Zhao Su was there, otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Jun Xiling, if you want to die, I'll help you. Master Moro's voice was chilling to the bone. Although his right arm was crippled, he still gripped the black battle knife tightly with his left hand. Boom. A terrifying aura surged forth, and a fierce and unmatched blade light suddenly slashed towards Jun Xiling. Sure, a slash. The earth-level martial technique cultivated by Master Moro was incredibly terrifying. Even though one of his arms was crippled, the power of this strike did not decrease much. Rather, it added a touch of brutality and ferocity. Rising to the skies, Jun Xiling slowly uttered 4 words. Boom. In the next moment, her aura erupted like a volcano, and a sharp and terrifying sword intent exploded forth. The ancient sword in her palm radiated dazzling light, instantly soaring into the sky, striking towards Master Moro. This was a strike she had been building up for a long time. It was also an incredibly terrifying move from the Azure Cloud Sword Classic. This sword aimed to break through the azure clouds, shatter everything, carrying the forward momentum of a sword wielder. Boom. In the next moment, the blade and sword clashed. A blazing light erupted, and the tremendous roar caused the underground palace to shake violently. At the same time, when Jun Xiling and Master Moro clashed, the five martial sovereign experts exchanged glances and, with great tacit understanding, avoided Jun Xiling and Master Moro. They charged towards Su Chun and the martial sage's corpse. Master Moro's ruthlessness had already frightened them, making them feel a sense of retreat. However, the temptation of the martial sage's corpse still ignited their greed, driving them to recklessly rush forward, wanting to seize the martial sage's corpse, and also to kill Su Chun and seize the martial sage's inheritance. Boom. An elder with the cultivation of a sixth-layer martial sovereign approached Su Chun, his gaze extremely cold, as he struck down with an open palm towards Su Chen's head. But at that moment, Su Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 107. The Might of the Sword of Life and Death. Boom. Jun Xiling and Master Moro both unleashed their true energy, the blade light, and sword energy soaring, and ultimately, both were sent flying back. Jun Xiling's face turned pale, feeling her arm go numb and her breath become somewhat chaotic. Although she unleashed the ultimate move from the Qing Yun Sword Classic, her cultivation level was still far inferior to that of the Moro Master. Coupled with the overwhelming might of the Azura slash, it still caused her to be shaken, her blood surging. On the other side, the Moro Master looked on in horror. This is a sky-level martial skill. No, this is at least a saint-level martial skill. The one who received the martial saint inheritance is you, not Su Chen? The Moro Master fixed his gaze on Jun Xiling. His drooping arm trembled slightly, a trickle of bright red blood flowing down his palm. Jun Xiling's sword was terrifyingly powerful and astonishingly beautiful. Even though he had executed the Azura slash and possessed a half-step martial king cultivation, he was still injured. In fact, if Jun Xiling's cultivation were any higher, he might not have been able to withstand that sword. That kind of martial skill is definitely not an earth-level or sky-level martial skill. It is very likely a legendary saint-level martial skill, a supreme technique that only martial saints can cultivate. He instantly understood that the one who had received the martial saint inheritance was Jun Xiling, not Su Chun. You are right. If you want the martial saint inheritance, it depends on whether you have the ability. Jun Xiling's gaze was extremely sharp, and her sword intent surged around her. An immense sword intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce the heavens. The ancient sword in her hand hummed and trembled, its blazing sword light shooting out towards the Moro Master. The martial saint inheritance. I will claim it. Die for me. The Moro Master's eyes were filled with insatiable greed, and he roared as he charged towards Jun Xiling. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the black-robed elder's palm descended towards Su Chun also opened his eyes. Boom. Two dazzling golden beams shot out from Su Chen's eyes, containing an air of authority, ancient and mysterious. Although the black-robed elder was a martial sovereign, he couldn't help but tremble, his eyes filled with horror. It felt as if he was being scrutinized by the eye of a deity, completely exposed. How could Su Chen possess such a terrifying gaze? The two golden beams made his soul shudder, as if they contained some kind of deadly killing intent, breaking the illusion divine light. Boom, boom, boom. Without a second thought, the black-robed elder unleashed his protective true energy, surging fiercely, and struck out several palms. Each one immensely powerful, capable of suppressing everything. But a flash of blood light appeared, and those palm prints shattered. The brilliant golden divine light piercing through the black-robed elder's palms, exploding them apart. The black-robed elder let out a scream. However, his scream quickly ceased. A brilliant light flashed across his neck, and a head that would not close its eyes soared into the sky, blood gushing out. A powerful martial sovereign was thus slain. Su Chun slowly stood up, the Junlin sword floating in front of him, unstained by blood, silver white like frost, dazzling and magnificent, like a celestial sword, humming and vibrating. An incredibly terrifying and sharp sword intent erupted from Su Chun. What? The remaining four martial sovereigns showed expressions of extreme shock. Su Chun had awakened at this moment, and upon awakening, he had killed a six-layer martial sovereign with decisiveness and efficiency. And Su Chen's cultivation was only at the first layer of the martial zone realm. Killing a martial sovereign strongman across more than a dozen small realms was akin to slaughtering a dog. What kind of heaven-defying combat power was this? Su Chen's gaze swept across the Moro Master and the four martial sovereigns in front of him, and he instantly understood what was happening, revealing a towering killing intent. The Moro Master was indeed relentless. He hadn't sought trouble with the Moro Master, but unexpectedly, the Moro Master had come seeking him. At the same time, Su Chen felt a bit fortunate that he had Jun Xiling and Zhao Su to protect him. He hadn't anticipated that it would take him so long to comprehend the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book this time. The 7 Swords of Heaven cutting, so terrifying. This was an incredibly powerful sword technique, unmatched in attack, capable of annihilating everything, far surpassing any sacred skills and imperial classics Su Chen had seen in his past life. This was definitely a supreme skill that only deities could cultivate. Kill. Su Chen spoke with thunderous words, wielding the Junlin sword, his sword intent soaring. And then he struck down towards the 4 martial sovereigns. The Junlin sword buzzed and vibrated. That sword strike was incredibly fast and also dazzling to the extreme. The fierce sword light erupted, descending in a strange trajectory, but in an instant, it sealed off all retreat routes for the 4 martial sovereigns. That terrifying intent of relentless advance, annihilating all life, made the 4 martial sovereign souls tremble, their eyes filled with horror. Attack together, or we'll all die? One of the white-robed martial sovereigns shouted. The 4 martial sovereigns unleashed all their cultivation, their true energy surging violently, and they unleashed their most powerful martial skills, transforming into 4 streams of blazing energy, charging towards Su Chen. Chapter 108. Sword-slashing half-step martial king boom. Crack. The void shook violently, divine light howled. Everyone saw a dazzling sword light, like a deity descending from the 9 heavens, ready to judge all beings, collide violently with the 4 streams of blazing energy. But soon, the 4 streams were torn apart like paper, exploding into fragments. The brilliant sword light overwhelmed everything, dazzling to the eye, making the entire underground palace seem as bright as day. Poof, poof. The 2 leading martial sovereigns, their eyes filled with utter horror, could not withstand such terrifying sword light, and were directly cleaved in half. Blood gushed forth, killing intent filled the air. The other 2 martial sovereigns, although they tried their best to resist, still bore long bloodstains on their chests, nearly disemboweled, spraying blood wildly and flying out. With 1 sword strike, 2 martial sovereigns were killed, and 2 more were severely injured. This is the 7 Swords of Heaven cutting. This is the life and death sword. Su Chen's heart was intertwined with anger and killing intent, without hesitation. He unleashed the life and death sword, that terrifying sword intent tearing apart everything. Even if the 4 martial sovereigns joined forces, they were still no match. What? From a distance, the Moro master, who was battling Jun Xiling, saw this scene and was filled with shock. At this moment, he had the upper hand, and it seemed he would soon be able to deal with Jun Xiling. But Su Chen's terrifying sword tore everything apart, causing his expression to become extremely grave. Could this sword be from the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book? The young master is too terrifying, with such extraordinary comprehension and talent. It might not be impossible for him to break through to Martial Emperor in the future. Zhao Su was also extremely excited, his eyes filled with shock. Seeing Su Chen display such heaven-defying combat power and talent, being forced to submit to Su Chen didn't seem so unacceptable anymore. Whoosh. Su Chen pointed in the air. The Junlin sword flew out like lightning, heading towards the 2 martial sovereigns who were scared out of their wits. 2 flashes of bloodlight appeared, and the heads of the 2 martial sovereigns shot into the sky, their headless corpses collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Thus, all 6 martial sovereign strongmen brought by the Moro master were annihilated. Su Chen's gaze landed on the Moro master. 2 gazes collided in the void, as if they were tangible, sparks flying, filled with killing intent. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes turn red. Upon seeing the Moro venerable appear here, Su Chen's overwhelming killing intent was ignited. Su Chen, I never expected that in just a few months, you would grow to such a level. Once the news of the martial saint's inheritance spreads, you can just wait to die, the Moro venerable said coldly, taking a deep look at Su Chen. He already had the intention to retreat. Su Chen's combat power was too terrifying. With a single sword, he had killed 4 great martial venerables, making him feel apprehensive. Although he was very envious of the martial saint's inheritance, he understood that he probably couldn't kill Su Chen today, so it was better to leave first. Su Chen's extraordinary talent also instilled fear and jealousy in him. He had already decided that he must completely eradicate Su Chen at all costs. Otherwise, once Su Chen grew stronger, he might really have no place to die? Enough with the nonsense. Since you dare to come, then leave your life behind. Su Chen coldly interrupted the Moro venerable with a sneer. Swish! A brilliant sword light erupted. The Junlin sword was unmatched, suddenly slashing down towards the Moro Venerable, directly cutting off his escape route. How could Su Chen possibly give him the chance to escape? Su Chen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Moro Venerable laughed in anger. Boom! His terrifying true energy erupted, and the black battle knife in his hand struck down fiercely, colliding with the Junlin sword. Sparks flew in the void, and the underground palace shook violently as both the Moro Venerable and Su Chen retreated simultaneously. Kill! The battle intent surged in Su Chen's eyes as he held the Junlin sword. The fierce and unmatched sword light erupted, instantly like lightning, slashing towards the Moro Venerable. Sword of life and death. He had no interest in entangling with the Moro Venerable, since they were already mortal enemies. Only one could survive. This first sword of the 7 swords of heaven was as fast as lightning, as swift as thunder, extremely violent, and destroyed everything. It was a sword of slaughter that moved forward without hesitation. The overwhelming killing intent surged, causing the Moro Venerable's face to change drastically. Feeling as if he had suddenly found himself in a sea of corpses and blood, a hell of endless suffering. Unconsciously, fear arose in his heart. Only when facing this sword did he realize the terror of the sword of life and death, understanding why Su Chen could slay those 4 great martial venerables. Sure as bloodthirst. The Moro Venerable roared, his killing intent soaring, suddenly biting his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The black battle knife in his hand was stained with the blood from his tongue, instantly turning blood red, containing boundless killing intent, and its power instantly increased several times. Rushing towards the sword of life and death, he was pushed to the limit by Su Chen and unleashed his strongest martial technique. Boom! Crack! The sword light was dazzling and brilliant, as if it instantly covered this space, sweeping away the blood light and killing intent, then slashing down fiercely. A crisp sound was heard, and the black battle knife was directly severed. Su Chen's sword momentum did not decrease, the sword light dazzling and brilliant, illuminating the Moro Venerable's horrified expression, directly breaking through his protective true energy and slicing across his neck. Puff! Blood sprayed out. The Moro Venerable's eyes were filled with unwillingness, regret, and terror, and then the light gradually dimmed as he fell to the ground. Breathless and dead. Half-step Martial King dead. Chapter 109. Chiyun Sword Saint. The Moro Venerable was dead. It could be said that he died with his eyes wide open. Until his death. He found it hard to believe how Su Chen possessed such terrifying and defiant combat power, actually slaying him across more than a dozen small realms. Su Chen had used the sword of life and death twice in a row, exhausting more than half of his true energy, his face somewhat pale, but his gaze became increasingly bright and brilliant. The 7 swords of heaven were indeed domineering. Su Chen even thought that if the breaking illusion's divine eye was combined with the 7 swords of heaven, he could unleash even more terrifying combat power. Su Chen, you are too strong. Jun Ziling's eyes were filled with shock. Indeed, my lord, I have seen geniuses who can fight across realms, but I have never seen someone as extraordinarily talented as you. Zhao Su flattered. Stop flattering, Su Chen said impatiently, then glanced at Jun Ziling with a smile. You obtained the inheritance stone, while the iron piece I got is actually a page of the Cloud Seal heavenly book, and by chance, I comprehended a powerful martial technique from it, which is why I was able to slay Moro. He did not hide his thoughts from Jun Ziling, instead speaking frankly. He also knew that Jun Ziling, having received the martial saint's inheritance, should also know about the Cloud Seal heavenly book. The Cloud Seal heavenly book? So that's it. That is also your fortune. However, I am still very grateful that you gave the inheritance stone to me, Jun Ziling said with a slight smile. She naturally knew the value of the Cloud Seal heavenly book, which was not inferior to the martial saint's inheritance, and might even surpass it. But she still appreciated Su Chen, as she might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Cloud Seal heavenly book even if she obtained it. What suits oneself is the best. Seeing Jun Ziling's calm demeanor, Su Chen secretly nodded. This senior sister was indeed worth befriending. Not to mention, if it weren't for Jun Ziling risking her life to save him just now, he wouldn't have been able to safely comprehend the Cloud Seal heavenly book. We have already delayed quite a bit of time here. The final inheritance place in the depths of Wulong Mountain's secret realm is likely to appear soon. Let's go take a look. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he spoke slowly. Since this martial saint was not the Flame Dragon martial saint, it indicated that the inheritance place of the Flame Dragon martial saint had not yet appeared. If given the chance, Su Chen wouldn't mind taking a share. Su Chen collected the storage rings of the Moro Venerable and the 6 Great Martial Venerables. These were all his kills, and the spoils naturally belonged to him. Su Chen practiced the 9 Dragons Battle Sky technique, which required a vast amount of resources to improve his cultivation. So he was not polite and collected all the spirit stones. As for other spirit herbs, elixirs, and weapons, they were not considered precious. And Su Chen just glanced at them before putting them away. The battle knife of the Moro Venerable, named Shura Knife, was an earth-grade weapon, but it was destroyed under the Junlin's sword, turning into scrap metal. Jun Xiling received the inheritance of the Qiyun Sword Saint and could be considered a disciple of the Qiyun Sword Saint. She respectfully knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times before the Qiyun Sword Saint, then buried his body in the underground palace and erected a monument. Predecessor Qiyun, your junior, Jun Xiling, has received your inheritance. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely avenge you. Jun Xiling said earnestly. Xiling, do you know why this Qiyun Sword Saint fell here? Su Chen asked. After all, this was the inheritance place of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, and he felt that the Qiyun Sword Saint probably had a significant relationship with the Flame Dragon Martial Saint. I don't really know the specific reason, but the scattered information I obtained from the Inheritance Stone tells me that the predecessor Qiyun was killed by the Juyang Divine Sect. Jun Xiling said slowly. Juyang Divine Sect? A strange look appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He remembered that the Flame Dragon Martial Saint was heavily injured by the Juyang Divine Sect and ultimately sat down in this Wulong Mountain secret realm, leaving behind his inheritance. In this secret realm, the people of the Juyang Divine Sect will encounter great misfortune at the final inheritance site. The deaths of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint and the Qingyun Sword Saint are related to the Juyang Divine Sect, which is thought-provoking. Su Chen, it seems that the death of Senior Qingyun is connected to 2 treasures, one of which is the Yunzhuan Heavenly Book. So be careful and do not use the martial arts from the Yunzhuan Heavenly Book in front of the Juyang Divine Sect. Jun Xiling warned. 2 treasures? The Yunzhuan Heavenly Book? I understand, thank you. Su Chen's eyes flashed as he nodded. He was well aware of the second treasure. As for the Yunzhuan Heavenly Book and the 7 Swords of Heaven cutting, they probably fell into Jun Xiling's hands in his previous life. The second treasure is currently at the final inheritance site. Su Chen, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su left the underground palace together, and before leaving, Jun Xiling even slashed the mountain with a sword, completely sealing off the cave. She did not want anyone to disturb the tranquility of the Qingyun Sword Saint. At that moment, a dragon roar echoed through the void. Su Chen and Jun Xiling raised their heads in unison. Deep within the secret realm, above the sky, a giant dragon enveloped in endless flames soared into the sky, radiating dazzling divine light. The winds and clouds changed, the void twisted, and vaguely. An ancient and mysterious palace seemed to appear in the sky, emanating a terrifying oppressive aura. Is that the final inheritance site? Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately had a guess. Chapter 110. The Inheritance Heavenly Palace appears roar. 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 The ancient dragon's roar shook the heavens. The divine light howled above the void. Flames surged, and a fire dragon exuded overwhelming dragon majesty, enveloping the entire Wulong Mountain secret realm. At this moment, everyone in the Wulong Mountain secret realm looked up in unison, gazing towards the depths of the secret realm. The fire dragon coiled in the void, and the blazing flames rose, revealing an ancient heavenly palace that radiated a mysterious aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the very center of the secret realm, 3 terrifying figures instantly flew out from the heavenly palace, looking extremely disheveled. Those 3 figures were Luo Xian, Shi Jingluan, and Lei Dong. Damn it. There's actually a restriction formation set up in this inheritance heavenly palace, allowing only those below the martial king realm to enter? Lei Dong's expression was dark and unpleasant. In fact, the heavenly palace in the void is the final inheritance heavenly palace. Luo Xian, Shi Jingluan, and Lei Dong. As representatives of the 3 great martial arts sacred places, martial emperor powerhouses, first thing they did upon entering the Wulong Mountain secret realm was to locate the final inheritance site. They spent a huge price attacking the outer formation barrier, finally breaking it completely. Just when they were about to rush into the inheritance heavenly palace to search for the martial saint's inheritance and treasures, they were repelled by an incredibly terrifying restriction formation. The inheritance heavenly palace can only be entered by those below the martial king realm. This inheritance heavenly palace should be the place where the martial saint selects his inheritors. And once the cultivation breaks through to the martial king realm, condensing the martial Dao Yuan Shan, it is difficult to switch to other techniques. Allowing martial artists below the martial king realm to enter is understandable. Shi Jingluan sighed lightly. Interesting. I didn't expect that the three of us couldn't enter the inheritance heavenly palace. It seems this martial saint inheritance will fall into the hands of those little fellows. Luo Xian said with a smile, seemingly not disappointed at all about being unable to enter the inheritance heavenly palace, but rather full of interest. Humph. You two should know that the flame dragon martial saint is a traitor of my Juyang divine sect, and his inheritance and treasures must be reclaimed by my Juyang divine sect. Lei Dong's face darkened as he glared at Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan. Elder Lei, that statement is incorrect. Whether the flame dragon martial saint is truly a member of your Juyang divine sect is just your one-sided claim. We are not clear on that. Moreover, the martial saint inheritance, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures are meant for those fated to obtain them. Luo Xian said with a cold smile. Exactly. Elder Lei, we should not engage in a war of words. It is more important to think about how to enter the inheritance heavenly palace. Shi Jingluan said with a light smile. He was obviously siding with Luo Xian. Lei Dong's expression darkened. How could he not see the glimmer of affection in Shi Jingluan's eyes when he occasionally looked at Luo Xian? This pair of dog man and woman seems determined to oppose the Juyang divine sect. Humph. Even if I cannot enter the inheritance heavenly palace, who in this small Donglin domain can be a match for my grandson Lei Ming? Lei Dong said with a cold smile. Whoosh. Just then, a figure flew in from a distance. It was a tall young man with an extraordinary appearance, surrounded by streaks of thunder power, and possessing incredibly strong cultivation. Having already reached the martial respect realm, this was none other than Lei Dong's grandson, Lei Ming. Lei Ming was also a well-known genius of the Juyang divine sect. This time, Lei Dong brought Lei Ming along not only to train him, but also to see if he could gain some opportunities and fortunes. The Wind Thunder Heavenly Art? Elder Lei seems to value his grandson quite a bit, actually passing on the Wind Thunder Heavenly Art to him and allowing him to cultivate it to such a level. Sensing the wind and thunder power around Lei Ming, Shi Jingluan's expression slightly tightened as he spoke slowly. You flatter me, senior, Lei Ming said with a faint smile. However, the arrogance in his brow could not be concealed. Fellow Taoists, why don't we each send one person to enter the inheritance heavenly palace to seek treasures? This way, it's better than letting the inheritance fall into the hands of others. Lei Dong said lightly. I'm afraid that is not appropriate. Elder Lei clearly knows that Luo Xian and I did not bring disciples this time. Since we cannot enter, we should lift the restrictions and let everyone enter, each relying on their own means. Shi Jingluan said with a calm smile. Elder Lei has a good plan. If only one person is sent, the one who ultimately obtains the inheritance will probably be your grandson, right? I also agree to lift the restrictions and let everyone rely on their own means. If someone can obtain the martial saint inheritance, my Tiandao sect can consider accepting them as disciples. Luo Xian said with a cold smile. Hearing that both Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan refused, a cold glint flashed in Lei Dong's eyes, but he soon lowered his gaze and said indifferently, as you wish. But in the end, the inheritance of the flame dragon martial saint will surely return to the Juyang divine sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, figures flew in from afar, quickly arriving before the inheritance heavenly palace. With the appearance of the final inheritance heavenly palace, those searching for treasures throughout the secret realm could no longer contain their excitement and rushed here to see if they could gain some opportunities. The first to arrive were naturally Lin Ruwei, Yuan Haoran, and others, followed shortly by the 9th prince of the Daling dynasty and Jiang Yuna. Su Chun, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su arrived a bit later, and by the time they got there, the mountains had already gathered no less than 1,000 people. Everyone looked towards the inheritance heavenly palace in the void with eyes full of fervent light. Who could resist the temptation of the martial saint's inheritance? Chapter 111. Lin Ruowei's request. When everyone heard that in the heritage heavenly palace, only warriors below the martial king realm could enter, while those above were restricted, they all displayed expressions of immense joy. After all, Luo Xian, Shi Jingluan, and Lei Dong represented the three most powerful martial arts sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness. And all of them were martial emperor-level experts, whose strength was incredibly terrifying. If they were to enter the heritage heavenly palace, then the inheritance of the martial saint would have nothing to do with everyone else. But now, Perhaps they could contend for the martial saint inheritance. I am Lei Dong, an elder of the Juyang divine sect. In the heritage heavenly palace, all of you may enter. If anyone can obtain the martial saint inheritance or gain opportunities, they can become a disciple of the Juyang divine sect. Lei Dong stepped into the air, gazing down at the crowd, and spoke lightly. What? Everyone was shocked, and they immediately became extremely excited. That was the Juyang divine sect, one of the most powerful martial arts sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness. Who wouldn't want to become a disciple of a martial arts sacred ground? However, the Eastern Lin domain was one of the most barren places among the 36 domains of the Eastern Emperor, and in the past, only a few could enter the martial arts sacred grounds. Now, not only was there a chance to enter the heritage heavenly palace, but also a chance to join the Juyang divine sect and become its disciple, causing the crowd to erupt in fervor. I am Luo Xian, an elder of the Tiandao sect. Anyone who can obtain the martial saint inheritance or powerful opportunities may join the Tiandao sect. Luo Xian also stepped forward and said slowly, I am Shi Jingluan, an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. Anyone who can obtain the martial saint inheritance or powerful opportunities may join the Wanbao Pavilion. Shi Jingluan said similarly. Seeing the three martial emperor-level experts making their promises, the crowd became even more excited and enthusiastic, eagerly preparing to enter the heritage heavenly palace immediately. I am Jiang Yunhe, greeting Elder Lei. Jiang Yunhe's eyes flashed as he bowed to Lei Dong. Jiang Yunhe, you are the disciple taken in by junior brother Chixing? Not bad, solid foundation, strong mental power, and you are also a master alchemist. Very good. This is my grandson, Lei Ming, also your senior brother. Assist him well. And if you can help him obtain the martial saint inheritance, I will take you back to the Juyang divine sect and grant you the position of a true disciple. Lei Dong glanced at Jiang Yunhe, seemingly recalling something, and smiled slightly. True disciple? Thank you, Elder Lei. I will definitely assist senior brother Lei well and help him seize the martial saint inheritance. Jiang Yunhe trembled with excitement. You must know that Chixing had previously considered his talent decent and only accepted him as a registered disciple, even if he could enter the Juyang divine sect. Becoming an inner disciple would be remarkable. Now, with Lei Dong promising to make him a true disciple, he was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. The ninth prince observed this scene, and a trace of concealed jealousy flickered in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he also stepped forward and bowed to Lei Dong, saying, I am Yang Qi, the ninth prince of the great Lin dynasty, greeting Elder Lei. I am also willing to assist senior brother Lei. The ninth prince of the great Lin dynasty? You are not bad either. If you can help Lei Ming obtain the martial saint inheritance, I can grant you the position of an inner disciple. Lei Dong's gaze flashed as he noticed that ninth prince Yang Qi had the cultivation of the ninth level of the martial sovereign, and that his accompanying guards were quite extraordinary. He nodded lightly. He naturally wouldn't arrogantly think that Lei Ming could sweep everything in the heritage heavenly palace. With Jiang Yunhe and the ninth prince as support, the chances of obtaining the inheritance increased significantly. At the same time, Lin Ruowei, looking like a fairy in her snow-white attire, floated down beside Su Chun. Su Chun, can I ask you for a favor? Lin Ruowei's expression was complex, but she still communicated telepathically. Su Chun glanced at Lin Ruowei, then at Lin Qingqing beside her, and immediately understood, smiling slightly. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, do you want me to take Princess Qingqing into the Heritage Heavenly Palace? That's right. Lin Ruowei nodded. This Heritage Heavenly Palace is left by the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, and Qingqing possesses the Flame Dragon Spirit Body, being a descendant of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint. If you take her into the Heritage Heavenly Palace, you will have a greater chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint than others. You can take the inheritance for yourself. I just hope you can help her completely awaken her Flame Dragon Spirit Body and gain the blessing of the bloodline power. Lin Ruowei's voice carried a hint of pleading. No problem. Su Qin smiled calmly, without any hesitation, and agreed. Lin Ruowei was the first woman in this life and the previous life to have a close relationship with him. He owed her a favor, so he naturally would repay it. Seeing Su Chun agree so readily, Lin Ruowei was somewhat surprised and looked deeply at him. Thank you. Consider it as me owing you a favor. What favor? You are already my woman. We are family. No need to be so formal. Su Chun replied with a smile. You jerk. Lin Ruowei's pretty face flushed. Then she glared fiercely at Su Chun and turned to leave. Su Chun, brother, I will be counting on you in the Heritage Heavenly Palace. Lin Qingqing, although she didn't hear Su Chun and Lin Ruowei's flirtation, understood that Lin Ruowei had entrusted her to Su Chun and sweetly smiled at him. Boom. At that moment, the heritage heavenly palace in the void rumbled and trembled, and divine light slowly retracted, revealing an ancient and mysterious palace glowing with red mist before everyone's eyes. The heritage heavenly palace is open. Hurry in. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lei Dong's eyes as he shouted. Chapter 112, Flame Dragon Palace Whoosh. 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 As soon as Lei Dong finished speaking, Lei Ming beside him, his eyes flashing with brilliance, instantly took the lead and flew into the heritage heavenly palace. Behind him, Jiang Yunhe, the ninth prince, and several martial sovereign guards of the ninth prince closely followed and also entered the heritage heavenly palace. The heritage heavenly palace is open. Hurry in. The martial saint inheritance is mine. Ha ha ha. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must enter the martial arts sacred ground. Everyone was extremely excited and thrilled. Soaring into the air towards the palace, Su Chun, riding his sword, brought Lin Qingqing, along with Jun Xiling and Zhao Su, and followed closely behind the crowd. Soaring into the sky, little guy, if you can obtain the martial saint inheritance, I will take you as my disciple. At that moment, Luo Xian's voice rang in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen's eyes brightened, and he smiled at Luo Xian. It's a deal. Soon, everyone entered the heritage heavenly palace. Outside, only the three martial emperors, Lin Ruowei, Yuan Haoran, and several other martial king experts remained. Sister Luo, you seem to have high hopes for Su Chen. Are you really going to take him as a disciple? Yuan Haoran asked curiously, standing beside Luo Xian. That kid has some potential, and he carries an incredibly powerful sword intent, likely gained from opportunities in the secret realm. However, becoming my disciple is not that easy. First, he must pass my test. Luo Xian smiled slightly. Yuan Haoran fell silent for a moment and said, Is this heritage heavenly palace your test for him? Sort of. Lei Dong's grandson, Lei Ming, is not weak. If he can seize the martial saint inheritance from Lei Ming, then even if I take him as a disciple, it wouldn't be out of the question. Luo Xian smiled. Flame Dragon Palace. 3 flamboyant characters appeared on the ancient palace. The golden clouds are brilliant, and the might of the dragon permeates the air, evoking a sense of awe in those who behold it. Indeed, it is the legacy of the Flame Dragon Martial Sage. Su Chen looked at the 3 ancient characters of the Flame Dragon Palace, understanding in his heart. Lei Ming, Jiang Yunhe, the ninth prince, and others had already entered the Flame Dragon Palace ahead of him. Everyone rushed in eagerly. Soon, only Su Chun and the other 3 remained outside the Legacy Palace. Brother Su Chun, I feel a sense of familiarity from those 3 characters, as if there is some mystery, Lin Qingqing said slowly. A hint of confusion in her eyes as she pointed at the 3 characters of the Flame Dragon Palace. Familiar? Your Highness. Try to activate your bloodline and see if you can sense anything. Su Chen's heart stirred. He did not rush into the Flame Dragon Palace. Lin Qingqing is a descendant of the Flame Dragon Martial Sage, and since they were here, perhaps she could feel the true legacy of the Flame Dragon Martial Sage more acutely. He did not believe that the legacy of the Martial Sage could be easily obtained within the Flame Dragon Palace. He knew very well that in his previous life, many had perished at the sight of the Flame Dragon Martial Sage's legacy. The Flame Dragon Martial Sage chose his inheritors. He was not a mere giver of wealth. Okay. Lin Qingqing nodded obediently. Then, she activated her bloodline aura, and a faint dragon might spread from her body, adding a touch of majesty to her presence. Buzz. At the same time, the 3 ancient characters of the Flame Dragon Palace vibrated and resonated, and a blazing light burst forth, as if forming a peculiar resonance with Lin Qingqing's bloodline aura. Indeed, there is another mystery. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes, and he understood. Roar. The light from the 3 ancient characters of the Flame Dragon Palace grew increasingly intense, until finally, divine light roared, dragon might surged, transforming into a strange vortex. Brother Su Chen, I feel as if something in that vortex is calling me. Lin Qingqing said to Su Chen. Let's go. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he instantly flew with his sword, carrying Lin Qingqing, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su as they leaped into the vortex. Before them, the light was dazzling, and the ancient sound of a dragon's roar echoed, causing their bloodlines to boil. Soon, the scene before them became clearer, and the 4 appeared in an ancient and mysterious palace. The palace was incredibly vast. On the giant coiling dragon pillars, red divine dragons were carved. Looking lifelike and exuding powerful dragon might, as if they were about to come to life at any moment. In the center, there was a massive blood pool, with blood-colored light surging within, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. "My descendants, you have arrived." At that moment, an ancient and weathered voice rang out. Above the blood pool, blood light rose, and red clouds intertwined, gradually forming a middle-aged man with silver hair, a tall stature, and wearing a dragon robe. The red light around him formed a dragon shape, coiling around him and emitting ancient dragon roars. "Are you my ancestor?" Lin Qingqing asked curiously, her eyes flashing. She instinctively felt that the middle-aged man in the dragon robe was very familiar, as if there was a bloodline connection, leading her to feel a sense of trust. The remnant soul of the martial sage? Su Chen's heart trembled as he recognized it. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was indeed a remnant soul left by the martial sage, and the terrifying pressure he exuded was like the majesty of the heavens, making it hard to breathe. Jun Xiling and Zhao Su also turned pale, while Lin Qingqing remained calm. The identity of the man in the dragon robe was clear: the Flame Dragon Martial Sage. Su Chen did not expect that the Flame Dragon Martial Sage had left a remnant soul in this legacy palace. "I am the Flame Dragon Martial Sage. My descendants all possess the Flame Dragon bloodline." The middle-aged man in the dragon robe, the Flame Dragon Martial Sage, said slowly. His gaze was deep and bright, as if he could see through Lin Qingqing. He pointed in the air, and a beam of blood light flew towards Lin Qingqing. Roar! Lin Qingqing felt her blood boil, and her blood energy surged, transforming into a small red dragon that soared into the sky, instantly wrapping around the Flame Dragon Martial Sage before merging into the blood pool. "Flame Dragon Martial Sage, my ancestor?" Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She had never expected that her royal lineage from the Great Li Kingdom was actually inherited from a powerful martial sage, the Flame Dragon Martial Sage. The sense of bloodline connection instantly confirmed for her that the Flame Dragon Martial Sage was indeed her ancestor. "Good child, although your Flame Dragon bloodline has not yet awakened, your bloodline concentration is very strong, almost a throwback. Perhaps our lineage can see hope in you." The Flame Dragon Martial Sage looked at Lin Qingqing with soft eyes, filled with hope. "Our lineage?" Lin Qingqing was somewhat confused. "You don't need to know these things now. You will understand later. Come, enter the Flame Dragon blood pool and let your Flame Dragon bloodline awaken completely." The Flame Dragon Martial Sage said slowly. "Yes." Lin Qingqing nodded respectfully. However, she seemed a bit hesitant and said, "Ancestor, they are my friends, and their talents are quite good. Do you have any inheritance you can give them? Please don't give it to those bad guys outside." "Them? The Flame Dragon Martial Sage glanced at Su Chen, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su, but automatically ignored Zhao Su, finally resting his gaze on Su Chen and Jun Xiling, revealing a hint of surprise. "This little girl has actually obtained the legacy of Brother Qiyun? Brother Qiyun has successors after all. But you little one, you were able to refine the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book?" The Flame Dragon Martial Sage's gaze swept over Jun Xiling and Su Chen, ultimately fixating on Su Chen. He immediately recognized that Jun Xiling had obtained the legacy of the Sword Saint of Qiyun, and from his words, it was clear he had a deep friendship with the Sword Saint of Qiyun. However, what shocked him even more was that Su Chen had refined the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book. In response to the senior, "I was fortunate enough to refine the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book and comprehended a sword technique called the 7 Swords of Heaven severing from it." A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he smiled slightly. "The 7 Swords of Heaven severing? You really refined the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book." Upon hearing the words 7 Swords of Heaven severing, the Flame Dragon Martial Sage trembled slightly, his eyes filled with immense emotion. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Su Chen, saying slowly, "You should know that my bloodline legacy can only be inherited by my descendants. However, you have obtained the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book and comprehended the 7 Swords of Heaven severing. This may be heaven's will. Therefore, I have a treasure, but to obtain it, you must undergo incredibly difficult tests. Do you want to give it a try?" The Flame Dragon Martial Sage seemed to have made this decision after much contemplation. His gaze was profound and sharp, carrying a certain scrutiny as he stared at Su Chen, waiting for his response. Su Chen's heart stirred. He immediately thought of the legendary treasure. This was truly an unexpected joy. He did not expect that the Flame Dragon Martial Sage would be willing to give him that treasure. It seemed to be related to the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book and the 7 Swords of Heaven severing. "I am willing to give it a try." Su Chun said seriously. Very good. Although your cultivation is a bit weak, your mental strength is formidable, and you have already condensed your martial Tao origin spirit. So you are indeed qualified to refine that treasure. However, whether you can obtain it depends on your own fortune. Although I have set up an illusion array for the trial, there are still a few decent little fellows outside. If they rush in, they will definitely compete with you for it, so you need to think carefully. The Flame Dragon Martial Saint nodded. I understand, Senior. Su Chun said seriously. Since there is a chance to obtain that treasure, he naturally would not let it slip away. Good. Refining that treasure is a matter of life and death. Since you have made up your mind, then it will depend on your fortune. The Flame Dragon Martial Saint said slowly, no longer trying to persuade him. Boom. Then, with a wave of his hand, the void twisted, and a dazzling light group appeared in the palace, radiating an incredibly hot aura. Inside the light group, a faint golden flame was dancing, flowing with mysterious light, as if it could burn the heavens and extinguish the earth, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. This is the seed of devouring true fire, ranked 7th on the heavenly and earthly true fire list, a treasure that even a martial emperor would go mad for. I hope you are a lucky guy. The Flame Dragon Martial Saint said slowly. Devouring true fire? Jun Xiling and Zhao Su trembled all over, their eyes revealing an incredibly shocked expression. How could they not know about the heavenly and earthly true fire list? The true fires on the list are all nurtured by heaven and earth, unfathomable, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, and are treasures that alchemists and weaponsmiths dream of. Jiang Yunhe had previously obtained a purple lotus true fire, which ranked over 100 on the heavenly and earthly true fire list, extremely low, yet it had caused countless envy and jealousy. The true fires ranked in the top 10 on the list even have the potential to advance to the legendary divine fire, and even a martial emperor would go crazy upon seeing them. Who would have thought that the Flame Dragon Martial Saint would actually possess the 7th ranked devouring true fire? Chapter 114, 7th, Devouring True Fire. Indeed, it is the devouring true fire. Su Chun felt a surge of emotions. In his previous life, he had no opportunity to enter the Wulong Mountain secret realm, but he knew that the final inheritance place of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint had a supreme heavenly and earthly true fire. Devouring true fire, ranked 7th among the top 10 heavenly and earthly true fires. Each of these top 10 true fires has the potential to advance to the legendary divine fire, possessing terrifying power comparable to that of deities. However, in his previous life, the devouring true fire did not fall into his hands. It was rumored to have been taken away by someone from the Juyang divine sect. Su Chun speculated that if he was not mistaken, it was very likely that it had fallen into the hands of that Thunder Ming. Now, Su Chun had the opportunity to obtain the devouring true fire, and he naturally did not want to give it up. The devouring true fire is incredibly mysterious, being the most enigmatic of the top 10 heavenly and earthly true fires. It is said that it can devour all flames, enhance itself, and even surpass the first-ranked Chaos True Fire. It is not impossible. Su Chun thought to himself. In his previous life, he had obtained the 3rd-ranked Sun True Fire and refined it into a supreme divine pill. That Sun True Fire was also obtained with great difficulty from an ancient secret realm, after going through life and death experiences. However, in Su Chun's view, the value of the devouring true fire was no less than that of the Sun True Fire. Thank you, Senior. Su Chun respectfully bowed to the Flame Dragon Martial Saint. Then, his eyes shone brightly as he stepped towards the dazzling light group. He was going to refine the devouring true fire. Su Chun, be careful. The heavenly and earthly true fire is incredibly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Do not act recklessly. Jun Xiling said with a serious expression. I understand. Su Chun replied with a calm smile. Then, he stepped into the light group. Boom. Like a thunderclap, the intense flames surged forth, enveloping Su Chun in an instant with an extremely high temperature. Dazzling golden clouds rose, and the mysterious devouring true fire danced gracefully. But it emitted an incomparably terrifying devouring power, like a vortex, rushing towards Su Chun. Then, divine light howled, flames blazed, and the light group was covered by an endless sea of fire, rendering everything invisible. Hopefully, Su Chun can succeed. Jun Xiling's eyes were filled with concern. Miss Jun, don't worry. Young Master is a genius. He can comprehend the cloud inscription heavenly book, so he will surely be able to refine the devouring true fire. Zhao Su reassured. However, He was also somewhat anxious inside, but he had already pledged his loyalty to Su Chun and made a great oath. If Su Chun died, he would also suffer a backlash. So, he could only pray for Su Chun to successfully refine the devouring true fire. On the other side, Lin Qingqing had already entered the blood pool. Roar, roar, roar. An ancient dragon's roar resonated through the void, causing this ancient palace to hum and tremble. In the blood pool, blood-colored giant dragons soared into the sky, enveloping Lin Qingqing. Blood-colored runes intertwined like a barrier, continuously twisting, transforming into pure blood-colored energy that surged into Lin Qingqing's body. Lin Qingqing's aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if she was undergoing some kind of transformation related to her bloodline, resembling a rebirth. However, this process was also incredibly painful. Lin Qingqing's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, but she remained stubbornly silent, continuously refining herself in that extreme pain, gradually awakening the flame dragon bloodline within her. In the Flame Dragon Palace, originally over 1,000 figures had entered, but now only a small half remained. Most had perished in the powerful illusion and killing arrays, leaving behind hundreds of corpses, and the palace was filled with a dense smell of blood, resembling a hellish battlefield. Thunder Ming's gaze was sharp, his aura incredibly powerful, but he also bore some wounds. Thinking of the earlier illusion array, he felt a wave of fear. They had entered the Flame Dragon Palace without expecting it to be filled with illusion arrays, presenting various peculiar illusions, all containing hidden dangers. Those lacking sufficient cultivation, mental strength, or willpower could easily be influenced by the illusion array, leading to their death in the terrifying killing arrays. Hundreds of Marshal Zong and Marshal Zun had perished in the grand array like this. Isn't the trial left by the Flame Dragon Marshal Saint too cruel? Is he selecting a successor, or does he want to kill us all? The 9th Prince Yangqi also had a pale face, looking very grim. Just now, in the illusion array, 2 of the 4 Marshal Zun guards he brought to save him had died directly, causing him immense heartache. Obtaining the Marshal Saint's inheritance is not an easy task. However, the stronger the trial, the more I look forward to the inheritance. Thunder Ming's eyes were filled with powerful fighting spirit, with not a trace of fear. What Brother Thunder Ming said is right. I believe the one who ultimately obtains the Marshal Saint's inheritance will definitely be Brother Thunder Ming. Jiang Yunhe flattered with a smile. Strange. Where did Su Chun and Jun Xiling go? Could they have died in the illusion array? The 9th Prince Yangqi wondered. He had been paying close attention to Su Chun and Jun Xiling, seeing them as formidable threats, but he had not thought that after entering the Flame Dragon Palace, he had not seen Su Chun and Jun Xiling at all. I'm not sure, but I feel they are not dead. Jiang Yunhe's expression also darkened as he coldly said, Don't worry about that. The next trial is the puppet array. Everyone be careful. Lei Ming said in a deep voice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before them shifted, and several giant puppets, exuding a cold aura and seemingly forged from gold and iron, charged towards them. Chapter 115. The Pain of Burning God in the Light Sphere. A figure sat cross-legged within golden flames, his body completely red, flowing with faint golden mist, and a trace of pain was visible between his brows. A brilliant light shone from his brow, and his powerful martial spirit erupted completely, with mental energy surging towards a faint golden flame before him. Su Chun was attempting to refine and absorb the true fire. However, this process was incredibly painful. Although only a seed of the true fire remained, its terrifying power could burn and consume everything. Even though Su Chun had condensed his martial spirit and his mental energy was nearly tangible, the mental energy he extended was turned to nothingness before it could even approach the true fire. With his mental energy damaged, Su Chun suffered significant backlash. However, he did not give up. He knew better than anyone that refining powerful true fire from heaven and earth was a gradual process that required patience, perseverance, talent, and wisdom, none of which could be missing. Although several strands of mental energy had been burned to nothingness, Su Chun had roughly tested the strengths and weaknesses of the true fire and slowly found a method to refine it. This true fire contained powerful devouring and assimilating powers, unlike the violent and fierce solar true fire. To refine it, one must withstand its devouring and assimilating powers. Su Chun thought to himself, his gaze bright and brilliant. If this is a gradual process, with my mental energy strength, if I spend some time, perhaps I can refine it. But I don't have that much time left. Su Chun sighed internally. He understood the meaning of the flame dragon martial saint. Because Lin Qingqing possessed the flame dragon bloodline, she could take them directly past all trials and into the depths of the flame dragon palace, the final place of inheritance. However, Lei Ming and Zhang Yunhe and the others were not so lucky and needed to undergo trial after trial. It wouldn't be long before someone among them passed the trial and arrived here. If Su Chun had not refined the true fire by then, he would have to face their attacks and plundering. He also understood that this was the test given to him by the flame dragon martial saint. It meant that before those people passed the trials, Su Chun needed to completely refine the true fire. Perhaps there was only one way to do it, to absorb the true fire into his body, isolate the power of heaven and earth, and suppress and refine it with his martial spirit. A hint of madness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had one most direct and fastest method, to directly suck the true fire into his spiritual sea at his brow, and then urge his martial spirit to suppress the true fire. This method was extremely dangerous, with a high chance of death. If Su Chun could not suppress the true fire, his spirit would be completely devoured by it and burned to nothingness, leading to his death. This true fire, I must have it. A look of determination appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Boom. A powerful and unmatched wave of true energy erupted around him, and then the light at his brow shone brilliantly. A strong, devouring vortex appearing, wrapping around the true fire before him. In the next moment, the true fire trembled slightly, floated up, and transformed into a stream of light, flying into Su Chen's spiritual sea at his brow. Boom. Su Chen's spiritual sea instantly transformed into a vast sea of flames, the temperature rising sharply, and the faint golden true fire flew towards Su Chen's martial spirit. Su Chun could even feel a chilling sense of impending death. However, at this moment, Su Chen became even calmer. He operated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, and the thick true energy surged violently around him, while his martial spirit emitted an ancient dragon's roar, instantly transforming into a red divine dragon. Then, the red divine dragon opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed the true fire into its belly. "Refine it for me," Su Chen shouted in his heart. His martial spirit radiated dazzling brilliance, and fine chains intertwined, binding the true fire within them for refinement. Boom. The true fire seemed to harbor a kind of spiritual fluctuation, unwilling to be refined like this. In an instant, the temperature surged violently, and even the faint golden flames turned pitch black, exuding a brutal aura that devoured everything. Sizzle. Although Su Chen's martial spirit was powerful, it was instantly ignited by the burning of the true fire, erupting with intense flames. The extreme pain of his spirit burning felt as if his soul was being torn apart in an instant, causing Su Chen's face to turn pale. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As he operated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, strands of mental energy gathered and surged towards his martial spirit, making his spirit power grow stronger. During this process of burning and rebirth, Su Chun gradually found the peculiar frequency of the true fire, slowly absorbing it into his martial spirit, refining it bit by bit. "Damn it, it hurts," Su Chun roared in his heart. The pain of his soul being burned was 1,000, 10,000 times more painful than his body being burned. However, amidst this extreme pain, Su Chen's speed of refining the true fire was progressing rapidly. The faint golden true fire gradually transformed into a pitch-black flame. This was the true face of the true fire. Buzz. Just as Su Chun was about to refine the true fire, the ancient and mysterious Qian Kuan Ding floating in his spiritual sea suddenly hummed and trembled. Whoosh. The pitch-black true fire, like a stream of light, instantly flew towards the Qian Kuan Ding. Chapter 116. The Indestructible Chaos Body Boom. Inside the Qian Kuan Ding, it was as if the heavens and earth were being opened. Divine light howled, chaotic mist rose, revealing all kinds of mysterious and unfathomable scenes. The true fire instantly entered the Qian Kuan Ding. This change was something even Su Chun had not anticipated. Could the true fire have some connection to the Qian Kuan Ding? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Boom. But in the next moment, his martial spirit was engulfed by a powerful devouring force, and in the next moment, he found himself in an ancient and mysterious space. Chaotic light surged, the void twisted, the heavens and earth shattered, and the true fire burst forth with dazzling brilliance, burning everything, as if, in an instant, it opened up an ancient world within the chaos. Su Chun stood at the center of this world, seeing only a grayish, chaotic space surrounding him. Before him floated a flame as black as ink. The true fire. The true fire seemed to be the source of power for this space, merging into one with it. Su Chun could still feel that he could summon the true fire. As long as he thought about it, the true fire would emerge. Is this the interior of the Qian Kuanding? I never expected such a mysterious and unfathomable space to exist within the Qian Kuanding. Su Chen's heart shook. He had previously obtained the Qian Kuanding, which allowed him to use it to elevate the grade of pills, but apart from that, his understanding of the Qian Kuanding was not extensive. Until today, he refined the devouring true fire and unexpectedly discovered that it had opened up an ancient chaotic space within the Qian Kuanding. Su Chen also felt that his connection with the Qian Kuanding had become closer. The chaotic space could refine all things, forge pills and weapons, and could also draw upon the true fire of heaven and earth to temper oneself, ultimately allowing him to completely refine the Qian Kuanding and cultivate the indestructible chaotic body through endless tribulations. Information about this space emerged in Su Chen's mind. It turned out that although the Qian Kuanding was a supreme treasure, it was incomplete. Su Chen needed to continuously collect various true fires of heaven and earth to gradually restore the Qian Kuanding. At the same time, he could refine all things in this space and also use the true fire of heaven and earth to temper himself. After the devouring true fire merged with the Qian Kuanding, a cultivation method named Indestructible Chaotic Body appeared in Su Chen's mind. The Indestructible Chaotic Body could only be cultivated with the help of the Qian Kuanding, refining the flames of the heavens, enhancing oneself, being tempered thousands of times, becoming indestructible through endless tribulations, ultimately achieving the supreme chaotic body? What a terrifying cultivation method! Su Chen's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable horror. The mystery and power of the indestructible chaotic body were something he had never seen before in his life. Even the body refining methods in the Nine Dragons battle technique were far inferior to the indestructible chaotic body. This Qian Kuanding was probably not an ordinary artifact, but a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. Su Chen speculated silently. At the same time, he felt an intense heat in his heart. If the indestructible chaotic body could be cultivated to the extreme, it could refine all things, achieve immortality, and possess supreme power to pluck stars and moons, to destroy heaven and earth with a mere gesture. This indestructible chaotic body was truly terrifying. If I could cultivate it, I would be able to suppress everything with just my physical strength. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Su Chen's eyes. With a thought, he was ready to use the devouring true fire to cultivate the indestructible chaotic body. To cultivate the indestructible chaotic body, one must use the true fire of heaven and earth to temper oneself, condensing tribulation energy within the body, strengthening both the physical body and the primordial spirit. Only after condensing 1,000 tribulation energies could one be considered to have entered the door. Su Chen murmured to himself. Although the process of cultivating the indestructible chaotic body was extremely difficult and painful, with the physical body and primordial spirit being tempered by the true fire of heaven and earth, the pain was something ordinary people could hardly endure. It could be said that this was a form of self-torture. However, Su Chen had no fear at all. Boom! As Su Chen's thought moved, the devouring true fire instantly enveloped him. Strands of black flames poured into his body through every pore. In an instant, Su Chen felt an extreme pain as if his body was being burned and torn apart, and his soul was shattered, causing his face to turn extremely pale. But Su Chen did not hesitate at all, and continued to urge the cultivation method of the indestructible chaotic body, using the devouring true fire to refine himself, wanting to condense a tribulation energy. Rumble! Su Chen's blood vessels instantly boiled. His entire body turned bright red, resembling a roasted lobster, with black flames flowing through his limbs and meridians, constantly refining the impurities in his body. The pain felt like millions of ants gnawing at his bones, driving him almost to madness. Su Chen's face was extremely pale, but he did not furrow his brow even once, sitting cross-legged in the endless flames, allowing the devouring true fire to circulate through his body, burning away impurities, and ultimately sinking into his Dantian's Qi Si. Crack! It was unclear how long it had been, but a crisp sound was heard as Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si burst open like the creation of the world, chaotic light exploding forth. Then, a strange black airflow emerged from the chaos, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Is this tribulation energy? Su Chen trembled all over, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. He felt that his cultivation had not increased, but the power of his physical body surged at that moment, as if he possessed boundless strength with the emergence of this tribulation energy. Chapter 117, Thunderous Killing Intent Crack. The void twisted, and blazing divine light howled out. Several extremely disheveled figures seemed to have rushed out from a terrifying formation, appearing in an ancient palace. It was Lei Ming, the ninth prince, and Jiang Yunhe, among others. Finally out, all three trials passed. The inheritance of the flame dragon martial saint is mine. The divine light in Lei Ming's eyes shone brightly as he spoke slowly. Thinking about the trials just now, he felt a bit of fear in his heart. Although he possessed the cultivation of a martial sovereign and was a true disciple of the Holy Land with many powerful trump cards, he had still nearly perished in the killing formation set up by the flame dragon martial saint. Luckily, he had paid a great price and, under the desperate protection of the ninth prince and Jiang Yunhe, managed to break free from the great formation. They appeared in an ancient hall. The first thing that caught their eye in the hall was a dazzling light sphere with surging fiery flames, and within it, one could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. In the center of the hall, there was a blood pool from which the sound of dragon roars reverberated, and faint golden blood boiled, vaguely enveloping a girl in a red dress. Additionally, there were two figures, Jun Xiling and Zhao Su. Jiang Yunhe? At this moment, Jun Xiling also noticed Lei Ming, Jiang Yunhe, and the others, her eyes flashing with divine light, and her heart sank slightly. She and Zhao Su were here to protect Su Chen and Lin Qingqing. However, she did not expect that Lei Ming and Jiang Yunhe would arrive so quickly. Jun Xiling, how did you get here? Where is Su Chen? Jiang Yunhe's expression changed, and he coldly said, he had previously thought that Su Chen and Jun Xiling were still struggling in the Great Formation or had perished in that terrifying formation, but he did not expect Jun Xiling to appear here. Then, he glanced at the figure within the light sphere. Almost instinctively, he confirmed that the figure was Su Chen. Su Chen, not good. Brother Lei, that is Su Chen. They must have arrived here before us for some unknown reason. And Su Chen is definitely receiving the martial saint's inheritance. We must stop him quickly. Jiang Yunhe quickly said. They dare to steal my opportunity? Seeking death. Lei Ming's eyes were also filled with a chilling, killing intent as he spoke coldly. Boom. His terrifying aura erupted, and in an instant, he threw a punch that resembled a brilliant sun, aiming to suppress Su Chen. Formation, activate. Zhao Su had long sensed that something was amiss, and seeing Lei Ming take action, he immediately shouted. Boom. Blazing lights surged, and in an instant, symbols lit up in the void, transforming into a powerful formation barrier that enveloped Su Chen and Lin Qingqing. This was a formation that Zhao Su had set up in advance, precisely to guard against unforeseen circumstances. A mere mysterious grade formation dares to stop me. Break for me. Lei Ming's gaze revealed a hint of disdain, and the power of his fist grew increasingly intense, momentarily transforming into 6 dazzling suns. The fierce fist imprint directly slammed against the formation barrier. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and cracks appeared on the formation barrier, which then shattered with a loud noise. Miss June. What he is using is the 9-yang Great Hand Seal of the 9-yang Divine Sect, which has exceeded the formation's capacity. I apologize. Zhao Su spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating with a pale face, his eyes filled with a bitter smile. He was a geomancer, not a formation master. In this flame dragon palace, there was no mountain river dragon vein power to draw upon, so the formation he set up could only barely withstand a martial sovereign. But Lei Ming was no ordinary martial sovereign. He practiced the 9-yang Great Hand Seal, a heavenly tier martial technique, with terrifying power, and a single punch shattered his formation. You protect Su Chen, I will handle this. Jun Xiling's eyes surged with battle intent as she drew her sky-blue ancient sword, her fierce fighting spirit seeming to pierce the heavens. Brother Lei Ming, I will hold her off. You quickly kill Su Chen to prevent any unforeseen events. Jiang Yunhe's eyes flashed with cold light as he suddenly lunged towards Jun Xiling, then shouted to Lei Ming. Kill! Lei Ming's gaze was icy, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Seeing the mysterious flames surrounding Su Chen, he suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression a mix of excitement and anger, as if Su Chen had stolen his fortune. Get away from me! Jun Xiling swung her sword across, the fierce sword energy seeming capable of tearing everything apart, causing Jiang Yunhe's expression to change involuntarily, a blood mark appearing on his chest. Even his powerful defensive armor could not withstand this sword strike. Do not be rampant. The ninth prince's eyes flickered as he charged towards Jun Xiling with his two martial sovereign guards, not allowing her to rescue Su Chun. Although Jun Xiling was powerful, being temporarily trapped by four formidable opponents, she was unable to escape. Boom. At this moment, Lei Ming threw a punch towards Su Chun, the fist imprint blazing and radiant, manifesting the illusion of several proud suns, as if 6 suns were simultaneously descending upon Su Chun. Su Chun! Jun Xiling's eyes turned red, and she let out an anxious shout. Die for me. Lei Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as his fierce fist imprint whistled down. But just then, Su Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, resembling the awakening of an ancient ferocious beast, causing even Lei Ming to feel a chill run down his spine. Get lost. Su Chun spoke with a thunderous voice, looking indifferently at Lei Ming, and then threw a punch. Chapter 118. Powerful Body Roar. An ancient and vast dragon's roar exploded in the hall, causing everyone to feel their blood surge and their ears ring painfully. Su Chen's punch did not employ any martial technique. It was purely the explosive power of his physical body, crashing against Lei Ming like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Crack! The void trembled, as if a muffled thunder had exploded. Lei Ming's eyes suddenly shrank, feeling as if he had collided with a resurrected ancient ferocious beast, and his entire body was instantly sent flying. His 9-yang great hand seal was utterly destroyed, and then his arm went numb as his blood surged, crashing hard into the distant wall. Meanwhile, Su Chun, within the radiant light, maintained his punching stance, completely unmoving. Boom. Su Chun slowly stood up. The devouring true fire instantly surged into his body and vanished, his black hair flying, blood surging, eyes bright and sharp, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. His body had been tempered by the devouring true fire, turning a bronze color, and a thread of mysterious calamity energy flowed within him, filling his entire being with explosive power. Bang! Su Chen's figure landed in the hall, causing the hall to tremble violently. At this moment, even Jiang Yunhe and the ninth prince could not help but show expressions of shock. How could he be this strong? Jiang Yunhe and the ninth prince exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. That was Lei Ming, a true disciple of the 9-yang divine sect. Although he had just recently stepped into martial sovereign, his strength was incredibly terrifying, and he had practiced the 9-yang great hand seal, a heavenly tier martial technique, making him unmatched in battle. Even when facing those martial kings from the eastern domain, Lei Ming probably had the strength to fight back, but he was actually sent flying by Su Chun with a single punch and even spat blood? You are Su Chun. The cultivation of a martial sovereign possesses such powerful combat strength. Did the devouring true fire fall into your hands? Lei Ming stood up, staring coldly at Su Chun. He was equally shocked. He was a genius of the 9-yang divine sect, and in his view, this small eastern domain, a barren land, had no geniuses at all. He could sweep everything alone, but he never expected to encounter Su Chun. You actually know about the devouring true fire? It seems your 9-yang divine sect is indeed after the devouring true fire, right? Su Chen's gaze flickered as he said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Devouring true fire. At this moment, Jiang Yunhe also revealed an expression of shock. His heart surged with immense waves. As an alchemist, he naturally understood better than anyone the horror and rarity of the devouring true fire. Ranked 7th on the heavenly fire ranking, one of the top 10 heavenly true fires. It could devour everything and incinerate all. If the news of the devouring true fire were to spread, even martial emperors would not be able to resist making a move to seize it, and the 7 holy lands of the eastern wilderness would likely erupt into a bloody battle because of it. And now, the devouring true fire had fallen into Su Chen's hands. Jiang Yunhe felt a strong sense of jealousy and unwillingness rise within him. Why could Su Chen obtain the devouring true fire? He, Jiang Yunhe, should be the master of the devouring true fire. The devouring true fire has indeed fallen into your hands. Su Chun, if you are smart, hand over the devouring true fire. Considering your innate divine strength and decent talent, I can let you become my follower, becoming a disciple of the 9-yang divine sect. Otherwise, do not blame me. Lei Ming's gaze was intensely hot as he fixed his eyes on Su Chun. Boom. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a whistling fist ray. Where do so many useless words come from? You think you are worthy of the devouring true fire? Su Chen sneered. His domineering punch instantly arrived before Lei Ming. Although Su Chun had only condensed a thread of calamity energy using the devouring true fire, that thread of calamity energy had brought about a transformative change in him, causing his physical power to surge by more than 10 times. This was the terror of the indestructible chaos body. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if the indestructible chaos body were cultivated to perfection. You are seeking death. Lei Ming was furious. Boom. The true energy surging within him erupted violently, like thunder, gathering in his palm, and suddenly he struck out at Su Chun. Thunderstorm Fist. This was a powerful earth-tier martial technique he had cultivated, capable of instantly unleashing several times the combat power. Incredibly terrifying, having once killed a half-step martial king outright. He knew Su Chun had innate divine strength and unmatched combat ability, so he held nothing back and directly unleashed his strongest power. Boom, boom, boom. Fists collided, and the void roared. Su Chun and Lei Ming's figures continuously clashed in the Great Hall, and the two quickly flew apart. The terrifying fist winds intertwined, and the true chi surged violently, filling the palace with an incredibly oppressive and dangerous atmosphere. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Su Chen's eyes shone brightly as he laughed heartily, charging toward Lei Ming once again. He seemed to grow braver with each battle, his punches becoming increasingly fierce and unmatched, as fast as lightning. The feeling of fists striking flesh made his blood boil, fully igniting his fighting spirit. Lei Ming, however, had a somewhat ugly expression. Although it appeared that he and Su Chun were evenly matched in their clashes, he knew his arms were numb and nearly lost all sensation. Moreover, the thunderstorm fist was too violent and could not last long. If this continued, he would inevitably be defeated by Su Chun. How could such a monstrous figure emerge from the small Donglin domain? Chapter 119. Sword slashes Lei Ming. The seed of the devouring true fire on him had to be retrieved before he refined it. Damn Su Chun, Lei Ming thought to himself, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent, almost palpable. The seed of the devouring true fire is extremely difficult to refine, and even those with exceptional talent would need a long time. He did not believe Su Chun could refine the devouring true fire in such a short time. However, Su Chen's formidable combat power still made him feel threatened. Boom. Another collision echoed, and the void roared as Su Chun and Lei Ming were sent flying once again. Kill! Lei Ming suddenly shouted, and then black projectiles shot from his palm towards Su Chun. At the same time, a purple-black war knife emerged in his palm, intertwined with blazing lightning, surging with murderous intent, and slashed down towards Su Chun. Su Chen's gaze flickered. He could feel the extremely violent power fluctuations within those black projectiles. Is that the explosive flame pill from the Nine Yang God sect? Su Chun immediately recalled the origin of the black projectiles. The explosive flame pill was a one-time treasure from the Nine Yang God sect. Even a low-grade explosive flame pill could kill a martial sovereign. Lei Ming waved his hand, unleashing over a dozen explosive flame pills that looked like mid-grade ones, capable of severely injuring even a martial sovereign. It seemed he was extremely wary of Su Chun, willing to pay any price to kill him. However, Su Chun did not dodge and continued to charge forward. Boom, boom, boom. The black explosive flame pills exploded in the void. Terrifying power surged, and black flames rose like a sea of fire, engulfing Su Chun, aiming to turn him to ashes. At the same time, Lei Ming's fierce knife light descended, with knife chi crisscrossing the air, sharp to the extreme, forming a deadly strike, with a dozen explosive flame pills exploding simultaneously. Even a peak martial sovereign would suffer severe injuries, let alone the powerful knife technique he was executing. Su Chun was undoubtedly doomed. Boom. But at that moment, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body. The black flames enveloped him, containing a power that could devour everything. And the energy from the surrounding explosive flame pills was bizarrely consumed by the black flames. Even the shockwave from the explosive flame pill explosions had no effect on Su Chen's now powerful physique. Life and death sword. The sword intent surged in Su Chen's eyes, and the Junlin sword appeared before him, radiating dazzling brilliance as he slashed down towards Lei Ming. What? You actually refined the devouring true fire? Lei Ming trembled, disbelief filling his eyes. The black flames around Su Chun that could devour everything were indeed the devouring true fire. He never expected Su Chun could refine it in such a short time, rendering his dozen explosive flame pills completely ineffective against Su Chun. But there was no time to think further. Su Chen's sword was incredibly fast and contained a strange Tao rhythm that sent chills down Lei Ming's spine, making him feel a threat of death. Die for me, Lei Ming roared, and the power of the war knife in his hand surged several times. The blazing knife light fiercely colliding with Su Chen's Junlin sword. Crack! The overwhelming knife light was swept away by a radiant sword light in that instant. Then, the war knife in Lei Ming's hand emitted a crisp sound before being directly sliced in half by the Junlin sword. Uffed. Blood sprayed from Lei Ming's chest as he was violently thrown back. Huh, there's actually a defensive treasure armor? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The life and death sword was extremely fierce. With one strike, it could determine life and death. Lei Ming should have been split in half by that strike. However, he was wearing a powerful defensive armor. Ultimately, although the armor was broken by Su Chen, Lei Ming narrowly escaped with his life. At this moment, however, Lei Ming was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with immense terror. Su Chen's sword was too astonishing. He could hardly imagine that such an incredible sword technique existed in this world, leaving him with no power to resist, nearly dying under that sword. Death. Su Chen's gaze was indifferent as he held the Junlin sword, the sharp sword chi erupting, slashing down towards Lei Ming once again. Oh no, quickly save Brother Lei. Jiang Yunhe and the Ninth Prince, seeing this scene, turned pale, their eyes filled with urgency. They instantly abandoned Jun Xiling and rushed towards Su Chen. If Lei Ming died here, they would likely meet the same fate. They were equally filled with fear, unable to fathom why Su Chen possessed such terrifying combat power, making Lei Ming no match for him. Crack! The brilliant and fierce sword light descended, instantly severing the weapons in the hands of Jiang Yunhe, the Ninth Prince, and the two martial sovereigns, causing them to cough up blood and fly out simultaneously. Su Chen's gaze remained utterly indifferent as he performed the sword control technique, sending the Junlin sword flying at an incredible speed. In Lei Ming's horrified gaze, the Junlin sword came hurtling through the air like a flash of lightning, instantly piercing through Lei Ming's brow, nailing him to the wall. Lei Ming dead. Chapter 120. Kill them all. Jiang Yunhe and the Ninth Prince were stunned. Lei Ming was actually dead? Not to mention that Lei Ming was a true disciple of the Nine Yang God sect, but also that his grandfather, the Thunder Martial Emperor, was right outside the Flame Dragon Palace. Su Chen was incredibly audacious. Something big had happened. Su Chen had crossed the line. Su Chen, you dare to kill Brother Lei? Elder Lei will not let you go. You, your sister, your mother, and everyone in the Su family will die. Jiang Yunhe trembled, pointing at Su Chen with a pale face. You should worry about yourself first, Su Chen said indifferently. Then, he approached Jiang Yunhe with his sword. Rumbling. Su Chen's true chi surged, sword intent rising, a sharp and terrifying killing intent locking onto Jiang Yunhe and the Ninth Prince in front of him. Run. As long as he escapes, Elder Lei will definitely kill him. Jiang Yunhe and the Ninth Prince trembled all over, their faces pale as they gritted their teeth and prepared to fly out of the Flame Dragon Palace. The two martial sovereign guards of the Ninth Prince, who were death warriors, revealed a frenzied look in their eyes at the Ninth Prince's signal and charged towards Su Chen. Kill. Su Chen's gaze was cold, his tongue unleashed like thunder. He swung his sword through the air, sword energy crisscrossing the void, and the sword of life and death erupted once more, instantly piercing through the chests of the two martial sovereigns and crushing their hearts. Even a half-step martial king died at Su Chen's hands, let alone these two martial sovereigns with only the cultivation of the third or fourth level. They couldn't even hold Su Chen back for a moment before dying with deep resentment. Boom. A black flame surged in Su Chen's palm, instantly transforming into a black lotus that pressed down towards Jiang Yunhe and the Ninth Prince. The devouring true fire could consume and refine everything. How could mere martial zone resist it? Su Chen, spare me. I am willing to submit to you. The Ninth Prince's eyes were filled with immense terror as he shouted loudly. Boom. However, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. The black lotus descended, and the devouring true fire quickly enveloped the Ninth Prince, turning him to ashes in an instant. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Yunhe was about to rush out of the Flame Dragon Palace, Su Chen blocked his path. Su Chen, spare me. I can become your servant. Just spare my life. Jiang Yunhe's face turned pale instantly, but he didn't want to die. Thud. In fact, Jiang Yunhe gritted his teeth and directly knelt before Su Chen. However, a trace of resentment flashed in his lowered eyes. He swore that as long as he could survive, he would make Su Chen's life worse than death. My servant? Unfortunately, you are not worthy, Su Chen said. Uft. The devouring true fire blazed fiercely, instantly enveloping Jiang Yunhe. Su Chen, I curse you to die a miserable death. Elder Lei and my master will surely take revenge for me. Jiang Yunhe's face twisted with resentment and pain as he shouted madly. But soon his voice was cut off. He too was burned to ashes. At that moment, a sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and without thinking, he swung the Junlin sword, releasing a brilliant sword light that slashed down at the void before him. Clang! Sparks flew, and the void twisted. A gray figure emerged from the void, holding a cold dagger that was now breaking apart inch by inch. The gray shadow, having missed its strike, suddenly waved its sleeve, and a dense shower of cold light rushed towards Su Chen. At the same time, the gray figure executed a strange movement technique, attempting to escape outside the Flame Dragon Palace. The golden metal assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower? Seeking death. A killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He instantly recognized that the gray figure was the golden metal assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower, possessing the cultivation of a martial sovereign. He was likely hiding in the void after just obtaining the inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, intending to launch a lethal strike against Su Chen, but was detected by him. At this moment, seeing that his attack had missed, he decisively unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons to escape the Flame Dragon Palace. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from Su Chen's brow, and the breaking illusion's divine light instantly shattered the barrage of hidden weapons before him. The Junlin sword followed his will, and suddenly slashed down towards the gray shadow. Life and death sword. Uft. Despite the gray metal assassin's bizarre movements, he could not evade this fatal sword, and blood splattered as he was cleaved in half by Su Chen's sword. A corpse fell, revealing a thin old man in a gray robe, his eyes filled with horror and fear. Su Chen, we must leave here quickly. If news of you obtaining the devouring true fire spreads, the three great martial Dao Holy Lands will not let you go, Jun Xiling said with a serious expression, stepping forward to speak to Su Chen. That's right, young master, you may not know how precious the devouring true fire is. Even martial emperors would be tempted, and the 7 great martial Dao Holy Lands would fight for it regardless of their pride. Fortunately, all those who knew the news have already been silenced by you. We should leave quickly, Zhao Su also urged. We have to leave for sure, but let's wait for Princess Qingqing to wake up. We can't leave her here alone. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he spoke slowly. Boom. Just then, the blazing golden light surged in the blood pool, and the sound of dragon roars echoed through the void as Lin Qingqing, sitting in the blood pool, slowly opened her eyes. A sense of majesty, mysterious and powerful, burst forth from her. Chapter 121. The wrath of the martial emperor, your flame dragon bloodline, has finally awakened. The remnant soul of the flame dragon martial saint appeared, looking at Lin Qingqing with immense satisfaction in his eyes. As for the conflict between Su Chen and Lei Ming, he seemed to regard it as nothing. What mattered to him was whether Lin Qingqing's flame dragon bloodline could awaken. Thank you, ancestor. Lin Qingqing stood up from the blood pool, respectfully bowing to the flame dragon martial saint. Lin Qingqing, dressed in a red gown, exuded a noble and mysterious aura. After awakening her flame dragon bloodline, she had transformed in several ways. The most direct change was her cultivation, which had directly broken through from the first level of the Yuan Dan realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm, reaching the martial zone realm. Her beauty had also become even more stunning, exuding a kingly majesty and demeanor, regal and elegant, resembling a peerless empress, making it hard for others to gaze upon her. You have awakened the flame dragon bloodline. Soon, someone will come to find you in the central continent. I hope you can strengthen our lineage and restore the glory of the flame dragon. The flame dragon martial saint said softly. Yes, Lin Qingqing replied respectfully. With the awakening of the flame dragon bloodline, Lin Qingqing had understood the origins of the flame dragon martial saint and why he had died here, as well as the deep hopes he held for her to restore the glory of the flame dragon lineage. However, possessing the flame dragon bloodline was also Lin Qingqing's responsibility. Su Chen, you have obtained the devouring true fire. It is your opportunity and fortune. In the future, if Qingqing encounters difficulties, I hope you can assist her. The old man will be deeply grateful. The flame dragon martial saint glanced at Su Chen again, saying earnestly, Senior, please rest assured. Princess Qingqing is my friend. If she is in trouble, I will certainly help. Su Chen nodded. from the aura of the flame dragon bloodline that had just awakened in Lin Qingqing. Su Chun had already guessed the origins of the flame dragon martial saint, and he had obtained the devouring true fire as a favor from the flame dragon martial saint. Naturally, he would not refuse the request of the flame dragon martial saint. The flame dragon palace is about to close, and I will soon disappear. You should go. The flame dragon martial saint looked at Su Chun and Lin Qingqing deeply, his eyes full of satisfaction, and then his figure gradually became illusory, slowly disappearing before everyone. Sending off the ancestor, Lin Qingqing bowed. Although she had long known that the flame dragon martial saint had died 1,000 years ago, and that what had disappeared before her was merely a remnant soul, she still felt an inexplicable sadness. Boom! A powerful wave of force swept in, immediately sending Su Chun, Lin Qingqing, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su out of the flame dragon palace. Meanwhile, those still struggling within the grand formation of the flame dragon palace were also swept away by that powerful force. Boom! In the void, the ancient and mysterious flame dragon palace, accompanied by a vast dragon roar, directly tore through the void and vanished from everyone's sight, completely disappearing without a trace. What happened? How did the flame dragon palace disappear? Could it be that someone obtained the martial saint inheritance? It's very possible. Who is so lucky? That is the martial saint inheritance. Unfortunately, I was trapped in the illusion formation and couldn't escape. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Just a moment ago, they were struggling in various illusion and killing formations, trying to pass the test of the flame dragon martial saint to obtain the martial saint inheritance. But unexpectedly, before they could pass the test, they were sent out of the flame dragon palace, which also vanished. Outside the flame dragon palace, 3 terrifying figures stood in midair. They were the 3 martial emperors. The flame dragon palace has disappeared? It seems someone has already obtained the martial saint inheritance. Shi Jingluan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he slowly spoke. It must be true. I sensed that an incredibly powerful aura disappeared from within the flame dragon palace. It must be the remnant soul or lingering thought of the flame dragon martial saint. If no one had obtained his inheritance, his obsession wouldn't have disappeared. Luo Xian also nodded in agreement. However, Lei Dong's face was somewhat grim. His gaze flickered with brilliance as he continuously scanned the crowd that had emerged from the flame dragon palace. But he did not find his grandson, Lei Ming. This gave him a bad premonition. Who has seen my grandson, Lei Ming? Or rather, does anyone know where he is? Lei Dong's face was extremely dark. His eyes filled with cold, killing intent, suppressing the anger in his heart as he scanned the crowd and spoke. Everyone shivered. The pressure of a martial emperor made them feel extremely uneasy. However, Lei Ming has disappeared? Could it be that he died in the Flame Dragon Palace? But Lei Ming possessed the cultivation of a martial sovereign and was extremely powerful. Although the tests in the Flame Dragon Palace were extremely severe, Lei Ming shouldn't have died in there. The crowd fell silent. No one spoke. Lei Ming is dead? Luo Xian was slightly taken aback, revealing a strange look in her eyes. That old guy, Lei Dong, brought his grandson here this time, hoping to let him obtain the martial saint inheritance, but unexpectedly, he directly lost his grandson in the Flame Dragon Palace. He must be furious now, right? Luo Xian instinctively glanced at Su Chun in the crowd, faintly feeling that perhaps Lei Ming's disappearance was related to Su Chun. Lei Dong's eyes instantly turned blood red, and his bad premonition grew stronger. A total of over 1,000 people entered the Flame Dragon Palace, but now only a little over 200 came out, which meant that most of them had perished inside. Lei Dong's gaze quickly landed on a dozen of the most powerful martial sovereigns among them. Can any of you tell me? Where is my grandson, Lei Ming? Lei Dong's voice suppressed a raging fury, as if a volcano was about to erupt. The dozen martial sovereigns were pressured by the aura of a martial emperor, their faces turning pale and filled with fear. One of the martial sovereigns, forcing himself, stepped forward and said, "Senior, I did not see young Master Lei Ming. I don't know where he is." "Don't know? Then you can die." A flash of killing intent flickered in Lei Dong's eyes, and then he struck down with a palm. Boom! That martial sovereign screamed in agony, directly turned into a blood mist, and was killed by him. Chapter 122. Identification. A martial sovereign was thus killed by Lei Dong in front of everyone. All were silent as a grave, their faces pale, their eyes filled with immense fear. At this moment, they finally realized the power of a martial emperor. Among the crowd, Su Chun, Jun Xiling, Lin Qingqing, and Zhao Su also wore serious expressions, especially Jun Xiling and Lin Qingqing, who were filled with worry. If Lei Ming died at Su Chen's hands, if Lei Dong found out, the martial emperor's wrath would be something Su Chen could not withstand. Tell me where Lei Ming is. Lei Dong's gaze was indifferent and cold, landing on another martial sovereign. Thud. That martial sovereign directly knelt down, trembling all over as he said, "Spare me, Senior. I really do not know where Lei Ming is." Boom. Before he could finish his words, Lei Dong struck out again, directly killing that martial sovereign. Tell this old man where Lei Ming is. Lei Dong's gaze remained cold, landing on the third martial sovereign. Enough. Luo Xian's expression turned cold as she interrupted Lei Dong. Elder Lei, Lei Ming died in the Flame Dragon Palace. It was due to his insufficient strength and bad luck. Do you want to blame everyone and kill everyone here? Luo Xian said lightly, staring at Lei Dong. Luo Xian, do you dare to stop me? My grandson Lei Ming died in the Flame Dragon Palace. He must have been secretly plotted against by a villain. If the truth is not uncovered today, no one shall leave. Even if I have to kill all these ants, so what? Lei Dong said, laughing in anger. Boom. His true energy surged, his robe billowing. A blazing and unmatched light bursting forth, making him appear like a dazzling sun, emitting a terrifying aura that pressed toward Luo Xian. Meanwhile, Luo Xian, clad in white, radiated a sharp sword intent, resembling an unparalleled female sword immortal, extraordinary and graceful, also releasing the powerful pressure of a martial emperor. Even in confronting Lei Dong, she did not fall behind. Fellow Taoists, why must you be angry? Where Lei Ming is at this moment, no one knows. Elder Lei might as well be patient and wait a bit longer. Perhaps Lei Ming will return. Shi Jingluan also spoke up to advise. Looking at the three martial emperor powerhouses in the void, everyone was terrified, their faces extremely pale. Martial emperor, the rulers of martial arts. When a martial emperor is enraged, millions may fall, blood may flow like rivers, enough to kill everyone here. They all realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, it was the martial emperor's own grandson who had fallen in the Flame Dragon Palace. Who could be responsible for this? Senior, I know a clue. At that moment, a young martial sovereign dressed in black robes, trembling all over, said, "What clue?" Lei Dong's eyes flashed. In the Flame Dragon Palace, the Flame Dragon Martial Saint set up a total of 3 tests. The last test was a trapping formation. I accidentally broke into the trapping formation and saw young Master Lei Ming along with Jiang Yunhe, the 9th prince of the Great Lin Dynasty, activating a brilliant sun that directly blew apart the trapping formation, allowing us to escape. The black-robed martial sovereign hurriedly said. And then, Lei Dong trembled, quickly asking, "The sun that Lei Ming activated should be a one-time attack treasure he received from me, the Flame Sun Pearl, which can unleash the Flame Sun fire and even subdue a martial king." Hearing the black-robed martial sovereign's description, he believed it somewhat. Then, at the moment the trapping formation was broken, I saw an ancient palace, and a figure flashed by. However, I did not see it clearly. The black-robed martial sovereign swallowed hard and said, he was afraid that Lei Dong, in a fit of rage, would slap him to death as well. The deaths of the 2 martial sovereigns had completely terrified him. Who is that figure? Lei Dong said coldly. The overwhelming pressure of a powerful emperor pressed down on the black-robed martial sovereign. That figure must be related to Lei Ming's death. I couldn't see clearly. However, that figure should be very young, a male, and able to fly with a sword. The black-robed martial sovereign said with a bitter smile. Flying with a sword? Sword control technique. Lei Dong trembled all over and immediately understood. The sword control technique is not a secret for the Zhuyang divine sect. Many martial arts sacred places have this earth-level martial skill, but very few can successfully cultivate it, as the training conditions are too harsh. Su Chen and Jun Xiling felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They did not expect that someone had seen Su Chen use the sword control technique. You all, who can use the sword control technique? Step forward. Lei Dong's gaze was as cold as ice, scanning the crowd in front of him. However, although the hundreds of people in front of him were somewhat terrified and uneasy, they remained silent. Not stepping forward? Then you all can die? Lei Dong's voice was extremely indifferent, harboring overwhelming killing intent, and in an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped the crowd. Elder Lei, I know who can use the sword control technique. At that moment, a young figure stepped forward. Who is it? Lei Dong asked. The young figure was Lin Hao, the eldest disciple of the Mo Luo sovereign. He suddenly pointed at Su Chen with hatred and said, "It's him, Su Chen. I have seen him use the sword control technique before." Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Su Chen. Could it really be Su Chen who killed Lei Ming? But Su Chen only appeared to have the cultivation of a martial sovereign. How could he kill the martial sovereign Lei Ming? Chapter 123, Who Dares to Kill My Disciple? Lin Hao had come to the Wulong Mountain secret realm with the Mo Luo sovereign. After entering the secret realm, the Mo Luo sovereign had revealed that he would track Su Chen's whereabouts and find an opportunity to kill him. But Lin Hao did not expect that the Mo Luo sovereign would never return, while Su Chen was still alive. There was only one possibility. The Mo Luo sovereign was killed by Su Chen. Lin Hao was filled with immense fear, worried that once they left the secret realm, Su Chen would settle the score with him. So now that he had the opportunity, he did not hesitate to accuse Su Chen. Su Chen, I want to see how you will escape from the grasp of the martial emperor. Lin Hao sneered coldly in his heart, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Ruowei and Yuan Haoren's expressions changed. Luo Xian's eyes also lit up with interest. This boy only has the cultivation of a martial sovereign. Yet he could kill Lei Ming? Interesting. Did you kill Lei Ming? Lei Dong's gaze fell on Su Chen, his face expressionless as he spoke. However, his voice was chilling, as if it came from the depths of hell, making everyone shiver. Those familiar with Lei Dong understood that he was extremely furious. Yes, I killed Lei Ming. Su Chen's gaze was extremely calm, showing no signs of fear, and he nodded directly. He admitted it. He knew that with the means of the Zhuyang divine sect, it would not be difficult to find out the cause of Lei Ming's death. Moreover, even if he did not admit it, Lei Dong would not let him go. So he simply admitted it generously. What? The crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Su Chen to actually admit it. But how could Su Chen, a mere martial sovereign, have killed Lei Ming, the genius disciple of the Zhuyang divine sect? What courage! You actually admitted it? It seems I don't need to say much more. Lei Dong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he laughed in anger. His questioning was merely a probe. But he never expected that Su Chen would actually have killed Lei Ming. His grandson Lei Ming, the genius disciple of the Zhuyang divine sect, who had hopes of breaking through to the martial saint realm in the future, was killed by an unknown boy in this small eastern domain. Boom. The terrifying killing aura around Lei Dong surged, and the powerful martial emperor pressure swept towards Su Chen, causing the wind and clouds to change and the void to rumble. I don't care what your reasons for killing Lei Ming are, nor do I care what methods you used, but I will make you wish you were never born. My grandson Lei Ming, is someone a lowly ant like you can kill? Lei Dong's voice boomed like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. His hair stood on end, and his killing intent boiled. An incredibly terrifying momentum continued to press down on Su Chen. He wanted to see Su Chen show a panicked expression. He wanted Su Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to see Su Chen at his weakest, and then ruthlessly crush him. But to his disappointment, Su Chen's gaze remained calm, showing no signs of fear. Instead, an overwhelming fighting spirit rose from Su Chen. Yes, it was fighting spirit. Even when facing a martial emperor powerhouse, Su Chen remained unafraid, instead filled with an immense fighting spirit, eager to fight back. Whoosh. But at that moment, a stunning figure stood in front of Su Chen. It was Luo Xian. Luo Xian, do you dare to block me? Lei Dong's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luo Xian. Lei Dong, you, a dignified martial emperor, are bullying a mere martial sovereign junior. Are you not ashamed? He is my disciple. Who dares to kill him? Luo Xian said with a cold smile, showing no signs of fear in the face of the soon-to-be enraged Lei Dong. What? The crowd trembled. Su Chen was actually Luo Xian's disciple? How could this be? Especially Lin Hao, whose eyes were filled with incredible jealousy, as if flames were burning. How could Su Chen, a mere boy, become the disciple of the goddess Luo Xian? Meanwhile, Jun Xiling, Lin Ruowei, and Lin Qingqing, who were originally filled with worry, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Especially Lin Ruowei, her beautiful eyes lingering on Luo Xian and Su Chen. She was well aware of Su Chen's background. He came from the small Yunjiang city. How could he possibly have any connection with the martial emperor Luo Xian of the Tiandao sect? Your disciple? Luo Xian. I remember you never accepted a disciple. Are you trying to offend my Zhuyang divine sect for this pretty boy? Lei Dong laughed in anger, the killing intent in his eyes growing more intense. Since he was convinced that Su Chen had killed Lei Ming, he was determined to take Su Chen away and torture him to death. Not to mention, he vaguely guessed that if Su Chen entered the Flame Dragon Palace, he might have obtained the inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, and that treasure might very well be in Su Chen's possession. That was a treasure that the Zhuyang divine sect was determined to obtain, and they would not allow anyone to touch it. Lei Dong, Whether I accept disciples or not has nothing to do with you. Today, I am determined to accept Su Chun as my disciple. If you want to kill him, you must ask me first, Luo Xian said with a cold smile. Thank you, master. Su Chen's eyes were a bit moist. He had finally become Luo Xian's disciple. Just like in his previous life, when he was in the most dangerous situation, Luo Xian still stood up without hesitation, blocking in front of him. This is Su Chun, his only master in both past and present, Luo Xian. Chapter 124, The Battle of the Martial Emperor. Luo Xian, I don't care if he is your disciple or not. But he killed my grandson, Lei Ming. Today he must die. Lei Dong roared, his murderous intent boiling around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Martial Emperor powerhouses control the great trends of heaven and earth, able to unleash martial arts' divine abilities that can alter the heavens and the earth, possessing unparalleled strength. Capable of splitting mountains and cutting rivers, with inhuman combat power. At this moment, Lei Dong was furious, his killing intent enveloping the entire area, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Since we can't talk it out, then let's have a fight. Old man, if you want to kill my disciple, you are not worthy. You should have your sect leader from the Juyang Divine Sect come personally. That would be more appropriate. Luo Xian sneered. Clang. Luo Xian stepped into the air. Her white clothes as pure as snow, possessing stunning beauty, like a goddess descending from the 9 heavens, extraordinary and ethereal. Sword intent surged around her. A fierce sword aura that seemed capable of cutting everything down, transforming into an ancient and mysterious sword formation around her. Luo Xian, whoever stands in my way, I will kill, Lei Dong shouted, launching a fist towards Luo Xian. Crack! The unmatched fist imprint burst forth in the void, like a blazing sun, surrounded by raging flames. Incredibly fierce. I've long found you displeasing. Take this sword. Luo Xian pointed in midair, and an ancient sword floated in the void, then shot through the air like a divine rainbow, heading straight towards Lei Dong. Boom! The sword energy shattered, and the fist imprint roared, sounding like millions of thunderclaps exploding at once, causing many to cough up blood, their eyes filled with horror. Everyone quickly retreated. The fluctuations from the battle between martial emperors were terrifying. They never expected that Lei Dong and Luo Xian would engage in such an intense battle over a disagreement. Su Chun, get out of here quickly. After I deal with this old man, I will come find you. Luo Xian transmitted her voice to Su Chun. Yes, master. Su Chun nodded. Then he and Jun Xiling, Zhao Su, and others exchanged glances, all flying away on their swords towards the distance, wanting to leave the Wulong Mountain secret realm. Su Chun knew that Luo Xian's combat power was unparalleled, and even if Lei Dong was strong, he couldn't possibly harm Luo Xian. Staying behind would only distract her. Kill him for me. Seeing Su Chun about to leave, a murderous intent flashed in Lei Dong's eyes, and he suddenly pointed at Su Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful figures appeared in the air, all martial kings from the Juyang Divine Sect. Their gazes cold as they pursued Su Chun. Su Chun, I will hold them off. You take Qingqing and leave quickly. Lin Ruowei's eyes sparkled with sharpness as she shouted to Su Chun, then drew her sword to confront the 3 martial kings. Yuan Haoran's gaze flickered, and he also joined Lin Ruowei in confronting the 3 martial kings. Damn it! Everyone listen. Anyone who can kill Su Chun or capture him alive to hand over to me can join my Juyang Divine Sect, and will be rewarded with a heavenly level martial skill and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing that the 3 martial kings from the Juyang Divine Sect were blocked and Su Chun was moving quickly away from the battlefield, Lei Dong's eyes were filled with immense rage and killing intent. He roared, his voice like thunder, exploding in this secret realm space. What? Join the Juyang Divine Sect. Get a heavenly level martial skill and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? It seems the Juyang Divine Sect hates Su Chun to the core. To make Lei Dong pay such a high price. But how could Su Chun be so easy to kill? Even Lei Ming died at his hands. To kill him would at least require a martial venerable, or even a martial king. Upon hearing Lei Dong's words, everyone in the Wulong Mountain secret realm displayed shock and temptation to join the Juyang Divine Sect and become a disciple of the martial arts Holy Land. Even martial venerables and martial kings would be greatly tempted, not to mention the heavenly level martial skills and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In this barren Donglin domain, only the most powerful Great Lin dynasty could produce such a number of spirit stones. Even the Great Li Kingdom couldn't do it, with such generous rewards. Who wouldn't be tempted? Immediately, many powerful figures looked at Su Chun with unfriendly expressions. Not good. Jun Xiling's face changed. She could sense that several martial venerables were subtly following behind them. Even though they were hiding their auras, it was clear they were up to no good. They were probably tempted by the rewards promised by Lei Dong and wanted to pursue Su Chen. Although Su Chen's combat power was strong, he only had the cultivation of a martial master. If a group of martial venerables swarmed him, even Su Chen would likely find it hard to resist. Let's split up. Xiling, you and Zhao Su protect Qingqing and immediately return to the Great Li Imperial capital. I will leave my mother and younger sister to you. Su Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness, having noticed the figures following behind, and a hint of coldness appeared in his gaze as he spoke to Jun Xiling. We leave together. Jun Xiling shook her head in refusal. They want to kill me. If you stay with me, it will only slow me down. Don't worry. A group of nobodies like them can't kill me, Su Chen said. Jun Xiling was silent for a moment and then said, All right, be careful. I will ensure Qingqing returns safely to the capital. Lin Qingqing's eyes were filled with reluctance and worry, but she also understood that Su Chen was right. Staying with him would only slow him down. Take care. Su Chen glanced at Jun Xiling and then instantly flew in another direction. Chapter 125, Pursuit of Su Chen. Chase. Don't let him escape. Following Su Chen were 3 martial venerables, and upon seeing Su Chen separate from Jun Xiling and the others, they showed no hesitation and directly pursued Su Chen. Although Su Chen's combat power was strong, the rewards promised by Lei Dong were too enticing. Holy Land Disciples. Heavenly level martial skills, and 100,000 spirit stones. This would tempt even martial kings. Not to mention that Su Chen likely had martial saint inheritance. They could foresee that once the news spread, all the powerful figures in the Donglin domain would probably take action. Although Su Chen was strong, how many could he kill? Riches come from danger. They followed closely behind Su Chen, waiting for a chance to kill him. Whoosh! Su Chen flew on his sword, moving at lightning speed, darting into a mist-laden mountain range ahead. The 3 martial venerables naturally pursued closely. But just as they entered the mountain range, they suddenly felt a chill, sensing an extremely cold killing intent. Not good. One of the martial venerables shouted. Whoosh! At that moment, the Junling sword flew out from the mist, moving at incredible speed, directly piercing through one martial venerable's chest, crushing his heart into pieces. That martial venerable let out a scream, abruptly silenced, and fell from the void. Old third. The remaining 2 martial venerables' eyes turned red, their voices filled with anguish. Boom. Their aura became incredibly violent, true energy surging out, as 2 unmatched palm prints fiercely struck towards the mist ahead. Boom. At that moment, the Junlin sword flew in again, radiating a sharp and unmatched sword light, as if it had cleaved the very heavens apart. The 2 palm prints shattered explosively, and the Junlin sword directly split one of the martial sovereigns in half. Blood gushed out, a scene of extreme brutality. No. Second brother Su Chen, you come out. The remaining martial sovereign, a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a scarred face, was filled with madness in his eyes as he shouted. He never expected that Su Chen's combat power could be so terrifying. Without even seeing his figure, just a flying sword had easily killed 2 of his brothers, filling him with dread. The killer will always be killed. A calm and composed voice came. Su Chen stood on the flying sword, emerging from the mist in front of the scarred martial sovereign. Die. In the palm of the scarred martial sovereign appeared a massive black axe. Bloodlight surged around him, and an overwhelming true energy poured into the black axe before he swung it violently towards Su Chen. Roar! Su Chen's gaze remained calm, and he threw a punch. Golden light surged from his arm, resembling a golden divine dragon soaring out, unleashing an unmatched force that directly slammed into the massive axe. Boom! The scarred martial sovereign trembled violently, the axe flying out of his grip in an instant, as Su Chen's punch struck his chest, shattering an unknown number of ribs. He spat blood wildly, his eyes filled with horror. That punch was like an ancient ferocious beast, terrifying and brutal, sending chills down his spine. Su Chen was too strong. Whoosh! At the same time, the Junlin sword pierced through the air, directly impaling his forehead and nailing him hard against the distant mountainside. If you want to kill me, come and try. Su Chen beckoned, and the Junlin sword flew back to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the distant mountains as he said lightly. Then, he rode the Junlin sword and flew away into the distance. Just after Su Chen left, several figures appeared in the mountains, their eyes filled with deep apprehension. Su Chen's strength was too strong, unmatched. Quickly report to the master of the tower. We need support. The martial saint inheritance on Su Chen. We must secure it for Fengyu Tower. The figures conversed for a moment, then vanished back into the void. Boom. The Junlin sword pierced through a martial sovereign's chest, nailing an elder martial Zong who tried to escape in the distance to the spot. Su Chen recalled the Junlin sword and flew forward without looking back. He was nearing the exit of the secret realm. Although he was fast, many were still blinded by greed and came after him. Along the way, he had killed more than 10 martial sovereigns. Many perished under his sword. A faint aura of death surrounded Su Chen, and his gaze became sharper and more brilliant. His momentum increasingly terrifying. The Juyang Divine Sect, huh? Sooner or later, I will kill my way to the Juyang Divine Sect. A cold killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, the destruction of the Tiandao sect and Luo Xian's death were closely related to the Juyang Divine Sect. Although he later became the all-powerful Jiulong Martial Emperor and exterminated the culprits of the Juyang Divine Sect, he could not save Luo Xian. In this life, he encountered the Juyang Divine Sect again. What a narrow road for enemies. Ahead appeared a dazzling vortex passage, the portal leading outside the secret realm. Whoosh. Su Chen rode the sword and instantly entered the passage, preparing to leave the Wulong Mountain secret realm. The light before his eyes changed, and soon Su Chen left the secret realm, appearing above Wulong Mountain. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Several shadows suddenly emerged from the void around Su Chen, bursting forth with terrifying killing intent, their dark blue long swords stabbing towards Su Chen like venomous snakes. Chapter 126. Counter-killing 5 gold medal assassins. Those shadows seemed to have been hidden in the void all along, their coordination perfect, unleashing astonishing combat power in an instant. They were all at the level of martial sovereigns, their aura terrifying and violent, weaving together sword lights that formed a dark blue sword net, enveloping Su Chen. Assassins from Fengyu Tower? A flash of killing intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he instantly recognized the identities of the shadows. To kill him, Fengyu Tower was indeed persistent, sending out 5 gold medal assassins, all above the 6th level of martial sovereign. Such high-level assassins were extremely rare even within Fengyu Tower. Boom. Su Chen's blood surged, the sound of dragon roars echoing through the void, as he transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus and suddenly threw a punch. His hand radiated a metallic sheen, with intertwining dragon-shaped true energy on his fist, directly striking at the assassins in front of him. At the same time, the Junlin sword rose into the air, under the control of Su Chen's powerful martial arts spirit. The sword intent sword, and a blazing sword light erupted, enveloping the void around them. Crack! The void shook, followed by a crisp sound. The gold medal assassins in front of him had their long swords shattered, sent flying by an unmatched divine force. The 2 gold medal assassins behind them were not so fortunate. The Junlin sword speed was at its peak, directly shattering their weapons before slicing through their necks. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 heads soared into the sky, accompanied by a rich smell of blood. Then, 2 headless corpses fell from the void, lifeless. In just one clash, Su Chen had directly killed 2 gold medal assassins and repelled 3 others, showcasing his incredibly overwhelming combat power. Fengyu Tower's rats, I haven't even gone looking for you, and you dare to provoke me? Die! Su Chen's eyes surged with killing intent as he spoke coldly. He held no sympathy for the assassins from Fengyu Tower, and thus struck with ruthlessness. He originally planned to uproot Fengyu Tower after his cultivation reached a peak, but he never expected that they would be so persistent. This time, they directly sent 5 gold medal assassins. Whoosh! 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 The 3 remaining gold medal assassins still maintained their cold and ruthless expressions, filled with killing intent, as if they didn't know what fear was. Even after Su Chen had killed 2 of their comrades, they fearlessly charged forward, waving their sleeves as a dazzling array of poisoned hidden weapons flooded towards Su Chen. At the same time, they executed their techniques, their figures moving like phantoms, their auras erratic, attacking Su Chen's vital points like venomous snakes. Boom! Su Chen struck out with a palm. The great desolate battle dragon palm combined with his incredibly powerful physique, unleashing an unmatched palm print that enveloped one of the gold medal assassins. Then, like a flash of lightning, he lunged forward, and the golden assassin, shaken to the point of spitting blood and wanting to escape, was met with the descending Junlin's sword. The golden assassin was directly split in half. Blood rained down. Whoosh. In the palm of Su Chen's hand, the Junlin's sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, soaring into the sky like a divine rainbow in an instant. Streams of sharp sword energy erupted, and the Junlin's sword became brilliantly resplendent, slashing down towards the two golden assassins. Life and death sword. Su Chen's murderous intent surged as he unleashed the life and death sword once more. Not good. The expressions of the two golden assassins changed. Sensing a bone-chilling aura approaching, the sword strike felt extremely dangerous to them. They wanted to flee. However, the brilliance of the Junlin's sword was too dazzling, and that sword light seemed to contain some strange power of celestial laws, sealing off all their escape routes. Blood light spread, and the Junlin's sword instantly pierced through their chests, shattering their hearts and nailing them harshly against the distant cliff. All 5 golden assassins were annihilated. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Su Chen's gaze was incredibly cold as he swept his eyes over the crowd before stepping on the Junlin's sword and darting away like lightning towards the distance. How terrifying. Seeing Su Chen leave, the many martial artists on Wulong Mountain revealed expressions of immense fear. Some had come out from the secret realm, while others had chosen to wait outside the secret realm. But without exception, they all knew what had happened in the secret realm and were aware of the bounty from Lei Dong. Naturally, their hearts were filled with greed and fervor, wanting to see if they could find an opportunity to ambush Su Chen and receive a generous reward from Elder Lei Dong. However, they had just witnessed Su Chen leave the secret realm and unleash an overwhelming combat power, killing the 5 golden assassins of Fengyu Tower. It is known that even if the 5 golden assassins joined forces, a martial king could still be severely injured or even assassinated. But Su Chen survived and even managed to counterattack. What kind of heaven-defying combat power and terrifying talent is this? Su Chen is probably not someone we can covet. Let's leave. I have a feeling that if Su Chen survives this calamity, he will likely become an extremely dazzling genius. Someone spoke slowly, their eyes filled with apprehension. Chapter 127. You have blood disaster today. After leaving Wulong Mountain, Su Chen did not return directly to the great Li royal capital in the south. Lei Dong had promised a bounty of joining the Holy Land, heavenly martial skills, and 1,000,000 spirit stones to kill him, not only seeking revenge for Lei Ming, but also for the devouring true fire on Su Chen. Su Chen could imagine that such a bounty would tempt even a martial king, making them unable to resist pursuing him. This news had already spread, and along the way from Wulong Mountain to the great Li royal capital, there would surely be countless traps and dangers waiting for him. Su Chen flew with his sword, leaving Wulong Mountain and heading south for a while before concealing his aura and flying east. He planned to take a detour before returning to the great Li royal capital. With my current combat power, killing a martial venerable is easy. If I add the broken illusion golden eye, the 7 swords of heaven, and the devouring true fire, even a half-step martial king can be slain. But if a true martial king comes, it will be difficult for me to counterattack. Su Chen thought to himself. After all, his cultivation was still a bit weak. With the cultivation of a first-level martial zone, being able to kill a martial venerable like slaughtering a dog is something even those talented disciples in the martial Dao Holy Land would find hard to achieve. However, once they reached the martial king realm, condensing the martial Dao primordial spirit and comprehending the power of heaven and earth would bring about earth-shattering changes in their strength. Su Chen's current combat power would still find it quite difficult to face a martial king 2 realms above him. I hope my mother and little sister are okay. A hint of worry appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Although Lu Hanyin and Su Linger were currently in the Great Li royal capital, and there were protections from Lu Wenin, the Great Li royal family, and the Divine Martial Academy, it still couldn't completely put Su Chen at ease. After all, he had offended Lei Dong and the Jiuyang Divine Sect. He knew better than anyone how unscrupulous those lofty martial Dao Holy Lands could be, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. I must return to the royal capital as soon as possible, and then take my mother and little sister to enter the Tiandao sect with Master Luo Xian. Only then can their safety be guaranteed. Su Chen murmured softly. Despite having offended Lei Dong, Su Chen did not regret it. Not to mention the enmity between the Jiuyang Divine Sect and the Tiandao sect. Obtaining the 7 swords of heaven and the devouring true fire in the Wulong Mountain secret realm was an immeasurable fortune for Su Chen. Su Chun was confident that he could rapidly increase his cultivation in the shortest time possible to cope with the upcoming crisis. At this moment, Su Chun sensed a subtle, yet powerful aura locking onto him. On a mountain peak ahead, mist floated, ancient pines stood tall, and an old man with white hair and beard, appearing kind and benevolent, sat cross-legged beneath an ancient pine. The danger emanated from that old man. A golden light flickered in Su Chun's eyes as the broken illusion divine eye erupted, instantly revealing the old man's true cultivation level. Half-step martial king. Moreover, there was a cold and eerie aura within him. Fenyu Tower. Su Chun almost instantly confirmed that this old man was from Fenyu Tower. Young friend, may I ask you to come down for a chat? The old man in the white robe smiled gently at Su Chun. His gaze was old and profound, and his face was kind, easily giving off a sense of warmth and goodwill. If Su Chun hadn't sensed the cold and eerie aura within the old man with his broken illusion divine eye, he might have thought he was a well-accomplished sage. Su Chun's eyes shifted, but he still descended with his sword upon the mountain peak. What advice does this esteemed elder have? Su Chun pretended to show a puzzled expression and cupped his hands in greeting. At the same time, he was pondering the old man's true identity. In Fenyu Tower, only the mysterious leader of Fenyu Tower held the cultivation of a martial king, known as the King of Assassins. Aside from that, there were two half-step martial king vice leaders, one cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, the other fond of trickery. This old man in white robe was likely one of the two vice leaders, Su Chun speculated in his heart. Although he had never seen the two vice leaders of Fenyu Tower, he was quite clear about the information regarding Fenyu Tower. I can see that the fate of young friend is dark, your gaze lacks spirit, and your heavenly cord is sunken. It seems there will soon be a blood disaster. I am an old fortune teller, skilled in calculating heavenly secrets. Since today we have a fateful encounter, I can offer you a free divination. What do you think? The old man in white robe said with a calm smile. He emanated an extraordinary aura and had used some secret techniques to conceal his cultivation, making him seem as if he had merged with heaven and earth, exuding a sense of profound mystery that easily instilled a feeling of depth in others. Blood disaster? The elder is correct. Today I have been pursued and killed. I wonder if there is a way to resolve it. Su Chun replied with a bitter smile. A method to resolve it is simple. It just depends on whether young friend is willing. The old man in white robe chuckled. Please, elder, do tell. Su Chun pretended to listen attentively. As long as you take me as your master, I can definitely help you resolve the disaster of bloodshed. What do you think? The old man in white said with a faint smile, his gaze flashing. Take you as my master? Su Chun was slightly taken aback, then said, It's not impossible. But I have a question that I hope the senior can answer. Go ahead and ask. The old man in white replied. I wonder if the senior can predict that you will encounter a disaster of bloodshed today? Su Chun said respectfully. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the old man in white. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chun was already only a few meters away from the old man in white. Su Chun raised his head, a smirk on his lips, his golden eyes exuding a majestic and mysterious aura, shooting out a dazzling golden beam towards the old man in white. The breaking void divine light erupted with a loud bang. Chapter 128. Scheming. Counterattack. The old man in white was trying to deceive Su Chun, but Su Chun was also trying to keep him off guard. Since Su Chun confirmed the identity of the old man in white, he knew that the visitor was not kind. So after slowly approaching, he directly unleashed the most ferocious attack. Boom. The blazing breaking void divine light, containing the terrifying aura of annihilation, closed the distance of several meters in an instant, almost reaching the center of the old man's brow in the blink of an eye. Flash. At the same time, Su Chun unleashed a thunderous roar, his eyes suddenly bursting with overwhelming killing intent. The Junlin sword descended from the heavens like a strike from the nine skies. Although it was just a fleeting glance, it contained boundless killing intent, enveloping the old man in white. Life and Death Sword. With the breaking void divine light and the life and death sword, Su Chun unleashed his most terrifying attack. You deserve to die? The old man in white was furious, his gaze filled with immense confusion. He could not understand how Su Chun had discovered his flaw. It should be known that his secret technique for concealing his aura was incredibly profound. Even a martial king could not detect it. Coupled with the mental manipulation in his words, Su Chun should have been easily swayed. Even if he wouldn't take him as a master, he should have revealed a flaw. But he never expected that he had been deceived by Su Chun. The moment Su Chun approached him, he had unhesitatingly unleashed a fatal blow. However, He had no time to think further. Boom! His terrifying aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, and in an instant, he became cold, eerie, and dark. The breaking void divine light and the life and death sword made him feel a deadly threat. He dared not be the slightest bit careless, and an ancient jade talisman appeared in his palm, which he crushed instantly. Boom! A dazzling barrier enveloped him completely. In the next moment, the breaking void divine light struck the barrier. Crack! The barrier trembled violently, ripples spreading out, and cracks began to appear, before it suddenly shattered. And the life and death sword reached its peak, as if it were splitting the very heavens and earth in half, making the old man in white feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. Whoosh! As he retreated while casting a teleportation technique, he summoned a ghostly blue long sword to defend against the attack, while also reaching out towards Su Chun. His thin, shriveled hand gleamed with a strange sharpness, resembling the claws of some beast, as if it intended to pierce through Su Chun's chest and extract his heart. Crack! However, the Junlin sword was no ordinary weapon. It was left behind by a sword saint, unmatched in sharpness, coupled with the supreme sword intent of the 7 swords of heaven. It directly severed the ghostly blue long sword of the old man in white. Then, without losing momentum, it struck his thin, shriveled hand, producing a sound of metal clashing and sending sparks flying. Puff! A flash of blood appeared, and the old man in white's hand was instantly severed. The old man in white narrowly avoided the edge of the sword, leaving a long blood mark on his chest, nearly being disemboweled by Su Chen's sword. Damn! How could you be so strong? The old man's face twisted in rage, filled with resentment and killing intent, devoid of any trace of a celestial demeanor. However, Su Chun had no intention of responding. Whoosh! Su Chun moved at lightning speed, like a flash of lightning, and then suddenly threw a punch at the old man in white. At the same time, the Junlin sword hovered above his head, the sword energy rising, preparing for an even more terrifying strike. You seek death. The old man in white was furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Though his left hand was severed, his life force was powerful, and the blood that had been flowing from his arm instantly stopped. His other hand suddenly slammed towards Su Chun. Boom! The blood-colored palm print transformed, resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, containing endless malevolence, causing the surrounding void to roar and tremble. Then, it collided fiercely with Su Chun. Bang! In the void, it sounded like thunder exploding. Su Chun and the old man in white were both sent flying back. But the old man in white let out an incredibly tragic scream. A black flame blazed on his arm, spreading along his arm and quickly engulfing his entire body, devouring true fire. After unleashing that punch, Su Chun similarly summoned the devouring true fire without hesitation, hitting the old man's arm and igniting it. Whoosh! The old man's eyes were filled with unimaginable terror as he watched the devouring true fire continue to spread. A fierce look appeared in his eyes as he suddenly slashed with his sword, severing his own arm. Otherwise, he would be burned to ashes by this strange flame that clung to his bones. How could a mere martial zone possess such strange methods? Clang! But there was no time for the old man in white to think further, as the Junlin sword brewed a vast sword intent, soaring with unmatched power, once again slashing down towards him. Puff! Blood filled the air, and a head with hair standing on end and eyes wide open shot into the sky. Both of the old man's arms had been severed, and with the speed of the Junlin sword being so fast, he could not dodge or defend himself, and was decapitated by a single sword strike. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and boundless resentment. He died with his eyes wide open. He never expected Su Chun to be so cunning and possess such strange methods. Even he, the second in command of the Wind and Rain Tower, died in such a suffocating manner at Su Chen's hands. It was too unfair. Chapter 129, Master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Whoosh! Su Chun took the storage ring from the old man in white, then instantly raised the Junlin sword and soared into the air, swiftly flying away. Meanwhile, a blaze of devouring true fire burned on the body of the old man in white, quickly turning him to ashes. With my current combat strength, having revealed all my trump cards, killing a half-step martial king is not a difficult task, but killing a martial king is likely not so easy. As Su Chun flew on his sword, he thought to himself, although the old man in white was a half-step king, his true combat power was even stronger than that of the Moro Venerable, and he excelled at assassination techniques, making him even more terrifying and difficult to deal with. Su Chun was only able to swiftly kill him because he had launched a surprise attack while simultaneously employing the breaking void divine light, the life and death sword, and the devouring true fire. At the same time, Su Chun also had a certain confirmation of his own combat strength, the wind and rain tower. It really is a lingering ghost. Now that the deputy tower master has appeared, I fear the tower master will not let this go easily. We must find a way to deal with the wind and rain tower. Su Chun's eyes flickered with brilliance as he thought to himself. After flying for several hundred miles, Su Chun suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, sensing a crisis rapidly approaching. Whoosh! Ahead appeared a desolate mountain, and Su Chun instantly swooped into a valley. He found a hidden cave and entered it, performing the dragon breath secret technique from the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven art, blending himself with the rocks, emitting no life fluctuations whatsoever. Then, a thread of his spiritual power attached itself to an ancient pine halfway up the mountain. Not long after, a figure clad in black robes, appearing unfathomable, crossed the void at an incredible speed. It was a middle-aged man in black robes, looking refined and extraordinary, but his eyes seemed to harbor a dark abyss that sent chills down one's spine at a mere glance. Disappeared? What a cunning little brat. The black-robed middle-aged man stood in midair above the desolate mountain, scanning the surroundings with a cold and unwilling expression. He was the tower master of the wind and rain tower. When the white-robed old man encountered Su Chun, he had already sent a message to him. But at that time he was several hundred miles away from the white-robed old man, and he quickly rushed over. Whether it was Su Chun killing so many assassins from the wind and rain tower, or the 9 Yang divine sect's bounty on Su Chun, the wind and rain tower could not let Su Chun go. Thus, this time, the tower master personally took action. However, he did not expect that Su Chun would be so ruthless and decisive. By the time he arrived, the deputy tower master had already turned to ashes. With no bones left, he immediately followed Su Chun's aura to pursue him, but unexpectedly lost the trail. Su Chun, I know you're hiding here. If you don't come out, I'll go to the royal capital of Dali and torture your loved ones to death. The tower master of the wind and rain tower coldly declared. His voice echoed in the desolate mountains. However, even though his divine sense spread out, he still did not detect any abnormal fluctuations. Tower master of the wind and rain tower, you deserve to die. Inside the cave, Su Chun's aura was like the stones, showing no signs of life. But upon hearing the tower master's words, a glimmer of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His reverse scale is Lu Hanyan and his little sister. Any harm to them would be enough to drive Su Chun mad. Su Chun also understood that the tower master was testing whether he was here. But the dragon breath secret technique was something that the tower master could not see through. For the first time, an intense killing intent surged in Su Chun's heart towards a person. Really not here? After waiting for a moment, the tower master of the wind and rain tower frowned, and then instantly flew off into the distance. Inside the cave, Su Chun still did not come out. An hour later, a gray shadow suddenly emerged from the void. It was the tower master of the wind and rain tower. He had made a sudden return. After carefully searching the desolate mountains, he still found nothing wrong. It seems he really isn't here. The tower master of the wind and rain tower shook his head and then took to the skies once more, disappearing into the desolate mountains. Su Chun remained hidden in the cave until several hours later, when he finally left the cave. The tower master of the wind and rain tower? Since this king of assassins has personally taken action, he will definitely stop at nothing to kill me. At this moment, he may have already gone to the royal capital. I must hurry back. A sense of worry surged in Su Chun's heart. However, he still did not head directly south, but continued to fly eastward on his sword. He planned to fly to East Sea City first, then take the Void treasure ship from East Sea City back to the royal capital of Dali. This way, he could maximize the avoidance of interception and pursuit by those people. The headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower is in East Sea City. If that's the case, then don't blame me for wiping you all out. A cold light flashed in Su Chun's eyes, stirring with icy killing intent. He remained incredibly calm, concealing his aura all the way as he flew eastward. After flying several thousand miles, an ancient and majestic city appeared before Su Chun. East Sea City arrived. Chapter 130. Shockwaves in the Eastern Lin Domain. Just as Su Chun arrived in East Sea City, the news of the 9 Yang divine sect's bounty on Su Chun spread throughout the entire Eastern Lin Domain. In the Eastern Lin Domain, the Great Lin Dynasty, various kingdoms, and martial arts experts from hidden sects were all shocked. Su Chun had killed the grandson of the Thunder Movement martial sovereign, Lei Ming, in the Wulong Mountain secret realm and obtained the inheritance of the martial saint. The Thunder Movement martial sovereign issued a bounty. Anyone who could kill or capture Su Chun could join the Nine-Yang divine sect as a disciple of the Holy Land, and would be rewarded with a heavenly-grade martial art and 1,000,000 spirit stones. This news exploded in the Eastern Lin domain in an extremely short time. That's Su Chun. Is it true that he is only at the martial sovereign level? He was actually able to kill a true disciple of the martial arts Holy Land? This is too unbelievable. Yes, regardless, it has been confirmed that while Su Chun is a martial sovereign, he possesses the combat power of a martial venerable. But this time, he is probably doomed. That's right. Offending the Nine-Yang divine sect and the Thunder Movement martial sovereign, no one can save him. The Great Lin Kingdom will likely become the target of public criticism this time. I have already heard that several sects have sent out strong fighters, hoping to get a piece of the action and see if they can find Su Chun and kill him. There is no helping it. Holy Land disciples, heavenly grade martial arts. 1,000,000 spirit stones, who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention that Su Chun has the martial saint inheritance. If my strength were strong enough, I would also go after him. The various nations in the Eastern Lin domain were abuzz with discussion. Although the Eastern Lin domain is the most impoverished place among the 36 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, the countries here are embroiled in conflict and strong fighters are vying for dominance. Although martial sovereign experts are rare, officially there is only the ruler of the Great Lin dynasty. There are quite a few martial kings, not to mention the martial venerables. Almost every major kingdom has dozens of them. Although they know Su Chun's strength is formidable, the bounty given by the Thunder Movement martial sovereign is driving people crazy. Not to mention the martial saint inheritance. Many martial venerables, even martial kings, have quietly made their way to the Great Lin Kingdom, hoping to find an opportunity to ambush Su Chun. For a time, the entire Eastern Lin domain was in an uproar, and the name Su Chun completely resounded throughout the Eastern Lin domain. Central Eastern Lin domain. A giant city even more magnificent and ancient than the royal capital of Dali was built beside mountains and rivers, lying on the earth like a giant ferocious beast. The Great Lin Imperial City. This is the capital of the Great Lin dynasty. At this moment, in the center of the Imperial City, in a grand hall, the atmosphere was oppressive, filled with anger. On the throne, a figure as dazzling as the sun stood up, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, powerful and imposing, making everyone in the hall pale with fear. He was the ruler of the Great Lin dynasty, Lin Huang. He was also the only expert in the Great Lin dynasty who had reached the martial sovereign realm, and his strength was incredibly terrifying. According to reports, Su Chun killed the grandson of the Thunder Movement martial sovereign, Lei Ming, as well as my son Yang Qi and Jiang Yuna. What do you all think we should do? Lin Huang's voice was extremely indifferent, but everyone in the great hall could hear the cold, killing intent and anger concealed in his voice. The ninth prince Yang Qi was the most favored son among the 9 princes, and now he had died in the secret realm of Wulong Mountain. One could imagine his rage. Your Majesty, Su Chun deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The Thunder Martial Emperor has already issued a bounty. He will face the pursuit of the entire Eastern Domain. So this time he will undoubtedly die? Your Majesty, although Su Chun may find it hard to escape this calamity, he has killed the 9th prince of our Great Lin dynasty. This blood feud must be avenged by our Great Lin dynasty. So I suggest sending a powerful martial king to eliminate Su Chun and avenge the 9th prince. As soon as the voice of the Lin Emperor fell, 2 terrifying armored generals stepped forward. But the divine lady Luo Xian has already said that Su Chun is her disciple, and he is a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. Our Great Lin dynasty cannot offend the Heavenly Dao sect. I suggest letting others pursue Su Chun while we observe the situation. A middle-aged man in civilian attire stood up and said hesitantly, "The Heavenly Dao sect?" The Heavenly Dao sect ranks last among the 7 martial sacred lands in the Eastern Wasteland, while the Juyang divine sect ranks second. If we help the Thunder Martial Emperor take revenge, he will definitely protect our Great Lin dynasty. We shouldn't fear the Heavenly Dao sect at all. An armored general sneered, filled with killing intent. But even if the Heavenly Dao sect ranks last, they are not something our Great Lin dynasty can provoke. If they seek revenge, we cannot afford to offend them. A civil official stood up to refute. Immediately, numerous civil officials and military generals began to argue in the Great Hall. Silence. The Lin Emperor's voice boomed like thunder as his authoritative and cold gaze swept across the hall. Instantly, everyone trembled and fell silent. Su Chun has killed my son. The crime is unforgivable. He must die at the hands of our great Lin dynasty. Prince of the North, you take people and go personally to capture Su Chen for me. The Lin Emperor's voice echoed in the hall, making a decisive judgment. In his heart, avenging his son was merely an excuse. What he valued most was the inheritance of the martial saint. If he could obtain the martial saint's inheritance, he might have a chance to glimpse the legendary realm of the martial saint. At that time, our great Lin dynasty would no longer have to rely on the 7 martial sacred lands. This was his opportunity, and he absolutely could not let it slip away. If it weren't for his fear of the heavenly Tao sect, he might have already been unable to resist taking action himself to capture and kill Su Chen. I obey. Below, a proud man in golden chainmail, holding a square halberd and with an extraordinary stature, stepped forward and bowed his fist in salute. He was the prince of the north of the great Lin dynasty and also the younger brother of the Lin Emperor, Yangsha, a powerful martial king. Chapter 131, Donghai City. Sihai Pavilion. Donghai City is located by the East Sea. It is an ancient city in the easternmost part of the Great Li Kingdom, close to the vast ocean. In fact, the eastern domain got its name because it is near the majestic East Sea. Donghai City is an incredibly prosperous city. It is the junction of the Great Li Kingdom and several other kingdoms, and it has trade connections with several major regions nearby, making its commerce very developed. With a permanent population of over 1 million, one can often see void treasure ships flying in from various places, landing outside Donghai City, and at the massive port. There are huge merchant ships docked. Su Chen descended from the void outside Donghai City, sheathing the Junlin sword and taking steps forward. After all, flying with the sword was too conspicuous. Donghai City is thousands of miles away from the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Even taking the fastest void treasure ship would take about 3 days to arrive. Su Chen thought to himself, the void treasure ships of the Great Li Kingdom are monopolized by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen went to the ticket office for the void treasure ship and was informed that the next ship would set sail early tomorrow morning, heading to the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. I will take the void treasure ship back to the capital tomorrow. Tonight is the end of the Wind and Rain Tower. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he looked towards a certain direction outside Donghai City. The headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower is a secret to others, but Su Chen had long known about it. The headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower has both a bright and a dark side. The bright side is located within Donghai City, responsible for gathering intelligence from various places and assigning tasks. The dark side, however, is the true headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower, which is located outside Donghai City, in a small village several dozen miles away. Su Chen came to Donghai City not only to take the route back to the capital of the Great Li Kingdom, but also to wipe out the Wind and Rain Tower. The strongest leader within the Wind and Rain Tower is probably still searching for my whereabouts. One vice leader has died at my hands, and only the remaining vice leader can pose some threat to me, so I must act quickly. Su Chen calculated in his heart. The notorious assassin organization, the Wind and Rain Tower, has attempted to assassinate Su Chen several times, and that leader has even threatened to capture Su Chen's family. This has completely enraged Su Chen. He has already decided that he will uproot the entire Wind and Rain Tower today. Then, he followed the crowd and entered Donghai City. Sihai Pavilion. This is a well-known large business in Donghai City, dealing in spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spiritual weapons. On ordinary days, visitors come from all directions, and business is thriving. That evening, as the sun slowly set, a young figure walked into Sihai Pavilion just as it was about to close. Esteemed guest, our Sihai Pavilion has already closed for today. If you need anything, please come back tomorrow. An old man in a black robe, looking somewhat shaky, smiled slightly at Su Chen. Old sir, I would like 3 jin of clear heart and it. Su Chen said lightly. The old man in the black robe glanced at Su Chen, and a glimmer of light flashed in his murky eyes as he replied. We do have clear heart and it, but not 3 jin, only 3 qian. 3 qian will do. Payment must be made tonight, and it must arrive tomorrow. Su Chen stated. Payment tonight and arrival tomorrow requires 3 times the price. Esteemed guest, do you have enough money? The old man in the black robe looked deeply at Su Chen and continued. Of course I have enough money. When will the person come out? Su Chen's gaze was calm, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he replied calmly. So it is a distinguished guest. My apologies. Distinguished guest, please come in. A smile appeared on the old man's face, and he led Su Chen deeper into Sihai Pavilion. Su Chen's previous dialogue was the code used by the Wind and Rain Tower. Only longtime patrons of the Wind and Rain Tower, or those who have previously collaborated with them, would have the qualifications to know and be able to appear in Sihai Pavilion. Sihai Pavilion, naturally, is the bright side of the Wind and Rain Tower. Suchen remained calm as he followed the old man deeper into Sihai Pavilion. Along the way, he sensed the presence of a dozen assassins, each unfathomable, like hidden venomous snakes. Finally, they stopped in front of a grand hall. The old man in the black robe gestured for Su Chun to enter, and he then turned and retreated. Inside the hall, a middle-aged scholar, holding a folding fan and with a feminine appearance, bowed to Su Chun and smiled. "Little brother, may I ask which force you represent? What brings you here?" The middle-aged scholar possessed the cultivation of a martial sovereign at the 9th level. In Su Chen's perception, the middle-aged scholar was the most powerful person in the Four Seas Pavilion, giving off a very dangerous feeling. "I came here because someone asked me to deliver a message to the Wind and Rain Tower," Su Chan said with a slight smile. "Oh, please, young brother, go ahead," the middle-aged scholar asked curiously. "The Wind and Rain Tower will face a blood disaster today," Su Chen said calmly. Young brother, this joke isn't funny. If you're here to do business, the Four Seas Pavilion naturally welcomes you, but if you intend to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." A cold light flashed in the middle-aged scholar's eyes. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, figures dressed in black suddenly appeared in the great hall, like shadows. Silently and eerily emerging. A chilling killing intent instantly locked onto Su Chun. "Kill!" A flash of killing intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he shouted violently. Boom! The Junlin sword soared into the sky, radiating a dazzling light, and in the void, it split into hundreds of sword energies, cascading down like a waterfall. The life and death sword erupted in an instant. Chapter 132. Annihilating the Four Seas Pavilion. The Wind and Rain Tower's bright side is the Four Seas Pavilion. Although the assassins stationed here are not very strong, along with the middle-aged scholar, there are still 9 martial sovereigns, known as the 9 gold medal assassins. Coupled with various unexpected killing formations, hidden weapons, poison nets, and other means, even a martial king strongman would suffer a bitter end if they came. They could never imagine that Su Chun, a seemingly young boy with only the cultivation of a martial disciple, would dare to come here alone to cause trouble for the Wind and Rain Tower. Even though the middle-aged scholar was extremely vigilant and ordered an attack at the first moment, over a dozen assassins around him simultaneously struck at Su Chun. But he still underestimated Su Chun. Clang! The clear sound of the sword echoed throughout the great hall, followed by dazzling sword energies like moonlight weaving down, containing unmatched sword intent capable of annihilating everything. Puff! 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 Blood light filled the great hall. Those dozen assassins were like paper, having no resistance at all, torn apart by the overwhelming sword energies. Some were split in half, some had their heads shot into the sky, some were pierced through the forehead, and others had their hearts crushed. In an instant, the great hall transformed into a purgatory. Even the middle-aged scholar was filled with an expression of shock. Immediately performing his body technique and summoning a powerful protective treasure to resist the overwhelming sword energies. Crack! But in just a moment, the protective treasure he summoned, a black shield resembling a turtle shell, shattered with a loud bang, and a deep blood mark appeared on his chest, sending him flying while he continuously spat blood. He was a martial sovereign at the 9th level, yet he couldn't withstand even one of Su Chun's sword strikes, despite using various means. He was still heavily injured in an instant. The power of one sword was such. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged scholar stared at Su Chun, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Normally, it was the Wind and Rain Tower that killed others. When had someone dared to invade the Wind and Rain Tower? Moreover, Su Chun only had the cultivation of a martial disciple. He couldn't understand why Su Chun possessed such terrifying combat power. Boom! At the same time, Su Chun threw a punch, and with a powerful punch mark accompanied by an ancient dragon's roar, it struck the middle-aged scholar's sneaking arm in an instant. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the middle-aged scholar's arm exploded. The extremely ordinary blue and white porcelain vase he was about to touch was also shattered by Su Chen's sword. Don't think about notifying your tower master, because from today on, the Wind and Rain Tower will completely cease to exist, Su Chen said lightly. The reason he came to the Four Seas Pavilion first was that he knew it had means to contact the Tower Master of the Wind and Rain Tower, communicating inside and outside. By annihilating the Four Seas Pavilion, the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower outside the city would become blind. It would make it easier for Su Chen to take action. Who are you? I have no enmity with the Wind and Rain Tower. Why do you want to kill us? The middle-aged scholar's eyes were filled with despair. He couldn't comprehend why Su Chen knew everything about the Wind and Rain Tower so clearly. That blue and white porcelain vase was a mechanism for notifying the Tower Master. As long as he turned the vase, the Tower Master would know that the Wind and Rain Tower was in danger and would definitely rush back immediately. But Su Chen saw through it at a glance. Moreover, he completely destroyed the blue and white porcelain vase, leaving him no chance to notify the Tower Master. Why you are Su Chen? The middle-aged scholar suddenly trembled all over, recalling the intelligence he had just received, and instantly guessed Su Chen's identity. His eyes filled with horror. This boy is Su Chen, the one who killed the grandson of the Thunder Martial Emperor in the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. Suspected of obtaining the inheritance of the Martial Saint? The one who made the Thunder Martial Emperor furious and issued a bounty? The middle-aged scholar knew very well that the Tower Master of the Wind and Rain Tower, along with a deputy Tower Master and a large number of elite assassins, had set out to kill Su Chen. But he never expected that Su Chen would swagger into East Sea City and even aim to destroy the Wind and Rain Tower. What kind of monster had the Wind and Rain Tower provoked? Correct. But unfortunately, there is no prize. Su Chen said lightly, then pointed in midair. And the Junlin sword instantly pierced through the middle-aged scholar's forehead like lightning, nailing him there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Su Chen, the sound of breaking air came. All the assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower in the Four Seas Pavilion were alerted and rushed toward this great hall, including the old man who had just received Su Chen. Who are you? The black-robed old man looked at the scene in the great hall, which resembled a purgatory, trembling as he pointed at Su Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Boom. However, he received no response at all. A terrifying aura burst forth, and Su Chen charged toward those Wind and Rain Tower assassins like a human-shaped beast. Among those assassins, the strongest were merely a few gold medal assassins at the Martial Sovereign Realm, who posed no threat to Su Chen at all. It was simply a one-sided massacre. In the Four Seas Pavilion, blood flowed like rivers, and limbs and severed arms were everywhere. Those assassins fell one after another at Su Chen's hands, their assassination techniques completely ineffective against him, and they all died at Su Chen's hands. In the entire Four Seas Pavilion, all the people from the Wind and Rain Tower were slaughtered by Su Chen. The Wind and Rain Tower is annihilated. By the time powerful warriors in East Sea City sensed the fluctuations of battle occurring at the Wind and Rain Tower and came to investigate, Su Chen had already left East Sea City, heading toward a small mountain village outside the city. That was the true headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower. Chapter 133. Headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower outside East Sea City. At the foot of the Tsangshan Mountains, a small mountain village sits in a valley, surrounded by a peach orchard, looking like a peaceful and serene paradise. But in Su Chen's eyes, this small mountain village resembled hell, filled with overwhelming malice and blood-red light. Su Chen stood under a peach tree, blending his body with the surrounding shadows, observing the small mountain village ahead. This was the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Building. Having come from East Sea City, he had already killed 7 hidden assassins in the 20 miles of peach forest close to the village. Those were all sentinels of the Wind and Rain Building. Unfortunately, despite their incredible concealment techniques that made them difficult to detect, they were utterly exposed under Su Chen's breaking illusion's divine eye and powerful perception. Thus, they all silently died at Su Chen's hands, turning from hunters into prey. They died in a most suffocating manner, within the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Building. The only one who could pose a threat to me was the remaining Vice Master. The others were not worth worrying about. But the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Building must have set up various killing formations and traps. Unless necessary, it would be better not to confront them head-on. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, sounds of air being sliced through came from the small mountain village. A group of more than a dozen assassins dressed in black, hidden in the night, were approaching. Among them, the 2 leaders were martial masters, while the others were martial sect members. Their direction was towards the peach forest. Could it be that the news from the Four Seas Pavilion has arrived? Su Chen's heart stirred slightly. However, he felt it was unlikely, as even if they were to support the Four Seas Pavilion, they shouldn't send such weak assassins. This team of assassins was likely on a mission. Su Chen's thoughts shifted, and he concealed himself in the darkness, retreating into the peach forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of assassins swept into the peach forest, but suddenly, a dazzling rain of swords fell from the sky, as brilliant and stunning as the most exquisite moonlight. Not good. Enemy attack. Who goes there? The two leading gold medal assassins changed their expressions and shouted sharply. Boom. But the sky full of sword light quickly engulfed them all, including the two leading gold medal assassins, who perished under the sword energy. At the same time, the commotion in the peach forest also alarmed the small mountain village. Enemy attack. A furious roar echoed through the dark night sky. Then, terrifyingly powerful figures rushed in from all directions, quickly heading towards the peach forest. After killing all those assassins in the peach forest, Su Chun left behind black orbs of light on their bodies and silently slipped into the darkness, sneaking toward the village. It was not surprising that the Wind and Rain building was alarmed. If Su Chun could smoothly infiltrate deep into the Wind and Rain building, it would only indicate that the building was too incompetent. Even so, the fact that all the sentinels in the peach forest were eliminated and that this team of newly dispatched assassins was killed in an instant still shocked the people of the Wind and Rain building. Who exactly is targeting the Wind and Rain building? Whoosh. In an instant, Su Chun entered the small mountain village. He no longer concealed his tracks, and the Junlin sword in his hand radiated a blazing brilliance as he continuously struck at the Wind and Rain building assassins rushing out. Puff, puff. The two assassins coming towards him were cleaved in half by his sword. Hearing the sound of air being sliced behind him, Su Chun didn't even turn around. He simply retaliated with a punch, sending a black-robed assassin flying with immense force. Su Chun's gaze was sharp, his black hair flying, and a murderous intent surged around him, making him appear like a god of death, continuously advancing deeper into the Wind and Rain building. Every Wind and Rain building assassin that charged at him was no match for him, dying under his sword. The tranquil small mountain village was instantly engulfed in a storm of blood and carnage. Boom. At that moment, it was as if a divine thunder exploded in the peach forest, producing a violent rumbling sound. Ah, what kind of fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Damn it, who is it? In the peach forest, a group of assassins engulfed in flames let out miserable cries as they charged out. But they didn't escape far before being consumed by the black flames, turning to ashes. Su Chun had previously left traces of devouring true fire within those assassins and set up an incredibly secretive detonation formation. The Wind and Rain building assassins went to investigate and triggered the detonation array unexpectedly, causing the devouring true fire to explode and engulf them. Devouring true fire can consume all life force and is incredibly terrifying for living beings. Thus, the Wind and Rain building assassins truly ran into misfortune when encountering Su Chun. Before even seeing him, they were burned to nothing by the devouring true fire. How dare you act recklessly in my Wind and Rain building? You're seeking death. Just as Su Chun continued to slay those Wind and Rain building assassins, a voice like thunder roared through the void. Whoosh. Immediately after, a black sword light filled with overwhelming killing intent and endless murderous energy pierced through the dark void, rushing towards Su Chun. In the blink of an eye, it was right before him. Chapter 134. Annihilating the Wind and Rain building. It was a young man dressed in black robes, with a fierce appearance. Surrounded by endless killing intent, he held a black ancient sword, exuding terrifying sword intent, as if a mountain was roaring and the sea was surging, and in an instant was before Su Chun. That chilling aura swept through the void, causing the surrounding assassins to involuntarily retreat. The power of heaven and earth. Half-step martial king. Su Chun almost instantly determined that this young man in black robes was the remaining vice master of the Wind and Rain building. Kill. Su Chun's eyes sparkled brightly, filled with powerful battle intent, and he suddenly shouted with thunderous force. Then, he lunged forward and delivered a punch. Roar. An ancient dragon's roar resonated through the night sky, and a vast and mighty punch imprint appeared, dazzling like the brightest stars in the night sky, colliding with the black-robed man. Crack. The void trembled, and the sky full of sword energy shattered. Su Chun's punch was not only pure physical strength, but also carried the supreme might of the great wilderness war dragon palm, terrifyingly powerful. As if a ferocious beast had awakened, he remained unchanged in form, while the black-robed man trembled violently, his arm going numb, and the black ancient sword in his hand nearly flew out of his grasp, being sent flying backward. You are Su Chun. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with shock, but as his thoughts turned, he quickly recalled Su Chen's identity. The Wind and Rain building had Su Chen's portrait, so he had naturally seen it. He did not expect that Su Chen, who was being hunted throughout the Eastern Domain, would dare to cause trouble at their Wind and Rain building headquarters and possess such terrifying combat power. Wait, how does Su Chen know the location of the Wind and Rain building headquarters? Clang. But he had no time to think further. A brilliant sword light instantly pierced through the dark night sky, resembling a splendid rainbow bridge, cleaving towards him. That sword seemed to split the dark heavens in two, harboring an extreme killing intent, as if it sought to dominate the life and death of all beings. Damn! The black-robed man's face changed drastically. His eyes filled with immense horror. This sword actually made him feel the threat of death, sending chills down his spine. He quickly retreated, his figure like a ghost. But what horrified him was that his entire aura was locked by that one sword, leaving him nowhere to escape. Heavenly Demon Blood Slaughter, Burning Soul Sword. The man in black roared suddenly. He pounded his chest, and a surge of blood mist burst forth, merging with the ancient sword in his hand, instantly turning into a sea of blood red, exuding overwhelming murderous intent. Then, he slashed down with the sword, as if condensing into a blood-red river, causing his aura to increase several times in an instant. This was a forbidden technique, burning the essence, blood, and soul within his body, unleashing a world-shattering sword strike that would annihilate everything. Although this sword strike had great aftereffects, Su Chen's sword posed too great a threat to him, making him willing to risk his life. Crack! In the void, sword energy intertwined, divine light intersected. That blood-red river, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, ultimately could not withstand Su Chen's life and death sword, being suppressed by the overwhelming sword intent, and then it shattered with a loud bang. A crisp sound echoed, and the ancient sword in the black-cloaked man's hand was instantly cut in half. Death! In the horrified gaze of the black-cloaked man, Su Chen lunged forward, a dazzling beam of light erupting from his eyes, breaking illusion divine light. Puffed, blood light spread, and the black-cloaked man's forehead exploded. Then he fell directly from the void. Breathless and dead. The vice leader is dead? The vice leader is a half-step martial king. How could he die? This kid is only at the martial zone level. How could he possess such terrifying combat power? Seeing the vice leader of the Wind and Rain building die before their eyes, the assassins and elders of the Wind and Rain building were filled with extreme horror. Even though they were ruthless and fearless, at this moment, facing Su Chen, they still felt a deep sense of helplessness, shrouded in fear. Su Chen is too strong. Kill! Su Chen soared through the air, his gaze sharp, his fighting spirit soaring. The Junlin sword under his command resembled a butterfly flitting through flowers, constantly weaving through the crowd. Blood-red flowers blossomed in the night sky, accompanied by screams, as the people of the Wind and Rain building fell one after another under Su Chen's sword. In the end, those from the Wind and Rain building lost all fighting spirit, each one fleeing in terror in all directions. Although Su Chen's combat power was formidable, he could not completely wipe out all the assassins of the Wind and Rain building. However, the vice leader of the Wind and Rain building, along with over a dozen gold medal assassins and hundreds of silver medal assassins, mostly fell to his hands. The entire Wind and Rain building had turned into a hellish scene. Young Master Su Chen, spare me. An elder of the Wind and Rain building, looking quite fat and filled with extreme terror, knelt before Su Chen and begged for mercy. He was completely scared. It had always been the Wind and Rain building that killed others. When had the Wind and Rain building ever been attacked, let alone slaughtered? I know where the treasure vault of the Wind and Rain building is. Young Master Su Chen, if you spare my life, I will take you to the treasure vault. The fat elder trembled with fear as he saw Su Chen approaching. The treasure vault of the Wind and Rain building? Lead the way. A glint of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he said indifferently. Chapter 135. Treasure Vault. The Wind and Rain building is notorious in the surrounding countries of the Greatly Kingdom. However, this assassin organization is extremely secretive, and no one knows its actual headquarters, which is why it has existed until now. The Wind and Rain building takes people's money and eliminates their disasters. Engaged in the business of murder, so it can be imagined that over the years, the treasure vault must have accumulated a massive fortune. Su Chen did not expect to obtain information about the treasure vault from this fat elder. Young Master Su Chen, I am Lu Fuguei, an elder of the Wind and Rain building. responsible for the storage of treasures. My sister is the master's concubine. Some treasures are in the master's hands, and some are stored in the underground secret chamber of the headquarters. The fat elder named Lu Fugue, while leading Su Chen deeper into the wind and rain building, introduced the situation of the treasure vault. Soon, they arrived at the central palace. Inside the palace, there was an artificial hill that looked quite unique. Lu Fugue opened a hidden mechanism, and the artificial hill slowly moved aside, revealing an underground passage. You go down first, Su Chen said indifferently. Young Master Su Chen, rest assured, I know all the mechanisms and traps, and I wouldn't dare harm you in the slightest. Just follow me. Lu Fugue looked at Su Chen with flattery and then, expressing loyalty, took the lead into the underground passage. Indeed, following Lu Fugue, Su Chen did not trigger any mechanisms or traps and smoothly arrived before a dark iron door. Young Master Su Chen, this is the treasure vault. However, if I open the treasure vault, the master will probably notice immediately, so you'd better hurry. Lu Fugue hesitated a bit as he took out a key, looking worried. Your master will notice? That's even better. Open it. He is currently hunting me down and won't be back for a while. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he said lightly. This treasure vault is a crucial area for the wind and rain building. The master of the wind and rain building must have set up some sensing formations here. Once the treasure vault is opened, he will immediately be aware. However, even if he notices, Su Chen doesn't care. On the contrary, Su Chen was curious about what expression the master of the wind and rain building would have when he returned to find the entire wind and rain building leveled and the treasure vault robbed. Yes, Lu Fugue respectfully replied, and then took the key to unlock the dark iron door. Boom! A powerful surge of spiritual energy spread out, like mist, making every pore of the body feel incredibly comfortable. Su Chen walked into the treasure vault. The treasure vault of the wind and rain building was an enormous underground palace, with various bookshelves lined up along the walls, and the ground piled high with all kinds of treasure chests. What caught Su Chen's attention the most was the spiritual spring in the center. The spiritual spring flowed with crystal-clear spiritual liquid, forming an ancient spiritual pool, shrouded in spiritual mist, and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from the pool. Is this a spiritual spring? The wind and rain building really has great fortune. Su Chen's heart shook, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. A spiritual spring is a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers, usually found in blessed lands, and takes countless years to form. A drop of the spiritual liquid in the spring is worth a high-grade spiritual stone and is even purer than the stone, capable of cleansing bones and reshaping a person. The small pool of spiritual spring before him contained hundreds of thousands of drops of spiritual liquid. I've struck it rich. Su Chen finally understood why he felt such danger when he first saw the master of the wind and rain building. That master likely regarded this spiritual spring as his personal treasure, which is why his cultivation had advanced so rapidly. However, now it all fell into Su Chen's hands. Young Master Su Chen, here are the spiritual stones accumulated by the wind and rain building over the years. These are various rare materials, refining materials, precious herbs. And these are various spiritual pills for enhancing cultivation and healing. Lu Fugue introduced everything in the treasure vault to Su Chen as if he were recounting family heirlooms. After that, he nervously glanced at Su Chen and said, Young Master Su Chen, I have brought you to the treasure vault as promised. You agreed before to spare my life, so rest assured, I won't kill you. Su Chen replied indifferently, then struck Lu Fugue with a palm knife, knocking him unconscious. I won't kill you, but whether you can escape with your life depends on your luck. Su Chen muttered softly to himself. He then opened the storage space of the Qianquan tripod and began to collect all the treasures in the treasure vault in a frenzy. If it had been before, he would not have been able to take so many items, as the space in the storage ring was limited. However, after the Qianquan tripod underwent a transformation, it opened up a chaotic space that could store many items. Even the central spiritual spring was collected into the Qianquan tripod by Su Chen. Buzz. After collecting all the spiritual springs, Su Chen took out the Junlin sword and dug down, revealing a dazzling 5-colored stone in front of him. It was indeed spiritual marrow, and it was an extremely rare 5-colored spiritual marrow. A hint of surprise appeared in Su Chen's eyes. This spiritual marrow was a supreme treasure that nurtured spiritual springs and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It could even be used to refine supreme holy pills or even imperial-grade pills. This spiritual marrow was the treasure that Su Chun valued the most. With this spiritual marrow, it wouldn't be long before I could break through to the martial sovereign realm. Su Chen's gaze was intense as he whispered to himself. After sweeping the treasure vault of the Wind and Rain Tower clean, Su Chun took advantage of the night and left quietly, returning to EC City. Chapter 136, Celestial River Divine, Sand in a quiet room aboard the Void treasure ship. Su Chun sat cross-legged on a soft couch, counting the gains he had acquired from the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower. After destroying the Wind and Rain Tower, he quietly returned to EC City and early in the morning went to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's outpost outside the city, boarding the Void treasure ship heading to the Great Li royal capital. If all goes well, he would be able to return to the Great Li royal capital in 3 days. He had collected 450,000 low-grade spirit stones, over 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and various spirit pills which were all below the 4th or 5th rank. Among these spirit medicines, there were some rare treasures that could be used for alchemy. As for the martial skills, aside from 3 Earth-level martial skills, the rest were only yellow and profound-level martial techniques, which were of no use to him. However, it wasn't entirely without gains, Su Chun thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. What he valued were the spirit stones. As for the other spirit pills and martial techniques, he didn't care for them and could sell them at the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to exchange for spirit stones for cultivation. However, in the treasure vault of the Wind and Rain Tower, besides the spiritual spring jade marrow, he also discovered a treasure, Celestial River Divine Sand. In Su Chen's palm appeared a rusty copper box. Upon opening it, fine sand that sparkled like stars emerged, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Clearly, even the Wind and Rain Tower did not know what this treasure was, which is why it was placed in the treasure vault. But Su Chen recognized it. Celestial River Divine Sand is the essence of extraterrestrial stars, refined by heavenly fire and formed over countless years, making it a top-tier treasure for refining weapons. Celestial River Divine Sand can be used to refine powerful imperial artifacts, treasures that can only be activated by martial emperors, possessing the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, Su Chen knew that this Celestial River Divine Sand could not only be used to refine imperial artifacts, but could also be used to cultivate true fire of heaven and earth, enhancing its power. If Celestial River Divine Sand were used to cultivate devouring true fire, it would not only strengthen the power of the devouring true fire, but also assist in cultivating the undying chaos body. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered to himself. The supreme body refining technique he obtained from the Qinquan tripod, the undying chaos body, was terrifyingly powerful. Su Chun had only condensed a strand of tribulation energy, and his physical power had surged, allowing him to rival a half-step martial king. If he condensed a few more strands of tribulation energy, wouldn't he be able to directly kill a martial king? No time to waste. I will use the Celestial River Divine Sand to cultivate devouring true fire and refine the undying chaos body, while my cultivation should also break through. A hint of sharpness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He then directly entered the chaotic space within the Qinquan tripod. He took out all the spirit stones he had obtained from the Wind and Rain Tower and set up a mysterious gathering spirit array. Then took out the 5-element spiritual marrow. Carefully, he extracted a few grains of Celestial River Divine Sand and slowly merged them with the devouring true fire. Boom! The Celestial River Divine Sand erupted with a brilliant divine light, causing the devouring true fire to immediately burn fiercely, enveloping Su Chun in an intense flame. Streams of devouring true fire surged through the pores of Su Chen's body, continuously flowing into his limbs and bones, beginning to refine his physical body, gradually condensing a strand of tribulation energy within him. At the same time, the gathering spirit array activated, and vast spiritual energy continuously poured into Su Chen's body, especially that 5-element spiritual marrow, exuding the most pure 5-element spiritual energy, enveloped in mist, continuously nourishing Su Chen's physical body and causing his cultivation to surge. Su Chen found that while simultaneously cultivating the undying chaos body and the 9 dragons battle heavenly technique, he had an extraordinary feeling of efficiency. His physical body was becoming stronger and stronger, and his aura was becoming more terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. Ancient dragon roars echoed. Mysterious and powerful dragon-shaped true energy coiling around Su Chun, causing his cultivation to surge instantly. Martial Sovereign First Layer. Martial Sovereign Second Layer. Martial Sovereign Third Layer. Su Chen's cultivation was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. If someone were to see it, they would surely be shocked. It should be known that even the most talented genius would take at least several months to break through a small realm. And at most years, how could it be as simple as Su Chen's experience of eating and drinking? Just as Su Chen was cultivating in the chaotic space, a terrifying figure blocked the path of the Void Treasure Ship. On the Void Treasure Ship, a white-robed elder of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, with a cultivation level of Martial Sovereign Sixth Layer, wore an extremely grave expression and bowed deeply to that figure. Senior, may I ask why you are blocking my Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's Void Treasure Ship? The white-robed elder felt that the figure before him was an incredibly powerful martial arts king. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is nothing. Open the formation. I want to inspect this Void Treasure Ship. I suspect that it hides the person I am looking for. The figure's gaze was icy, and a murderous aura surrounded him as he coldly spoke to the white-robed elder. If Su Chen were present, he would definitely recognize his identity. It was the master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Chapter 137, Cultivation Source. Peak Martial Sovereign, the master of the Wind and Rain Tower, had come from the Great Li royal capital. After losing track of Su Chen, he believed that Su Chen would surely return to the Great Li royal capital, intending to ambush him outside the capital. However, before he could find Su Chen, an incident occurred at the Wind and Rain Tower headquarters. The deputy master left behind by the Wind and Rain Tower was killed, and the treasure vault of the Wind and Rain Tower was forcibly invaded. Before the deputy master died, he used a special method to send a message to him, stating that the culprit was Su Chen. He was filled with rage and was drenched in cold sweat. Su Chen was so audacious that instead of returning to the capital of the Great Li Kingdom, he directly headed east to Donghai City, where he annihilated the Wind and Rain Tower with a thunderous force. How did Su Chen manage to do this? Moreover, the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower was so secretive that no one else knew about it. How did Su Chen find out? Could it be that there were spies within the Wind and Rain Tower? The master of the Wind and Rain Tower was filled with murderous intent and immediately left the capital, making his way towards Donghai City. At that moment, he encountered the Void Treasure Ship of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He suspected that Su Chen might be hiding on the Void Treasure Ship, trying to use it to return to the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Therefore, he stopped the Void Treasure Ship. Senior, who are you looking for? Our Void Treasure Ship of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce cannot be searched at will, even by a martial king. The white-robed elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce gritted his teeth and said, even though the person before him was an unfathomable martial king, he did not believe that this martial king would dare to forcefully intrude. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower had a fierce glint in his eyes, but then a hint of apprehension appeared. After a moment of silence, he said, how about this? You withdraw the formation, and I won't board the Void Treasure Ship. I will only use my divine sense to search. That person is my enemy, and he must die. This was already a concession on his part. If he weren't aware that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was backed by the martial sacred land, Wanbao Pavilion, how could he waste so much breath with a martial sovereign? He would have already stormed onto the Void Treasure Ship. All right. The white-robed elder understood that if he did not allow this martial king to take a look, he would likely not back down, and he also compromised. He stopped the formation on the Void Treasure Ship. The master of the Wind and Rain Tower immediately released a powerful divine sense, enveloping the entire Void Treasure Ship, starting to probe one room after another. However, to his disappointment, he found no trace or whereabouts of Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was cultivating in the chaotic space within the Qiankuan cauldron, perfectly avoiding his probe, and his divine sense could naturally not detect the existence of the Qiankuan cauldron. Thus, disappointment was destined. After a while, the master of the Wind and Rain Tower retracted his divine sense with a grim expression and coldly said, sorry, I did not find the person I was looking for. Farewell. He then soared into the air and continued heading towards Donghai City. The white-robed elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce breathed a sigh of relief and then activated the formation. The Void Treasure Ship started up and continued flying towards the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. However, to the shock of the white-robed elder, this was just the beginning. In the following 3 days, the Void Treasure Ship encountered one powerful martial king after another blocking its path, all claiming they were looking for someone. Although they were wary of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, they seemed determined to find that person, probing with their divine senses to search the Void Treasure Ship. Even though they found nothing, it still left the white-robed elder puzzled. Who were they looking for? Sitting cross-legged in the chaotic space, Su Chen naturally had no idea that he had avoided the probing of several powerful figures because he was cultivating inside the Qiankuan cauldron. 3 days later, just as the void treasure ship arrived at the capital of the Great Li Kingdom, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Buzz! 2 dazzling divine lights pierced through the void. Sharp and unmatched, divine lights spread around Su Chen. His blood energy surged, and the sound of dragon roars intertwined, making him look mysterious and imposing. His cultivation had already surged to the peak of the martial sovereign's 9th level. In just 3 days, he had risen from the 1st level of martial sovereign to the peak of the 9th level, crossing 9 minor realms. If others knew, their eyes would pop out. Terrifying. At the peak of martial sovereign? That's fine. The recent rapid growth in cultivation has been a bit too fast. I still need to temper myself before making another breakthrough. However, even now, I can fight and win against a true martial king. Su Chen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with powerful confidence. In his Dantian's Qi, 10 mysterious gray-white streams of energy emerged, making his blood boil, filled with an overwhelming wave of power. Boom! Su Chen punched out, and the void erupted. His physical strength had increased by several times compared to before. During these 3 days, his greatest gain was not just breaking through to the peak of martial sovereign, but he had also relied on the heavenly river divine sand and devouring true fire to cultivate the indestructible chaotic body, condensing 10 strands of tribulation energy within his body. These 10 strands of tribulation energy made him feel as if he had been reborn. His physical body became exceptionally strong, and one punch could almost possess the power to shake mountains. This was his greatest reliance in defeating a martial king. However, the cost was also enormous. In the spirit gathering array, the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones had turned to dust, and even the 5-colored spirit marrow had consumed a small half. With nearly half of the heavenly river divine sand also used up, but in Su Chen's eyes, all of this was worth it. Has the capital of the Great Li Kingdom arrived? I wonder how my mother and younger sister are doing now. It seems I must quickly take them away from here and reunite with my master to head to the heavenly Tao sect. A trace of expectation appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Then, he left the chaotic space, preparing to search for his mother and younger sister. Chapter 138. Where's my mother? The void treasure ship stopped at a station outside the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Su Chen disembarked from the void treasure ship and headed towards the capital. It's Su Chen. Su Chen has appeared. Kill him. Kill him. And we can enter the 9 Sun Divine Sect to gain heavenly tier martial skills and 1,000,000 spirit stones. As soon as Su Chen appeared outside the void treasure ship, several powerful divine senses intertwined, instantly discovering his figure. Some chose to ambush Su Chen on the road between Wulong Mountain and the capital of the Great Li Kingdom, while others waited at the capital to catch him. They did not expect that Su Chen would indeed show up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen figures charged towards Su Chen from different directions simultaneously. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he immediately noticed that among those figures were 6 martial sovereigns and 7 or 8 martial lords. Seeking death, Su Chen's expression was icy, and he suddenly stomped down, then punched out. Roar! An ancient and vast dragon roar erupted, and a dragon-shaped fist imprint swept through the surrounding void, vigorous and magnificent, containing the fluctuations that could annihilate everything, suppressing those dozen figures. Su Chen would show no mercy to those who sought to kill him. Boom! In an instant, the attacks unleashed by the dozen figures were like paper, swept away by the fist imprint, and then they were violently shaken, spitting out blood and flying out. Among them, several martial lords could not withstand such a fierce fist imprint and were directly shattered in the void, turning into a mist of blood. The others were also severely injured, crashing heavily to the ground, clearly unable to survive. Hiss! Su Chen is so powerful. Someone gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Su Chen. Not everyone was reckless. Although the bounty from the Thunder Movement Martial Emperor was indeed tempting, the combat power that Su Chen had displayed made many people wary. Now, seeing Su Chen casually kill more than a dozen martial lords and martial sovereigns with a single punch, they were all doused with cold water and returned to their senses. Though treasures are good, one must have the life to claim them. Su Chen's sharp gaze swept over the crowd around him, and without a moment's hesitation, he directly unleashed his sword control technique and flew towards the royal capital. These people dared to wait for me so recklessly outside the royal capital. Could it be that something has happened in the royal capital? Su Chun felt an immense worry in his heart. He remembered that when he left the secret realm of Wulong Mountain, Master Luo Xian had blocked the Emperor Lei Dong, while Yuan Haoran and Lin Ruowei had stopped the three martial kings of the Zhejiang divine sect. Now, the royal capital of Dali was at its most vulnerable. If someone were to launch a surprise attack on the royal capital at this moment, there would likely be no one to resist. Su Chen's greatest concern was for Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. Whoosh! His speed was incredibly fast as he soared through the air, directly flying over the tall city walls of the royal capital, transforming into a dazzling sword light that landed in Lu Wenyuan's manor. The Lu manor seemed to have become much quieter, usually imposing and filled with servants. Today Su Chen found not a single person there. His divine sense covered the entire Lu manor and discovered that there was not a soul inside. Mother, something has happened. Standing in the Lu manor, Su Chun felt a chill all over, his eyes revealing an expression of immense worry and anger. Whoosh! He then soared into the sky again, flying towards the royal city. The royal city of Dali was heavily guarded, with the imperial guards protecting the surroundings and powerful martial artists patrolling, each as if facing a great enemy. Su Chen sensed the presences of Lu Wenyuan and Lu Guqing within the royal city. Whoosh! He used his sword control to swiftly enter the most central and magnificent palace. Who goes there? An enemy attack. At that moment, someone shouted loudly. Then, the surrounding guards, armed with swords, rushed towards Su Chun. Furthermore, a towering figure clad in black armor, resembling a general, suddenly swung a menacing battle knife towards Su Chun. Get lost! Su Chen's voice roared like thunder. And he did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch. Crack! The powerful punch directly shattered the knife light, sending the black-armored general flying. The general, drenched in blood and vitality, looked utterly astonished. How could a peak martial venerable, the general of the Imperial Guards, be pushed back by a mere boy? What he did not know was that if Su Chun had not held back, that punch would have completely killed him. Is it young Master Su Chen? Stop! Just then, a weary yet surprised voice came from within the palace. The black-armored general and the many guards were taken aback, immediately cupping their hands in salute and slowly retreating. The palace doors opened. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, with a stern face but looking somewhat pale and tired, walked out. It was none other than the king of Dali, Lin Chuan. Behind him were many familiar faces to Su Chun: Lu Wenyuan, Lu Guqing, Lu Yulong, Master Guyan, Elder Yun Yi, and others, all of whom revealed expressions of immense surprise upon seeing Su Chun. But Lu Hanyin was nowhere to be seen. Su Chen's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose as he stared at Lu Wenyuan and asked, "Where's my mother?" Chapter 139. Su Chen's rage. Murderous intent soars young Master Su Chun. You shouldn't have returned. Lin Chuan looked at Su Chun before him and sighed lightly. He possessed the peak cultivation of a martial venerable, but it was clear he had been heavily injured, emanating an incredibly sharp and domineering aura. Su Chen, it is my fault for not protecting your mother. Lu Wenyuan's eyes were filled with complexity and pain as he spoke to Su Chun. What exactly happened? Speak. Su Chen's expression was calm, but his voice carried an extreme chill that sent shivers down one's spine. It was like this. On the day you killed Lei Ming in the Wulong Mountain secret realm, after the Emperor Lei Dong issued a bounty for your capture, the Dali dynasty also sent people here. Lin Chuan began to explain slowly. It turned out that after the Emperor Lei Dong issued the bounty, the entire eastern domain was shaken. Although they knew Su Chun was powerful, many were blinded by treasures and rushed to the Dali kingdom to hunt him down. Among them was the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty believed that Su Chun had killed their ninth prince and Jiang Yunhe, so they sent the northern guardian King Yangsha, a powerful warrior, to personally come and take Su Chen's life. Lin Chuan, Lu Wenyuan, and the others naturally refused. However, Yangsha's combat power was extraordinary and terrifying. With a single sweep of his halberd, he broke through the great formation of the royal city and directly entered. Even a half-step martial king ancestor of the Dali royal family, who was in seclusion, was killed by his halberd. He did not find Su Chun, but he learned of Lu Hanyin and Su Linger's identities and sent people to capture them. Young Master Su Chun, before the northern guardian King Yangsha left. He left a message saying that he would wait for you in Fenglang City for 7 days. If you do not go, your mother and younger sister will. Lin Chuan said with a bitter smile. His injuries were indeed left by Yangsha. Yangsha was too terrifying. He could hardly imagine that a martial king would be so powerful, with just a hint of his halberd aura severely injuring him, like a blazing sun in the sky, making it hard to look directly at. Who could claim victory against such a strong opponent? Perhaps only a martial emperor could defeat Yangsha. At this moment, King Lin Chuan could also feel the overwhelming chill and murderous intent emanating from Su Chun, as if it could freeze everything for miles, causing everyone in the hall to tremble. Although Su Chun did not speak, everyone knew that he was brewing a rage and killing intent that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The Dali dynasty and Yangsha, you all deserve to die. Su Chen's heart echoed with a thunderous roar of anger. He never expected that the Dali dynasty would be so despicable and shameless, capturing his mother and younger sister when they could not find him. His heart was filled with endless murderous intent, as if only through slaughter could he vent his current fury. At the same time, Su Chun was also filled with self-blame. The reason Lu Hanyin and Su Linger fell into danger was also because of him. If it weren't for everything he did in the Wulong Mountain secret realm, they wouldn't be in such peril. This intertwining of anger, murderous intent, and self-reproach made Su Chun seem like a messenger from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming chill, wanting to destroy everything. 7 days? How many days are left? Su Chun raised his head and said expressionlessly. However, his eyes had already turned blood red, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. There are 3 days left. However, Jun Xiling and a person named Zhao Su have already set off for Fenglang City, saying they will definitely help you rescue them. Lin Chuan quickly replied. Su Chun, that northern guardian King Yangsha, is too strong. 10 years ago, he had already broken through to the martial king realm, and now he is even more unfathomable. You are not his opponent. Do not act impulsively. Your mother and younger sister Wu Ti want you to go to your death. Lu Wenyuan looked at Su Chun with sadness and pain in his eyes and advised in a low voice. He knew this was Yangsha's trap. He also wanted to save his daughter, but he understood in his heart that Lu Hanyin's greatest concern was Su Chun. She didn't want Su Chun to be in danger, making such a pointless sacrifice. Fenglang City, Yangsha, he will die at my hands. Su Chun did not respond to Lu Wenyuan and muttered softly to himself. His blood-red eyes looked into the distance, towards the direction of Fenglang City. Clang! A brilliant and dazzling sword light shot up into the sky, as if the Junlin sword sensed Su Chen's killing intent and anger, erupting with overwhelming sword intent, humming and vibrating in the void. Then, Su Chen stepped onto the Junlin sword and soared into the air, like a lightning bolt moving at breakneck speed towards Fenglang City. In the void, the wild wind howled, but it could not extinguish the flames of anger and slaughter in Su Chen's heart. His gaze was blood-red, cold, filled with overwhelming killing intent and sharpness. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death. His reverse scale was his mother and younger sister. Yangsha actually dared to kidnap his mother and younger sister. Su Chen swore to make him unable to find a place to die. To Fenglang City. Kill Yangsha, slay the martial king. Overturn the universe. Chapter 140. Fenglang City. Fenglang City. To the west of Dali, located on the side of Fenglang Mountain, it is the border between the Dali Kingdom and the Daling Dynasty, nominally belonging to the Dali Kingdom. Fenglang Mountain stretches for thousands of miles, rarely visited by people, and is very treacherous. It is said that there are powerful demon kings within, and ordinary martial artists do not dare to enter Fenglang Mountain. It is precisely because of the existence of Fenglang Mountain that it acts like a natural barrier, separating the Daling Dynasty and the Dali Kingdom. At this time, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, with not a cloud in sight. Above the tall city walls of Fenglang City, 2 almost unconscious women were suspended by ropes. One of the women was in her 30s, with a weak appearance, cracked lips, and her gaze was dazed, seemingly on the verge of fainting. The other was a teenage girl, stunningly beautiful, with an extremely pale face, looking into the distance filled with worry. They were Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. Sitting atop Fenglang City was a young man in golden battle armor, holding a Feng Tianhua halberd, with a handsome face and a gaze as cold and proud as that of an eagle. He was Yangsha, the king of the north from the Daling Dynasty. My lord, should we give them some water? It has already been 5 days, and Su Chun has not yet arrived. If they die first, that would be troublesome. A scholar in white beside Yangsha glanced at Lu Hanyin and Su Linger, hesitating to speak. Lu Hanyin and Su Linger had been captured and hung here for 5 days and 5 nights. They were bait captured by Yangsha, waiting for Su Chen to appear. However, 5 days had passed, and Su Chen still had not shown up. The brutal Yang Sha had even cut off Lu Hanyan and Su Linger's food and water. The middle-aged scholar was worried that if this continued, they would not last until Su Chen arrived. 2 ants, nothing to worry about. Whether they live or die. Su Chen will not ignore them. I want to see how much longer it will take for him to appear. Yang Sha sneered. He did not care about the lives of Lu Hanyan and Su Linger at all. Moreover, he believed that even if Lu Hanyan and Su Linger died, as long as their corpses hung here, Su Chen would definitely show up. Yang Sha was the king of the north of the Daling dynasty. Sent by the emperor to capture Su Chen, he was not a mindless person. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Upon learning that Su Chen's combat power was extraordinary, capable of killing many powerful martial sovereigns with his martial zone cultivation, he knew that Su Chen would not be easy to deal with. Such a person could only be made to obey by exposing his soft spot, and Lu Hanyan and Su Linger were Su Chen's soft spot. There are still 2 days left, my lord. What should we do if Su Chen still does not appear after 7 days? The middle-aged scholar pondered for a moment and asked. Don't worry, he will come. This boy is deeply loyal. Although his martial arts talent is extraordinary, his sense of loyalty is his greatest burden. We just need to wait and see. Yang Sha sneered. At this moment, not far from Fenglang City, in a dense forest, the figures of Jun Xiling and Zhao Su emerged. This Yang Sha is truly despicable. How could he treat Linger and her mother like this? I'm afraid they won't last much longer. Jun Xiling looked through the forest and saw Lu Hanyan and Su Linger hanging on the city wall. Her eyes filled with both anger and worry, her fists clenched tightly. Miss Xiling, don't act impulsively. Even if you have broken through to the martial sovereign realm, we are still no match for Yang Sha. We need to plan carefully. Zhao Su advised. What do you suggest we do? I never expected that the dignified Daling dynasty would commit such despicable and shameless acts. That Yang Sha deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Jun Xiling said coldly. Right now, with the young master absent, with just the 2 of us, rescuing them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhao Su said with a bitter smile. If you are unwilling, then leave. Even if it costs me my life, I will save them. Jun Xiling raised her eyebrows. Miss Xiling, I am not unwilling. Very well. To save the young master's mother and younger sister, I, Zhao Su, will fight today. In a moment, I will set up a formation to try to delay Yang Sha for a moment, and you can find an opportunity to rescue them. How does that sound? Zhao Su gritted his teeth, a look of determination in his eyes. Do you have confidence? 60%. Yang Sha is too strong. He is not an ordinary martial arts king. 60% is worth a shot. Jun Xiling said coldly, staring at the distant Fenglang city. She felt both worried and guilty. After leaving the Wulong Mountain secret realm, she originally intended to return directly to the Dali royal capital, but her cultivation had just broken through to the martial sovereign realm, which delayed them for 2 days. It was during those 2 days that when they returned to the Dali royal capital, they heard about Lu Hanyan and Su Linger being captured. Jun Xiling had promised Su Chen in the Wulong Mountain secret realm to take good care of Lu Hanyan and Su Linger, but unexpectedly, something happened to them, filling her with guilt. That was why she and Zhao Su had come all the way to Fenglang City to rescue Lu Hanyan and Su Linger. However, they had not found any opportunities, and Jun Xiling was getting anxious. These past 2 days, Zhao Su had not been idle. He had been secretly working around the perimeter of Fenglang City, seemingly setting up some formation. Can you lure Yang Sha here later? Do you have confidence? Zhao Su asked. Don't worry. Apart from Yang Sha, his subordinates are all useless. None of them are my match. The sharpness flickered in Jun Xiling's eyes. Then let's go? Zhao Su nodded. Clang. A sharp sword light burst forth, and Jun Xiling soared into the sky. The true energy within her surged violently, filled with killing intent and resentment. Pouring into this sword at that moment, transforming into a sword chi over 100 feet long, fiercely slashing down towards Yang Sha above Fenglang City. Chapter 141. 10 Fiends Trap Divine Formation, the first form of the Qingyun Sword Classic. Qingyun ascends. Jun Xiling's sword was like the Qingyun sword from the sky, enveloping this void, dazzling to the extreme, and it slashed down with great momentum. Looking for death, Yang Sha's eyes flashed with cold light. He did not expect that someone would dare to attack him in Fenglang City. Boom. The Fangtian Huaji in his hand suddenly trembled, emanating a domineering and fierce aura, as if it were about to split mountains apart, and met Jun Xiling's sword head-on. The sword energy and the halberd light intertwined, shaking the void and rumbling like thunder. Although Jun Ziling's sword was unmatched in sharpness, it was still overtaken by Yang Sha's Fangtian Huaji, which directly shattered it and sent Jun Ziling flying. Jun Ziling felt her blood surging, and after being sent flying over 100 feet, she managed to steady herself. So strong. Jun Ziling's expression turned serious. On the opposite side, Yang Sha still sat firmly atop the wolf-ceiling city, not retreating a single step, his eyes filled with an extraordinarily arrogant demeanor. Jun Ziling knew she was indeed no match for Yang Sha. Capture her. Yang Sha pointed at Jun Ziling and said coldly. He seemed to disdain considering Jun Ziling's identity or why she was trying to ambush him. After all, as long as he captured Jun Ziling, everything would naturally become clear. He had absolute confidence in himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Yang Sha's command, several figures in black armor with piercing gazes surged from behind him towards Jun Ziling. They were all at the martial venerable level, following Yang Sha to conquer the world, their power terrifyingly formidable. Let alone a graceful woman. Even if Yang Sha ordered them to slay gods, they would charge forward without hesitation. Kill! Jun Ziling shouted fiercely and soared into the air. The long sword in her palm radiated a dazzling brilliance, instantly condensing into sharp sword lights above her head. The great thousand-sword formation. Jun Ziling pointed in midair, and immediately, the sword lights filled the sky like a torrential river, attacking the several martial venerable guards with an incredibly strange trajectory. This was the second move of the Qingyun sword cannon, using supreme Qingyun sword energy to form a sword formation, imprisoning and annihilating all like the great thousand world. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and divine lights surged. The few martial venerable guards, feeling the sharp killing intent of the sword light, knew it was not to be trifled with. And they all unleashed powerful martial techniques, summoning weapons to defend themselves. However, to their shock, the sword light seemed endless, and its power grew increasingly terrifying, eventually piercing through their protective, true energy. Blood light filled the air as one martial venerable guard's head soared into the sky. The torrential sword light descended, and the few martial venerable guards could not withstand the onslaught from all directions, with sword lights piercing their foreheads, shattering their hearts, and decapitating them, all perishing at Jun Ziling's hands. Yang Sha, the king of the north, do you have no courage to fight me? Sending these useless fools to their deaths. I will kill as many as there are. Jun Ziling stared at Yang Sha and sneered coldly. What courage? Although I know you are provoking me, you have succeeded. A cold glint flashed in Yang Sha's eyes. Boom. His foot stomped down, and the entire wolf-ceiling city trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred, the void roaring. Then, holding the Fangtian Huaji, he descended like a brilliant golden divine light, moving at an extreme speed towards Jun Ziling. This strike had the power to shake the heavens. Whoosh! Jun Ziling stepped on her flying sword, quickly retreating using her sword technique, her eyes filled with an intense seriousness. This strike made her feel an immense danger, containing a violent, domineering, and extremely sharp power fluctuation, as if even a martial king could be slain in one blow. Unable to avoid it, Jun Ziling executed another move, Qingyun rising up to meet it head-on. Crack! The sword lights exploded in the sky, and the Fangtian Huaji obliterated everything, shattering Jun Ziling's Qingyun rising up with an overwhelming force, sending her flying once again. Jun Ziling trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face turning extremely pale. She was injured, under Yang Sha's frenzied attack, even with her martial saint inheritance and supreme sword cannon. The gap in cultivation was simply too great. However, this strike also pushed her back into the dense forest, retreating within the formation set up by Zhao Su. Hurry to rescue them. Leave him to me. Zhao Su's voice rang in Jun Ziling's ears. Rumbling. Then, the earth trembled violently, divine light surged, and waves of black evil aura surged forth, transforming into terrifying beasts that charged towards Yang Sha. Be careful, Jun Ziling shouted as she instantly soared into the sky, rushing towards the wolf-ceiling city. She needed to rescue Lu Hanyan and Su Linger as quickly as possible. A formation? You seek death. Yang Sha was slightly taken aback, then immediately became furious. Boom. The Fangtian Huaji in his hand could obliterate everything. The beasts formed from the evil aura posed no threat to him and were all slaughtered. However, the evil aura around him grew denser, the surrounding void seemingly intertwining to completely engulf him. This is the 10 fiends trapping God's formation, not a killing formation. I want to see if you can break free. Zhao Su sneered coldly in his heart, feeling somewhat proud. Although Yang Sha's strength was formidable, he was still going to be trapped by Zhao Su in the formation. How could human power contend against the forces of heaven and earth? Crack! Just then, a blazing golden radiance shot into the sky, shattering the layers of evil aura, as if piercing a hole in the sky. A mere trapping formation dares to hold this king? Die! Yang Sha's gaze turned cold, instantly locking onto Zhao Su within the formation, wielding the Fangtian Huaji, and striking down towards him. Zhao Su's expression froze. Yang Sha had actually broken free from his 10 fiends trapping God's formation so quickly. How was that possible? Then, Zhao Su, like an eel, dove straight into the surging evil aura, and a heart-wrenching scream came from within. Young master, save me. Chapter 142. Yang Sha? Come over and die? Clang. A sharp sword energy slashed down, like a brilliant river of stars, aiming to split heaven and earth in half, reaching an extreme sharpness. Several armored martial venerable guards had their weapons shattered and were sent flying. Jun Xiling was surrounded by sword energy, the vast and powerful sword intent making everyone feel a sense of dread. Just as she said, she could sweep through the martial venerable realm. The warriors brought by Yang Sha were all seasoned fighters who had followed him into battle, extremely powerful and fearless of death, yet they all fell at Jun Xiling's hands. Whoosh! Jun Xiling moved incredibly quickly, instantly arriving before Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. Junior sister Jun. Su Linger trembled all over, her eyes filled with immense joy. Just as Jun Xiling was about to cut the ropes and rescue Lu Hanyin and Su Linger, she suddenly felt a sense of danger approaching. Without thinking, she slashed her sword backward. Clang! Sparks flew, and an invisible wave rippled through the void. The long sword in Jun Xiling's hand vibrated violently, her arm going numb as she was forced back. Before her stood a middle-aged scholar holding a folding fan, his gaze incredibly deep, as if he could see through everything. And his cultivation had actually reached the martial king level. Young lady, with me here, you cannot save them, the middle-aged scholar said lightly. His gaze seemed to penetrate through Jun Xiling, containing a strange light. You are the king of ghosts of mountains and rivers, Yinzheng? Jun Xiling shuddered all over, suddenly recalling the non-metallic, non-jade fan in the middle-aged scholar's hand. Oh, you recognize me? The middle-aged scholar was somewhat surprised. With a flick, he opened the folding fan in his hand. The ink wash of mountains and rivers was stained, but it depicted many fearsome skulls, combined with the shattered landscape of mountains and rivers, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield, sending chills down one's spine. It really is you. A hint of cold light appeared in Jun Xiling's eyes. Yin Zheng, the king of ghosts of mountains and rivers, was indeed a legendary figure. It was said that he was from the Zhao kingdom, initially studying literature and achieving the top scholar title, entering the Hamlin Academy. However, after witnessing the horrors of war, he believed that studying couldn't save the world and resolved to learn martial arts to support the world. He comprehended an incredibly powerful martial art from countless classics, called the King of Ghosts of Mountains and Rivers Seal. When the Mountains and Rivers Seal is unleashed, righteousness soars. When the Ghost King Seal is unleashed, blood flows like a river. He was an extremely sinister person, willing to slaughter the entire Zhao royal family for the sake of the common people. Yet for some unknown reason, he joined the Great Lin dynasty and became the military advisor of the million-strong Northern Town Army. Even Yang Sha relied heavily on him. His weapon was the Mountain and River Ghost King fan, which immediately reminded Jun Xiling of him upon seeing it. Jun Xiling had naturally heard of the great name of the King of Ghosts of Mountains and Rivers, but she never expected to see him here. You are not my opponent. I won't kill you. You should quickly find Su Chun. Only he can save the two of them. Yin Zheng said lightly. How do you know if we don't fight? Kill. A powerful fighting spirit emerged in Jun Xiling's eyes as she suddenly shouted and charged at Yin Zheng with her sword. Boom. Her sword intent was unmatched, and waves of sword energy descended, turning the surrounding rocks and grass into powder, continuously targeting Yin Zheng's vital points. But Yin Zheng's Mountain and River Ghost King fan seemed to unleash a realm of mountains and rivers, effortlessly blocking all the sword energy. For some reason, it seemed that Yin Zheng did not want to kill Jun Xiling. The two fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, Zhao Su was in a perilous situation. Boom. The earth trembled, and divine light surged. The Fang Tianhua halberd kept slashing down, causing the ground to crack continuously, while waves of malevolent energy were swept away. The so-called 10 Fiends trapping God array was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Su, hiding within, was exhausted from fleeing. Although he kept dodging, he was still locked onto by Yang Sha's aura, and it wouldn't be long before he would be buried beneath the Feng Tianhua halberd. Young master, come save me. If you don't appear soon, I'm really going to die. Zhao Su's voice was incredibly mournful, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Boom. He quickly formed seals with both hands, summoning a ferocious beast made of malevolent energy, towering several dozen feet, which lunged toward Yang Sha with its gaping maw, only to be obliterated by Yang Sha's Feng Tianhua halberd. Zhao Su was completely exposed before Yang Sha. Today, no one can save you. A hint of cruel killing intent appeared on Yang Sha's lips as he raised the Feng Tianhua halberd, striking down toward Zhao Su. Crack! But just then, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the void. A dazzling sword light, moving at the speed of light, instantly crossed space and violently collided with Yang Sha's Feng Tianhua halberd. Boom! The void shook, the sword energy shattered, and Yang Sha's Feng Tianhua halberd was also deflected by an overwhelming divine power. Who is it? Yang Sha's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance and shouted, Yang Sha, come over and die? A cold voice echoed like thunder. A figure with an immensely powerful aura, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, flew in from afar, appearing before Yang Sha in an instant. With flying black hair and snow-white robes, but blood-red eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent, surrounded by dragon-shaped true energy. He looked imposing and mysterious. Who else could it be but Su Chun? Chapter 143. Su Chun versus Yang Sha. Young master, you finally came. Zhao Su trembled all over upon seeing Su Chun, his eyes revealing immense excitement. Su Chun, he actually came? He is Su Chun? Meanwhile, in the sky above Feng Wolf City, Jun Xiling and Yan Zheng, who were in fierce battle, also paused, looking at Su Chun with various expressions. Jun Xiling was naturally excited and worried. After all, Yang Sha was too strong. Yan Zheng's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with curiosity. Brother, he is here. Mother, wake up quickly, brother has come to save us. Su Ling trembled. Her eyes reddened as she continuously called out to the already unconscious Lu Hanyin beside her. At this moment, Su Chen also saw Lu Hanyin and Su Ling when he sensed their weak auras and saw their pale faces and cracked lips. Nearly on the brink of death, Su Chen's eyes instantly turned blood red. Tears of blood silently flowed down. Yang Sha, today I will definitely kill you. Definitely kill you. An incredibly piercing voice exploded in the void. The anger, killing intent, self-recrimination, and guilt contained in the voice transformed into soaring battle intent, converging on Su Chun. This made Su Chen's aura grow increasingly violent and mad. He had never hated someone as much as he did today. Yang Sha must die. You are Su Chen. With mere cultivation at the 9th level of the martial sovereign, being able to withstand my strike is already commendable. But you are still too weak. Yang Sha's gaze was filled with cruelty as he coldly laughed at Su Chun. Boom. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Chen's ferocious punch. The surging blood energy rose, and the overwhelming malevolent aura spread. That punch didn't use any martial techniques. It was purely the explosive force of his physical body. But it gave the impression that it could shatter the heavens with a single blow. This is the heaven-shaking fist. Looking for death. Yang Sha's eyes turned cold as he raised the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand, striking down towards Su Chun with the might of splitting a mountain. Clang! When Su Chen's punch collided with the Feng Tianhua halberd, sparks flew, and a muffled thunder sounded. An incredibly terrifying force surged, causing Yang Sha's arm to go numb, almost making him unable to hold the Feng Tianhua halberd. What? A look of seriousness appeared in Yang Sha's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's aura surged, as if he were enraged to the extreme, unleashing terrifying punches relentlessly toward Yang Sha, and in an instant, he threw over 100 punches. In Yang Sha's eyes, Su Chen seemed to transform into a humanoid tyrannosaurus, not using any martial techniques, but each punch possessed the strength comparable to Earth-level martial arts. Moreover, Su Chen's speed in attacking was extremely fast, and being in close combat made Yang Sha feel incredibly uncomfortable. He unleashed the power of the Feng Tianhua halberd, trying to kill Su Chun, but with every collision, that strange and fierce punch force made him feel extremely uncomfortable, causing the Feng Tianhua halberd to tremble continuously. By the end, his arm was almost losing feeling. Die for me. Su Chun let out an angry roar, and another terrifying fist imprint struck, directly sending Yang Sha's Fang Tian Hua Ji flying out of his hands. Then, Su Chun grabbed Yang Sha's arm, swung him around, and smashed him hard into the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently, cracking apart. Su Chun held onto Yang Sha's arm, repeatedly swinging him up and smashing him down, venting his anger and killing intent. The ground continued to shake and crack, with spiderweb-like fissures appearing across thousands of feet of land, along with numerous human-shaped pits. How brutal. In the distance, Zhao Su's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that the seemingly terrifying Yang Sha would be continuously smashed into the ground by Su Chun. At the same time, he felt incredibly fortunate and excited. Thank goodness Su Chun came. Thank goodness Su Chun is still so monstrous and so strong, just relying on physical strength. He possesses such combat power? How did he do it? The Mountain River Ghost King, Yin Zheng, also looked on in disbelief, staring at the battlefield not far away, his expression growing serious. Boom. When Su Chun smashed Yang Sha into the ground again, he directly stomped down from midair, stepping on Yang Sha's extraordinarily handsome face. Yang Sha went completely berserk. Su Chun, you're seeking death. Yang Sha roared, his entire body radiating overwhelming killing intent, as if a deafening beast roar echoed, sweeping through the void. Even Su Chun was pushed back several feet. A white tiger phantom appeared around Yang Sha, looking fierce and terrifying, as if it could harness the power of metal and annihilate everything. Yang Sha's injuries also visibly began to heal. Su Chun, you successfully angered me. As a reward, I will. Yang Sha soared into the air, staring at Su Chun with a cold voice. Enough with the nonsense. Su Chun shouted, not giving him a chance to finish, brutally interrupting him. Then, a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, like a galaxy from the heavens, flowing down to wash away all sins in the world. Sharp to the extreme, reaching Yang Sha in an instant. Life and death sword. This sword determines victory and defeat, and also life and death. Chapter 144, Slaying Yang Sha. Annihilating the Martial King. Sky-cutting 7 swords, first style. Life and death sword. After Su Chun's cultivation broke through, and he trained in the undying chaos body, the power of his life and death sword surged tremendously. This sword was already comparable to a heavenly grade martial skill. Even a martial king would be gravely injured beneath this sword, if not killed. I, Yang Sha, with the white tiger spirit body, protected by divine beasts, am invincible in battle, annihilating all. You, a mere martial Zong'at, think you can defeat me? Foolish delusion. Yang Sha's eyes turned blood red, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Su Chun's sword also made him feel a deadly threat. Roar. He let out a deafening tiger roar, then suddenly extended an arm, seemingly covered in a metallic sheen, exuding overwhelming killing intent, reaching for Su Chun's Junlin sword. The sword energy in the air seemed to shatter under that tiger roar. The true form of the Junlin sword emerged, and it collided violently with Yang Sha's arm. Crack. The sword struck as if it had hit impenetrable gold and iron, sparks flying. However, the overwhelming killing intent on Yang Sha's arm was instantly shattered by the Junlin sword, whose sharpness far exceeded Yang Sha's imagination. Poof! Blood splattered, as one of Yang Sha's arms was directly severed by Su Chun's sword. Yang Sha let out a cry of agony. Blood flowed like a river from his shoulder, quickly dyeing him red like a blood man. Kill! Su Chun's gaze turned icy, as golden light gathered, mysterious runes intertwined, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden beam that shot towards Yang Sha, breaking the void divine light. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Su Chun had no intention of giving Yang Sha a chance to breathe. After the breaking the void divine light erupted, he wielded the Junlin sword with powerful divine sense, launching another life and death sword strike towards Yang Sha. At the same time, the killing intent on Su Chun's fist spread, black flames surged, radiating a dangerous aura, transforming into a brutal fist imprint that pressed down on Yang Sha, breaking the void divine light. Life and death sword, devouring true fire. These 3 of Su Chun's most powerful trump cards erupted simultaneously, aiming to completely slay Yang Sha. Damn it! Yang Sha's entire body trembled, his eyes filled with unimaginable fury, but also revealing a trace of undeniable fear. He lifted the Fang Tian Hua Ji with one hand and fiercely slashed forward. Even with one arm severed, he was still a powerful martial king. Moreover, with the white tiger spirit body, his fighting spirit surged, and his killing intent boiled, making him even stronger after being injured. Boom. The Fang Tian Hua Ji collided with the breaking the void divine light, shaking violently, and was then struck down by the life and death sword, shattering the divine gold-crafted Fang Tian Hua Ji. In Yangsha's eyes filled with horror and disbelief, the breaking the void divine light pierced through his brow, and the Junlin sword pierced through his chest, and Su Qian's most fierce and brutal punch struck him. The devouring true fire burned fiercely, enveloping him entirely. I am the Northern King Yangsha, white tiger spirit body, invincible in the world. How can I die? Yangsha's unwilling and weak voice echoed. Then, it abruptly stopped. He was engulfed by the devouring true fire, burning fiercely, and soon turned to ashes, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. Northern King Yangsha is dead. He is dead? Zhao Su rubbed his eyes, his expression filled with immense shock. Northern King Yangsha was almost hailed as the first general beneath the emperor of the Great Lin dynasty, and was the younger brother of the emperor, possessing incredible strength. He single-handedly stormed into the capital of the Great Li, as if entering no man's land, with no one able to match him, directly taking away Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. His power was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. But now he was actually dead. Moreover, there was nothing left of him. Whether it was Zhao Su or the distant Jun Xiling, they both felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Su Chun, has he become this strong? Jun Xiling murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had originally thought that after breaking through to the martial venerable realm, she might have the strength to fight Su Chun. Only now did she realize that even after breaking through to the martial venerable realm, the gap between her and Su Chun was still widening. Whoosh. After killing Yangsha, Su Chun didn't even glance back, directly soaring to the walls of Wolf Fortress. Poof, poof, poof. The Junlin sword, like lightning, pierced through the hearts of several martial venerable guards of the Great Lin dynasty, killing them all. Su Chun severed the ropes, carefully held Lu Hanyin and Su Linger, gently placing them down, his eyes filled with immense guilt. If it weren't for him, their mother and little sister wouldn't have suffered such great misfortune. Mother, I'm sorry. Su Chen's eyes were filled with guilt as he took out a healing elixir and hurriedly fed it to Lu Hanyin. Although he quickly checked and confirmed that Lu Hanyin was not in life-threatening danger, seeing the bloodstains on her arms, her pale face, and cracked lips filled him with pain and murderous intent. The Daling dynasty had tormented his mother and younger sister so much just to capture him. Su Chen wished he could immediately storm into the Daling dynasty and kill the high and mighty emperor of Daling to avenge his mother and sister. Chapter 145. Evil spirits from beyond the king really died at Su Chen's hands? The river ghost king, Yin Zheng, was filled with shock. He had originally thought that there would be a fierce battle between Su Chun and Yangsha, and that Yangsha's combat power was extraordinary. Even if Su Chun had great talent, it would not be easy to defeat Yangsha. However, the outcome was still beyond his expectations. Yangsha had captured Su Chen's mother and younger sister, provoking his reverse scale, and he unleashed his strongest trump card, killing Yangsha. Even though Yin Zheng wanted to help, he had no opportunity. Take good care of mother. Su Chen patted Su Linger on the head, entrusted the unconscious Lu Hanyin to her, and then slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Yin Zheng. The sharpness in his eyes seemed capable of piercing everything. Young Master Su, please listen to my words. Sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Chun, Yin Zheng quickly spoke to him. Boom. Su Chen did not respond. His gaze remained cold, blood surging around him, killing intent rising as he stepped towards Yin Zheng, exuding a terrifying pressure. Young Master Su, I do not wish to be your enemy. Your mother and sister have been provided with food and water by me these past few days. Yin Zheng said sincerely. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly to Su Linger. She quickly nodded and said, That's right, brother. Thanks to this gentleman secretly providing food and water for me and mother these past few days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted this long. The coldness in Su Chen's eyes eased slightly, but the murderous aura surrounding him remained terrifying, locking onto Yin Zheng's entire aura. What is it? Yin Zheng quickly asked. Young Master Su, may I ask if you are a disciple of the martial emperor Luo Xian? Su Chen's eyes flashed as he nodded. So what? Please take a look. Yin Zheng's eyes brightened, and then a brilliant light erupted from his palm. An ethereal palm print shot out, causing the void to rumble and shake. Heavenly Dao Palm. You are also a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect? Su Chun recognized the martial technique Yin Zheng was using, which was indeed the heavenly Dao palm. Only disciples of the heavenly Dao sect were qualified to practice it. That's right. I am an outer disciple of the heavenly Dao sect. Back in the Zhao kingdom, I was rescued by Master Fengwen when I was in trouble, and he accepted me as a named disciple. Passing down the heavenly Dao palm and this outer sect token, Yin Zheng nodded, as if trying to convince Su Chun, revealing a jade token in his palm, which had two ancient and mysterious characters on it. Heavenly Dao. It is indeed an outer sect token. Master Fengwen. The coldness in Su Chen's eyes gradually dissipated, and the murderous aura around him dispersed. He had already believed Yin Zheng's words. Fengwen was the chief of a peak in the heavenly Dao sect, a senior brother of Luo Xian, and Su Chun had to call him Uncle Master. Those who were not disciples of the heavenly Dao sect would not even know his name. Coupled with the heavenly Dao palm and the outer sect token, Su Chun confirmed Yin Zheng's identity. He was indeed a disciple of the heavenly Dao sect. Young Master Su, although I have heard your name before, I did not know you had already been accepted as a disciple by the fairy Luo Xian until after Yangsha captured your mother and sister. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Yin Zheng said sincerely. This was also the reason why he had gone easy on Jun Xiling before. However, Yangsha's strength was too great, and his temperament was brutal. If he didn't have enough confidence, he wouldn't dare to easily let Lu Hanyin and Su Linger go. Su Chun looked deeply at Yin Zheng and said, in light of your secretly protecting my mother and sister, I will not kill you. You may leave. Although Yin Zheng was an outer disciple of the heavenly Dao sect, Su Chun had no good feelings towards him. Following Yangsha, he did not seem like a good person. If it weren't for his protection of Lu Hanyin and Su Linger, Su Chun would have killed him long ago. The reputation of the heavenly Dao sect could not be tarnished by such people. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Yin Zheng immediately guessed what he was thinking and then transmitted a message to Su Chun. Young Master Su. The reason I am lurking in the Daling dynasty beside Yangsha is due to my master's orders. The emperor has problems, and it is very likely related to the evil spirits from beyond. My master ordered me to investigate. Evil spirits from beyond. Su Chen's body trembled, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes. This was a very distant name. The evil spirits from beyond were evil beings that grew beyond the Xiantian realm. Thousands of years ago, the evil spirits from beyond had invaded the Xiantian realm, causing immense slaughter, a mountain of corpses, and countless beings dying. Their flesh devoured by the evil spirits from beyond. If it weren't for a remarkable human martial emperor who emerged thousands of years ago, leading countless strong people to suppress the evil spirits from beyond and clear the universe, this realm would have long ceased to exist. However, in his previous life, after becoming the Nine-Dragon Martial Emperor, Su Chun had also discovered the evil spirits from beyond and even battled against powerful beings among them, killing them. He knew well how difficult it was to deal with the evil spirits from beyond. He did not expect to hear news of the evil spirits from beyond in this small Eastern Lin domain. Chapter 146, Dragon Bloodstone. That's right. Young Master Su is a disciple of Fairy Luo Xian and should know about the evil spirits from beyond. They have an irreconcilable blood feud with the beings of our Xiantian realm. My master unintentionally discovered the aura of the evil spirits from beyond and tracked it here, finding that the aura disappeared in the Daling dynasty. He ordered me to investigate here, and if I find any news, I should inform him. After my investigation over the past few years, I feel that the emperor is very likely to have been possessed by the evil spirits from beyond. But he is hiding very deeply, and even I have no certainty. Yin Zheng explained to Su Chun through voice transmission. I see. If you find that the emperor has issues, just directly tell Master Fengwen. Convey the news back to the sect, and it would naturally be a great merit. Su Chun said. Although Yin Zheng's words made him somewhat vigilant, investigating the evil spirits from beyond was Yin Zheng's task, and Su Chun did not intend to interfere. You are right. I can naturally convey the news back to the sect, but I am not certain about this news. If there is any mistake, it will be my fault. However, I do have a way to verify it, and I ask young Master Su to assist me. Yin Zheng said sincerely, and then bowed deeply to Su Chun. Assist you? A smile that was not quite a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Young Master Su, you killed the 9th prince and Jiang Yunhe in the Wulong Mountain secret realm, and now you have killed Yangsha. You are at odds with the Daling dynasty, and the emperor will not let you go. If you can eliminate him, you can also eliminate future troubles. Moreover, if young Master Su can assist me, I am willing to offer this item as a gift. Yin Zheng said seriously, and then a light flashed in his palm, revealing a jade box. After opening the jade box, there was a blood-colored stone inside, emanating a peculiar glow and exuding an incomparably powerful pressure that made anyone who glanced at it feel their blood surge. This is the Dragon Blood Stone. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he instantly recognized the origin of the blood-colored stone. The blood of a true dragon, nourishing the earth over countless years, formed this supreme treasure known as the Dragon Blood Stone. The Dragon Blood Stone is the top-tier material for refining weapons, capable of being used to forge sacred artifacts and even imperial weapons. More importantly, it can assist demon beasts with dragon bloodlines in their cultivation, making it irresistibly attractive to them. The Dragon Blood Stone holds even greater significance for Su Chen. It can enhance and transform his 9 Dragons Battle Sky technique, increasing his cultivation speed. Su Chen didn't expect that Yin Zheng would possess a Dragon Blood Stone. That's right, this is indeed the legendary Dragon Blood Stone, obtained from the treasury of the Great Lin Dynasty after I achieved military merit. Yin Zheng nodded. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then replied, I can help you. What is your plan? Just as Yin Zheng said, he already had a deep-seated enmity with the Great Lin Dynasty. Even if he didn't take action, the Lin Emperor would come after him. It would be better to strike first and eliminate the Lin Emperor. If others heard that a martial sovereign actually dared to claim he would kill a martial emperor, they would surely be shocked and incredulous, mocking Su Chen for being an ant trying to shake the heavens, overestimating his own capabilities. The plan is as follows. Seeing Su Chen agree, Yin Zheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly explained his plan. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then let's make a trip to the Great Lin Imperial capital. I also want to see if the foreign evil demons from back then have truly resurfaced. Yin Zheng's plan had no issues. On the contrary, it was quite clever. Su Chen understood Yin Zheng's intention. He probably believed that Su Chen had Luo Xian behind him. And even if something unexpected happened, Luo Xian could step in to protect them. It could be said to be foolproof. The reason Su Chen trusted Yin Zheng was not only because he was a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect, but more importantly, he knew what kind of person Master Fengwen was. Anyone valued enough to be taken as a disciple by him must possess good character and qualities. Su Chen, you're going to the Great Lin Imperial capital? Jun Ziling's eyes were filled with worry. The Great Lin Dynasty is the most powerful dynasty in the Eastern Lin region, with numerous strong individuals, including many martial arts kings. And the Lin Emperor is a true martial emperor. Su Chen's journey will undoubtedly be like walking into a den of tigers and dragons. Trust me, I want to take risks. This time I go to the Great Lin Imperial capital, I will make them understand the price of provoking me, Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly at Jun Ziling, his eyes revealing an extremely sharp light. I entrust my mother and little sister to you. Su Chen glanced reluctantly at Lu Hanyan and Su Linger, addressing Jun Ziling and Zhao Su. Although he wanted to personally protect Lu Hanyan and Su Ling, he understood that he was now a target, and having Lu Hanyan and Su Linger with him would only put them in greater danger. All right, but you must be careful. I will protect them both, unless I die. Jun Ziling said seriously, looking at Su Chen. Young master, you can rest assured. Miss Ziling and I will protect the mistress and Miss Linger. When the time comes, we will use the power of the Earth's dragon veins to conceal their presence. Even a martial emperor won't be able to find us. Zhao Su patted his chest and said, Brother, you must pay attention to safety. Su Linger's eyes were also filled with worry, but she still waved to Su Chen obediently, her clear gaze full of affection and reluctance. Su Chen patted Su Linger's little head and then said to Jun Ziling and Zhao Su, Thank you. Whoosh. Su Chen suppressed his reluctance and instantly soared into the air on his sword, flying towards the direction of the Great Lin Imperial capital with Yin Zheng. Chapter 147. The shock of the Lin Emperor. The Void treasure ship flew in the clouds. To avoid drawing attention, Su Chen and Yin Zheng left Wolf City together, flew over thousands of miles of Wolf Mountain, and stopped at a place called Huangshi City on the outskirts of the Great Lin Dynasty. The Great Lin Dynasty also had the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Association. They took the Void treasure ship from Huangshi City to the Great Lin Imperial capital. The territory of the Great Lin Dynasty is much more extensive than that of the Great Li Kingdom, so even taking the Void treasure ship from Huangshi City, it would take 5 days to reach the Great Lin Imperial capital. Su Chen and Yin Zheng were both cultivating in their respective quiet rooms. Although Yin Zheng was indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect, and his plan was meticulous, it also had many dangers. Killing an otherworldly evil demon, especially one suspected to be at the martial emperor level, is not an easy task. Su Chen played with the dazzling red dragon bloodstone in his palm, pondering. Although Su Chen's combat power was strong, at most he could only contend with a martial king. Even with Yin Zheng's help, they could not possibly be a match for a martial emperor. The gap between martial kings and martial emperors is vast, even with Su Chen's many trump cards. To kill a martial emperor, he would need to reach the level of a martial king or cultivate the indestructible chaos body to the entry level. That's right. He had only just started to cultivate the indestructible chaos body and was not even at the entry level yet. However, my devouring true fire is the nemesis of otherworldly evil demons, possessing the ability to devour evil demons and burn everything. So while this matter is dangerous, it is not impossible, Su Chen thought to himself. Yet, there was a hint of doubt in his heart. In the small eastern Lin region, within the Wulong Mountain, there are secret realms left by the Flame Dragon Martial Saint and the Qingyun Martial Saint. Now the Great Lin dynasty has discovered traces of otherworldly evil demons again. He couldn't help but wonder what connection there might be. The deaths of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint and the Qingyun Martial Saint were related to the Zhuyang Divine Sect. But did they come to the eastern Lin region for the otherworldly evil demons? Su Chen pondered. It seems that this small eastern Lin region hides many secrets. Perhaps on this trip to the Great Lin Imperial capital, I can find some answers. Su Chen suppressed his thoughts and prepared to begin his cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. He originally planned to hone himself for a while before breaking through, but this time, having obtained the Dragon Bloodstone from Yin Zheng, he could solidify his foundation and break through directly without fear of the risks of an unstable foundation. The Dragon Bloodstone is a top-quality heavenly material and earthly treasure containing the blood of true dragons, which is extremely beneficial for Su Chen's cultivation of the Nine Dragons Battle Sky technique. Whoosh! Su Chen transformed into a streak of light and entered the Qinkuan Cauldron. The chaotic space within the Qinkuan Cauldron is the best place for him to cultivate, where no one is needed to guard him, making it extremely safe. Su Chen operated the Nine Dragons Battle Sky technique, his blood chi soaring, golden light shining brightly, and powerful true energy transformed into dragon shapes. Like real dragons coiling around him. Roar! An ancient and vast dragon roar erupted in the chaotic space. The Dragon Bloodstone seemed to sense the mysterious dragon might, humming and vibrating, as strange golden blood threads spilled out from the Dragon Bloodstone, flying towards Su Chen. Boom! The golden bloodlines seemed like tiny true dragons, harboring incomparably mysterious and terrifying powers, causing Su Chen's blood to boil instantly. He radiated blazing rays of light, and the true energy within him surged violently, growing increasingly terrifying, causing his aura to begin to skyrocket. At the same time, Su Chen discovered that after absorbing and refining the power of the Dragon Bloodstone, his undying chaos body actually started to operate automatically. The true dragon blood within the Dragon Bloodstone seemed to be able to condense calamity energy, enveloping Su Chen in a mysterious chaotic aura, accompanied by sounds of thunder rumbling behind him. Su Chen's physical body felt as if it were being torn apart. An unimaginable pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble and his face to turn pale. He could sense that a transformation was occurring throughout his body, akin to being reborn, but this process was incredibly painful. Su Chen's gaze was bright and dazzling as he continuously operated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, absorbing the power of the Dragon Bloodstone, and his aura grew stronger. His cultivation was also breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, just as Su Chen and Yin Zheng were heading towards the Great Lin Empire. In the Great Lin Empire, in an ancient underground palace, the Lin Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of shock and coldness in his expression. Yangsha actually died. That was the aura of devouring true fire? He murmured, a trace of apprehension in his voice. He had left some mysterious means on Yangsha that could probe into his life and death, and just now, he sensed that Yangsha had been killed by someone. Moreover, he also felt a trace of the aura of devouring true fire. Yangsha must have died at Su Chen's hands. He did not expect Su Chen's combat power to be so terrifying. Yangsha, a dignified martial Dao king, with extraordinary combat strength, and even with the assistance of the Mountain River Ghost King Yin Zheng, still ended up dead at Su Chen's hands. Unexpectedly, Su Chen truly obtained the devouring true fire. This means the Cloud Zhuang heavenly book likely fell into his hands as well. The Lin Emperor murmured to himself, his eyes revealing an insatiable greed and ruthlessness. Boom. Then, he slapped his palm out, and not far away, a tall figure, entirely black as ink and seemingly cast from black gold, awakened from slumber as if infused with life. Master. The tall figure knelt respectfully before the Lin Emperor. Golden Demon, you will go to the Great Li Kingdom and secretly capture that Su Qin for me. Do not alert the people of the 3 sacred places, and try to capture him alive. The Lin Emperor pondered for a moment and finally coldly commanded. Yes. The tall figure's black light flickered and in an instant disappeared before the Lin Emperor. The next moment, he appeared above the clouds over the imperial capital, concealing his aura like a ghost, rushing towards the Great Li Kingdom. Chapter 148. The Great Lin Imperial Capital Boom. A powerful wave of aura erupted from Su Qin, intertwining with dragon roars and thunderous rumbles, making his entire presence increasingly majestic and mysterious. The martial sovereign realm finally broke through. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. With the power of the Dragon Bloodstone and a large number of Spirit Stones, Su Qin's cultivation directly broke through from the peak of Martial Zone to the Martial Sovereign Realm. Martial sovereigns initially grasped the power of heaven and earth, capable of flying through the air. Su Qin could feel that the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles could instantly converge in his palm, transforming into immense strength. It is known that even a newly promoted martial king can only control the power of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen miles, while Su Qin, having just broken through to martial sovereign, reached such a level. This shows how deep his foundation is, astonishingly extraordinary. In just a few months, I have broken through from the physical realm to the martial sovereign realm, crossing 5 major realms. Even if I have the accumulation of my previous life as foundation, the speed is still a bit fast. I need to stabilize for a while. Su Qin thought to himself. If others knew that he had broken through 5 major realms in just a few months, they would probably view him as a deity descended to the mortal realm, or even believe that he had been possessed by those ancient monsters. After all, this cultivation speed is too astonishing. Su Qin left the chaotic space. According to the time, he should be nearing the Great Lin Imperial Capital. Su Qin walked out of the quiet room, standing at the bow of the ship and gazing out. In the distance, clouds and mist swirled, mountains undulated, and an expansive and ancient land appeared, picturesque in scenery. At the end of that vast land stood an ancient and magnificent city, lying in wait like a fierce beast on the earth. In Su Qin's eyes, it seemed that golden luck was rising, transforming into a faint dragon, enveloping the city. The Great Lin Imperial Capital. Su Qin understood immediately. That was the Great Lin Imperial Capital. There it is, the Great Lin Imperial Capital. Young Master Su Qin, I didn't expect that in just a few days, you have already broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Congratulations. Yin Zheng walked out and stood beside Su Qin, smiling slightly. There was also a hint of shock in his eyes. When Su Qin was at the peak of martial zone, he could already defeat Yang Sha. Now that he has broken through to the martial sovereign realm, how powerful would he be? Even Yin Zheng, standing beside Su Qin, felt a deep and unfathomable sensation. No wonder he could make Fairy Luo Xian take him as a disciple, a true prodigy. A lucky breakthrough, that's all. Yin Zheng, are you really confident in eliminating the Lin Emperor? With our strengths, we are no match for him. Su Qin said lightly. Young Master Su Qin, don't worry. If it were a human martial emperor, perhaps I wouldn't have the confidence. However, although the foreign evil demons are terrifying, they are not without weaknesses. Especially since the Lin Emperor seems to be injured. Caught off guard, we will definitely be able to slay him. Yin Zheng said confidently. The main reason he was willing to take the risk to slay the Lin Emperor was that he was unwilling to become an outer disciple after entering the Heavenly Dao sect. He wanted to achieve great merit to become an inner disciple, or even a true disciple. Slaying foreign evil demons is a monumental achievement. Good. I hope your plan succeeds. But the foreign evil demons are cunning. You must be careful. A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Qin's eyes as he nodded. He also wanted to kill the Lin Emperor. In his previous life, as the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor, he had slain many foreign evil demons. And even those among the foreign demons who were emperors understood the weaknesses of foreign evil demons very well. Especially since those who had not reached the martial saint realm could not resist the will of this realm and could only possess the bodies of humans and demons, occupying their nests. Once their bodies were destroyed, the remaining spiritual bodies of foreign evil demons would suffer greatly due to the oppression of the will of this realm and could even be directly erased. This was also the reason why Su Chun dared to come with Yin Zheng to kill the Lin Emperor. I understand. Once we enter the imperial capital, I will personally meet the Lin Emperor, and after confirming the situation, I will notify you immediately. This time, we must kill him. Yin Zheng nodded, his eyes revealing a determined expression. Soon, the Void Treasure ship descended outside the Great Lin Empire. Su Chen did not go with Yin Zheng, but concealed his aura, disguised as an ordinary martial zone, and then quietly blended into the imperial capital. The Great Lin imperial capital was indeed much more prosperous than the Great Li kingdom. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he looked at the bustling street before him and the powerful martial artists walking by. In the capital of the Great Li kingdom, the sight of martial sovereigns was rare, yet here they seemed to be everywhere. Su Chun could even sense a few martial kings. First, I need to settle down at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen thought to himself as he made his way toward the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had numerous enterprises, including shops, restaurants, and auction houses. Thanks to the Wanbao Pavilion, even the royal family of the Great Lin treated the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce with considerable favor. It would be easier to gather information there. Su Chun. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, accompanied by a hand that patted Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen's whole body jolted. How could someone know his name? Could it be that someone from the Great Lin dynasty had discovered him? An overwhelming aura of danger erupted from Su Chun, as if he was about to strike at the person behind him. Chapter 149. Ruo Wei, are you concerned about me? Su Chun, it's me. The person behind him seemed to sense Su Chen's killing intent and quickly sent a voice transmission. Lin Ruo Wei. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the transmission. He instantly recognized her as Princess Lin Ruo Wei. What is Lin Ruo Wei doing here? Su Chen turned around to see a handsome young man holding a folding fan, dressed in immaculate white robes, looking quite dashing. However, the voice, appearance, and aura were completely different from Lin Ruo Wei. What an exquisite disguise. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Although the young man in white was different from Lin Ruo Wei, he immediately recognized her. Under his broken illusion divine eye, all disguises were rendered ineffective. Su Chun, you're actually in the Great Lin Imperial capital? This place is not safe. We shouldn't stay long. Follow me. Lin Ruo Wei looked at Su Chun with some surprise, then cautiously glanced around before pulling Su Chun toward a street in the distance. The Huibin building. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's inn and restaurant was located on the central street of the imperial capital, right next to the heavily guarded imperial city, showcasing the wealth of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Ruo Wei led Su Chun into a separate courtyard of the Huibin building. Su Chun, how did you end up in the Great Lin Imperial capital? Recently, the security has been tight, and there's a massive hunt for people from the Great Li Kingdom. It's incredibly dangerous for you to be here. Lin Ruo Wei asked with a hint of worry. I came to kill the Emperor of Lin. Su Chen's words left Lin Ruo Wei in shock. What? Lin Ruo Wei scrutinized Su Chun, and if she didn't know him so well, she might have thought he had lost his mind. Kill the Emperor of Lin? Just based on your martial cultivation? Wait. Su Chun actually broke through to the martial sovereign realm? She was taken aback. By the way, why are you here? Su Chen seemed to ignore Lin Ruo Wei's shock and curiously countered. The last time he saw Lin Ruo Wei was in the secret realm of Wulong Mountain, where she and Yuan Haoran had blocked the three kings of the Juyang divine sect for him. Previously, in the secret realm of Wulong Mountain, Yuan Haoran and I intercepted those three martial kings. Just when we were about to kill them, something unexpected happened. Lin Ruo Wei suppressed her curiosity and explained what happened afterward. The three martial kings of the Juyang divine sect acted like some kind of death warriors, fearless in the face of death. At the moment of their demise, they burned their physical bodies and souls, unleashing a terrifying demonic aura and a secret technique that harmed the soul. Yuan Haoran was severely injured while trying to save Lin Ruo Wei. Fortunately, Fairy Luo Xian arrived in time with a healing elixir from the Tiandao sect, saving Yuan Haoran's life. However, Fairy Luo Xian suspected that the Juyang divine sect was related to external evil demons and went after the martial emperor Lei Dong. Before leaving, she told Lin Ruo Wei that the emperor of Lin had the aura of external evil demons, prompting Lin Ruo Wei to quietly infiltrate the Great Lin imperial capital to investigate the emperor's secrets. Thus, Lin Ruo Wei appeared here. Did Master Luo Xian also discover something wrong with the emperor? It seems it was probably Elder Feng who informed her. Su Chen thought to himself, Su Chen, although I don't know what kind of fortune you've had to increase your cultivation to the martial sovereign realm. The Emperor of Lin is a martial arts ruler with unfathomable strength, far beyond what you can handle. You mustn't do anything foolish. Lin Ruowei said seriously. Seeing Su Chen again left her quite shocked and emotional. When she first met Su Chen in the ancient Moon Mountain range, he was just a small martial artist whose dantian was shattered and unable to cultivate. But in just a few months, she discovered that Su Chen had actually broken through to the martial sovereign realm. What an astonishing speed of cultivation. Ruowei, are you concerned about me? Su Chen said with a half-smile. Lin Ruowei could be considered the first woman in his life, even though there were many misunderstandings between them, largely due to the interference of the extreme Joy Boy. Since they had already been intimate, Su Chen regarded Lin Ruowei as his woman. You're talking nonsense. Lin Ruowei's face flushed red. Facing Su Chen's burning gaze, she couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Don't worry. The reason I said I came to kill the Emperor is that I have my plan. In fact, the Emperor does have problems. He is very likely to be an external evil demon. Su Chen smiled calmly, and then recounted what had happened after he left the Wulong Mountain secret realm, also mentioning his plan with Yanzheng. Though he only gave a brief account, Lin Ruowei couldn't help but widen her eyes. Destroying the Wind and Rain Tower? Killing 2 half-step martial kings? Slaughtering the northern King Yangsha? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement as she looked at Su Chen, as if she were seeing him anew. She had never expected that Su Chen would be even stronger and more dazzling than she had imagined. The northern King Yangsha was the first general of the Great Lin dynasty, commanding millions of troops and possessing terrifying strength, with the ghost King Yanzheng as his strategist. Even though Lin Ruowei had broken through to the martial king realm, she had no confidence in defeating Yangsha. But she hadn't expected that Yangsha had actually died at Su Chen's hands. It dawned on her that Su Chen had grown to such an extent that he could now stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Ugh, what am I thinking? Lin Ruowei's face turned red, and she felt somewhat shy about meeting Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen, if you want to kill the Emperor, perhaps I can lend you a helping hand. Lin Ruowei suppressed her complex emotions and said to Su Chen earnestly. She naturally understood what the external evil demons represented. If the Emperor truly was an external evil demon, the entire Eastern Lin domain would likely turn into a hell of slaughter, with the Great Li Kingdom being the first to suffer. She couldn't even bear to think of such a grim scenario. The Emperor must die? Chapter 150, Martial King Puppet. 15. On the night of the full moon, 3 figures silently flew into the sea of clouds in the back mountains of the imperial city. It was Su Chen, Lin Ruowei, and Yanzheng. Su Chen had agreed to let Lin Ruowei join the plan to assassinate the Emperor. So on the night of the full moon, he and Yanzheng came here together. Are you confident? Su Chen looked at Yanzheng and sent a voice transmission. Don't worry. On the night of the full moon, the evil power within the Emperor will boil over, making him weak and only able to rely on the Great Formation to suppress it. Once I break the formation, not only will the evil power be purified by the moonlight, but it will also attract the attention of the old ancestor in the imperial city. At that time, we will strike together and surely be able to slay the Emperor. Yanzheng's eyes flashed with sharpness as he slowly spoke. The foreign evil spirits have their power boiling within them on the night of a full moon, and the moonlight of the 9 heavens has a great restraining effect on their power, making this the time when the foreign evil spirits are weakest. Yanzheng had long detected that the Emperor of Lin would retreat to a secret chamber in the back mountain every full moon night and conceal his aura with a great formation. He decided to take the risk, break the formation, and lure the Emperor of Lin out. Furthermore, the Great Lin dynasty had an ancestor in the martial Emperor realm who was in a closed-door cultivation, even though half of his body was buried in the ground. He was still a powerful royal legacy, with unfathomable strength. Once the evil spirit power leaked, that ancestral figure would surely notice. At that time, with the combined efforts of the 3 of them, they would definitely be able to slay the Emperor of Lin. This was Yanzheng's plan. Although it was risky, it was indeed feasible. Then you be careful. Su Chen nodded and said, Don't worry. Yanzheng glanced at Su Chen and Lin Ruowei, then silently flew towards the back mountain, his aura seemingly merging completely with the clouds and mist. Even the powerful divine sense could not perceive his existence. Su Chen and Lin Ruowei patiently waited in the sea of clouds. Su Chen, if the Emperor of Lin is a foreign evil spirit, The formation he left behind probably won't be easy to break. Is Yin Zheng really that confident? Lin Ruowei asked softly. He is full of confidence. He must have some assurance. However, even if he cannot break the formation, isn't there still me? Su Chen smiled slightly. Lin Ruowei's heart settled. For some reason, seeing Su Chen's calm and confident expression filled her with a sense of security. Boom. Not long after, the distant mountain peak shook violently, like thunder roaring. Fiery divine lights burst forth, emanating a powerful formation fluctuation, accompanied by intense sounds of battle. Yet, Su Chen and Lin Ruowei did not sense any aura of evil spirits. Yin Zheng has failed. We must go. A flash of sharpness appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he decisively rushed forward with Lin Ruowei. On the mountaintop, Yin Zheng held the mountain river fan, striking fiercely, his powerful true energy sweeping in all directions, producing a tremendous roar. However, around him, three figures, completely black, with cold faces and blood-red eyes, appeared, their auras not weaker than his, all having reached the martial king realm. Under the siege of those three figures, Yin Zheng attacked left and right, but could not break through the encirclement. Those are puppets. Su Chen, upon arrival, revealed a hint of surprise as his eyes flickered. The three figures attacking Yin Zheng had no life aura, as if cast from gold and iron, yet their power was incredibly terrifying, striking fiercely and excelling in combined attacks. Su Chen recognized at a glance that these were three martial king realm puppets. Su Chen, I have failed. You must quickly break the formation. The eye of the formation is on that ancient pine on the mountainside. You must hurry. The Emperor of Lin is about to awaken. Yin Zheng's anxious voice reached Su Chen's ears. He had been extremely cautious and concealed all his aura. But he did not expect that while the Emperor of Lin was in closed-door cultivation, not only was there a formation protecting him, but also three martial king realm puppets left behind. Yin Zheng, careless, had fallen into a heavy encirclement before he could break the formation. Leave it to me. Su Chen responded. I will go help him. You be careful. Lin Ruowei glanced at Su Chen with a serious expression, then drew a sky-blue long sword. The sword energy cutting through the air, slashing towards the three puppets. Whoosh. Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he landed on the mountainside. Before him stood an ancient pine. Buzz. Golden light flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he activated the breaking illusion divine eye, the void in front of him slightly distorted. And intricate formation patterns intertwined, vaguely forming a formation space. Within the mountain's belly, a figure with an incredibly terrifying aura sat cross-legged, exuding overwhelming demonic light, filled with dark, bizarre, and evil fluctuations. It really is a foreign evil spirit. Su Chen's heart shook as he immediately confirmed it. Buzz. At the same time, the figure in the mountain's belly seemed to sense something, and a pair of cruel, eerie blood-colored eyes pierced through everything, instantly looking towards Su Chen. Then, overwhelming demonic light surged forth, as if wanting to drown all living beings in darkness. To gaze upon this emperor, you shall die, accompanied by a cold shout. The overwhelming demonic light surged directly from the mountain's belly, transforming into a gigantic demonic blade that pierced through the heavens, fiercely slashing down towards Su Chen. Chapter 151, Nine Heavens Moonlight, the light that punishes evil not good. The Emperor of Lin has awakened? This is bad. In the distance, Yin Zheng, who was battling the martial king puppets, saw this scene and immediately trembled all over, revealing an expression of utter despair in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the Emperor of Lin was. If they could break the formation before the Emperor of Lin awakened, they could severely injure him with the Nine Heavens Moonlight and alert that old ancestor of the royal family. There would still be hope. But now, the formation had not been broken, and the Emperor of Lin awakened, directly unleashing powerful strength to erase Su Chen. Although Su Chen was strong, he was only at the martial sovereign level now, and he probably couldn't withstand a martial emperor's killing move. Were they all going to die here today? Don't get distracted. First deal with these three guys. Su Chen will definitely be able to break the formation. Lin Ruowei chided lightly, her gaze sharp and fierce. Her powerful sword intent enveloping the martial king puppets like dazzling moonlight. Boom. Meanwhile, the gigantic demonic blade formed from evil spirit power was descending from the sky. A sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and without dodging, he unleashed an ancient and vast dragon roar. A palm print that blocked out the sky and sun rose up. Great Desolation War Dragon Palm. Su Chen's palm seemed to awaken an ancient giant dragon, overwhelming and blocking out the sun, containing the power to obliterate everything, and collided fiercely with the demonic blade. Crack! The void trembled violently, demonic light surged, and the huge demonic blade quaked before suddenly shattering. Su Chen's blood surged, and his arm was nearly numb. He staggered back several steps, crashing against the hard mountain wall. What a powerful demon emperor! The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes shone brightly. This was his first battle with a martial emperor realm expert, making him realize the strength of the foreign evil spirit within the Emperor of Lin. Huh! A light sound of surprise emerged. The Emperor of Lin within the mountain's belly seemed to have never expected that Su Chen, whom he regarded as an ant, could unleash such powerful martial skills and withstand his demonic blade unscathed. Break for me. Golden light burst forth from Su Chen's eyes, dignified and mysterious, as a brilliant light of breaking illusion shot forth, striking the densely packed formation patterns before him. The breaking illusion divine I could see through all illusions. Although the formation set by the Emperor of Lin was exquisite, and even Yin Zheng would find it difficult to break, before Su Chen's breaking illusion divine eye, there were no secrets to be found. Su Chen noticed the flaw in the formation at a glance. Crack! Under the light of the broken illusion divine light, the formation's patterns trembled violently, cracking and then dissipating like melting ice and snow. The entire mountain shook violently. The formation of the Lin Emperor was directly shattered by Su Chen's broken illusion divine light. Boom! A terrifying and boundless demonic power surged out from the mountain, resembling a pitch-black mist, terrifying and boiling in the void. This demonic power sent chills down everyone's spine, evoking a profound sense of fear deep within their souls. What? Yin Zheng was shocked. He never expected that Su Chen not only blocked the Lin Emperor's strike, but also broke the formation. Even he, knowing the core of the formation, would not be able to break it in such a short time without paying a huge price. Yet, all of this seemed as easy as paper in front of Su Chen. Then, an expression of immense joy appeared in Yin Zheng's eyes. The formation was broken. The demonic power leaked out, and soon the royal family's ancestor would be alerted. Their plan had already succeeded halfway. Moonlight from the 9 heavens, eradicate evil. Yin Zheng suddenly roared, unleashing powerful energy that repelled a martial king puppet in front of him. Then, a look of pain appeared in his eyes as he took out a dazzling stone that emitted a cool moonlight, extremely mysterious. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the stone vibrated, then flew to the mountain peak. Boom! At that moment, the round moon in the sky shone brightly. The brilliant moonlight transformed into countless dazzling beams, instantly converging on that stone, enveloping the entire mountain like thunder. The dense demonic power began to continuously dissolve under the illumination of the moonlight. Is that the moonlight stone? Yin Zheng really put in a lot of effort to kill the Lin Emperor. Su Chen admired inwardly. This moonlight stone was also a top-tier heavenly material, comparable to the dragon blood stone, capable of gathering the power of the 9 heavens moonlight to form the light to eradicate evil, possessing lethal damage to demonic power. Ah, you seek death. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountain's depths. Crack! The mountain trembled violently, cracks appearing, and a terrifying aura burst forth from within. As a figure enveloped in demonic light shot up into the sky, it was the Lin Emperor. However, under the brilliant moonlight, the demonic power emanating from him was continuously dissolving, and his face was contorted with a fierce, twisted, and painful expression. Clearly, he had suffered a severe injury under the moonlight's power. Chapter 152. The Old Emperor. The Emperor's war from Su Chen breaking the Great Formation to Yin Zheng summoning the moonlight from the 9 heavens. It was almost instantaneous. The Lin Emperor had not reacted at all. He didn't even think that Su Chen could break his formation so quickly, and then the moonlight descended, annihilating countless demonic powers, leaving him severely injured as well. The Lin Emperor felt incredibly aggrieved. He glared at Su Chen, Yin Zheng, and Lin Ruowei with an overwhelming killing intent, never expecting to be severely injured by these 3 insignificant ants. Then, he threw a punch. An unmatched fist mark rushed towards the moonlight stone. Crack! Although large swathes of demonic light were dissolved by the moonlight power, the moonlight stone was still shattered by his punch. Yin Zheng, you dare to betray me? The Lin Emperor stared fiercely at Yin Zheng, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. Betrayal? The foreign demonic beings must be exterminated. Yin Zheng sneered. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with fervor and anticipation. Why had he gone to such lengths and paid such a heavy price to kill the Lin Emperor? Wasn't he it to achieve great merit and have the chance to become an inner disciple or even a true disciple of the heavenly Tao sect? So, in Yin Zheng's eyes, the Lin Emperor before him was not the ruler of the great Lin dynasty or a foreign demonic being, but a source of abundant merit points. Kill me? With these 3 ants? The Lin Emperor laughed furiously. Boom. But at that moment, a blazing and brilliant light shot up into the sky not far away, followed by an incredibly terrifying figure appearing in the heavens. It was an extremely old man, shrouded in a sense of decay, as if he was about to be buried. Wearing a black robe and holding a dragon-headed staff, his face filled with wrinkles. Yet, his eyes were sharp and deep, as if they could see through everything. His cultivation was also at the martial emperor level. Bow to the old emperor. I, Yin Zheng, the military strategist of the great Lin dynasty, request your assistance. The Lin Emperor has already been possessed by foreign demonic beings and occupies his body. I implore the old emperor to take action, slay the demonic beings, and restore a bright world for our great Lin. Upon seeing the black-robed elder, Yin Zheng immediately spoke respectfully. This old emperor had lived for over 1,000 years and was said to be the biological son of the founding emperor of the great Lin dynasty, as well as the greatest trump card of the dynasty. Naturally, he was alarmed by the overwhelming demonic power. The foreign demonic beings must die. The eyes of the old emperor were filled with overwhelming killing intent as he didn't even glance at Yin Zheng, his gaze fixed on the Lin Emperor before him, and an incomparably terrifying aura pressed down. Old man, you're on the brink of death, and you still dare to seek death? The Lin Emperor sneered. He was aware of this old emperor, but since the old emperor was powerful and nearing the end of his lifespan, and was in close cultivation, he had not provoked him. He never expected that the old emperor would still sense his aura and break through his closed cultivation. Kill! The old emperor suddenly roared, his killing intent boiling over, and he charged directly at the Lin Emperor. Old man, do you really think I fear you? The Lin Emperor's gaze was incredibly deep, and he emitted overwhelming demonic light, with evil energy surging, as he also charged towards the old emperor. Those 3 ants, kill without mercy. He threw down a sentence to the 3 martial king puppets. The Lin Emperor knew that Su Chun, Yin Zheng, and Lin Ruwei were extraordinarily powerful and did not expect the 3 martial king puppets to kill them. He only hoped to delay Su Chun and the others. Once he dealt with the old emperor, he would return to kill Su Chun and the others. Boom. In the void, the 2 martial emperors, with terrifying auras, commanded the vast power of heaven and earth, unleashing incredibly powerful divine techniques and martial skills, crashing violently against each other. The clash of 2 martial emperors instantly stirred numerous powerful beings in the imperial capital. Is that a battle between 2 emperors in the royal city? Hiss. Could it be that a martial emperor has invaded the great Lin? The one fighting seems to be the Lin Emperor. What on earth has happened? The Lin Emperor? Hey, didn't you see the overwhelming demonic energy radiating from him? This Lin Emperor has probably gone mad, and that old man seems to be the legendary old emperor. The Lin Emperor is actually battling the old emperor. This is complete chaos. Many martial artists in the royal city looked towards the 2 figures in the void, their eyes filled with uncertainty. A battle between martial emperors had not occurred for many years. Not to mention, the 2 fighters in the great battle are one contemporary Emperor Lin and one ancient emperor from 1,000 years ago. They actually started fighting. However, the overwhelming demonic power radiating from Emperor Lin made many people realize at a glance that something was off with him. It seemed he had fallen into madness. On the other side, the 3 martial king's puppets charged towards Su Chun, Yin Zheng, and Lin Ruwei. Quick battle, quick resolution. A flash of brilliance flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he suddenly struck out with a palm. Bang! He struck a martial king puppet, producing a sound like metal clashing, as if he had hit hard iron. Although the puppet was knocked back, it showed no signs of damage. It was almost impervious to blades and guns, with unbeatable defense. The puppet's weakness lay in its energy core. Su Chen thought to himself. In his previous life, he had seen many powerful puppets, including those at the martial emperor level, which could split mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, possessing the ability to destroy the world. Buzz! The god eye of breaking illusions in Su Chen's eyes burst forth with golden radiance, instantly revealing the energy core of the martial king puppet, located just 3 inches under its armpit. Boom! Su Chen struck out with another punch, colliding hard with the martial king puppet, and a beam of breaking illusion light shot from his eyes, directly hitting the energy core. Crack! The energy core exploded. The brilliance in the martial king puppet's eyes gradually faded, as if it had turned into a lump of iron, and it instantly fell from the void. Chapter 153. The Great Battle with Emperor Lin. The martial king puppets are extremely difficult to deal with. Even a martial Dao king of the same realm must pay a great price to defeat a martial king puppet. The martial king puppet is made from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, fearless of death, with terrifying defensive power and the combat strength of a martial king, unleashing a horrific force. Therefore, even though Lin Ruowei and Yin Zheng were extraordinary in strength, they could not defeat the martial king puppet in a short time. The only weakness of the martial king puppet is its energy core, under Su Chen's god eye of breaking illusions. The energy core of the martial king puppet had nowhere to hide. As long as it was destroyed, the puppet would merely be a lump of iron. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Chen stored the martial king puppet into the Qian Kuan Ding, and then rushed over, firing two beams of breaking illusion light, moving like lightning, reaching an extreme speed. The two martial king puppets that were battling Lin Ruowei and Yin Zheng were caught off guard, and their energy cores were instantly shattered, also falling from the void. Then, all were collected by Su Chen. Young Master Su Chen, the ancient emperor and Emperor Lin have already started their battle. We just need to wait for them to suffer mutual injuries before we can strike to suppress Emperor Lin, Yin Zheng said with blazing eyes, extremely excited. He felt that cooperating with Su Chen was indeed the right choice. Su Chen's methods and combat power exceeded his imagination. Without Su Chen, he would not only be unable to handle Emperor Lin today, but might even have lost his life here. Mutual injuries? I'm afraid the ancient emperor is not a match for Emperor Lin. Let's strike together to help the ancient emperor kill Emperor Lin. A sharp light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he spoke slowly. Rumble. In the void, a terrifying aura surged. The ancient emperor and Emperor Lin were engaged in a fierce battle, the vast power of heaven and earth surging, each strike resembling thunder, shaking the earth and mountains, creating an extremely terrifying scene. The Battle of Emperors had a momentum far beyond what people could imagine. Even the martial kings looked serious. However, Su Chen noticed that although the ancient emperor's combat power was impressive, his lifespan was nearing its end, and his vitality was severely depleted. His aura was visibly weakening. Meanwhile, the demonic power emitted by Emperor Lin was silently invading the ancient emperor's body. Good. Lin Ruowei was the first to respond. Although Yin Zheng was somewhat puzzled, he was now completely convinced by Su Chen and naturally chose to trust him. Roar! An ancient dragon's roar echoed in the void, and golden radiance surrounded Su Chen as his gaze turned sharp. He then unleashed the great desolate war dragon palm, a vast golden giant dragon transforming into a palm print that overshadowed the sky, pressing down towards Emperor Lin in the void. Kill! Lin Ruowei also shouted fiercely, her gaze sharp as a sword. Her sword intent spread around her, sword energy crisscrossing the void, thousands of dazzling sword lights coalescing into a blue sword aura, suddenly slashing down. As for Yin Zheng, he wielded the mountain river fan, with ghostly energy surrounding him, a chilling aura permeating the air. His left hand formed the mountain river seal, suppressing the mountains and rivers with immense force. His right hand formed the ghost king seal, obliterating souls, pressuring all beings. The mountain river seal and ghost king seal erupted simultaneously, their power seemingly increasing several-fold in an instant, also charging madly towards Emperor Lin. When the three of them struck together, the terrifying aura far exceeded the fluctuations of a martial king's power, causing Emperor Lin to change color. You insignificant ants! Seeking death, Emperor Lin roared with rage, killing intent radiating from his eyes, as he struck down with a palm blade from the air. The overwhelming demonic light surged, making the blade glow with endless murderous energy, carrying the sound of wailing ghosts and howling wolves, crashing into Su Chen and the other three. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and the void roared. The mountain river seal and ghost king seal collided with the blade light first, producing crisp sounds as they shattered explosively. Then, the blue sword aura crashed against the blade light, sending sword energy and blade light surging, both exploding simultaneously. Kill! Only Su Chen's palm was unmatched in might, advancing without fear, shattering the layers of demonic light, and crashing fiercely into Emperor Lin. Crack! The void trembled. and Emperor Lin felt as if an ancient giant dragon had awakened. The terrifying power fluctuation caused even this martial emperor to feel immense pressure. A muffled sound echoed as Su Chun was sent flying back. Meanwhile, numerous cracks appeared on Emperor Lin's arm, dense demonic power leaking out, and then his arm exploded. Outsiders. Damned. The ancient emperor's murky eyes shone with brilliance. He hadn't expected that Su Chun and the others could actually injure Emperor Lin, creating an opportunity for him. He let out a fierce roar, forming seals with his hands, as the vast power of heaven and earth surged around him, transforming in front of him into an ancient and mysterious treasure vase, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The treasure vase seal. The ancient emperor's terrifying blood energy surged, and from his previously withered body, a vitality as vigorous as the sea erupted, lifting the ancient vase, and, with a mountain-splitting force, smashing down towards Emperor Lin. Boom. Emperor Lin shook violently, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The surrounding demonic power shattered, and cracks appeared all over his body. His flesh seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. Chapter 154. Bloodthirsty Demon Domain. Su Chen's intention was to shatter Emperor Lin's flesh. The flesh of Emperor Lin was occupied by the outsider demonic power, which was the greatest reliance of the outsider. If the flesh were destroyed, the outsider would be completely exposed to the world. At that time, suppressed by the laws of this realm, even if it did not die, it would be severely injured and become extremely weak, making it easy to suppress the outsider. Emperor Lin naturally understood the intentions of Su Chun and the others. His eyes were boiling with bloodthirsty killing intent, and he let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Do you really think you can kill me, the Emperor? You worthless ants, you all deserve to die. Boom. A strange, sinister power erupted from the Emperor's body, enveloping the void like a black ocean, instantly shrouding Su Chun and the others. Bloodthirsty Demon Domain, activate. The Emperor roared. In an instant, the surrounding demonic power surged violently, transforming into ominous demonic shadows. Those trapped in this black ocean felt their blood boiling, as if being pulled by a mysterious force, ready to burst forth. This was the Bloodthirsty Demon Domain, the Emperor's most powerful technique. Once one reaches the martial Emperor realm, they can condense a domain, which can unleash several times the combat power within that domain, while enemies will be weakened by the domain's power. The Emperor was driven to desperation by Su Chun and the others, directly unleashing the Bloodthirsty Demon Domain. Not good. This outer demon has actually condensed a domain. Everyone, use all your strength to break the demon domain, or we will all die here. The old Emperor's face changed, and he shouted anxiously. He unleashed powerful martial techniques, constantly striking at the surrounding demon domain. Although he was also a martial emperor, he had not condensed a domain, and he knew the gap between those who had and had not condensed a domain. It was not just a difference, but a martial emperor with a domain could easily kill one without a domain. Cackling. The entire void seemed to twist, as demonic shadows surged out from the black ocean, emitting sounds that shook the mind. Those demonic shadows flickered with crimson eyes, seemingly craving blood, like ghosts, pouncing towards Su Chun and the old emperor. Kill! Yin Zheng shouted in anger. His mountain and river fan unfolded, and vast true energy surged forth, resembling a mountain and a long river, constantly attacking those demonic shadows. Lin Ruowei unleashed powerful sword techniques, her sword energy cutting through the air, continuously slaying those demonic shadows, but they seemed endless, and Lin Ruowei found herself surrounded. Ants. Die for me. The Emperor's gaze was fixed on Su Chun, as if he hated him to the core, directly abandoning the old Emperor and charging towards Su Chun. Boom. 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 Su Chen's eyes were sharp as he unleashed the great wilderness battle dragon palm, while the Junlin sword emitted a fierce sword light, continually striking down around him. After a few clashes with the Emperor, his blood surged, and the rich demonic power around him seemed to want to invade his body. Meanwhile, the Emperor grew braver in battle, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Although my breaking illusion divine light has a strong restraining effect on outer demons, my current cultivation is still too weak. The condensed breaking illusion divine light is not strong enough to kill the Emperor. It seems I can only rely on the devouring true fire. The devouring true fire is the nemesis of outer demons, but to severely injure and kill the Emperor, someone must hold him back. Su Chen thought to himself, a faint golden glow flickering in his eyes. His battle with the emperor was not about showing personal bravery, but about observing the emperor's flaws and weaknesses, looking for a fatal opportunity. Now he had found it. Su Chen looked at the old emperor, Lin Ruowei, and Yin Zheng, slightly moving his lips, conveying his plan to the three, causing them to be momentarily shocked. Then, the old emperor let out a long howl, and the wind surged. Roar! The power of heaven and earth surged above the imperial capital, the vast and powerful luck energy vaguely transforming into a giant dragon, instantly soaring into the old emperor's body. The old emperor's eyes sparkled with sharpness, and as he grasped the void, an ancient and sharp long sword appeared, its sword light spanning hundreds of feet, slashing down at the emperor. Kill! Lin Ruowei and Yin Zheng also revealed frenzied expressions, their terrifying true energy surging, unleashing their most powerful martial techniques towards the emperor. Whether they could break the bloodthirsty demon domain and subdue the emperor depended on this strike. You court death. The emperor's gaze was cold, raising his palm, as overwhelming demonic power gathered, forming a massive palm print that covered the void, crashing down. Boom. This strike felt as if it would destroy the world, shaking the heavens. And the mountains below trembled. The entire great emperor's capital seemed on the verge of collapse. All the martial artists felt their blood surging, their eyes filled with horror. It was at this moment. Su Chen's eyes flashed sharply, finding that fleeting opportunity. Whoosh! The Junlin sword emitted a brilliant divine light, like lightning streaking across the void, cutting down towards the emperor in a peculiar trajectory. Seventh sword of the heavens, the sword of life and death. Simultaneously, Su Chen fully activated the power of his martial spirit, condensing a blazing and dazzling breaking illusion divine light, illuminating the dark void, attacking the emperor. Amidst the overwhelming sword energy of the Junlin sword and the dazzling breaking illusion divine light, strands of black flames flickered, shining with strange and terrifying light. That was the devouring true fire, capable of devouring all outer demons, purifying demonic power, the devouring true fire. Chapter 155. Exterminating demons, slaughtering martial emperors. What? The emperor trembled violently, revealing an expression of disbelief. Whether it was the sword of life and death or the breaking illusion divine light, at this moment, both made him feel a threat of death. But how could this be? Su Chen was merely at the martial venerable realm, a difference of 2 major realms from him. A chasm apart. The combat power unleashed by a martial venerable actually posed a threat to a powerful martial emperor? Boom. Regardless, the emperor remained extremely cautious, letting out a roar that shook the heavens as the bloodthirsty demon domain surged like a tidal wave, instantly transforming into a sea of blood. Streams of blood-colored demonic shadows surged from the blood sea, overwhelming and charging towards the old emperor, Lin Ruowei, and Yin Zheng. Get lost. The emperor's gaze was cold, his killing intent palpable. A massive blood-colored blade light soared from the blood sea, meeting Su Chen's sword of life and death. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the void boomed. The sky full of blood-colored blade light exploded, as Su Chen's sword light seemed to divide the heavens and the earth in two, crashing down onto the emperor. PFF. Blood light spread, and a deep wound appeared on the emperor's arm, nearly severing it from the sword strike. However, that dazzling breaking illusion divine light also instantly reached the emperor's brow, as if locking onto his martial spirit, exploding violently. Damn it! The emperor's face turned extremely ugly as he used a shifting technique to evade, while heavily intertwining demonic power blocked the breaking illusion divine light. However, in front of the breaking illusion divine light, the demonic power melted away like paper, and the breaking illusion divine light instantly pierced through the emperor's brow. The emperor's brow exploded, accompanied by an incredibly tragic scream. In the mind sea of Lin Huang, a black demonic shadow struggled and twisted violently, looking extremely ferocious. The dazzling and brilliant light of the breaking illusion god erupted in the void, possessing immense lethality against that demonic shadow. At the same time, a black flame exploded with a thunderous roar, instantly enveloping the demonic shadow. This was the devouring true fire. Fear manifested in Lin Huang's eyes. The devouring true fire could consume everything and incinerate all. It had a strong restraining power against the outer realm evil demons, causing him to instinctively feel fear. Although it was only a wisp of devouring true fire, it still ignited him, continuously dissolving his demonic power and weakening him. And worse things were still happening. Originally, on Lin Huang's arm, where the sword of life and death had left a wound, a wisp of devouring true fire erupted instantaneously. Lin Huang was instantly engulfed in flames. Kill! A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and the Junlin sword transformed into a blazing and dazzling sword light, slashing down from the sky. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Lin Huang was currently in such a state that he was too preoccupied with himself and had weakened to the extreme. It was the best opportunity to kill Lin Huang. Kill him! The old emperor roared in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. And the enormous treasure bottle seal shattered the demonic shadows, descending upon Lin Huang like a mountain to suppress him. Lin Ruowei's overwhelming sword energy and Yin Zheng's mountain river ghost king seal all erupted in an instant. Boom! The bloodthirsty demonic realm, which had been howling like a ghost, suddenly shattered in the void, with countless demonic powers dissolving. The void shook, and divine light surged. The four powerful beings attacked simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful attacks to overwhelm Lin Huang. Crack! Lin Huang's incredibly solid body could not withstand such a fierce attack at this moment, and cracks like spider webs appeared before it suddenly shattered. A dark, strange, and evil demonic shadow appeared in the void. The shadow twisted, with demonic fog rolling, and a face resembling Lin Huang's emerged, looking extremely ferocious, cunning, and cruel, with blazing red eyes filled with towering rage. I remember you all. One day, I will make you wish you were dead. The demonic shadow fixed its gaze on Su Chen and the old emperor, then attempted to break through the void and leave. The outer realm evil demon could not condense into a physical form before reaching the martial saint realm and could only possess and seize. Now that his martial emperor body was destroyed, the overwhelming power of heaven and earth pressed down on him, continuously weakening his strength. If he did not leave, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, he felt a desire to retreat and wanted to escape. Want to leave? Stay here. Su Chen's gaze was extremely cold as he fully activated the breaking illusion divine eye. A dazzling light of the breaking illusion god surged like lightning towards the outer realm evil demon. His breaking illusion divine light possessed immense lethality against the spiritual form of the outer realm evil demon. Damn it! The outer realm evil demon's expression changed drastically, feeling that its entire aura was locked by the breaking illusion divine light. It could not defend in time and was instantly enveloped by the breaking illusion divine light. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream rang out. Under the brilliant golden glow, the spiritual form of the outer realm evil demon continuously dissolved, its demonic power being purified, appearing increasingly illusory, as if it would vanish at any moment. Save me! The outer realm evil demon emitted an incredibly pained voice. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Just as he prepared to strike hard and kill the outer realm evil demon, he suddenly felt a terrifying murderous intent gathering in the sky, with thunder and lightning surging, locking onto him. Chapter 156. The Killing Intent of Thunder Movement Martial Emperor Boom. Above the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, silver snakes danced wildly. A figure with an incredibly terrifying aura stepped through the void, holding a blazing bolt of lightning in its palm, resembling a thunder god, with an extremely cold gaze. Then, it reached out, slamming down into the void, and instantly, the blazing lightning surged like a thunder dragon, enveloping Su Chen, the old emperor, Lin Ruowei, and Yen Zheng. Thunder movement. Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold light as he immediately recognized that figure. It was none other than Thunder Movement Martial Emperor, an elder of the Juyang Divine Sect. As soon as Thunder Movement Martial Emperor made his move, it was the most powerful killing strike, summoning the thunder of heaven and earth, intending to annihilate Su Chen completely. Ruowei, be careful. Su Chen could feel the terror of Thunder Movement strike, as if it could destroy heaven and earth, enveloping a radius of dozens of miles, aiming to obliterate everything. That overwhelming thunder of heaven and earth was boundlessly terrifying, even stronger than Lin Huang. Su Chen shouted, instantly teleporting to Lin Ruowei's side. Then, a blazing golden glow surged around him, and an ancient and vast aura erupted from his body. He raised both hands to the sky, resembling a giant supporting the heavens, exuding an indomitable and fierce momentum. The everlasting chaotic body was instantly activated. Thunder Movement Martial Emperor's strike was a certain kill blow, not to mention Lin Ruowei and Yen Zheng. Even the old emperor might not withstand it. Su Chun could only do his utmost to protect Lin Ruowei. His everlasting chaotic body absorbed the heavenly calamity's annihilation energy to strengthen itself and was the strongest defensive method. He activated the everlasting chaotic body to its utmost, ready to block the torrential lightning power. Boom. Just as he spoke, the torrential lightning surged towards him, accompanied by the ancient roar of a dragon, instantly enveloping the land. And Su Chun and the others were completely submerged. The torrential lightning struck Su Chun, who continuously absorbed it, refining his body with the annihilation power, making his aura grow stronger. His body seemed to swell several meters, resembling a giant, firmly protecting Lin Ruowei. Su Chun. Lin Ruowei's heart trembled as she looked at Su Chun's towering posture, protecting her firmly and bearing most of the lightning's force. The remaining aftermath could not cause her significant harm. Meanwhile, the lightning crashing onto Su Chun made his body tremble, flesh and blood mangled. Her eyes turned red. An overwhelming emotional surge stirred within her, causing her to feel an incredibly intense emotional fluctuation towards Su Chun. Su Chun was actually risking his life for her. On the other side, the old emperor and Yin Zheng did not have such good luck. Although the old emperor was also in the martial emperor realm, his lifespan was nearing its end, his vitality waning, and he had suffered significant injuries from the battle with Lin Huang. Now, being struck by the torrential lightning, he continuously spat blood, his aura extremely weak, his eyes filled with immense horror. Yin Zheng raised the mountain river fan to defend. However, despite the mountain river fan being an incredibly powerful heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, it was still struck by the torrential lightning and ultimately shattered. Yin Zheng was also struck by lightning, blood spraying out. However, he at least managed to save his life. Boom. Su Chun was enveloped by endless lightning, with lightning dragons coiling around him, appearing bloodied and mangled, looking quite tragic. Yet, his aura was incredibly sharp. The vast sky and earth thundered, causing several strands of calamity energy to condense within him. Although it looked tragic, in reality, his physical strength had increased a bit. He even wanted the thunder to strike him a few more times. Huh, he actually didn't die? In the void above, the eyes of Thunder King revealed a hint of shock. It is known that what he unleashed was an incredibly powerful top-tier, heavenly martial skill from the Nine Yang Divine Sect, the Divine Sky Lightning Palm. With his peak martial emperor cultivation, even the old emperor would have been severely injured and close to death. Yet a mere martial venerable like Su Chun managed to withstand it? How is this possible? This child cannot be left alive. The gaze of Thunder King was filled with a chilling, killing intent. For some reason, he sensed a disturbing aura from Su Chun, as if Su Chun could pose a threat to him. This instantly surged his murderous intent. Whoosh. He reached out and grabbed the weak figure of the outer evil demon in his palm, then unleashed another unmatched palm print to suppress Su Chun. Thunder King, you dare to touch my disciple, I will slaughter your entire family. At that moment, a sharp and clear voice exploded in the void. Boom. A stunningly beautiful goddess with flowing garments appeared, her appearance peerless, her demeanor ethereal, and her eyes filled with an icy killing intent. She pointed in midair, and a dazzling sword energy river came rushing toward Thunder King's palm, instantly colliding with it. Crack! The void roared as Thunder King's palm print was slashed apart by her sword. Master? Su Chen's eyes brightened. The newcomer was none other than Luo Xian. Chapter 157. Thunder King, 3 years later, I will kill you like a dog. Luo Xian? Thunder King's gaze sharpened. Previously, during the battle between Thunder King and Luo Xian in the secret realm of Sleeping Dragon Mountain, Luo Xian's strength had deeply shaken him. He had thought Luo Xian had returned to the Heavenly Dao sect, but he never expected her to be here. This was a big trouble. Su Chun, I've heard about your deeds, and you did well. From today onwards, you are my true disciple of Luo Xian. Anyone who dares to touch you, I will slaughter their entire family. Luo Xian glanced appreciatively at Su Chun, then warned Thunder King. Luo Xian, do you really think you can defeat me? Su Chun killed my grandson, making him the mortal enemy of my Nine Yang Divine Sect. Do you really want to oppose my Nine Yang Divine Sect? Thunder King trembled with rage, pointing at Luo Xian coldly. Unconvinced. Come on, old man, let us have another fight. Luo Xian said with a sidelong glance. Master, the outer evil demon is in Thunder King's hand. I suspect that the Nine Yang Divine Sect has a connection with the outer evil demon. It's best to seize that demon and force a confession, Su Chun transmitted to Luo Xian. Luo Xian's arrival calmed his heart. Luo Xian was hailed as the peerless jewel of the heavenly Dao sect, ranked alongside the sect master as one of the most dazzling geniuses in the history of the heavenly Dao sect. Oh, Luo Xian's eyes lit up. She had already seen the outer evil demon in Thunder King's hand, and upon hearing Su Chen's words, she immediately made up her mind. Luo Xian, today I will spare you for the sake of your sect's master. But this child killed my grandson. One day I will tear him to pieces. A murderous aura flashed in Thunder King's eyes, yet he ultimately did not take action. He glared at Luo Xian and Su Chen, then turned to leave. Thunder King, you're so old, and have only reached the martial emperor realm. What is there to be arrogant about? 3 years later, I will kill you like a dog. Su Chen sneered. He stared at Thunder King, his gaze sharp, showing no fear at all. Just by you? Thunder King laughed in anger, his killing intent growing even stronger. Old man, my disciple is right. You've lived so long only to become a dog. Want to leave? Leave the things in your hand. Luo Xian also sneered. Clang. A sharp sword energy, as dazzling as the galaxy, instantly pierced through the void, slashing toward Thunder King. Luo Xian, you're seeking death. Thunder King roared with fury. He hadn't expected Luo Xian to be so relentless, and upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could it be that Luo Xian has already suspected something? Boom. Thunder King wielded thunder. Purple lightning surged around him. And then he unleashed an unmatched fist print that collided with the sword energy. The void shook, thunder shattered, and sword energy roared. There was a muffled sound as the sword energy and thunder simultaneously vanished. Thunder King, I see you are guilty at heart. Your Nine-Yang divine sect. Are you in collusion with the outer evil demon? Is that why you want to kill my disciple to silence him and rescue the outer evil demon? Luo Xian sneered. She moved forward, her sword energy crisscrossing, its sharp edge seeming capable of obliterating everything, transforming into streams of sword energy that enveloped the void. You're spewing nonsense. Thunder King trembled with rage, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. He charged through the air, riding the surging thunder, unleashing fist prints toward Luo Xian like the thunderous might of the heavens, incredibly fierce. The battle between the two martial emperors was terrifying, causing the entire Delin imperial city below to tremble violently, with everyone's eyes filled with shock. Such power was almost godlike. Even martial kings would likely be instantly obliterated if swept by that kind of aftermath. Luo Xian, you wait for me. Thunder King's furious roar echoed in the void. Then, amidst the torrent of sword light, he suddenly burst out, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with shock and rage. Boom. The outer evil demon in his palm, filled with fear and disbelief, was directly obliterated by Thunder King's thunder. After that, Thunder King glared at Luo Xian with hatred, instantly using a teleportation technique and fleeing into the distance. This old man got away with it. Luo Xian descended from the sky, her garments billowing, the sword energy around her slowly dissipating. Her eyes were filled with regret. The outer evil demon clearly held great significance for Thunder King and the Nine-Yang divine sect, which was why Thunder King was willing to fight her to protect it. However, seeing no way to escape, Thunder King had directly killed the outer evil demon and then fled in embarrassment. Without obtaining the outer evil demon, Luo Xian was naturally very regretful. Master, since we know that the Nine-Yang divine sect may be colluding with the outer evil demon, we just need to be more vigilant and investigate. They will surely reveal flaws. Su Chen spoke up. I know. However, you are too reckless. How dare you come here to provoke a martial emperor? Do you think you're a martial saint or a martial emperor? Luo Xian said irritably. I pay my respects to senior uncle Luo. This is all my fault. I asked Su Chen to come with me to capture the emperor. Please do not blame him. Yan Zheng deeply bowed to Luo Xian, his eyes filled with earnestness. I know you, Yan Zheng, the named disciple of senior brother Fengwen, right? Wanting to achieve merit is fine, but you must know your limits. If something goes wrong, dying outside is of no concern, but if it affects the reputation of our heavenly Dao sect, that will be your fault. Do you understand? Luo Xian glanced at Yan Zheng and said a few words to him. She saw through Yan Zheng's thoughts at a glance. I understand, Yan Zheng said seriously. However, considering that you risked your life to kill the enemy and indeed discovered the foreign evil spirits, I will speak to senior brother Feng and have you included under my wing. You may rise, Luo Xian said. Thank you, Master Luo. Yan Zheng was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 158. The imperial seal of the nation Su Chun. Do you want to return to the Tiandao sect with me? Luo Xian asked as she looked at Su Chun. Master, I'm afraid I still need some time. My mother and younger sister have not settled down yet. I would like to bring them into the Tiandao sect. Is that possible? Su Chun asked. You are my disciple. So bringing two people into the Tiandao sect is naturally not a problem. However, your sister Su Linger possesses a congenital Dao body, and the Tiandao sect is not the best choice for her. The congenital Dao Academy in Zhongzhou is where she should go. Luo Xian nodded. The congenital Dao Academy? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Zhongzhou is the core region of the Xiantian realm, where powerful individuals gather, including many martial saints and even martial emperors. Far from being as remote as the 36 domains of the Eastern Wilderness, the congenital Dao Academy is also one of the most transcendent forces in Zhongzhou, with unfathomable strength. If Su Linger can enter the congenital Dao Academy, it would naturally be the best choice, and she would receive significant cultivation support there. However, Zhongzhou is too far from the Eastern Wilderness, and Su Chen currently has no way to take her there. He plans to bring Su Linger to the Tiandao sect first, and later find an opportunity to bring her to Zhongzhou to join the congenital Dao Academy. The congenital Dao Academy is good, but it's too far from the Eastern Wilderness. I plan to take her to the Tiandao sect first, and look for an opportunity to go to Zhongzhou later. Su Chen did not hide his thoughts. Luo Xian nodded. That is fine. This is the Luo God Order. Keep it safe. When you have settled your family, you can come to the Tiandao sect with the guidance of the Luo God Order. Thank you, Master. A hint of gratitude appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he solemnly accepted the Luo God Order. He understood the significance of the Luo God Order. Luo Xian is the first seat of the Luo God Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Tiandao sect, and this Luo God Order symbolizes the first seat. Upon seeing this order, all elders and disciples of the Tiandao sect must pay their respects. He did not expect Luo Xian to trust him so much as to give him the Luo God Order. Yuan Haoran is a disciple of the Tiandao sect, but you may not know that he is also a discarded disciple of the congenital Dao Academy. He might have a way to help Su Linger enter the congenital Dao Academy. You can ask him after you return. Luo Xian pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. A discarded disciple of the congenital Dao Academy? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He only knew that Yuan Haoran was a disciple of the Tiandao sect, guarding the Dali royal capital for special reasons and becoming the dean of the Divine Martial Academy. But he did not expect him to be a discarded disciple of the congenital Dao Academy. Su Chen nodded. I'm leaving. Su Chen, I will wait for you at the Tiandao sect. Don't you dare die on me. Consider this your final test. If you can't reach the Tiandao sect, you don't deserve to be my disciple, Luo Xian said to Su Chen with a smile. Then, she stepped on the mist and soared into the sky with Yen Zheng. Su Chen, I owe you a life. When you go to the Tiandao sect, I will surely repay you. Yen Zheng also bowed to Su Chen, his eyes filled with sincerity. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Su Chen being there this time to besiege the Lin Emperor, he would have probably died at the hands of the Lin Emperor. It can truly be said that Su Chen saved his life. Su Chen smiled faintly and waved goodbye to Luo Xian and Yen Zheng, watching them soar into the sky and disappear into the horizon. Su Chen, the old emperor is no longer able, Lin Ruowei said. Not far away, the old emperor's face was ashen, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was extremely weak, nearly exhausted. He was already at the end of his lifespan and had just fought a battle with the Lin Emperor, suffering severe injuries from the thunder movement, and was now close to death. Su Chen approached the old emperor, a hint of complexity in his eyes, and asked, Old Emperor, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Although he had enmity with the Lin Emperor, the old emperor was someone he had fought alongside. If it weren't for the old emperor's restraint, he wouldn't have been able to easily defeat the Lin Emperor and severely injure the foreign evil spirits. Young Master Su, this is the imperial seal of our Great Lin dynasty. I know that after I die, Great Lin will surely fall into endless chaos. I wish to give this imperial seal to you, hoping that you can preserve a trace of the bloodline of the Yang family. The old emperor's voice was weak, and his gaze towards Su Chen was filled with pleading. He was very clever and knew that after he and the Lin Emperor die, the Great Lin dynasty would surely become a piece of fat meat, surrounded by wolves. At that time, it wouldn't just be a matter of preserving the Great Lin dynasty. Whether the royal bloodline could be preserved was also a question. Therefore, he directly offered the imperial seal without asking Su Chen to preserve the Great Lin dynasty, only hoping that Su Chen could preserve a trace of their Yang family's bloodline. Okay. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then accepted the imperial seal. He had a significant grudge against the great Lin dynasty. Both the northern king Yang Sha and the Lin emperor were killed by him, along with the ninth prince and Jiang Yunhe. Therefore, he naturally did not wish for the great Lin dynasty to continue. However, for the sake of the old emperor's face, he could still agree to preserve a trace of the royal bloodline. Thank you, thank you. The old emperor's eyes were filled with gratitude, regret, complexity, and unwillingness, and finally, his arm fell weakly, and the light in his eyes faded. He died. Chapter 159. The Imperial Treasury Ruowei. Take this imperial seal. Su Chun handed the imperial seal to Lin Ruowei. For me? Lin Ruowei was slightly taken aback. This is the symbol of the great Lin dynasty. Obtaining the imperial seal represents the legitimate position of the great Lin dynasty. Even controlling the great Lin dynasty and ascending to the position of emperor is not impossible. Su Chun so easily gave it to her. I have no use for it. My ambition is to reach the peak of martial arts. Worldly power means nothing to me. I know you have always protected the Dali kingdom. With this imperial seal, Dali might even become a dynasty. Su Chun said with a faint smile. At this moment, at the peak of the back mountain, the sea of clouds rose, and the moonlight was brilliant, falling on Su Chun and Lin Ruowei, illuminating them like a pair of perfect partners. Although many martial artists were watching, the aura of the battle between emperors was too terrifying. And since this was a forbidden area of the royal city, they did not dare to come easily. Only Su Chun and Lin Ruowei remained. Okay. Lin Ruowei looked deeply at Su Chun, a hint of emotion flashing across her face, but she quickly returned to calm. She accepted the imperial seal graciously. Su Chun was right. This imperial seal was incredibly important for the Dali kingdom, and with the imperial seal, she could also resolve the cause and effect. Ruowei, I just sense that the treasury of the great Lin dynasty is within this mountain. Shall we go take a look? Su Chun's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. His breaking illusion divine, I could see through illusions and discern everything. He had sensed a treasury within the mountain when he broke the great formation. That should be the treasury of the great Lin dynasty. Okay. Lin Ruowei nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Chun and Lin Ruowei rose into the air together, gliding into the belly of the mountain through the broken cave on the mountainside. Inside the mountain, there was a whole new world. It turned out to be an incredibly magnificent underground palace, with various passages crisscrossing, ultimately converging in a vast central square. At the end of the square stood a tightly closed gate to the underground palace, the Imperial Treasury. 4 ancient and mysterious characters floated beside the underground palace on an ancient stone tablet. This Imperial Jade Seal should be the key to opening the Imperial Treasury. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he noticed strange patterns interweaving on the huge stone door of the underground palace, with a square groove that made his heart stir. Let me give it a try. Lin Ruowei took out the Imperial Jade Seal and placed it in the groove. Boom. Instantly, the underground palace's gate vibrated and hummed. Brilliant divine light burst forth, and then the 2 ancient stone doors slowly opened. Su Chun and Lin Ruowei exchanged knowing smiles, then stepped into the underground palace. The space of the Imperial Treasury was incredibly vast, easily as large as several palaces, filled with all kinds of treasure chests and wooden racks. Everywhere the eye could see was dazzling brilliance and an overwhelming aura of various treasures. This was the accumulation of thousands of years of the great Lin dynasty, and only the emperors of past generations were qualified to enter the Imperial Treasury. This was the foundation of the great Lin dynasty. Today, it was all presented before Su Chun and Lin Ruowei. Don't be polite, take whatever you like. Su Chun smiled slightly and said with great generosity, Thank you, young Master Su, I will respectfully accept your offer. Lin Ruowei rolled her eyes at Su Chun but still covered her mouth with a light laugh and offered him a graceful bow. However, when Lin Ruowei smiled, her eyes sparkled like 100 flowers in bloom, dazzling and beautiful. Her already peerless appearance added a touch of charm and gentleness, causing Su Chen's eyes to brighten, staring directly at her. Usually, Lin Ruowei was like a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, cold and untainted by the world. But at this moment, she seemed to exude even more feminine grace and beauty. Even though Su Chun had seen many saintesses and heavenly beauties from various sacred places in his past life, those who could compare to Lin Ruowei were extremely rare. The only one who could match her in looks and aura was Su Chen's master, Luo Xian. What are you looking at? Lin Ruowei noticed the gaze of Su Chun and her cheeks instantly flushed. It's nothing. Mainly because you're too beautiful. Suchen replied without thinking. Lin Ruowei's face turned even redder, her heart racing. She forcefully composed herself and said, I'll go see if there's anything I need. Then she turned and left as if escaping. For some reason, hearing Suchen compliment her beauty didn't make her angry at all. Instead, it filled her heart with a hint of sweetness and a touch of panic. Her previously calm heart, like a still lake, was completely disturbed after encountering Suchen. It's not the flame dragon spirit body, but the profound holy body, and it comes from Central State. Could she really be from the ancient Lin family of Central State? Suchen watched Lin Ruowei's back, pondering in his heart. The royal family of the Great Li, like Lin Qingqing, possessed the flame dragon bloodline, but Lin Ruowei had the profound holy body. This physique could not possibly have come from the flame dragon martial sage. It bore some similarities to the ancient Lin family Suchen encountered in Central State. The profound holy body, even within the ancient Lin family, was one of the top physiques, with the potential to reach the martial emperor realm or even transcend to become a deity. Suchen was curious. Why would someone from the Lin family of Central State appear in this small eastern Lin domain? Lin Ruowei didn't say, and he had no intention of asking further. First, let us loot the treasury. Suchen suppressed his chaotic thoughts and walked deeper into the treasury. Chapter 160, Supreme Treasure, Cataclysmic Divine Stone within the Imperial Treasury. There were countless spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit pills, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Suchen discovered hundreds of chests filled with spirit stones in the area dedicated to them. Each chest contained 10,000 spirit stones, totaling 500 chests of low-grade spirit stones, 20 chests of middle-grade spirit stones, and even one chest of high-grade spirit stones. Roughly estimated, the total value was at least several tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. The Great Lin dynasty must have discovered a spirit stone mine. Suchen marveled inwardly. Even a martial emperor would find it hard to produce several tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. The Great Lin dynasty truly had profound foundations. Ruowei, I'll give you half of these spirit stones. Suchen smiled slightly. Lin Ruowei shook her head and said, I don't need spirit stones. Keep them for your cultivation. However, these low-grade pills, techniques, and weapons should be of no use to you. So let me have them, okay? Of course, no problem. Suchen agreed without hesitation. He knew that Lin Ruowei would use those pills, techniques, and weapons to help the Great Li royal family enhance their national strength. So they would have enough power to conquer the Great Lin dynasty and even elevate to a true Great Li dynasty. Cataclysmic pills? Now that's a good item. It can help peak martial sovereigns break through to the martial king realm. I'll give them all to you. Suchen discovered a bottle of 6th grade spirit pills, and his eyes lit up as he smiled. Cataclysmic pills? Thank you. Lin Ruowei looked deeply at Suchen, then took the cataclysmic pills. The cataclysmic pill was an ancient and precious pill. There were 10 of them here. Enough to help 4 or 5 peak martial sovereigns break through to the martial king realm. She also understood that Suchen knew she valued the Great Li royal family. So he generously gave her even such precious spirit pills without hesitation. In the imperial treasury, there were not many items that caught Suchen's eye. Besides putting all the spirit stones into his possession, he also selected some precious spirit herbs and heavenly materials, leaving most of the rest to Lin Ruowei. Even so, it was a great harvest for Suchen. With so many spirit stones, I can cultivate to the martial king realm. Suchen's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Just then, Suchen suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He sensed a very mysterious aura faintly emerging from a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures ahead, causing his martial spiritual consciousness to react. Buzz. Suchen activated the breaking illusion divine eye, his eyes shining with golden light as mysterious runes intertwined. Looking forward, a grayish stone came into view. What is this? Suchen's whole body shook, his expression filled with disbelief. The gray stone was about the size of a human head and appeared very ordinary. Even with his spiritual consciousness, he couldn't sense anything special. However, under the gaze of Suchen's breaking illusion divine eye, it seemed as though chaotic light was bursting forth from the gray stone, revealing mysterious scenes of the creation and destruction of the world, like the cycles of life and death, ancient and mysterious. Strands of chaotic light intertwined, stirring the heart and mind. Cataclysmic divine stone. Suchen finally confirmed the identity of this treasure. The cataclysmic divine stone contains the divine power of world creation and destruction, and can only be formed at the birth or destruction of a small world. The cataclysmic divine stone is the supreme treasure for refining divine artifacts. In his previous life, Su Chun had once seen a powerful martial emperor find a divine sword refined from a cataclysmic divine stone in an ancient ruin. Cataclysmic divine sword. Once the divine sword was drawn, even an incredibly powerful martial emperor could slay with a single strike, devastating the land, shattering the void, and cutting through mountains and seas. Unmatched in power. Unexpectedly, in the treasure vault of the Great Lin Dynasty, there exists such a supreme treasure as the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone. Even martial saints have little knowledge of such a treasure, so it's not surprising that it has gathered dust here. With the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone in my hands, given time, perhaps I can refine it into a divine artifact. Su Chen's eyes were bright, and he thought to himself, obtaining the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone was indeed an unexpected joy. Su Chun reached out and grabbed it, storing the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone into the chaos space. Boom. Just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. As soon as the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone appeared in the chaos space, it was instantly engulfed by the true fire of devouring. Surging violently, its blazing flames seemingly capable of incinerating everything, terrifying beyond measure. The entire Qiankuan cauldron began to hum and tremble. On top of the Qiankuan cauldron, ancient and mysterious patterns revived, as if the heavens and earth were being opened up, revealing strange scenes of the sun, moon, stars, and all things in the universe. Then, Su Chan saw that the originally indestructible catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone began to melt instantly within the chaos space. What? Su Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that storing the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone in the chaos space would lead to such a situation. Buzz. The catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone, under the refining of the true fire of devouring, began to melt at a visible speed, quickly transforming into a mass of five-colored divine liquid, radiating a blazing and dazzling brilliance. Then, that mass of five-colored divine liquid seemed to be directly devoured by the Qiankuan cauldron, disappearing into a chaotic void. The catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone was swallowed by the Qiankuan cauldron? Su Chen's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered that because the Qiankuan cauldron had integrated the true fire of devouring, it possessed the ability to refine all things. Could it be that the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone was refined by the Qiankuan cauldron? Then Su Chen's divine artifact would be in vain? Boom. But just then, a mysterious five-colored lightning shot out from the chaos space, containing an ancient and terrifying divine power, instantly merging into Su Chen's body. The immortal body of eternal tribulation was instantly activated. Chapter 161. Rebirth, punching the mountains and rivers. Boom. Within Su Chen's body, it was as if the heavens and earth were being opened up and the chaotic light exploded. Within the five-colored thunder, there was a mysterious and vast great power, forcefully surging into his limbs and bones, tearing apart his meridians, skin, and bones, causing the blood throughout his body to boil. The thunder enveloped him entirely, and that extreme pain penetrated to the marrow, causing his soul to tremble. It hurt so much. Although Su Chun could feel that the five-colored thunder posed no danger to him, it vaguely contained a certain transformative power. However, the five-colored thunder forcibly tore apart his physical body, refining his flesh, bones, and meridians from the inside out, ultimately merging into the Qi Si of his Dantian. Boom. As bolts of lightning intertwined, mysterious chaotic light rose from Su Chen's Qi Si. Strands of five-colored divine light converged, shattering all the true Qi within his Qi Si. Su Chun trembled all over, feeling as if his Qi Si had exploded at that moment. Meanwhile, the true Qi within his body, under the refining of the five-colored thunder, became increasingly pure and mysterious, resembling tiny golden divine dragons integrating into his physical body. His physical body, while enduring extreme pain, at this moment seemed to undergo a transformation, making his physical strength stronger and more terrifying. Mysterious streams of energy gradually condensed within his Qi Si. Was that tribulation energy? Su Chen trembled all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had originally relied on the true fire of devouring to barely condense a few strands of tribulation energy within his body, and even so, it had already caused his physical strength to surge, allowing him to contend with half-step martial kings. Now, strands of tribulation energy were continuously condensing within him, exuding a wave of divine power fluctuations, and in an instant, it broke through to over 100 strands of tribulation energy. 100, 200, 300. The speed at which tribulation energy condensed within Su Chen's body increased, and his aura became increasingly terrifying, the true fire of devouring surging, enveloping his entire body. While the five-colored thunder intertwined, erupting from every pore. The impurities within his body were constantly refined, and his physical body radiated a faint golden light, as if an immortal substance was being condensed. Is it because the Qianquan cauldron refined the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone, and that the five-colored thunder should be some kind of extinction power, allowing my immortal body of eternal tribulation to continuously improve? Su Chen's heart surged with a bit of understanding. The five-colored thunder was the extinction power contained within the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone, the most refined divine power, which Su Chen would have no way to absorb and refine under normal circumstances. Even a martial saint or martial emperor would find it difficult to absorb the extinction power from the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone. However, within the Qianquan cauldron, as the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone was refined, the purest extinction power surged into Su Chen's body, continuously enhancing his immortal body of eternal tribulation. This was absolutely unimaginable for Su Chen, a tremendous fortune that allowed him to completely undergo a transformation. If the Qianquan cauldron could refine even the catastrophe-extinguishing divine stone, it seemed that it was far from being an ordinary divine artifact. Su Chen thought to himself, boom. He focused his mind and fully operated the techniques of the immortal body of eternal tribulation, continuously refining the extinction power, condensing strands of tribulation energy, and tempering his physical body. Su Chen's entire being radiated brilliant divine light, the five-colored divine light intertwining, the true fire of devouring spreading, showcasing various mysterious and unfathomable phenomena. As if a divine king had descended, incredibly astounding. Su Chen's cultivation phenomenon also startled Lin Ruowei. Did he really obtain the true fire of devouring? Moreover, the technique he was practicing was an extremely terrifying one. Perhaps there was more to him than just a mere alchemy saint behind him? Lin Ruowei looked at Su Chen, who was engrossed in his cultivation, her eyes revealing a trace of shock. Although she didn't know what technique Su Chen was practicing, the terrifying aura radiating from him made her secretly alarmed. She feared that the technique Su Chen was cultivating was not much weaker than her family's inherited technique. Su Chen, I hope you can become strong soon. Lin Ruowei's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her feelings towards Su Chen were complicated, although they had been intimate. It was also due to the plot of the blissful boy. But Lin Ruowei never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man, Su Chen, could grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time. This kind of talent was probably not much inferior to those dazzling and peerless geniuses in Zhongzhou. Moreover, Su Chen not only saved her, but also assisted her multiple times, and having witnessed Su Chen's journey to today, she could understand that he must have put in efforts and sacrifices far beyond ordinary people. Unknowingly, she had developed some different feelings for Su Chen. However, she would soon be leaving this place. Su Chen, if you really can come to Zhongzhou, then I. Lin Ruowei gazed at Su Chen in a daze. Her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she had made a certain decision, her whole demeanor becoming somewhat shy. But soon, she regained her composure, suppressing her complicated emotions. Lin Ruowei's gaze became clear and cold again as she slowly walked to the door of the imperial treasury to protect Su Chen. With the death of the emperor and the old monarch, this piece of fat meat, the imperial treasury, would surely attract the attention of any powerful being. Lin Ruowei could already sense several powerful auras approaching. Chapter 162, The Four Great Martial Kings Attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four figures broke through the air, entering the forbidden area of the imperial city and moving along the fractured mountainside into the mountainous belly. They seemed to know the location of the imperial treasury, heading straight for it. The four figures included an old man in a gray robe, an old woman with a dragon-headed cane, a gnome elder in a blood robe, and a voluptuous middle-aged beauty. Their auras were incredibly powerful, all of them being martial arts kings. Someone actually got here first? The gray-robed old man's murky eyes flashed with brilliance. They saw a woman dressed in white, with a stunningly beautiful face, holding an ancient sword, her gaze cold and sharp, standing in front of them at the door of the imperial treasury. although the door of the imperial treasury was tightly closed. There were clear signs that it was about to open. "You are Lin Ruowei, the eldest princess of the Great Li Kingdom. Daring to come to our Great Lin imperial capital, you don't know how to live." The middle-aged beauty swayed with grace, her big watery eyes flashing with fierce light. Instantly recognizing the white-clothed woman before her as Lin Ruowei. "People from the 4 great families? No one is allowed to step into the imperial treasury, or you will die." Lin Ruowei's gaze was extremely cold. At this moment, Su Chen was cultivating inside the treasury, and it seemed he was at a critical moment in his training. She would not allow anyone to disturb his cultivation. Therefore, she closed the treasury door and stood guard for Su Chen. She recognized the 4 great martial kings before her. They were the ancestors of the 4 most powerful families in the Great Lin imperial capital, besides the royal family, all renowned martial arts kings for decades. Each one incredibly powerful. Even Lin Ruowei felt considerable pressure. Nevertheless, she did not take a step back. "Lin Ruowei, do you intend to monopolize the treasures? Just because you are a little girl who has just broken through to the martial king level, you think you can stop the 4 of us?" Seeking death. The old woman with the cane had a grim expression, her eyes filled with cold, killing intent. "Why waste words with her? Kill her, and we will divide the treasures in the imperial treasury among the 4 families." The gnome elder in the blood robe licked his lips, his gaze filled with cruel and brutal killing intent, blood-red, true energy emanating from him. Although the previous battle of the monarchs had been shocking, as the ancestors of the 4 great families, they were undoubtedly the strongest martial kings in the imperial capital and knew the wealth within the imperial treasury better than anyone. Therefore, after daringly exploring the back mountain and discovering that the emperor and the old monarch were dead and there were no traces of any monarch's aura, they rushed straight to the imperial treasury. They had agreed to divide the treasures within the treasury among the 4 families, and now that Lin Ruowei stood in their way, it naturally filled their hearts with murderous intent. "Kill!" The old woman with the dragon-headed cane shouted fiercely, her gaze extremely fierce, leading the charge towards Lin Ruowei. The other 3 martial kings also unleashed their true energy, erupting with powerful martial techniques, like 3 torrents, suppressing Lin Ruowei. Clang! The sharp sword light shot into the sky. Lin Ruowei's gaze was cold, her sword intense soaring, and with one horizontal swing of her sword, it seemed to split mountains and shatter the earth, unmatched in its sharpness. Boom! The 3 torrents were instantly obliterated. Lin Ruowei's sword clashed with the dragon-headed cane in the old woman's hand, causing a massive shockwave, rocks flying everywhere, and countless sparks erupting. Moreover, the unmatched sword energy left a blood mark on the old woman's arm, nearly severing it. "Damn! She is not an ordinary martial king. Do not hold back, let us suppress her together." The old woman was both shocked and angry, her eyes filled with cold, killing intent as she shouted at the others. "Ghostly palm of the underworld. Blood River Demon Blade. Thousand Illusion Killing Sword." The gray-robed old man, the gnome elder in the blood robe, and the middle-aged beauty exchanged glances, their killing intent flaring, and their terrifying auras rising, unleashing their strongest martial techniques, suddenly charging towards Lin Ruowei. These were 3 types of top-tier, earth-level martial techniques. The clan's ancestral martial arts, which they had immersed themselves in for hundreds of years, reaching a peak mastery. Now, fully unleashed, ghostly figures loomed, blood rivers surged, and countless sword energies hidden in darkness continuously struck towards Lin Ruowei. "Kill!" Lin Ruowei's gaze was sharp, showing no fear. Wielding her ancient sword as sword energies fell like rain, clashing with the 3 martial kings, creating an incredibly fierce battle. "Poison dragon killing!" The old woman shouted angrily, her body surrounded by black poisonous energy, and a fierce black dragon's phantom seemed to appear above her head, continuously pouncing towards Lin Ruowei. At the same time, a nauseating stench of poison spread, enveloping the entire mountain's belly in black poisonous energy. "Under my poison dragon killing, let us see how long you can hold on." The old woman's eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. Her poison dragon killing energy was a culmination of her mastery of poison. Even martial kings could be poisoned to death, making it extremely powerful. The 4 of them had already taken antidote pills in advance, and now within this mountain's belly, the power of the poison dragon killing had reached its peak. Even Lin Ruowei, who accidentally inhaled a few traces, felt dizzy, as if her true energy was about to go berserk. "Kill!" Her true energy soared, forming a protective barrier, keeping the poison dragon killing at bay while suppressing the poison within her body. Sword energies slashed down like a heavenly river, continuously striking towards the four martial kings before her. Chapter 163. Who dares to touch my woman? Boom, boom. In the mountain's belly, the ground shook, and rocks flew everywhere. The battle between the five martial kings was terrifying, blasting apart half the mountainside, while the imperial treasury remained solid, made of unknown materials. The sky was filled with sword energies, slicing through hundreds of thousands of pounds of boulders, sending them flying. The four martial kings grew more and more astonished as they fought, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Ruowei was only at the first or second level of the martial king realm, lower than them by several levels, yet under the siege of the four martial kings. She showed no signs of falling behind, especially that boundless sharp sword energy, resembling a terrifying heavenly-level martial technique, could draw upon the vast power of heaven and earth to suppress all. Furthermore, as the mountain crumbled, even the old woman's poison dragon killing lost its effectiveness. Damn! The old woman's eyes were filled with venomous malice. Her eyes turned, charging towards Lin Ruowei, using her dragon-headed cane to block Lin Ruowei's sword energy. But she was struck in the chest by Lin Ruowei's palm. Whoosh! At that moment, a black lightning shot out from the dragon-headed cane in her hand. It was a small black snake with a triangular head, reeking with a nauseating stench, moving at an incredible speed. The old woman was too close to Lin Ruowei, and with the other three martial kings seemingly coordinating perfectly, they attacked Lin Ruowei frantically, leaving her no chance to dodge. PFF. The black snake pierced through Lin Ruowei's protective true energy and bit her arm. Despicable. A cold light flashed in Lin Ruowei's eyes, and she quickly drew her sword, cutting the black snake in half. However, she felt her arm go numb as a powerful toxin surged into her body, even suppressing her true energy. Once bitten by my frost poison dragon, even immortals cannot save you. Lin Ruowei die? The old woman's eyes were filled with a pained expression. Her face twisted with malice as she swung her dragon-headed cane madly at Lin Ruowei. The frost poison dragon inside the cane was a rare venomous snake, as fast as lightning and extremely toxic, cultivated at great cost. Now that it had been cut down by Lin Ruowei, the old woman felt immense pain. However, with Lin Ruowei poisoned, her death was inevitable. Boom. The four martial kings were energized, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent as they rushed towards Lin Ruowei. While Lin Ruowei struggled to suppress the snake venom and defend herself, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. An abnormal layer of black gas enveloped her face. The snake venom was too fierce, and as she used her true energy to resist, it rapidly spread throughout her body, attacking her heart veins. Once the snake venom reached her heart, Lin Ruowei would undoubtedly die. Boom. The gray-robed elder struck Lin Ruowei's back with a palm, causing her to tremble violently and spit out a mouthful of blood, flying out horizontally. This strike scattered her true energy, and the snake venom began to spread toward her heart veins. Die. The old woman fiercely smashed her dragon-headed cane down towards Lin Ruowei. Su Chun, I can't hold on any longer. I hope you stay safe. Lin Ruowei closed her eyes in despair. Who dares to touch my woman? At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a domineering and clear voice that exploded in the heavens and earth. Boom. The door to the royal treasury shattered into pieces. A terrifying figure with an overwhelming aura appeared. A powerful fist strike, accompanied by a dragon's roar, collided with the old woman's dragon-headed cane in an instant. Accompanied by a scream, the dragon-headed cane in the old woman's hand exploded, blood gushed from her arm, and she continuously spat blood, flying out directly. Who is it? The other three martial kings showed expressions of uncertainty. That punch was terrifying. The elder, at the martial king level, wielded a treasure made from celestial iron, yet it was shattered by that person's punch. What kind of terrifying power is this? At this moment, they finally saw the figure clearly. It was a young man with flowing black hair, his entire being radiating vitality, with bronze skin emitting a faint golden glow, and his gaze sharp and brilliant. His aura swirled around him like a dragon, exuding an immortal presence, resembling a fierce beast in human form, truly frightening. It can't be Su Chun. Who else could it be? Are you okay? Su Chun didn't even glance at the four of them, his gaze fixed on Lin Ruowei, filled with guilt. If it weren't for her protecting him, Lin Ruowei would never have suffered such severe injuries. Such fierce toxicity. Su Chen's expression turned cold as he saw the wound on Lin Ruowei's arm and the black poison spreading around her. He quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to Lin Ruowei. This was the clear spirit detoxification pill Su Chen had refined earlier, enhanced by the Qinquan cauldron, possessing the ability to detoxify all poisons. Indeed, after taking the clear spirit detoxification pill, the snake poison around Lin Ruowei began to gradually recede, neutralized by the medicinal power. Lin Ruowei also regained some strength, raising her head to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, as long as you're okay. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ruowei's lips as she weakly spoke. She couldn't help but recall Su Chen's words moments ago. Who dares to touch my woman? Instantly, Lin Ruowei's heart raced. Chapter 164. Killing 3 martial kings. Who exactly are you? The gray-robed elder stared at Su Chen, his expression serious. They looked at Su Chen as if facing a formidable enemy, although they saw that Su Chen only had the cultivation of a martial sovereign. That earlier strike was too terrifying. The 5th-level martial king elder was heavily injured by Su Chen's punch. They were on par with the elder, naturally wary of Su Chen. Su Chen didn't even glance at them, his focus entirely on Lin Ruowei, exuding immense tenderness. It wasn't until the clear spirit detoxification pill within Lin Ruowei dissolved and the snake poison gradually receded, ensuring she was no longer in life-threatening danger, that Su Chen felt relieved. Su Chen, they are the ancestors of the 4 great families of the Great Lin imperial capital, with the cultivation of martial kings. Their strength should not be underestimated. You must be careful, Lin Ruowei said earnestly. Although she knew Su Chen was very powerful, she still couldn't help but worry for him. Don't worry, those who harm you will pay the price. Ruowei, I'll take you to kill, Su Chen said softly. Then, he picked Lin Ruowei up and slowly turned around, his previously gentle gaze instantly becoming cold and sharp, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Kid, don't be arrogant. Just a martial sovereign. Thinking you can defeat a martial king with your body refinement techniques? You're courting death. Kill him. The blood-robed gnome's eyes were filled with icy killing intent as he coldly spoke. Attack together. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed, knowing that this battle was inevitable. A black battle knife filled with murderous intent appeared in his palm. This delicate little brother, I really don't want to kill you, but before you die, I must let you see me ruin this little bitch's face. The middle-aged woman giggled, but her gaze was extremely cold. There was a blood mark on her face, left by Lin Ruowei's sword energy during their earlier battle. The grudge of facial disfigurement was irreconcilable. She was filled with jealousy and hatred towards Lin Ruowei. Boom. The 3 martial kings' true energies surged, harnessing the vast power of heaven and earth, charging towards Su Chen. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Su Chen chuckled lightly, his gaze icy. He held Lin Ruowei tightly in one arm, while his other hand transformed into an unmatched fist strike, instantly launching it. Crack! Thunder rumbled, and the heavens shook. Su Chen's fist strike resembled an ancient mountain, unleashing pure physical strength without employing any martial techniques, immensely powerful and domineering. It seemed as if even heaven and earth couldn't withstand such a fierce punch. The gray-robed elder, who was the first to bear the brunt, had his black battle knife shattered by Su Chen's punch, while the blood-robed gnome's blood-colored true energy was dispersed, and one of his arms exploded into a mist of blood. The middle-aged woman's ghostly sword light couldn't even pierce Su Chen's arm, as it was shattered by a single punch. The 3 martial kings trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and they spewed blood, flying out directly. What? The 3 of them had an expression of utter shock in their eyes. Su Chen's punch was terrifying, like a god suppressing everything, effortlessly destroying everything in its path, leaving them with a profound sense of helplessness. Su Chen had become stronger again. Lin Ruowei, who was in Su Chen's arms, also widened her beautiful eyes, sparkling with disbelief. However, when she looked up at Su Chen's handsome face, she felt a sense of security in her heart. Little beast, die. At that moment, a voice filled with resentment rang out. The old woman, who had been severely injured by Su Chen, suddenly lunged at him, her eyes filled with ferocity. From her hands flew several black poisonous snakes, rushing at Su Chen like lightning. Su Chen, be careful. Lin Ruowei's heart skipped a beat, and she shouted urgently, unaware of death. Su Chen's gaze flashed, and he slapped out a hand. Roar! A terrifying surge of vitality soared, accompanied by the ancient roar of a dragon. That palm print seemed to have a true dragon coiling around it, exuding overwhelming dragon might. The black poisonous snakes trembled as if sensing a fear from their bloodline, and they turned back to lunge at the old woman. Ah! A scream echoed as the old woman was caught off guard and bitten on the arm and neck by the snakes, her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. She never expected the snakes to turn on her. At that moment, Su Chen's palm also came crashing down. Boom! The old woman was directly slapped into a shattered mountain peak by Su Chen, her body exploding into a mist of blood. A martial king dead. Kill. Su Chen's gaze was extremely cold as he stomped forward, shaking the ground and heading toward the remaining 3 martial kings. What? The 3 martial kings trembled. Their eyes filled with horror, unable to believe that the old woman had been so easily killed by Su Chen. A hint of fear arose in their hearts, and they immediately turned to flee. Boom. But Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast, and a powerful fist print slammed down directly onto the gray-robed elder, shattering his heart pulse and killing him instantly. Then, with a flash of light beneath his feet, he caught up with the blood-robed dwarf and slapped out again. No. The blood-robed dwarf's eyes were filled with terror as he let out an unwilling roar, but the next moment, his voice was cut off. He was killed by Su Chen's palm. Only the middle-aged woman was left, fleeing in madness. Hearing the screams behind her, her eyes were filled with extreme fear. But soon, a figure descended from the sky, blocking her path. When the middle-aged woman saw Su Chen, her expression instantly turned to one of utter despair. Do you want to die or live? Su Chen said indifferently. Chapter 165. Lin Ruowei's past. The middle-aged beauty was named Yang Mei, the ancestor of the Yang family in the imperial capital. She appeared to be only in her 30s or 40s, with a hot figure and captivating charm, but in reality, she was already several hundred years old. Yang Mei originally thought she would undoubtedly die today, but she was surprised when Su Chen said such a thing, instantly filled with mixed feelings of joy and fear. Of course I want to live. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to serve you, Yang Mei said hurriedly. Though she had lived for hundreds of years, the longer she lived, the more she feared death, and she naturally did not want to die so easily. You are quite perceptive. Offer me a drop of blood from your brow, Su Chen said lightly. Although Yang Mei did not know why, she obediently pierced her brow and offered a drop of blood. Buzz! Su Chen pointed in midair, and that drop of blood vibrated and hummed in the void. Then, with a light tap of his fingertip, it formed an ancient and mysterious seal. After that, Su Chen slapped, and the seal was imprinted into Yang Mei's brow, merging into her martial arts origin soul. This is a slave god seal. With a single thought, I can control your life and death. As long as you obediently comply, I naturally will not kill you, Su Chen said ly. The slave god seal was a secret technique he practiced in his previous life, capable of enslaving those who had condensed their martial arts origin soul, meaning at least reaching the martial king realm. By planting the slave god seal on Yang Mei, he naturally controlled her life and death. Yes. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Yang Mei's mouth as she nodded. She could sense that her martial arts origin soul felt as if it were shackled. With just a thought from Su Chen, her martial arts origin soul would completely dissipate. Next, you have 2 tasks to complete. First, gather the spirit stones from the 4 great families and bring them all to me. Second, with the death of the 3 of them, you should have no problem consolidating and suppressing the power of the 4 great families with your cultivation. Before long, news of the deaths of the emperor and the old emperor will spread throughout the eastern Lin domain. At that time, I need you to lead them to pledge allegiance to the Great Li Kingdom, understand? Su Chen looked at Yang Mei and said ly. The reason he spared Yang Mei's life was that he saw she was most afraid of death and easiest to control. With Yang Mei's cultivation at the 6th level of the martial king realm, she was enough to suppress everything. When the time came, having her lead the many powerhouses of the imperial capital to pledge allegiance to the Great Li Kingdom would allow it to swallow the Great Lin dynasty as much as possible. Yes, Yang Mei respectfully accepted the order. She understood in her heart that the Great Lin dynasty was truly undergoing a change. She believed it would not be long before the Great Lin dynasty was annexed by the Great Li Kingdom. At that time, the Great Li Kingdom would probably become the Great Li dynasty. Go prepare. Su Chen waved his hand, allowing Yang Mei to leave. Thank you, Su Chen. A hint of gratitude appeared in Lin Ruowei's eyes as she said seriously. She understood that Su Chen's plan for Yang Mei to consolidate the power of the 4 great families and then pledge allegiance to the Great Li Kingdom was naturally for her. Otherwise, Su Chen would not need to go through so much trouble. Why are you being so polite with me? Ruowei, If it weren't for you protecting me just now, I might have fallen into their poisonous hands. I said it before, you are my woman. Su Chen smiled ly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ruowei, his voice very domineering. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your woman? Lin Ruowei was both shy and angry, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. But for some reason, a hint of sweetness surged in her heart. Ha ha, Ruowei, now that this matter is settled, we can return to the Great Li capital. I plan to go to the Tiandao sect. Do you want to come with me? Su Chen laughed heartily and then unceremoniously held Lin Ruowei's small hand, looking at her. Lin Ruowei's whole body stiffened, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively tried to break free but could not escape Su Chen's grasp. Your skin is too thick, Lin Ruowei said helplessly. However, she was not angry. Instead, she said to Su Chen, once the matters with the Great Li Kingdom are settled, I may have to return to Zhongzhou. I am not from the eastern wilderness, but from Zhongzhou, so I cannot go with you to the Tiandao sect. Lin Ruowei looked at Su Chen with a hint of apology. Zhongzhou? Then why are you in this small eastern Lin domain? Su Chen asked curiously. He understood in his heart that Lin Ruowei was indeed from Zhongzhou, just as he had guessed. This is a long story. Lin Ruowei and Su Chen sat at the top of the mountain, gazing at the sea of clouds and the sunset in the distance. The refreshing breeze between the mountains brought a sense of comfort and tranquility. I come from the Lin family in Zhongzhou. When I was very young, my family experienced a change, and I was sent here to seek refuge. The royal family of the Great Li Kingdom is a branch of my Lin family. The former ruler, who is also my adoptive father, treated me as his own. He not only cared for and protected me, but also taught me cultivation methods, allowing me to attain a high status in the Great Li. His lifelong wish was for the Great Li to grow stronger and ascend to the imperial dynasty. Lin Ruowei spoke slowly, while Su Chen listened quietly. The reason Lin Ruowei valued the Great Li Kingdom so much was to repay her adoptive father's kindness, which is why she stayed in the Great Li Kingdom and became the Long Princess, the stabilizing force of the Great Li. However, after Lin Ruowei broke through to the Martial King realm, her profound sacred body awakened, faintly sensing that the Lin family in Zhongzhou might have discovered her presence. She could no longer stay here. Moreover, the grievances of the past needed to be resolved. Chapter 166. The intent to kill of the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower. As far as I know, Zhongzhou is the center of the Xiantian realm, where martial arts thrive and strong practitioners gather. Even martial emperors are numerous. If you return to the Lin family, will it be dangerous? Su Chen furrowed his brow and said slowly. As he guessed, Lin Ruowei was indeed from the Zhongzhou Lin family. The profound sacred body is an unparalleled genius for the Lin family in Zhongzhou, and they would never allow her to wander outside. He just didn't expect that there was a significant grievance between Lin Ruowei and the Lin family. This made Su Chen feel worried. Rest assured, after all, I am a disciple of the Lin family. Even if I return to the family, there won't be any danger. Lin Ruowei comforted him. Then, she looked at Su Chen seriously, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Su Chen, your talent is unparalleled. I believe that this small region of the eastern wilderness cannot confine you. You will definitely be able to go to Zhongzhou, where it is the pinnacle of martial arts in the Xiantian realm, and I will be waiting for you in Zhongzhou. At the end, Lin Ruowei felt a bit shy and dared not look into Su Chen's eyes. I will definitely go to Zhongzhou. If the Lin family dares to harm you, I will make them pay the price, Su Chen said with a calm smile, his eyes filled with strong confidence. The Lin family is not as simple as you think. No matter what, Su Chen, you must protect yourself, Lin Ruowei said with a bitter smile. She sighed inwardly. The Zhongzhou Lin family was a colossal force. Not to mention the Dao sect, even the most powerful sect in the eastern wilderness would not be considered anything in the eyes of the Lin family. She did not believe Su Chen could contend with the Lin family, but she felt a bit more concern in her heart, hoping to see Su Chen in Zhongzhou. Lin Ruowei chatted with Su Chen for a while longer. Not long after, Yang Mei returned. She respectfully presented a storage ring to Su Chen, which contained hundreds of boxes of spirit stones. This is the entire savings of the 4 major families. Very good, Yang Mei, from now on. Follow my instructions to consolidate the power of the 4 major families. Once the news spreads, take them to join the Great Li. Su Chen glanced at the storage ring with satisfaction and said to Yang Mei, the hundreds of boxes of spirit stones in the storage ring were mostly low-grade spirit stones, with a few boxes of middle-grade spirit stones, totaling a value of over 10 million. It seems that Yang Mei has been quite diligent in her tasks. Yes, young master, Yang Mei replied respectfully. Let's go? Su Chun and Lin Ruowei exchanged glances and instantly soared into the sky, leaving the Great Lin imperial capital and flying towards the direction of the Great Li royal capital. After Su Chun and Lin Ruowei left the Great Lin imperial capital, the events that occurred there gradually spread. The entire Eastern Lin domain was shaken. The Great Lin dynasty was the overlord of the Eastern Lin domain, the only country with a martial sovereign. But who could have thought that both the Lin emperor and the former emperor had died? The battle of emperors that occurred in the forbidden area of the imperial city also sparked countless discussions among martial artists. They were extremely curious about who killed the Lin emperor and the former emperor. Could it be someone from the martial sacred land? Despite their doubts, they vaguely felt that the Eastern Lin domain was truly about to undergo a change. With the fall of the Lin emperor and the former emperor, the entire Great Lin dynasty would surely become a piece of fat meat, and countless surrounding forces would likely want to take a bite. I heard that the Lin emperor offended someone from the martial sacred land, which is why he was killed. The martial sacred land? Hiss. Could it be because of the recent Wulong Mountain secret realm? Although the Great Lin dynasty is strong, it is nothing compared to the martial sacred land. However, who could have thought that the Lin emperor and the former emperor both died? Now, who knows who could swallow the Great Lin dynasty? I heard that it wasn't someone from the martial sacred land who killed the Lin emperor, but that the Lin emperor went crazy and fought the former emperor, leading to their mutual destruction. Your news is outdated. I heard that it was Su Chun who killed the Lin emperor and the former emperor. Su Chun, that young genius from the Great Li Kingdom, who was issued a pursuit order by the Thunder Martial Emperor. How could it be him? He is only at the martial venerable level. You are really getting more absurd. Amidst the various opinions, no one knew what the truth was. But the deaths of the Lin emperor and the former emperor made the surrounding major forces restless, and kingdoms began to mobilize troops, wanting to take a big bite of the Great Lin dynasty's fat meat. The Eastern Lin domain was turbulent, and a great war was imminent. At this time, Su Chun and Lin Ruowei had left the Great Lin dynasty and stepped onto the territory of the Great Li, knowing that it would not be long before they returned to the Great Li royal capital. Outside the royal capital, just as Su Chun and Lin Ruowei were preparing to fly into the royal capital, several terrifying auras suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Little beast, you have finally returned. A gloomy and resentful voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a black robe stepped through the air, looking extremely elegant, but his eyes were filled with cold and blood-red killing intent. It was the master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Beside him were two black-robed elders, both at the Martial King realm, with incredibly powerful strength. The three Martial Kings blocked Su Chun and Lin Ruowei outside the royal capital. Master of the Wind and Rain Tower? A glint flashed in Su Chun's eyes. Upon seeing the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower, he immediately understood. Su Chun had previously destroyed the Wind and Rain Tower, killed two deputy masters, and emptied the treasure vault of the Wind and Rain Tower, turning the powerful Master of the Wind and Rain Tower into a mere figurehead. One could imagine how furious the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower must be. However, Su Chun did not expect that the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower would be waiting for him here. Chapter 167. Yunxiang. On the tall city walls of the royal capital, the three martial kings appeared outside the royal capital and recklessly released their terrifying auras, instantly alarming everyone in the royal capital. Martial kings are coming? Is that the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower? Hiss. Why is he here in our Great Li royal capital? Look at those two. Aren't they the Long Princess and Su Chun? They are actually being stopped by the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower? This is bad. On the high city walls, many martial artists were discussing, their eyes filled with uncertainty. It should be noted that in the entire Great Li Kingdom, only the Long Princess Lin Ruowei and Yuan Haoran were martial kings. And now Yuan Haoran was not in the royal capital. The Master of the Wind and Rain Tower, unexpectedly accompanied by two great martial kings, came to encircle and kill Princess Lin Ruowei and Su Chun, instantly causing great worry among the crowd. Su Chun would definitely be fine. Among the crowd, Jun Xiling also rushed over upon hearing the news, revealing a hint of concern in her eyes. However, when she recalled Su Chun's battle in Fenglang City where he defeated the northern King Yang Sha and showcased his prowess as a martial arts king, her worries eased slightly. Miss Jun, there's no need to worry. Our young master has unparalleled talent and extraordinary combat power. Do these three insignificant characters think they can kill him? I bet they won't last a single incense stick before dying at his hands. Zhao Su, who was beside Jun Xiling, said with a slight smile. He was full of confidence in Su Chun. I hope so. Jun Xiling nodded in agreement. On the city wall, Su Linger, dressed in a white skirt, had an incredibly beautiful face and snow-white skin, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with worry. Brother will definitely be fine. Su Linger murmured to herself. Linger, have you considered it? As long as you come with me, I can easily eliminate these 3 little guys and save your brother. What do you think? Beside Su Linger was a plump old man with a youthful face and a ruddy complexion, looking very kind, his eyes filled with anticipation. Elder Yun, I haven't made up my mind yet. My brother will definitely be able to defeat them. A hint of struggle appeared in Su Linger's eyes. The old man, named Yun Xiang, had appeared in the capital of the Great Li Kingdom a few days ago, claiming to be an old friend of Yuan Haoran and immediately recognizing Su Linger's potential, wanting to take her to the central continent for training. Although Su Linger initially rejected him, Yun Xiang was persistent, following her around and persuading her to agree. Linger, your talent is much stronger than your brother's. As long as you come with me to the central continent, you can become a powerful figure in less than 10 years. Wasting time here. You'll only become a burden to your brother, just like now, when he is being attacked, and you can only watch helplessly, Yun Xiang said with a smile. His eyes glinting. His words turned Su Linger pale, her hands clenched tightly, filled with self-blame and guilt. Yes, she seemed to have been a burden to her brother since childhood, causing him to fall into danger several times. The last time, when she and her mother were captured by Yang Sha and used as bait to lure Su Chun, she was already in immense pain, hating herself for being so weak. And today, she could only watch helplessly as her brother was attacked. That feeling of powerlessness was too painful. Linger, the strength of those 3 martial kings is not weak. Although your brother is exceptionally talented, he is currently only at the first level of martial sovereign. It is nearly impossible for him to defeat a martial king. If you agree to come with me, I can immediately rescue him. What do you say? Seeing that Su Linger was somewhat tempted, Yun Xiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed on. Su Linger was about to speak, but suddenly, her gaze flickered, and she looked into the distance. Boom. Outside the capital, the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower and the 2 martial kings had already launched their attack on Su Chun and Lin Ruowei. A short sword appeared in the palm of the Wind and Rain Tower's master, icy cold, and his figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the void. Hundreds of figures intertwined with countless cold sword lights, completely blocking Su Chun and Lin Ruowei's escape routes, each strike aimed directly at their vital points. Whoosh. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining martial kings, one wielding a long whip and the other an ancient and peculiar guqin, attacked. The long whip, like a venomous snake, carried an extremely hot aura, cutting through the air towards Su Chun and Lin Ruowei. The other martial king plucked the guqin, unleashing strange sound waves that surged through the air, causing one's blood to boil and even shaking the primordial spirit. At the same time, invisible sword energy shot out from the guqin, sharp and unmatched, capable of piercing gold and splitting stone. Their cooperation was exquisite, launching lethal moves to completely kill Su Chun and Lin Ruowei. Kill! A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he roared. Blood surged around him, and he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! Like a thunderbolt exploding in the void, the fierce punch shattered everything in its path, instantly sweeping away a large number of the Wind and Rain Tower Master's afterimages. In almost an instant, Su Chun locked onto the true body of the Wind and Rain Tower's master, and the unmatched punch pressed down towards him. Boom! Su Chen's punch collided with the short sword of the Wind and Rain Tower's master, shaking the void, sparks flying from the sword. The Wind and Rain Tower's master felt as if he had crashed into an ancient fierce beast. His arm went numb, and blood surged throughout his body. What? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he was sent flying by Su Chen's unmatched punch, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Chapter 168. Killing martial kings like slaughtering dogs. Whoosh. 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 A series of invisible sword energies came slicing through the air. Lin Ruowei's eyes flashed with sharpness, and her ancient sword was unsheathed, transforming into a long rainbow, slashing through the air. Those invisible sword energies were all cut down, and then Lin Ruowei soared into the air, swinging her sword towards the martial king playing the guqin. Whoosh! At the same time, the scorching long whip, like a venomous snake, lashed towards Su Chun. Su Chun reached out and grasped the long whip in his palm. Then, unleashing immense divine power, he yanked it fiercely. Boom! The martial king holding the long whip trembled, feeling an overwhelming divine force surge towards him, causing him to involuntarily fly towards Su Chen. Not good. His face changed dramatically. Under Su Chen's gaze, he felt as if he were being targeted by an ancient fierce beast, sending chills down his spine, his eyes filled with horror. However, before he could react, Su Chen stepped through the void, delivering a fierce punch intertwined with lightning that came crashing towards him. The martial king holding the long whip hurriedly mobilized all his true energy, extending his arms to block. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the fierce punch tore through his true energy, directly exploding his arms. Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream, as Su Chen closed in. His gaze icy, and pointed a finger at the martial king's forehead. Puffed. Blood gushed out. The martial king with the long whip had his forehead split open in an instant, his entire life force obliterated by Su Chen. And then he fell from the sky as a lifeless body. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The master of the wind and rain tower and the martial king playing the guqin were both shaken, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially the master of the wind and rain tower, who was even more horrified. Just not long ago, Su Chen could barely defeat the vice master of the wind and rain tower, his true combat power only at half a step into martial king. How long has it been? And he is already killing martial kings like slaughtering dogs? Despite having sufficiently overestimated Su Chen and even inviting 2 martial kings to assist. Intending to kill Su Chen in one fell swoop, he now realized he had still underestimated Su Chen. Well done. On the city wall, Jun Xiling and Zhao Su were both extremely excited, their eyes filled with exhilaration. Su Chen has become even stronger. Previously, in Fengling City, although Su Chen killed the northern king Yangsha, he had exhausted all his trump cards and barely managed to slay Yangsha. The 3 martial kings before him were not weaker than Yangsha. How could Su Chen, relying solely on his physical strength and unmatched fist seals, so easily suppress a martial king? What kind of heaven-defying combat power was this? How was it possible? He had no special physique or bloodline and relied only on his own cultivation. How could he possess such terrifying physical strength? Next to Su Linger, Yun Xiang's smile froze. His gaze was incredibly deep, as if containing a peculiar law-like power that could see through everything, trying to see through Su Chen in the distance. But he couldn't imagine that Su Chen was merely at the first level of martial sovereign, yet possessed such heaven-defying combat power. Old Yun, my brother is impressive, right? Su Linger's pale face regained some color, her eyes full of immense pride. Her brother Su Chen was always the brightest star in her heart. He was her faith, her hope, shielding her from the wind and rain, protecting and accompanying her, her guardian deity. This kid is too strange. I can't see through him. Yun Xiang looked deeply at Su Chen, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of shock. Su Chen's vitality was as vigorous as the sea, like a true dragon. As if he had cultivated some extremely heaven-defying technique, yet it was shrouded in a layer of chaotic mist. Even with Yun Xiang's cultivation level, he couldn't see through Su Chen despite using secret methods. However, seeing Su Linger's proud expression, he felt displeased in his heart and stubbornly said, although his physical body is strong, defeating those 2 martial kings won't be easy, especially that one playing the guqin, who has cultivated a certain mental secret technique. Killing invisibly and being hard to guard against. Your brother might suffer a huge loss. But before Yun Xiang could finish, his expression froze again. Boom. In the distance. After Su Chen punched down the martial king wielding a long whip, his gaze was extremely sharp. Without any hesitation, he turned to attack the martial king playing the guqin. Swish, swish, swish. The martial king playing the guqin revealed an extremely wary expression, continuously playing the guqin, sending countless invisible sword energies flying towards Su Chen. At the same time, the terrifying sound waves, like the sounds of slaughter, targeted the soul, causing confusion. Even Lin Ruwei was somewhat affected. But to everyone's shock, Su Chen's gaze was clear and bright, with a faint golden glow blooming from his brow, completely unaffected by the sound waves. At the same time, his vitality was as vigorous as the sea, needing no defense. The invisible sword energies struck his body, producing sparks and failing to pierce his skin, exploding apart. Su Chen's black hair flew wildly, striding forward like a dragon or tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura, and in the blink of an eye, he was before that martial king. Then punched out. Chapter 169. I have no interest in listening to dead people, not good. The master of wind and rain tower changed his expression dramatically. If the martial king playing the Guqin was slain by Su Chun, then it would be impossible for him to kill Su Chun. And he might even be in danger himself. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows enveloped him, and in an instant, it was as if he had hidden in the mist of the void, transforming into 9 unmatched sword lights, weaving a terrifying killing sword domain, charging towards Su Chun. 9 Shadow Kill. This was the master of wind and rain tower's most powerful ability, the heaven-level martial technique 9 Shadow Kill, instantly transforming one into 9, capable of unleashing 9 times the combat power, unmatched in offense, suppressing everything. Get out of my way. The martial king playing the Guqin, seeing Su Chun approaching, also changed his expression dramatically, his true energy surging, hurriedly activating the Guqin in his hands to block in front of Su Chun. Boom. Su Chun's gaze was extremely indifferent. His fierce and domineering fist seal directly struck the Guqin, instantly shaking the void, producing crisp sounds. The Guqin cracked like a spider web, and then exploded apart. Su Chun's fist seal did not lose momentum, crashing into the martial king's chest. Puff! The martial king trembled all over, his chest instantly caving in, blood spurting from his mouth, and he was violently sent flying, crashing hard against the distant mountainside. Boom! Then, Su Chun stepped down from the air. The martial king was directly stomped into a pulp by Su Chun, dying without a trace. Another martial king had fallen at Su Chun's hands. On the city wall, Yin Xiang's face was burning. He could even feel Su Linger's doubtful gaze. Your brother still took advantage. His physical body is too strong. Seizing the opportunity to fight the martial king playing the Guqin, it was natural for him to easily kill him. However, that black-robed martial king is the strongest. He uses a powerful heaven-level martial technique that can instantly unleash 9 times the combat power. Your brother will still lose, Yun Xiang stubbornly asserted. 90 times combat power. Old Yun, if my brother is in danger, please save him. Su Linger's face turned pale, urgently pleading. Don't worry, when he is in danger, I will make my move. As long as I act, a mere martial king can be easily destroyed. Yin Xiang stroked his beard, smiling proudly. But before he could finish, a sharp reprimand exploded in the void. Tying Divine Sword. At this moment, Lin Ruwei could also feel the terror of the martial technique being used by the master of wind and rain tower, her expression extremely serious, suddenly shouting. Boom! Behind her, it was as if a round moon rose, dazzling moonlight shining brilliantly, illuminating her like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. She slowly raised the ancient sword in her hand, as if the vast power of heaven and earth gathered at that moment on the ancient sword, forming a gigantic sword aura covering hundreds of miles. Lin Ruowei's true energy seemed to be completely drained at that moment, making her face extremely pale. But she still raised the ancient sword with force, the massive sword aura slashing down towards the master of wind and rain tower. The supreme sword technique secretly passed down by the Lin family of Zhongzhou, Tying Divine Sword. What? The master of wind and rain tower trembled all over. His eyes filled with horror. His 9 Shadow Kill, the 9 avatars formed, were all locked onto by the Tying Divine Sword. Moreover, a deadly crisis surged in his heart, sending chills throughout his body. But at this moment, he could no longer evade and could only take this sword head-on. Boom! Hidden within the mist of the void. Like a ghost, the master of wind and rain tower's 9 shadows were all forced out by that sword, then collided violently together. 8 of the 9 shadows instantly turned to ashes, and the last one, under the unmatched sword aura, was filled with horror and despair. Though he tried his best to resist, he was still struck down by Lin Ruwei's sword, crashing heavily to the ground below. The powerful 9 Shadow Kill, under the brilliant divine radiance of the Tying Divine Sword, was like fireflies, unable to contend against it at all. Puff! The ground cracked apart. A fissure thousands of feet long appeared before everyone. The master of wind and rain tower lay within it, his body bloodied and mangled, his vitality depleted, spitting blood wildly. Having been thoroughly injured. Swish! Su Chen's figure flashed and instantly crossed over, holding the swaying Lin Ruwei, his eyes full of concern. Are you okay? He could feel that Lin Ruwei's vitality was weak, her true energy exhausted, and even her soul was somewhat dim, showing how terrifying the backlash of that sword was. I'm fine. Lin Ruwei weakly shook her head and smiled. Why do you need to use such forbidden techniques? It's too reckless. Just a mere martial king. He can't kill me at all. Su Chun said softly, feeling a touch of emotion in his heart. Even though Lin Ruowei knew he was very strong, she still risked her life to help him when she saw him in danger. Such deep affection and loyalty, Su Chen naturally appreciated it. Whoosh! Su Chen embraced Lin Ruowei and descended from the sky, landing in front of the Master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Su Chen Yu. The Master of the Wind and Rain Tower's eyes were filled with resentment, just as he was about to say something. Su Chen pointed a finger, and a sharp sword energy pierced directly through his brow, nailing him there. I'm not interested in listening to the dead speak. Su Chen left behind a sentence, then carried Lin Ruowei and headed towards the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. On the city wall, Yin Xiang was already dumbfounded. Chapter 170. The attention of the crowd. This kid is too strong. After a long time, Yin Xiang bitterly smiled and said, he originally thought that today, when Su Chen encountered danger and was besieged by the three martial kings, he would step in to save him, and then it would be natural to take Su Linger away. But unexpectedly, he miscalculated. Su Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. He hadn't seen Su Chen use any martial skills, yet his immensely powerful physical body left the three martial kings in utter despair, resulting in their demise one by one. Instead, he became the biggest joke. Tying divine sword? And it seems very much like the Xianyin sacred body. That girl must be from the Lin family of Zhongzhou. Yin Xiang looked at Lin Ruowei again, his eyes filled with curiosity. This small eastern domain has produced Su Linger, a congenital Tao body, and now Su Chen, a monster with an invincible body, and now there's also the direct bloodline of the Lin family from Zhongzhou. He became more and more interested in this eastern domain. Linger, your brother is indeed very strong. However, in this vast world, there are many people stronger than him. If you want to avoid being a burden to him, you must become stronger. Yin Xiang glanced at Su Linger and said somewhat sheepishly. What he just said had all become a slap to his own face, and now persuading Su Linger to follow him, he felt less confident. Old Yin, I will go with you. Su Linger interrupted Yin Xiang and said seriously. Huh. Old Yin was slightly taken aback. Su Linger actually agreed. Old Yin, you are right. Over the years, I have been a burden to my brother. If it weren't for me, he should have a broader world to explore. I don't want to be his burden, and I also want to protect my brother. I want to become strong. Strong enough that no one in this world can harm us. Su Linger looked at Yin Xiang, her eyes filled with determination. Yin Xiang was a friend of his master Yuan Haoran, so his character was naturally not in question. Moreover, the master said that following Yin Xiang would be Su Linger's greatest opportunity. Su Linger had been hesitating and struggling these past few days because she couldn't bear to part with her brother and mother. But seeing her brother being besieged by the three martial kings today had a huge impact on her. She hated that feeling of powerlessness and wanted to gain powerful strength. She wanted to protect her brother. Linger, trust me. Your talent exceeds your imagination. You will definitely become the strongest warrior, even a martial emperor. Yin Xiang smiled slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. This little girl finally nodded. He didn't expect that it was witnessing Su Chen in danger that sparked Su Linger's determination to become stronger. It was an unintended consequence. On the city wall, everyone was watching Su Chen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen unleashed invincible combat power, killing the three martial kings and completely shocking everyone. Su Chen has already become this strong? Even martial kings can be easily slain. What kind of heaven-defying combat power is this? I've decided, from today on, I'm a die-hard fan of young Master Su Chen. Die-hard fan? Do you even qualify? With such talent, young Master Su Chen will probably attract the attention of the sacred land of martial Dao. Have you forgotten? Young Master Su Chen has already been accepted as a disciple by the Heavenly Dao sect. It probably won't be long before young Master Su Chen heads to the sacred land for cultivation. Everyone discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with shock and envy. It seems you all forgot one thing. Young Master Su Chen is holding the crown princess. Suddenly, someone weakly said. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes revealed a strange expression. Lin Ruowei was the crown princess of the Great Li Kingdom and the goddess in everyone's hearts. She was proud and ethereal, with an unmatched beauty and extraordinary grace. All the beautiful words combined with Lin Ruowei would not be excessive. And now, Lin Ruowei was actually being held in Su Chen's arms, causing many gossipers' eyes to flicker with gossip flames, while many young men felt their dreams shattered. The crown princess is so close to young Master Su Chen. Although it seemed that they were a perfect match, for some reason, their hearts felt a little sour. On the city wall, Jun Xiling stared blankly at Su Chen and Lin Ruowei, her gaze slightly dimmed, but she quickly returned to her usual calmness. Zhao Su shrank his head, realizing he couldn't afford to offend anyone at this moment. Young Master S. Peach Blossom Luck is really too. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen slowly walked forward while holding Lin Ruowei. Su Chen, let me go. Lin Ruowei could also feel the gaze of the crowd. Her face instantly flushed, struggling. Be obedient. You've forcibly used forbidden techniques, and your vitality is depleted. I will take you back to heal. Su Chen frowned, and then slapped Lin Ruowei on her ample backside, producing a crisp sound. He didn't think too much about it. Just wanted to hurry back to heal Lin Ruowei. You bastard. Lin Ruowei stiffened all over, her face burning. That bastard Su Chen actually hit her there? She was so angry that she directly lay on Su Chen's shoulder and bit him hard. Ah, so hard. Lin Ruowei let out a soft cry, her teeth aching. How could this bastard's body be so strong, as if it were made of gold and iron? Lin Ruowei couldn't break free, so she had to bury her face in Su Chen's embrace, letting him carry her into the capital. Chapter 171. Su Linger's intentions under the gaze of the crowd. Su Chen returned to the capital while holding Lin Ruowei. Lin Ruowei used the Tying Divine Sword, and although her vitality was depleted and her true energy exhausted, it did not harm her foundation. She only needed to rest for a while to recover. After taking Su Chen's healing elixir and seeing that Lin Ruowei was indeed not seriously injured, Su Chen then watched her enter the secret chamber to cultivate. Then, Su Chen couldn't wait to return to the Lu residence. Chener, it's so good that you're okay. Lu Hanyan's eyes turned red upon seeing Su Chen, and she cried tears of joy. During this time, she had been worried about Su Chen, praying countless times in front of the Buddha statue for his safety. Now that she saw Su Chen return, she was naturally overjoyed. Brother, you are really amazing. I also want to practice hard to protect you and Mother. Su Linger said with a smile. Mother, little sister, I'm fine. Su Chen said with a smile. Seeing that Lu Hanyan and Su Linger were safe and sound, he finally relaxed. However, when Su Chen saw the presence of Yun Xiang beside Su Linger, he couldn't help but shudder, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his eyes. Yun Xiang looked like an ordinary old man, devoid of any aura of cultivation. Yet in Su Chen's eyes, Yun Xiang seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, containing an incredibly terrifying power within his body, as if with a mere gesture he could tear apart the void. Martial saint. Breaking through the void and transcending into a saint, that is a martial saint. This old man is actually a powerful martial saint. Before he could inquire about where this elder came from, Su Chen cupped his hands in a salute to Yun Xiang. He had a vague suspicion that Yun Xiang likely came from the Central State. Brother, this is Elder Yun Xiang, a close friend of my master, who has come from the Central State. Su Linger hurriedly introduced. Young friend Su Chen, your performance in slaying the 3 great martial kings outside the royal capital was truly remarkable, earning much admiration. Yun Xiang said with a smile. Ever since Su Linger agreed to leave with him, he found himself looking at Su Chen more favorably. Yuan Haoran's friend comes from the Central State? Are you from the innate Tao Academy? Su Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. You actually know about the innate Tao Academy? It must have been Yuan Haoran who told you, right? Yun Xiang was somewhat surprised. Brother, that's right. Elder Yun indeed comes from the innate Tao Academy. He knows I possess the innate Tao body, so he wants to take me away from the eastern wilderness to study at the innate Tao Academy in the Central State. Su Linger quickly explained. Going to the Central State? No way. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and without a second thought, he directly refused. It was a joke. Although Su Chen knew that Su Linger, possessing the innate Tao body, was very suitable for training at the innate Tao Academy, he was not familiar with Yun Xiang, who knew the truth of his identity or his character. Allowing Su Linger to go to the Central State with Yun Xiang made Su Chen feel 100 times uneasy. Young friend Su Chen, I am Yun Xiang, the vice president of the innate Tao Academy. If you don't believe me, you can go find Yuan Haoran to verify. I know you are unwilling to be separated from Linger, but Linger's innate Tao body can only receive the best guidance within the innate Tao Academy. Staying in this small eastern Lin domain will only cause the pearl to gather dust. You can't possibly keep Linger bound to you for a lifetime, can you? She has her own life, and keeping her here is merely wasting her immense talent. Yun Xiang said seriously. Exactly. Brother, don't worry. I willingly want to go to the Central State with Elder Yun, and no one is forcing me. Su Linger seemed to understand Su Chen's worries and quickly explained, moreover, seeing you surrounded by the 3 great martial kings today made me feel extremely guilty. All along, I've been a burden to you, putting you in danger multiple times. But I don't want to live under your wings forever. I want to become stronger and have powerful strength so I can protect Mother and you. Linger, you are not a burden to me. I am willing to protect you. If anyone dares to harm you or Mother, even if it means going to the ends of the earth, I will make their blood flow like rivers and their corpses litter the ground. Suchen quickly said as he saw Su Linger's eyes turn red. His heart ached. He felt pain for Su Linger's understanding. His greatest regret in his previous life was the tragic deaths of his mother and younger sister, and he was powerless to help. Given a second chance at life, he vowed not to let anyone harm his mother and younger sister. Therefore, even knowing that the innate Tao Academy was very suitable for Su Linger, how could he bear to let her go to the central state alone? The distance was vast, tens of thousands of miles away. After parting, who knew when they would see each other again? This kid has a heavy killing intent, Yun Xiang thought to himself, feeling moved by the overwhelming killing intent that Su Chun had just revealed. Su Chun was deeply loyal but also extremely lethal. It seemed that Lu Hanyin and Su Linger were his reverse scales, not to be harmed by anyone. Yun Xiang looked at Su Chun with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Being loyal and righteous was far better than being cold-hearted and ruthless. Brother, believe me, I can protect myself. This time it's my own decision, and Mother has already agreed. I want to go to the innate Tao Academy in the central state. Su Linger said earnestly, her eyes red but filled with determination. Chinner, you have already borne too much. Mother and Linger do not wish to be a burden to you, which is why Linger wants to go to the central state. Although Mother is reluctant, she has agreed. Lu Hanyin sighed softly as she walked towards Su Chun. Her eyes were filled with appreciation as she reached out a trembling hand to caress Su Chun's face, saying, Chunner, let Linger go. This is her choice. And you should trust her. Mother, Su Chun forced a smile. He understood in his heart that Su Linger was gentle on the outside but strong-willed on the inside. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. While Su Chun felt reluctant, he was also filled with gratitude. Linger had truly grown up. Young friend Su Chun, don't worry. Since I am taking Linger to the central state, I will definitely protect her safety. With Linger's talent, given time, she will surely become a great empress, and her brilliance will shine upon the Xiantian realm. Yin Xiang said proudly. Su Chun sighed inwardly. How could he not know the power and terror of the innate Tao body? Otherwise, as the vice president of the innate Tao Academy, Yun Xiang wouldn't personally come to the Eastern Lin domain to take Su Linger to the central state. In the history of the innate Tao Academy, anyone with the innate Tao body could at least reach the martial emperor realm, and some could even break through to become gods, leaving behind a legend. Looking at Su Linger's expectant gaze, Su Chen's heart softened. All right, you can go to the central state. Su Chen nodded. I knew it. Brother loves me the most. Su Linger's eyes lit up as she quickly hugged Su Chen's arm and acted cute. However, I have a word of warning. Su Chen's gaze fell on Yun Xiang as he said seriously, Elder Yun, I must say something you may not want to hear. If Linger goes to the innate Tao Academy with you, you must ensure her safety. If anything happens to Linger, the entire innate Tao Academy will pay the price. His gaze was resolute and fierce, showing no fear even in front of a martial saint. Yun Xiang was both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and said, Young friend Su Chun, you don't understand the power of the innate Tao Academy. It's like you don't know how vast the Xiantian realm is. Over the years, countless people have opposed the innate Tao Academy, including many martial emperors, but they all perished. Only the innate Tao Academy has endured through the ages. However, I promise you that Linger will absolutely not have any issues, and she is not my disciple. With my cultivation, I am not qualified to take her as a student. There will be supreme experts from the innate Tao Academy to personally teach her. After giving a little admonition to Su Chun, he also made a promise. Enduring through the ages? There's no such thing in this world. How many transcendent forces have perished in the river of history? And the innate Tao Academy is no exception. As long as Linger is safe, I will owe you a favor from the innate Tao Academy, and in the future, whatever you command, I will comply. Su Chun said with a faint smile. Yun Xiang said he was sitting in a well to observe the sky. But how could he know the realm of Su Chun? In his previous life, he was the Nine Dragons martial emperor, the first person in the world, and had the same extraordinary power as the innate Tao Academy, having personally destroyed more than one. If the innate Tao Academy harmed Linger, he would make them understand that his anger was not something anyone could bear. Human feelings? Then I must thank you. Yun Xiang shook his head, smiled indifferently, and said, He thought that Su Chun was unaware of the vastness of the sky and was merely a small martial sovereign. Yet he dared to boast about owing a favor to the innate Tao Academy. By then, Su Linger might have already become a martial emperor, while Su Chun would still be languishing somewhere. He had seen too many young talents like Su Chun, and most of them ultimately faded into obscurity. Yunxiang did not understand how important this favor from Su Chun was to the innate Tao Academy. By the time he realized it, Su Chun had already grown into a legend that even he had to look up to. Mother, will you come with me? The innate Tao Academy will surely protect you. Su Linger looked at Lu Hanyan and pleaded. Linger, I have already said, I won't go anywhere. I will stay here and wait for your father to come back. I believe he will definitely return. Lu Hanyan smiled slightly, but her eyes were filled with determination. All right, Su Linger said, her eyes dimming as she nodded. She had already tried to persuade Lu Hanyan many times, but Lu Hanyan had never agreed, and she understood that she could not force her. Father? Su Chen's gaze turned cold. He had never had any good feelings for this father who abandoned his wife and child. No matter the reason, it was unforgivable. However, he was naturally filial and did not want to upset his mother, so he seldom brought it up. Linger, I will take good care of mother. Su Chen comforted. Boom. Yunxiang casually slapped his hand, and the void trembled instantly. Dazzling light erupted, and a splendid portal appeared in the Lu residence, faintly leading to another world. He then looked at Su Chun and smiled slightly, saying, since that's the case, let's go. Young friend Su Chun, before we leave, let me kindly remind you that Lin Ruowei's identity is not simple, and you are not suitable for her. If you really want to be with her, then strive to become stronger. When you are strong enough that the world has to make way for you, nothing will be able to stop you. Thank you for the reminder. Su Chen replied blandly, truly worthy of being a martial saint. He even saw through Lin Ruowei's unique physique. Brother, mother, I'm leaving. Su Linger looked at Su Chun and Lu Hanyan, her eyes filled with reluctance. Go on. Linger, wait for me in Zhongzhou. I will come to find you soon. Su Chun said with a smile. Su Linger nodded, then turned with Yunxiang and stepped into the portal, disappearing before Su Chun and Lu Hanyan. Su Linger is gone. Chapter 173. 8,000 Calamities at the Divine Martial Academy. On the mountaintop, surrounded by mist, Yuan Haoran sat cross-legged beneath an ancient pine, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, his breath ethereal and detached from dust. Buzz. The void rippled like water as two figures emerged. It was Su Linger and Yunxiang. Master Uncle, it seems that after taking the innate spirit pill, your old injuries are almost healed, and you will soon break through to the martial emperor realm. Yunxiang's eyes flashed as he smiled slightly at Yuan Haoran. If outsiders heard this, they would be shocked. The vice president of the innate Tao Academy, a martial saint, was actually called Master Uncle by Yunxiang. Thank you for Qin Yao's help. Yuan Haoran opened his eyes, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Yes, but Master Uncle, do you really not wish to return to the innate Tao Academy? Yunxiang sighed softly. This Master Uncle carried too much on his shoulders. Yuan Haoran had once been a disciple of the innate Tao Academy, renowned for his unparalleled talent, and many believed he would become the future head of the innate Tao Academy. However, an unforeseen event left Yuan Haoran severely injured, his foundation destroyed, and he wandered to the eastern wilderness, even sinking into the mundane world and losing his memory for a time. Later, Yuan Haoran was saved by the previous leader of the Heavenly Tao sect, became a disciple of the sect, and left due to a promise, guarding this small kingdom of Dali for hundreds of years. Looking at Yuan Haoran's gaunt face, Yunxiang felt deeply moved. The former Yuan Haoran shone brightly, making people look up to him, but now he had grown old. If it weren't for an old friend sending the innate spirit pill to heal him, he might not have long to live. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. The innate Tao Academy? Perhaps in this lifetime, I no longer have the chance to return. Yuan Haoran said slowly, his eyes filled with sadness, as if he were recalling the youthful figure who once chased after him, calling him Master Brother. Now, that figure was already becoming more and more distant. Yunxiang, Linger possesses the innate Tao body and is extraordinarily talented. She will go with you to the innate Tao Academy, and you must protect her well. If possible, let Qin Yao be her master. Yuan Haoran said slowly. Yes. Yunxiang respectfully agreed. Master, Linger is leaving. You must take good care of yourself. When Linger achieves great success in her cultivation, she will come back to see you. Su Linger knelt respectfully before Yuan Haoran, her eyes red and choked with emotion. Although she had not been apprenticed to Yuan Haoran for long, His kindness to her was immense, and she relied on him greatly. If it weren't for Yuan Haoran's insistence, she would not want to leave. Linger, get up. Zhongzhou is a vast place. That is where you need to go. Your talent should not be buried here. I am still waiting for you to dominate the Shantian. Yuan Haoran waved his sleeve, an invisible force lifting Su Linger up. And he said gently, "Yes, master." Su Linger replied earnestly, "All right, don't act like a little girl. Hurry and go." Yuan Haoran waved his hand, then looked at Yunxiang and said, "Take good care of Linger. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off." "Master uncle, please rest assured." Yunxiang replied respectfully. Whoosh. Then, Yunxiang waved his sleeve, and the portal opened again. He took the reluctant Su Linger and stepped into the portal, disappearing into the sea of clouds. In the Zhongzhou Innate Tao Academy, Yuan Haoran's gaze was deep and weathered as he looked toward Zhongzhou. A terrifying aura rose around him, and in an instant, the sea of clouds surged, and the heavens steamed, as if millions of sword lights descended from the sky, converging around him into an incredibly terrifying realm of swords. Boom. Within Yuan Haoran, it seemed that a certain bottleneck was instantly shattered, and his aura surged straight into the ninth heaven, breaking through to an entirely new realm in an instant. Martial Emperor. Was that the direction of the Divine Martial Academy? Could it be that Yuan Haoran broke through to the Martial Emperor realm? In the Lu residence, Su Chun felt something, and his eyes sparkled as he looked toward the direction of the Divine Martial Academy. He could sense vast powers of heaven and earth converging towards the Divine Martial Academy, and that powerful pressure enveloped the world. Clearly, someone had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, such a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth was like the resurrection of the Sword Sovereign. Far from an ordinary Martial Emperor breakthrough, Su Qin immediately thought of Yuan Haoran, the president of Xinwu Academy, who was once a disciple of Tiandao sect. Seems to be burdened with many secrets, shrouded in layers of mist. However, Su Chun remembers that in his past life, Yuan Haoran ultimately passed away in Xinwu Academy and did not break through to the Martial Emperor realm, yet now he has achieved a breakthrough. Is it because of Linger? Or Yunxiang? Su Qin's heart stirred as he recalled the vice president of the Xiantian Dao Academy, Yunxiang. In his previous life, Yunxiang had not come to the Eastern Wilderness, but this time he did, likely because of Linger's innate Dao body, which allowed Yuan Haoran to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Su Chun has already guessed the truth to a certain extent. The future has already changed somewhat. No matter how the future unfolds, as long as I can possess increasingly powerful strength, even surpassing the peak of my past life, I will fear no conspiracy or trickery. The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Then, he sat cross-legged in the secret chamber and began to cultivate. Inside his body, waves of grayish calamity energy flowed throughout, tempering his physical body and making his aura stronger and stronger. And there were a full 1,000 strands of calamity energy. Chapter 174. Lin Chuan enters the Martial King realm. The calamity-extinguishing divine stone is an unparalleled treasure. After being refined by the Qiankuan cauldron, the calamity-extinguishing energy merged into Su Chen's physical body, propelling his undying calamity chaos body to begin to surge. Initially, there were only a few strands of calamity energy within Su Chen, but after refining the calamity-extinguishing divine stone, he now had 1,000 strands of calamity energy. It was as if he had been reborn. Previously, although Su Chen's combat power was extremely strong, he would still find it exceedingly difficult to face true martial arts kings, especially the worldly power of a martial king. But now, Su Chen's physical strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Even a martial king, relying solely on physical strength, he could kill like slaughtering dogs. This is the terror of the undying calamity chaos body. To truly enter the undying calamity chaos body, one must condense a total of 10,000 strands of calamity energy, and a single calamity-extinguishing divine stone only allowed me to condense 1,000 strands of calamity energy. To enter the realm, wouldn't it require 10 calamity-extinguishing divine stones? This undying calamity chaos body is indeed terrifying. Su Chen sighed in his heart. Now that he had condensed 1,000 strands of calamity energy, he could kill a martial king as if slaughtering dogs. If he could condense 10,000 strands of calamity energy, allowing the undying calamity chaos body to enter the realm, I'm afraid even martial emperors and martial saints could be slaughtered. Not to mention, after countless calamities, when he condenses the true chaos body, how terrifying would that be? The 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. Although a divine skill from the Cloud Inscription Heavenly Book, the improvement of cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. While the Undying Calamity Chaos Body is truly my trump card, if I can thoroughly enter that realm and possess martial saint-level combat power, even if the Tiandao sect faces danger, I will have the strength to fight back. Su Chen's gaze was intense as he thought to himself, living this life again. He would never allow the regrets of his past life to resurface. Whoever dares to touch the Tiandao sect will be Su Chen's mortal enemy. Buzz. Su Chen's body radiated light as he once again entered the chaotic space. He took out a large number of spirit stones and set up a massive spirit gathering formation. Then, he activated the devouring true fire, refining his physical body while cultivating the Undying Calamity Chaos Body and absorbing spiritual energy to practice the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique to enhance his cultivation. The pain brought by the devouring true fire burning his body was nothing to Su Chen. In the raging flames, his body was being forged like 1,000 hammers, becoming increasingly stronger. In the royal city, within a heavily guarded palace, spiritual energy swirled and the void trembled. A figure clad in a dragon robe, with a dignified appearance, sat cross-legged in the great hall, surrounded by white mist, reaching a critical point in his cultivation. Boom! It was as if some kind of bottleneck had been broken. That figure floated in midair, and the vast spiritual energy converged around him, making his aura instantly become terrifying and unfathomable. He had broken through. Congratulations, royal brother, on breaking through to Martial King. Lin Ruowei, dressed in white as snow, with a cold expression, couldn't help but show a faint smile. That figure was none other than Lin Chuan, the king of Dali. I must also thank you, royal sister, for your breaking void pill. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to break through. Lin Chuan retracted his aura and gracefully descended from the air, his face filled with joy. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Martial Sovereign. However, the bottleneck between Martial Sovereign and Martial King was like a chasm, and unless one was exceptionally gifted, it was very difficult to break through with one's own strength. The breaking void pill that Lin Ruowei provided allowed him to directly break the bottleneck and ascend to the Martial King realm. Don't thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, thank Su Chen. The breaking void pill was given by Su Chen. Moreover, it won't be long before the news of the death of the Imperial Emperor and the old Emperor will spread throughout the Eastern Lin domain. And Yang Mei will lead people to announce allegiance to our Dali. Be prepared, and do not disappoint Su Chen's goodwill. Lin Ruowei said calmly. I understand. I have already sent 2 breaking void pills to General Ling Zhan, instructing him to prepare 1,000,000 troops at the border and break through to the Martial King realm. Once there are changes in Dali, we will take the lead to invade the Dali dynasty. Additionally, my 2 uncles have also taken the breaking void pills and will break through soon. At that time, our Dali will have several Martial Kings, and we will have a chance to glimpse that imperial position, Lin Chuan said with spirit and vigor. Speaking of Su Chen, his heart was filled with emotion and shock. Who could have imagined that just a few months ago, Su Chen was merely a disciple of a small family, yet he could grow to such a level in such a short time, killing Lei Ming, slaying the 9th Prince and Jiang Yunhe, annihilating the Wind and Rain Tower, slaughtering the northern King Yang Sha, even storming the Dali imperial capital, leading to the downfall of the entire Dali dynasty? Such exceptional talent and dazzling brilliance, Lin Chuan, as the king of Dali, did not even know how to describe it. Su Chen is too monstrous. Even more exciting for him was that Su Chen had subdued Martial King Yang Mei, compelling her to unite the 4 great families to pledge allegiance to the Dali kingdom. This way, even if the Dali dynasty were to fall apart and the heroes competed for supremacy, Dali would still benefit the most. All of this was due to Su Chen. Building a good relationship with Su Chen and taking care of his family will be Dali's greatest fortune. Do you understand, royal brother? Lin Ruowei said slowly. Rest assured, Ruowei. Su Chen has done so much for Dali. Even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I will protect his family. But speaking of which, he does all this because of you, royal sister, right? Lin Chuan smiled slightly. Royal brother, do not tease me. Lin Ruowei's face turned red. Then she said, I must leave now. From now on, you will be the one to protect Dali. Royal brother, take care. You are leaving? Lin Chuan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. Chapter 175, The Eastern Lin Domain, Winds of Change Indeed. I had intended to stay here to protect Dali, but my Xian'in's sacred body has completely awakened, and the Lin family in Zhongzhou has already sensed it. If I do not leave, I will only bring disaster to Dali, Lin Ruowei said slowly. She had already delayed quite a bit of time here. And the Lin family from Zhongzhou might very well be on their way to the eastern wilderness. Ruowei, the Lin family in Zhongzhou is truly too much. A trace of killing intent appeared in Lin Chuan's eyes. He was aware of some past events. It was clear that the Lin family in Zhongzhou had abandoned Lin Ruowei. And now that they saw her awakening the Xian Yin sacred body, they actually wanted her to return? There is no such good thing in this world. Brother, the Lin family of Central Plains is beyond our ability to contend with. You should not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on protecting the Great Li Kingdom. And I hope it continues to prosper. Lin Ruowei sighed softly and then turned to leave slowly. Watching Lin Ruowei's departing figure, Lin Chuan clenched his fists. His eyes filled with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Even the joy of breaking through to the martial king realm was diluted. All along, it had been Lin Ruowei guarding the Great Li, protecting Lin Chuan and the others. How were they supposed to protect Lin Ruowei? Faced with a behemoth like the Lin family of Central Plains, who wouldn't feel despair? Young Master Su Chen? Yes, find young Master Su Chen. He is now a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, and might be able to take Ruowei to the sect for refuge. The Lin family of Central Plains surely wouldn't dare to kidnap someone from the Heavenly Tao sect, would they? Lin Chuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he made a decisive decision. The emperor and the old emperor had died. The great Lin dynasty, with its vast territory, was engulfed in chaos, and warlords were in conflict. The entire eastern Lin domain was shaken. Who could have imagined that among the dozens of countries in the eastern Lin domain, the only great Lin dynasty would collapse overnight? With even the two martial emperors being killed, this news shocked many people. Meanwhile, many surrounding kingdoms took the opportunity to send their armies to seize the land of the great Lin dynasty, hoping to bite off a piece of this juicy meat. At this moment, in the capital of the great Lin dynasty, one of the four great families, the Yang family's ancestor, Yang Mei, united the power of the four families and announced allegiance to the Great Li Kingdom. The Great Li Kingdom's general, Ling Zhan, seemed to have been prepared, as he had already led a million-strong army into the territory of the Great Lin dynasty when the news broke. With the cooperation of the four great families, they advanced as if entering a no-man's land, ultimately occupying the capital of the Great Lin dynasty. Naturally, the surrounding nations were dissatisfied, relying on their sheer numbers. They attempted to pressure Ling Zhan into conceding and dividing the Great Lin dynasty. However, outside the capital, Ling Zhan showcased the formidable strength of a martial king, and with the help of Yang Mei, directly killed the leading generals of various nations, shaking the world. The royal family of the Great Lin even had the prince step forward to announce the abdication to Lin Chuan of the Great Li Kingdom, merging the entire Great Lin dynasty into the Great Li Kingdom. This turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the once dominant Great Lin dynasty would silently be swallowed by the Great Li? And Lin Chuan of the Great Li Kingdom promptly declared that the entire Great Li Kingdom would ally with the Heavenly Tao sect, becoming a force under its banner. Additionally, the seal left by Su Chen, the goddess of Luo, spread throughout the nations. Those countries that had originally been restless and furious, wanting to attack the Great Li Kingdom, suddenly quieted down. No matter how bold they were, they didn't dare touch the forces under the Heavenly Tao sect, especially the goddess of Luo, which symbolized the top seat of a peak in the Heavenly Tao sect, indicated that the sect had indeed agreed to accept the Great Li Kingdom as a subordinate force. The various nations could only suffer in silence, unable to voice their grievances. Originally, everyone thought the Eastern Lin domain would plunge into a 100-nation war, fighting to the death over the territory of the Great Lin dynasty, but that didn't happen. Instead, the Great Li Kingdom emerged as the biggest winner. Moreover, the names of Su Chen and Lin Chuan of the Great Li Kingdom instilled fear throughout the entire Eastern Lin domain. Damn it, the Zheoyang divine sect is truly useless. They didn't kill Su Chen and let him thrive, even becoming a true disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? That Su Chen holds the goddess of Luo's order and has already been accepted as a true disciple by a peak's head. Who would dare provoke him while he protects the Great Li Kingdom? It's so frustrating. The vast territory of the Great Lin dynasty, along with countless precious resources and treasures, has now fallen into the hands of the Great Li Kingdom. I fear that soon, the Great Li Kingdom will transform into the Great Li dynasty. The warriors of various nations discussed fervently, although the major forces were quite unwilling to miss out on the juicy piece of the Great Lin dynasty. They didn't dare make any small moves due to the deterrence of the heavenly Tao sect. Just then, several terrifyingly powerful figures appeared on a huge void treasure ship, breaking through the void and heading towards the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Chapter 176. The Martial Emperor Puppet. Is it really a Martial Emperor puppet? A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he looked at a figure before him, a giant radiating with golden light, as if cast from gold. However, the giant's chest was caved in, and its energy core had been violently destroyed. This was a Martial Emperor puppet. The Martial Emperor puppet before him was sent by Yuan Haoran to the Lu residence, said to be a gift left for Su Chun by Yun Xiang before he left. This Martial Emperor puppet had come from the Great Lin dynasty, intending to capture Su Ling'er and Lu Hanyin, but was turned into scrap metal by Yun Xiang with a single slap. Little did they know that there was still a Martial Emperor puppet in the hands of the Lin Emperor. If this puppet were by his side, we would probably not be his match at all. Su Chen sighed internally. The Lin Emperor had sent this Martial Emperor puppet to the Great Li Kingdom to deal with him, but unexpectedly, Su Chun had the audacity to go to the capital of the Great Lin, and in the end, the Lin Emperor died at Su Chen's hands. Whoosh! Su Chun waved his sleeve, and 3 more Martial King puppets appeared. These 4 puppets all had their energy cores destroyed, rendering them immobile like scrap iron. Surprisingly, all 4 puppets were exquisite products from the heavenly craft sacred land. If they could be repaired, they would be a powerful asset. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. The heavenly craft sacred land was a major martial arts sanctuary in the Xiantian realm tens of thousands of years ago, known for creating puppets, even capable of making Martial Emperor puppets. At its peak, the heavenly craft sacred land oppressed the entire Xiantian realm, its power unmatched. However, later on, it was said that the heavenly craft sacred land's ambition to create divine-level puppets caused panic among all major forces in the Xiantian realm, leading to a united attack against it. The heavenly craft sacred land was ultimately exterminated. Although there are still sects capable of making puppets today, they mostly produce low-level ones. The powerful puppets that have been passed down are mostly from the heavenly craft sacred land. In his previous life, Su Chun had obtained the secret methods for crafting puppets from the heavenly craft sacred land in an ancient ruin. The 4 puppets before him, in the hands of others, would likely be considered scrap metal, but in Su Chen's hands, he might be able to repair them. Whoosh! Su Chun rolled up the 4 puppets and entered the chaotic space. The energy cores of Martial King and Martial Emperor puppets are all top-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, Su Chun had obtained several boxes of top-grade spirit stones from the Great Lin dynasty. He activated the devouring true fire, refining the energy cores of the puppets, and continuously formed seals, starting to repair the puppets with a unique power. The combat power of the puppets is immensely strong, and they are fearless in death. Unless one can locate and destroy the energy core of the puppet, the only way to deal with them is to completely obliterate the puppet. However, these 3 Martial King puppets and 1 Martial Emperor puppet are all exquisite products from the heavenly craft sacred land, forged with divine iron, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to break through their defenses. Only a martial saint could destroy them with sheer strength. After repairing them, even facing a Martial Emperor, Su Chun would be able to fight him. Just as Su Chun was repairing the puppets, a void treasure ship appeared above the capital of the Great Li Kingdom. Several terrifyingly powerful figures stood in midair, each with an arrogant gaze, as if looking down on the world like gods. A large ancient character appeared on the fluttering black flag, Lin. At the same time, Lin Ruowei in the palace felt a flicker in her eyes and instinctively looked towards the void above. When she saw the black flag, her entire body trembled. The Lin family from Zhongzhou? They actually came so quickly? A hint of seriousness appeared in Lin Ruowei's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, several figures also noticed Lin Ruowei, their bodies glowing, and in the next moment, they appeared in the palace, standing in front of Lin Ruowei. Leading them was a young man in a purple robe, handsome and proud, tall and with a powerful aura, already at the Martial King level. Behind him were several old men in black robes, who, although they looked extremely old, had sharp eyes and an unfathomable aura. All were at the Martial Emperor level. Who dares to intrude into the palace? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. The captain of the palace guards, wearing black armor and leading a group of elite guards, rushed over and surrounded the group, seeking death. The leading young man in the purple robe had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, then struck out with a palm in midair. Boom! An unmatched palm print. carrying an extreme cold power that seemed capable of freezing everything, erupted in an instant and slammed into the martial, venerable captain of the guards. The captain's expression changed. He wanted to draw his sword to defend himself, but before he could do so, he was completely encased in a freezing power. Then, the young man in the purple robe trembled slightly, and the captain's body was shattered, directly killed. How dare these ants lay a hand on me? Get lost. The young man in the purple robe sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the many guards around him. He was extremely overbearing and arrogant. Chapter 177. What is Su Chun? Seeing this scene, Lin Ruowei's face instantly turned ashen. She was very familiar with that captain of the guards. He had always protected the palace loyally and had the potential to break through to the martial king level. Lin Ruowei had planned to wait until he reached the peak of martial venerable to have Lin Chuan grant him the breaking void pill. She never expected that he would be directly killed by the young man in the purple robe before her. Moreover, she was very familiar with that extreme cold power. It was the unique Taiyin true qi of the Lin family. You dare to kill here? Lin Ruowei coldly stared at the young man in the purple robe. Just killing a few ants, why bother? You must be Lin Ruowei, right? I am your cousin Lin Sheng, here to take you back to the family. The young man in purple robe was unconcerned, his gaze fixed on Lin Ruowei, and upon seeing her unparalleled beauty, his eyes brightened. The Lin Ruowei before him was no less than the holy maidens of the sects and ancient tribes he had seen in Zhongzhou, and she even had a superior temperament. Truly worthy of having awakened the Xian Yin's sacred body. Family. My family, Lin Ruowei, is here, in the Great Li Kingdom. Besides, I have no cousin. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you for killing here? Lin Ruowei's gaze was icy, staring coldly at the young man Lin Sheng. Boom. Her true qi surged, sword energy rose, and a sharp aura erupted, as if she was about to strike at Lin Sheng directly. Here? Ha, are you mistaken? This tiny Dong Wang, a speck of land, and a group of ant-like beings, you dare to call it home? Lin Ruowei, I advise you not to drink the wine of disrespect, and instead take the punishment wine. Obediently return to the family with me, otherwise. Don't blame me for suppressing you. Lin Sheng laughed loudly, his eyes filled with ridicule. You seek death. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Ruowei's eyes as a sharp sword energy shot up, aimed at Lin Sheng. Just then, a sigh sounded. From behind Lin Sheng, an old man in a black robe with a complex expression stepped forward, casually waving his hand, instantly shattering Lin Ruowei's sword energy. Ruowei, you have awakened the Xian Yin's sacred body. You will be the direct descendant of the Lin family, and the family head has already listed you among the top 10 of the Lin family. You are expected to become the goddess of the Lin family in the future. Don't act impulsively. Come back to Zhongzhou with us. The old man in black robe said slowly. Lin Ruowei, this is your uncle, Lin Sheng. You wouldn't ignore your uncle's words, would you? Lin Sheng sneered. Uncle? Where was this so-called uncle when my parents died tragically? Previously, he said he would expel me from the family, and now that I have awakened the Xian Yin's sacred body, he claims I am a member of the Lin family? What a joke. Lin Ruowei showed no mercy to this so-called uncle. Even though she knew Lin Sheng was indeed her uncle, she could not forget the scene of her parents' tragic deaths, the cold and mocking expressions of the Lin family members, and the family's indifference. She wanted to return to the Zhongzhou Lin family, but she wanted to seek justice, not to return to be just another disciple of the Lin family. Lin Sheng's face showed a hint of shame. He knew that he had indeed been weak back then. However, as a mere martial emperor, not even a martial saint, what could he say in such a large Lin family? Your Highness, are you all right? Just then, the king of Great Li, Lin Chuan, rushed over. He brought two imperial uncles who had been in seclusion, their faces full of vigilance, standing beside Lin Ruowei. He also didn't expect the Zhongzhou Lin family to arrive so quickly. He was secretly sending someone to notify Su Chun at the Lu residence, while also bringing in two imperial uncles, fearing that Lin Ruowei might be in danger. As for why he was notifying Su Chun, after all, Su Chun was a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. Even though the Zhongzhou Lin family was powerful, they should still have some apprehensions facing the Heavenly Dao sect. Your Highness, I'm fine. Lin Ruowei shook her head. Then, she stared at Lin Sheng and the many elders of the Lin family before her. I will naturally return to the Zhongzhou Lin family, but not with you. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Lin Ruowei, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Lin Sheng sneered. Looking at Lin Ruowei's aloof demeanor, a surge of wicked fire arose in his heart, wishing he could directly rush up and take Lin Ruowei down. Do you really think that awakening the Xian Yin sacred body allows you to threaten the Lin family? Get lost. Lin Ruowei coldly said. Elders, you have also seen that Lin Ruowei is rebellious and seems to be very dissatisfied with the family. She is unwilling to return with us. So we can only take forceful action to bring her back. Lin Sheng bowed to the elders of the Lin family behind him. Humph, ignorant thing. Since she wants to come with us, then let us suppress her. An old man in black robe said coldly. He was an elder of Lin Sheng's faction and naturally had no regard for Lin Ruowei. Their mission this time was to bring Lin Ruowei back to the family. And if she dared to resist or disobey, they would have to use force. Stop. If you dare to lay a hand on Ruowei, young Master Su Chen will not spare you. Lin Chuan shouted anxiously. What is Su Chen? Is he a martial saint or a martial emperor? Does he dare to threaten me? Lin Sheng laughed coldly. These ignorant ants did not understand what a colossal force the Zhongzhou Lin family was. Chapter 178 No One Can Hurt You. Young Master Su Chen is a true disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, which is one of the 7 sacred places in the Eastern Wilderness. Now, our great Li is even under the banner of the Heavenly Tao sect. Do the Lin family from the Central Continent think they can come to the Eastern Wilderness and take people without considering the Heavenly Tao sect? Lin Chuan stared at Lin Sheng and said, the situation was urgent, and seeing Lin Ruowei about to be captured, he had no other choice but to mention Su Chen and the Heavenly Tao sect, hoping it would instill some fear in them. Your Highness, don't involve Su Chen. Lin Ruowei's expression changed slightly as she tried to stop him, but it was too late. Lin Chuan may not have understood, but Lin Ruowei knew very well that the Lin family from the Central Continent was far more powerful than the Heavenly Tao sect. The people from the Lin family looked down on others and acted arrogantly in the Central Continent. How could they possibly give the Heavenly Tao sect any face? Sure enough, a trace of mockery appeared in Lin Sheng's eyes as he said, the 7 sacred places of the Eastern Wilderness? The Heavenly Tao sect? What a joke. You ants. How can you know the power of my Lin family? Not to mention the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect. Even if the sect leader were here, he wouldn't dare to stop my Lin family. That Su Chen looks like a turtle hiding its head. If he dares to come, he would probably kneel in front of me, crying and begging for my forgiveness. Lin Sheng's laughter was extremely arrogant. In the Central Continent, the Lin family was the top power. Lin Sheng had long developed an air of superiority, and in this barren land of the Eastern Wilderness, he looked down on everyone. The Heavenly Tao sect? If they dared to block the Lin family, they would be directly annihilated. Is that so? At that moment, a calm and tranquil voice echoed in the void. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air on a sword, with black hair flying and white clothes like snow. His gaze was clear and bright, radiating an ethereal and transcendent aura. It was Su Chen. Su Chen, why are you here? Leave. Lin Ruowei's face changed, and she hurriedly urged. The people from the Lin family in the Central Continent were extremely powerful, and Su Chen was no match for them. Lin Ruowei feared they would harm Su Chen. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Su Chen gave Lin Ruowei a reassuring look. You are Su Chen, a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect? Have you heard of the Lin family from the Central Continent? Lin Sheng's eyes flashed as he saw that Su Chen was merely at the martial sovereign level, filled with disdain. He smiled proudly and said, the Lin family from the Central Continent? I've never heard of it. Lin Ruowei is my woman. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Su Chen said indifferently. His words made Lin Sheng and the elders of the Lin family change their expressions dramatically. Hold! You arrogant brat! How dare you insult my Lin family's direct daughter? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Who do you think you are to be worthy of my Lin family's daughter? Many elders of the Lin family glared at Su Chen with murderous intent. Even Lin Chuan didn't expect Su Chen to be so domineering, directly stating that Lin Ruowei was his woman. Such boldness made Lin Chuan feel a sense of admiration. Elders, calm down. He is just an ant spouting nonsense. To dare insult my Lin family is naturally a capital offense. Let me suppress him. Lin Sheng sneered. Then, he looked at Su Chen mockingly and said, Brat, will you kneel and beg for mercy yourself? Or should I break your limbs and cripple your cultivation, forcing you to kneel and beg? Too much nonsense. Su Chen said blandly. Then, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and an unmatched fist imprint erupted, directly smashing toward Lin Sheng. Hold! Lin Sheng was furious, not expecting that Su Chen, an ant at the martial sovereign level, would dare to attack him. He was a genius of the Lin family. Although he had not yet entered the line of successors, he was a well-known talent. His elder brother was even ranked among the top 10 in the Lin family, with great hopes of contending for the position of the divine son in the future. Boom. His chilling true energy surged, causing the temperature of the surroundings to drop sharply. And then he slammed out a palm, overwhelming in momentum, as if to freeze everything, completely encasing Su Chen in ice. Crack! As their fists and palms collided, a crisp sound rang out. The scene of Su Chen being frozen did not occur. Instead, Lin Sheng's palm print was shattered by Su Chen's punch, and that punch continued unabated, pressing down toward Lin Sheng. What? Lin Sheng's face changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Su Chen felt like an ancient ferocious beast, with overwhelming vitality that made him feel a chill run down his spine. A sense of deadly crisis surged in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. Without thinking, he urged the cold, true energy in his body to the limit, forming terrifying palm prints that continuously smashed towards Su Chen while retreating rapidly. However, those palm prints, capable of freezing a martial king, were like paper in front of Su Chen, all shattered in an instant, and in the blink of an eye. Su Chen was in front of Lin Sheng. In Lin Sheng's incredulous gaze, Su Chen's fist slammed into his arms. Crack! Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream. Lin Sheng's arms were shattered by Su Chen's punch, his chest caved in, and he spat out blood, flying backward violently. Chapter 179 The Azure Saint Sword. The elders of the Lin family all showed expressions of extreme shock. They didn't even have time to intervene. And Lin Sheng was defeated by Su Chen with a single punch, and severely injured. This far exceeded their expectations. Although Lin Sheng was not in the line of succession of the Lin family, he was still a well-known genius, with exceptionally thick, true energy capable of freezing everything. There were not many who could surpass him at the same level. In this small Eastern Lin domain, Lin Sheng should have been able to display a crushing advantage. But who would have thought that he would be defeated by a teenager who was only at the martial sovereign level? Bastard, I will kill you. Lin Sheng roared in anger. Boom. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and a long azure sword appeared in his palm. Drenched in blood as if the seal had been lifted, bursting forth with brilliant light in an instant. A dazzling sword-light sword, seemingly splitting the entire Great Li royal capital in half, slashing down towards Su Chen. Not good. The faces of the Lin family's elders changed. Lin Sheng, severely injured by Su Chen, was completely enraged, even unleashing the Azure Saint Sword. The Azure Saint Sword is a one-time attack treasure, a protective item bestowed upon Lin Sheng by the family. As long as his blood was used to activate the sealed power within, its might was unmatched, capable of slaying even a martial emperor with a single strike. Su Chen, with such talent, was probably an extremely powerful genius disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. If he were to kill him, it would undoubtedly anger the Heavenly Dao sect. Even if the Lin family was not afraid of the Heavenly Dao sect, they were still in the eastern wilderness, where the 7 great martial sacred places were the local tyrants. Their task was to bring Lin Ruowei back. If they angered the Heavenly Dao sect, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications. But the power of the Azure Saint Sword was too terrifying, and they had no time to save him. Su Chen, be careful. Lin Ruowei's eyes showed extreme anxiety as she shouted urgently. Boom. However, the brilliance of the Azure Saint Sword was too dazzling, piercing through the heavens and earth, instantly enveloping Su Chen. Lin Ruowei's face instantly turned extremely pale. Lin Sheng, if Su Chen has any mishap, I will make you pay with blood for blood. Lin Ruowei suddenly looked at Lin Sheng, her eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. Under Lin Ruowei's gaze, Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. But he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Just you? Su Chen is as good as dead. As a member of the Lin family, how dare you make a lifelong commitment with an ant? Wait for the punishment from the discipline hall. Want to kill me? You think you deserve it? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. The brilliant sword light dispersed, and the chilling power attached to the azure sword energy caused heavy snow to blanket the entire royal capital, frost covering everything. And where Su Chen originally stood, a towering figure emanating golden mist appeared, as if cast from gold, radiating an indestructible aura. It was none other than the martial emperor puppet, Jin Mo. The moment the azure holy sword erupted, Su Chen summoned the martial emperor puppet. That sword was too terrifying, containing the power of the sacred path, capable of annihilating everything. Even with Su Chen's combat power, he would be heavily injured if he tried to withstand it. The martial emperor puppet was incredibly hard, Even the power of the Azure Holy Sword only left a scratch on its body. Su Chen stepped out from behind Jin Mo, staring at Lin Sheng, his eyes filled with unabashed killing intent. What? How is that possible? Lin Sheng and many elders of the Lin family were dumbfounded. They never expected that Su Chen could survive under the Azure Holy Sword. That was the Azure Holy Sword that could slay even martial emperors. A powerful treasure forged by the Lin family's martial sage, and it was actually blocked by Su Chen. That is a martial emperor puppet. Suddenly, an elder of the Lin family exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. He recognized Jin Mo as a martial emperor puppet. A martial emperor puppet? The one from the heavenly craft sacred ground. Lin Sheng trembled all over, and an expression of insatiable greed appeared in his eyes. The products of the heavenly craft sacred ground are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The martial emperor puppet from the heavenly craft sacred ground would fetch an astronomical price even in the central continent. If he could obtain this martial emperor puppet, his safety would be greatly increased. He never expected that in this small eastern domain, there would be a martial emperor puppet from the heavenly craft sacred ground. Kid, hand over the martial emperor puppet and kneel down to confess your sins. This young master is magnanimous and can spare your life, Lin Sheng said, staring eagerly at Jin Mo, addressing Su Chen. Want the martial emperor puppet? You wish. Su Chen sneered, and then an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by an ancient dragon's roar, a powerful fist imprint pressed down towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's Azure Holy Sword almost struck him, and Su Chen naturally wouldn't hold back against Lin Sheng, wanting to crush him directly. Hold! An elder of the Lin family changed his expression, and a terrifying aura erupted. Charging towards Su Chen, he knew how powerful Su Chen was in combat, and naturally couldn't allow him to kill Lin Sheng. Jin Mo, Su Chen shouted, and immediately Jin Mo soared into the air, delivering a punch directly at the Lin family elder. Boom! The void trembled violently, and the Lin family elder was actually sent flying by Jin Mo's punch. Chapter 180, Lin Family Martial Sage Enough. At that moment, an old and ethereal voice sounded. In front of Su Chen, an old man wearing a coarse robe appeared silently, his hair and beard all white, yet he looked vigorous, exuding an unfathomable aura with every movement. Boom! Su Chen's fist imprint felt as if it struck an invisible force, and then a powerful divine force rebounded, directly knocking him back. Martial Sage? A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The old man in coarse robes before him was actually an unfathomable martial sage. He had just thought it strange that the Lin family in the central continent was so powerful. They couldn't have sent only a few martial kings and martial emperors, not realizing that they were secretly hiding a powerful martial sage. This matter ends here. My Lin family of the central continent has no intention of becoming enemies with the heavenly Dao sect. The old man in coarse robes glanced at Su Chen and said lightly. Then, he flicked his fingers, and a spirit pill flew into Lin Sheng's mouth, instantly transforming into a surge of vitality, beginning to nourish his body and heal his wounds. Elder, this brat is arrogant and despotic, completely disregarding our Lin family. I asked the elder to take action and slay him. Lin Sheng struggled to stand up, respectfully saying to the old man in coarse robes. He hated Su Chen deeply. If it hadn't been for the old man in coarse robes intervening, he might have really died at Su Chen's hands. I said this matter ends here. Do you have any objections? The old man in coarse robes looked at Lin Sheng indifferently. I dare not. Lin Sheng trembled all over, his face turning pale, and he quickly withdrew. Then, the old man in coarse robes looked at Lin Ruowei, his gaze becoming gentle, and said, Good child. You should know that the central continent is your true home. Staying here is not good for you or them. Uncle Ancestor. Lin Ruowei saw the old man in coarse robes and revealed a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. This old man in coarse robes was also her uncle Ancestor, and it was thanks to him that Lin Ruowei was able to escape from the Lin family. He was the martial sage of the Lin family, Lin Hong. Ruowei, you need not fear. As long as you do not wish to leave, no one can forcibly take you away. Su Chen's eyes flickered with sharpness as he stood directly in front of Lin Ruowei. Even though he was facing a martial sage, and with his current combat power, he was absolutely no match for the martial sage, he still did not take a step back. There was a hint of madness in Su Chen's eyes, and an incredibly terrifying aura surged in his sea of consciousness. That was the only remnant of the martial emperor's will he retained after his rebirth. If he were to activate that remnant of the martial emperor's will, He might destroy his foundation and become a useless person, but he could unleash astonishing power. Even against a martial sage, he still had a fighting chance. A hint of shock appeared in Lin Hong's eyes as he sensed a trace of dangerous aura from Su Chun. But how could that be? Su Chun was merely at the martial venerable realm, and there was a difference of 3 major realms between them, like the difference between heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Just like an ant, how could it threaten a dragon? He feared that Su Chun was hiding some secret. Behind Su Chun, Lin Ruowei's eyes turned slightly red, filled with emotion. The figure before her seemed so tall. Even facing an unbeatable martial sage, Su Chun remained unhesitant. For her sake, Su Chun was willing to stand against the whole world. She suddenly felt that after years of drifting and loneliness, her cold heart seemed to have found a support. She was no longer alone. Su Chun, let go. Uncle Ancestor won't harm me. Lin Ruowei suddenly summoned her courage and stepped forward, grabbing Su Chun's hand tightly and standing side by side with him. Seeing this scene, Lin Hong and many elders of the Lin family frowned, their gazes towards Su Chun filled with hostility. Uncle Ancestor, I can go with you, but you cannot harm them. Lin Ruowei looked at Lin Hong and said seriously, Ruowei, responding to the Lin family like this will put you in danger, Su Chun said with some concern. During this time spent with Lin Ruowei, he developed a different kind of feeling for this brave, strong, and beautiful woman. That's why Su Chun instinctively acted recklessly, intending to confront a powerful martial saint alone. In that moment, all calculations, strategies, and schemes were forgotten, leaving only the youthful passion of a boy. Su Chun, believe me, I can protect myself. This is my own choice. Some things ultimately have to come to an end, Lin Ruowei said seriously as she looked at Su Chun. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Su Chun's heart softened, and he found it hard to voice his concerns. Ruowei, wait for me in Zhongzhou. It won't be long. I will definitely come to find you, Su Chun said earnestly. I believe in you. Su Chun, your talent is unmatched, and even in Zhongzhou, no one can overshadow your brilliance. You will definitely make it out of the eastern wilderness. I will wait for you in Zhongzhou. Lin Ruowei smiled, her eyes filled with reluctance. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Ruowei mustered all her courage, cupped Su Chun's face, and left a kiss on his lips. Chapter 181. Ruowei, wait for me in Zhongzhou. Su Chun was stunned, feeling the cool and sweet sensation on his lips, though it was just a fleeting moment. It still filled his heart with a sense of loss. Su Chun, I will wait for you in Zhongzhou. Lin Ruowei's cheeks flushed, and she dared not look at him again as she walked towards Lin Hong. Damn it! Lin Sheng was consumed by jealousy, wishing he could immediately rush over and kill Su Chun. However, with Lin Hong present, he did not dare to act recklessly. Lin Hong saw Lin Ruowei's bold move, and although he frowned, he said nothing more, simply averting his gaze as if he hadn't seen anything. Uncle, let us go, Lin Ruowei said softly. All right, but Ruowei, you must understand that his status is not worthy of you. Even if you are willing, the family will not agree. Lin Hong said slowly. Uncle, you don't understand him. One day, he will make the entire Xiantian realm tremble because of him. The Lin family in Zhongzhou may be strong, but they cannot overshadow his brilliance, Lin Ruowei said with a gentle smile, filled with warmth and expectation. Then I'll wait, Lin Hong replied noncommittally, then waved his sleeve, leading Lin Ruowei, Lin Sheng, and others onto the Void treasure ship. Ruowei, wait for me in Zhongzhou. 3 years, I will definitely come to find you. Su Chun shouted at Lin Ruowei as if waking from a dream. A strong sense of longing and nostalgia surged in his heart, and for the first time, he understood what it felt like to love someone. Lin Ruowei smiled, vigorously waving her hand at Su Chun, her beautiful eyes lingering on him, as if trying to imprint his face deeply in her mind. Whoosh! Lin Hong cast a deep glance at Su Chun, then waved his sleeve, causing the void to split open. The Void treasure ship turned into a streak of light and vanished into the void. Watching the empty sky, Su Chun felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. His little sister and Ruowei had already gone to Zhongzhou. Su Chun didn't want them to wait too long. After 3 years, he must go to Zhongzhou to find Su Linger and Lin Ruowei. Lu Mansion, Lu Wenin, Lu Hanyin, Lu Guqing, and Lu Yulong were all waiting. Mother, are you really not going with me to Tiandao sect? Su Chun asked Lu Hanyin. Chinner, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. I believe your father will come back to find me, and I haven't fulfilled my duties as a daughter in a long time. I want to spend some time with your grandfather. Lu Hanyan said gently. All right, mother, you must take care of yourself, Su Chen said, his eyes filled with reluctance. However, since Lu Hanyan was unwilling to leave, he could only respect her choice. Fortunately, he had already arranged for Yang Mei to stay at Lu Mansion to protect Lu Hanyan's safety, and he also left behind 3 martial king puppets. With their protection, unless a martial emperor came personally, no one could harm Lu Hanyan, allowing Su Chen to feel a bit more at ease. Don't worry, Chen'er, you take care too. I don't ask for you to have great abilities, just that you and Linger can be safe. Lu Hanyan's eyes were filled with concern and care. A mother worries for her child thousands of miles away. Even though she tried hard to hold it back, her worry was still evident. Grandfather, I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of mother, Su Chen said to Lu Wenin, feeling a bit awkward but still respectfully bowed. All right. No need to be so polite. If anyone wants to harm Hanyan, they'll have to kill me first, Lu Wenin snorted. Yet, the hint of softness and concern in his eyes was still noticed by Su Chen. This proud old man. Cousin, don't worry, we will take good care of Aunt. Lu Yulong patted his chest to assure him. Lu Guqing, not good with words, also nodded seriously. They couldn't imagine that in such a short time, Su Chen had grown to such a level, having already killed more than 1 martial king. What extraordinary talent this was. They believed that even if Su Chen went to Tiandao sect, he would still be the brightest genius and would definitely make a name for himself in the eastern wilderness. Especially Lu Yulong, who felt both respect and fear for Su Chen and was immensely proud. Ever since he learned that Su Chen was his cousin, he became the undisputed first young master in the royal capital, with countless people trying to curry favor with him, making him very pleased. Now, Lu Yulong was afraid that Su Chen would sever ties with the Lu family. Mother, I'm leaving. Su Chen knelt before Lu Hanyan, respectfully bowing 3 times. Then, suppressing his reluctance, turned and flew away on his sword. As he embarked on this journey, he didn't know when he would see them again. He could only hope that his mother would be safe, healthy, and happy. Meanwhile, Su Chen was heading towards a broader world, galloping across the land, soaring through the skies, bravely moving forward, stepping onto the peak. Next stop, Tiandao Sect. Chapter 182. Heading to Tiandao Sect Shenwu Academy. On the mountaintop, the sea of clouds was ethereal. Su Chen flew in on his sword, like a divine rainbow, landing under an ancient pine on the mountaintop. You're here. Under the ancient pine sat a figure dressed in a long robe, elegant and extraordinary, with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, as if he could see through everything. It was none other than the president of Shenwu Academy, Yuan Haoran. President Yuan, congratulations on breaking into the martial emperor realm, Su Chen said. Before him, Yuan Haoran had indeed broken through to the martial emperor realm. However, Su Chen felt something peculiar about him. He didn't seem like a newly ascended martial emperor. His aura was even more terrifying than that of the Lin Emperor and the Old Emperor Lord. In Su Chen's perception, perhaps only Luo Xian and Lei Dong could be compared to Yuan Haoran. It seemed that Yuan Haoran indeed had secrets. A newly ascended martial emperor possessed such a terrifying aura, deep and unfathomable like an abyss. It was just a fortunate breakthrough. Are you heading to Tiandao Sect? Yuan Haoran smiled lightly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The Tiandao Sect was also a place he once regarded as home. But he didn't know if he would have the chance to return in this life. That's right. Everything is settled. I'm going to find Master Luo Xian at the Tiandao Sect. Su Chen nodded in agreement. He felt equally excited and expectant, in 2 lifetimes. The Tiandao Sect was the place he longed for the most, and the familiar faces often appeared in his mind. Yuan Haoran nodded. With your talent, you will surely shine brightly in the Tiandao Sect. However, the 7 sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness are currently turbulent and not peaceful. You especially need to be cautious of the Wusher sect and the Zhuyang Divine Sect. The Wusher sect and the Zhuyang Divine Sect? Do they have problems? A flash of sharpness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. I can't quite say, but it feels a bit off. They may be related to the extraterritorial evil demons. Or perhaps to certain forces in Zhongzhou. You can investigate slowly in the future. It's always wise to be careful. Yuan Haoran said seriously. Thank you, Uncle Master. I will remember. Su Chen nodded. The journey to the Tiandao Sect is long and far, tens of thousands of miles away. Who knows when we will meet again? Take care. Hearing the title of Uncle Master, a hint of softness appeared in Yuan Haoran's gaze as he looked at Su Chen and said slowly, the eastern wilderness is vast and boundless. The place where the Tiandao Sect is located is very far from the Donglin region. and Su Chen planned to take the void treasure ship of the Wanbao Merchant Association, but even so, it would take several months. Yes, Su Chen nodded. Also, Ziling has returned to Zhongzhou with Yun Xiang. She asked me to tell you that we will meet again in Zhongzhou, if fate allows. Her identity is special, and you will naturally understand when the time comes. Yuan Haoran said. Jun Ziling? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Jun Ziling to leave as well. Moreover, she didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to him. Just like when Su Chen left, Lin Qingqing was also in closed-door cultivation, refining the power of the flame dragon bloodline. Life is like this. Many goodbyes come suddenly. After chatting with Yuan Haoran for a moment, Su Chen took his leave. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Yuan Haoran also revealed a thoughtful expression. Strange, there are no signs of him being possessed. Yet he possesses a mark of the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that his unmatched talent allows him to grow to such a level in a short time? Yuan Haoran murmured softly. Just as Su Chen could not see through him, he could not see through Su Chen either. However, he could be sure that Su Chen had not been possessed by a supreme being, which was a relief for the Tiandao sect. As having such a talented disciple join was the greatest fortune for the Tiandao sect. Master, if you have any awareness in the heavens, please bless this child. He may truly become the hope of the Tiandao sect. Yuan Haoran said slowly, his eyes filled with expectation. Outside Donghai City, a void treasure ship of the Wanbao Merchant Association soared into the air, breaking through layers of clouds and flying northward. Su Chen did not leave the Dali royal capital, but chose to conceal his identity and hidden aura all the way to Donghai City, then boarded the void treasure ship. He would not forget that the Juyang divine sect hated him to the bone, and Lei Dong, the martial emperor, was still hunting him. Being cautious could always help avoid trouble. The sect of the Tiandao sect is located in the Tianhai region, directly north of the Donglin region, a distance of several 100,000 miles. The void treasure ship would pass through hundreds of ancient cities, crossing several vast regions before finally entering the Tianhai region. Su Chen sat cross-legged in a quiet room on the void treasure ship, took out spirit stones, and set up a warning and sealing formation to lock the quiet room. Then, he entered the chaotic space to begin his cultivation. He needed to seize every moment to improve his strength. Chapter 183, Black Dragon Ancient City. In the chaotic space, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the third level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. After reaching the Martial Sovereign Realm, the speed of cultivation improvement slowed down. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique is an unparalleled martial art. The density of true energy is 10 or even 100 times that of others, so the resources consumed are naturally more terrifying. However, Su Chen has devouring true fire, allowing him to devour spirit stones recklessly, turning them into the purest true energy to integrate into his body and continuously improve his cultivation. At the same time, Su Chen was still using devouring true fire to temper his body, cultivating the indestructible chaos body. After more than 10 days, the void treasure ship came to a stop. This is the Black Dragon Ancient City in the Ghost Dragon region. Those who wish to continue their journey, please disembark and transfer. The voice of an elder from the Wanbao Merchant Association echoed in every quiet room. The destination of this void treasure ship was indeed the Black Dragon Ancient City. But Su Chen wanted to go to the Tianhai region and could still transfer at the Black Dragon Ancient City to board another void treasure ship heading there. Su Chen also woke up from his cultivation. He followed the crowd and disembarked from the void treasure ship. The improvement of his cultivation could be gradual, but the cultivation speed of the indestructible chaos body was still too slow. It seemed he still needed to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures containing the power of calamity or information about the true fires of heaven and earth. Su Chen thought to himself, although he had lived a second life and reached the martial sovereign realm in less than a year, it was already astonishing. However, breakthroughs after the martial sovereign realm would not be so fast. It required accumulation and continuous comprehension of the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, the indestructible chaos body had become Su Chen's greatest trump card. Now, Su Chen had only condensed 1,000 calamity energies within him. Yet he already possessed the combat power to subdue a martial king. If he could condense tens of thousands of calamity energies, let alone a martial emperor, even a martial saint, Su Chen would be confident in defeating them. Thus, the urgent matter was to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cultivate the indestructible chaos body. The Black Dragon Ancient City is a large city in the Ghost Dragon region, with a population of millions and considerable trade with the Donglin region. There might be what I need here. Su Chen's heart stirred. After disembarking from the Void Treasure ship, he did not rush to transfer, but walked towards the Black Dragon Ancient City. The Black Dragon Ancient City is located at the northern edge of the Ghost Dragon region, beneath the Black Dragon mountain range, and is said to have existed for thousands of years, with a long history. Walking on the broad streets of the Black Dragon Ancient City, Su Chen noticed that the strength of the martial artists here was considerably higher than that of the Donglin region. Martial lords and martial sovereigns were everywhere, and he even sensed several auras of martial kings. The strength of the Ghost Dragon region is indeed much stronger than that of the Donglin region. Naturally, there is also the Wanbao Merchant Association in the Black Dragon Ancient City. Su Chen went directly to the Wanbao Merchant Association. "This young master, what do you need?" An old man in a gray robe, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, immediately approached him. With his keen insight, he could tell that Su Chen had an extraordinary demeanor and a very powerful aura, definitely not an ordinary person. Such a person must be a major customer. "I want heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contain strange powers or information about the true fires of heaven and earth. Do you have any?" Su Chen asked. There are indeed several kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contain strange powers. However, the true fires of heaven and earth are a bit difficult for me. Such treasures are rare and hard to find, and our Wanbao Merchant Association naturally does not have them. The gray-robed elder said with a wry smile. "It's fine if you don't have the true fires of heaven and earth. Just bring out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contain strange powers for me to see," Su Chen said, not feeling disappointed. Heaven and earth true fire is indeed extremely precious and rare. Once it appears, it is likely to be snatched away by those powerful warriors, alchemists, and blacksmiths. He was already mentally prepared. It was just a casual inquiry. "Young master, please follow me." The old man in a gray robe led Su Chen into a delicate room, where a charming maid served tea. Then, someone brought in 3 jade boxes according to his instructions. "Young master, please take a look." With a wave of his sleeve, the old man opened the jade boxes, revealing 3 treasures. One was a fire-red stone, fist-sized, crystal clear like jade, emanating a faint flame with a very high temperature. The second was a dull gray bead, which flickered with a faint spiritual light, but showed no unusual characteristics. The third was a half-decayed piece of wood, brown all over with faint purple lightning rising from it. Fire marrow stone, earth spirit pearl, and thunderstrike wood? The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes flashed, instantly recognizing these 3 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Young master truly has a keen eye. These 2 are indeed fire marrow stone and earth spirit pearl. The fire marrow stone is formed from the earth's core fire vein that has matured for 10,000 years, which is extremely beneficial for those cultivating fire attribute techniques. The earth spirit pearl is a treasure born from the power of the earth, which is rare and hard to find. It can not only be used to refine pills, but can also be used to forge holy weapons. The old man in gray praised, explaining briefly. Su Chen recognized these 3 treasures at a glance, showing that his insight was indeed extraordinary, which made him pay more attention to the upcoming transaction. However, this half-decayed wood is not as simple as an ordinary thunderstrike wood. The old man in gray smiled slightly. Su Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light as he activated his illusory eye, and instantly he saw a rich golden light bursting forth from the half-decayed wood. Dazzling and eye-catching. It's actually tribulation wood? Su Chen was slightly moved. Chapter 184. Tribulation wood and thunderstrike wood, although they differ by just 1 character, are worlds apart. Thunderstrike wood is merely an ordinary spiritual object of heaven and earth, bathed in the power of thunder, which has a powerful effect on thunder attribute techniques. However, tribulation wood is different. It is a top-tier heavenly material and earthly treasure. Tribulation wood grows in the origin of thunder, absorbing the power of heaven and earth's creation, containing a trace of tribulation power, which is extremely terrifying. Tribulation wood can be used to refine 9-turn thunder tribulation pills, said to be an unmatched divine pill that can help martial emperors survive the divine tribulation. Su Chen did not expect to encounter tribulation wood here. That's right, it is indeed tribulation wood. This tribulation wood just arrived today and was originally meant to be sent to headquarters for auction. If the young master wants it, I will sell it to you. The old man in gray smiled slightly. "I want the tribulation wood. Name your price," Su Chen said directly. The tribulation power contained in this wood is also highly beneficial for Su Chen's cultivation of the indestructible chaos body, so he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. This piece of tribulation wood, although it has lost its vitality, is at least 5,000 years old, extremely rare. Therefore, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce does not want spirit stones, but only treasures of equivalent value in exchange. I wonder if the young master has any? The old man in gray looked at Su Chen. Su Chen pondered for a moment. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing two treasures. One was a heavenly tier martial technique, Azura Slash, and the other was a 7th grade spirit pill, life creation pill, which can even revive a martial emperor as long as there is a breath left. Su Chen said slowly, 7th grade spirit pill. The old man in gray trembled all over, revealing an expression of immense excitement. He quickly picked up the jade bottle to inspect it and confirmed that it indeed contained the 7th grade life creation pill. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Young master, this life creation pill is enough to exchange for the tribulation wood. Please take back this heavenly tier martial technique. The old man's gaze towards Su Chen also became respectful. A person who can casually produce a heavenly tier martial technique and a 7th grade spirit pill is certainly not an ordinary person. Su Chen is very likely a disciple of one of the 7 great martial arts sacred places. This heavenly tier martial technique, even if sold to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Please give me some mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, high-grade spirit stones would be best. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is indeed fair in its business dealings. After all, it is backed by the Wanbao Pavilion and would not covet his heavenly tier martial technique. All right, young master is straightforward. In that case, this heavenly tier martial technique is priced at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How about that? The old man in gray said. That works. Su Chen nodded. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Only the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce could afford to be so extravagant, taking out so many spirit stones. As for high-grade spirit stones, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would naturally not take them out to exchange with Su Chen. Su Chen took the tribulation wood and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, leaving the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce under the respectful gaze of the old man in gray. Is he really Su Chen? The old man in gray watched Su Chen's departing figure, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Earlier, the Wanbao Pavilion had released an image of a handsome young man, instructing all Wanbao chambers to pay attention to him. The old man in gray suddenly recalled that image, confirming Su Chen's identity. He should be going to the Tiandao sect, right? In that case, I will create a good connection with him on behalf of the Wanbao Pavilion. The old man in gray thought to himself. Lu Qing, he called out, and immediately a middle-aged man in black robes approached. Elder, Lu Qing respectfully bowed. The old man in gray, named Wang Tsong, is the elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Black Dragon Ancient City, with a peak martial king cultivation. I have to leave for a while. I will take charge of the Void Treasure Ship in the Tianhai region. You will temporarily act as the elder during this time. Wang Tsong said. Yes. Lu Qing trembled with excitement. Although he did not know why Wang Tsong was leaving, he understood that Wang Tsong was promoting him. After all, there were a few other elders in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce just like him, and Wang Tsong letting him act as the elder was a clear signal of support. After leaving the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Su Chen did not leave directly, but wandered around several streets in the west of the city. There were many warriors setting up stalls here. The Black Dragon mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. It is said that in ancient times, a black dragon descended from the sky, forming this ancient mountain range. There are also legends of a deity named Black Dragon, who fell in a divine war, and his body turned into the Black Dragon mountain range. Some say there was once an ancient holy land that flourished for a time, and its mountain gate was located in the Black Dragon mountain range. However, time has passed too long, and the origins of Black Dragon Ancient City and the Black Dragon mountain range have become untraceable, with various opinions and no one knowing the truth. In my previous life, I heard that someone found a type of heaven and earth true fire in the Black Dragon mountain range. Since I have the opportunity to come here, perhaps I can investigate. Su Chen thought to himself. At that time, he had already been brought to the Tiandao sect by Luo Xian. Only hearing that this kind of heaven and earth true fire was very powerful, attracting numerous strong people to compete for it, resulting in many deaths. Now that he has come to Black Dragon Ancient City, perhaps he can explore the traces of that heaven and earth true fire. Chapter 185, Strange Iron Buddha in the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Freshly unearthed dragon blood jute fruit. Just 1,000 spirit stones each. Come and buy. Master Zhou Yang's refined purple light sword can be taken away for just 2,000 spirit stones. Only this one. Don't miss it, and wait another 10 years. High-quality Demon King vertebrae can be used to refine heavenly-grade weapons. Come buy them. The 100-turn detox pill can detoxify all poisons, making it an essential item for adventurers in the Black Dragon Mountain Range searching for treasures. There are only 10 pills available, so if you come late, there won't be any left. The sound of vendors calling out their wares echoed along the wide streets. These were all martial artist vendors from the ancient Black Dragon City, selling various rare materials and treasures found in the Black Dragon Mountain Range, as well as exotic items brought from other cities. However, the so-called treasures varied in quality, with some being inferior products intended to deceive the unwary. Therefore, one must have a keen eye when buying items from these street vendors. Otherwise, they could easily be tricked. Su Chun casually glanced around and noticed some well-disguised weapons and pills that were actually defective goods, specifically designed to swindle those who knew nothing. However, there were indeed treasures among the stalls. There had been rumors that someone had once purchased a dull-looking pill at a stall in the Black Dragon City, which turned out to be an 8th-grade holy pill containing the power of creation. After swallowing it, they underwent a transformation and greatly increased their cultivation. There were also those who obtained strange stone fragments, from which they comprehended powerful heavenly-grade techniques and became formidable figures. Thus, the street stalls in the western part of the Black Dragon City gained notoriety, attracting countless travelers each day hoping to try their luck. Su Chen knew that the heavenly true fire from the Black Dragon Mountain Range seemed to have originated from these stalls, which is why he came to take a look. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted a pitch-black iron Buddha at a stall not far away. The craftsmanship of the iron Buddha was impressive, appearing lifelike. And in Su Chen's eyes, there was a dazzling golden glow emanating from within it. He approached the stall. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a shifty appearance and a goatee, with the cultivation level of a martial artist, his cunning eyes darting around. What does this young master need? All these treasures are obtained from an ancient relic in the Black Dragon Mountain Range, and they are all rare items. Upon seeing Su Chen, the vendor's eyes brightened, and he immediately began to introduce his wares excitedly. How much for these dragon blood jute fruits? Su Chen casually asked, pointing to a few blood-red fruits. Young master has a good eye. The dragon blood jute fruit is a specialty of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, containing a trace of true dragon power. Consuming it can lead to a transformation. It's only 1,000 spirit stones each. There are 11 dragon blood jute fruits here. If you want all of them, 10,000 spirit stones is enough. The vendor quickly replied. 10,000 spirit stones? That's too expensive. Su Chen said indifferently. Others might not know the market, but he was very clear. The dragon blood jute fruit was only sold for 600 low-grade spirit stones each at the Wanbao Merchant Association. This vendor was definitely trying to swindle him because he realized Su Chen was not a local. What you don't know, young master, is that the production of dragon blood jute fruits is extremely rare and precious. I risked my life to bring them out from the Black Dragon Mountain Range. 1,000 spirit stones each is definitely not expensive, the vendor insisted. How about this? I'll take them for 10,000 spirit stones. But I want to choose something else from your stall as a bonus. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he said casually. A bonus? Young master really knows how to do business. All my items here are rare treasures, but today, I, old Lu, am willing to befriend you. So choose whatever you like. The vendor pretended to show a pained expression, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Inside, he was overjoyed. Besides the dragon blood jute fruits, the other items were not worth much. Mostly things he had bartered from the common folk. This iron Buddha looks good. I'll take it. Su Chen pointed casually, speaking nonchalantly. This was his true intention. If he had aimed for the iron Buddha from the start, the shrewd vendor would have certainly asked for a much higher price. And who knew how much he would have to pay? Young master has good taste. This iron Buddha is an ancient treasure from the Western Buddhist sect, passed down from the gods and Buddhas. Today, you have a fate with it, so I will reluctantly part with it. The vendor began to boast extravagantly again. All right, here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take it. Su Chen waved his hand, and then took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to hand over to the vendor. The vendor stored away the 11 dragon blood jute fruits and wrapped up the iron Buddha, ready to hand it to Su Chen. Wait. At that moment, a cold and arrogant female voice rang out. At the same time, a sharp whistling sound was heard as a flying knife shot straight towards Su Chen's wrist. As soon as Su Chen reached for the iron Buddha, the knife would pierce through his wrist. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, with golden light flickering on his arm. He did not dodge at all and directly took the dragon blood jus fruits and the iron Buddha. Clang! The flying knife struck Su Chen's arm, producing sparks, but left not even a mark. He stored the dragon blood jus fruits and the iron Buddha before turning around, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a thunderous voice. Are you looking for death? Chapter 186. Killing the city lord's daughter. Before him stood a snow-white steed, completely free of any blemish. Sitting atop was a beautiful girl in a green dress with an arrogant expression, followed by several powerful martial artists clad in black armor, exuding a menacing aura. She looked down at Su Chen from her elevated position, her eyes filled with coldness. Su Chen's words, "Are you looking for death?" had thoroughly enraged her. How dare an ant-like thing contradict me? Hand over the iron Buddha and kneel to bow, or die. The girl in the green dress glared at Su Chen coldly. Is she Chen Qianqian? Someone gasped in shock, their eyes filled with immense reverence. Chen Qianqian, the daughter of the city lord of the Black Dragon City, had been pampered since childhood, arrogant and domineering, making her the most untouchable figure in the Black Dragon City. Whatever she desired, she would go to great lengths to obtain. Although her cultivation was only at the martial artist level, the city lord of Black Dragon City was a true martial emperor. Who would dare to disrespect a martial emperor? The crowd looked at Su Chen with sympathy. This young man dared to offend Chen Qianqian. He was surely doomed. Young master, she is Miss Chen Qianqian, the city lord's daughter. Since she has taken a liking to the iron Buddha, you should just hand it over to avoid putting your life in danger. The shifty-eyed vendor was also frightened and quickly urged Su Chen in a low voice. He feared that if Chen Qianqian flew into a rage, he would be collateral damage and end up dead. At this moment, he realized that the iron Buddha was definitely not an ordinary item. But he did not dare to have any greedy thoughts about it. This iron Buddha is my possession. Why should I give it to you? I don't want to kill today, so get lost. Su Chen said with a half-smile. Audacious. A flash of killing intent flickered in Chen Qianqian's eyes. How long had it been since anyone dared to contradict her like this? In her view, Su Chen was merely at the martial artist level. Yet he dared to speak so arrogantly, instantly stirring her murderous intent. In the Black Dragon City, whatever I, Chen Qianqian, desire, I will always get. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Someone, capture him alive. I want to torture him slowly. Chen Qianqian sneered, her eyes filled with arrogance. Her father, the one who doted on her the most, was the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City, a formidable martial emperor. Even the most powerful ruler of the Ghost Dragon domain had to show respect when meeting her father. She had fought against those so-called princesses and princes. What was Su Chen? He had to be tortured severely to vent her hatred. Kill. A few of the guards behind Chen Qianqian, dressed in black armor, radiated a chilling aura, all at the peak of martial venerable realm, with the leader being a martial king. Their eyes were cold and their aura terrifying. Following Chen Qianqian's command, they charged towards Su Chen. They were the Black Dragon Army, the elite under the lord of the city, all-seasoned warriors. This young man was finished. Why pick a fight with her of all people? What a pity. The onlookers were filled with regretful expressions. Boom. But in the next moment, Su Chen's vitality surged, golden light dazzling, transforming into a golden dragon fist imprint, instantly meeting the numerous black-armored guards before him. Roar. An ancient and vast dragon roar resonated, shaking the surroundings. In the void, it sounded like muffled thunder. The powerful black-armored guards were struck as if by lightning, their bodies trembling as they were sent flying. Blood spurted from their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. Regardless of whether they were peak martial venerables or the martial king, all were severely injured by a single punch from Su Chen. What? The onlookers were stunned, especially Chen Qianqian, her eyes filled with disbelief. Su Chen appeared to be only at the martial venerable realm. How could he possess such powerful combat strength? Those black-armored guards were elite warriors, even combined. They could severely injure or even capture a martial king, yet they were easily defeated by Su Chen in one punch. You want to kill me? Su Chen's gaze was icy as he walked toward Chen Qianqian. You bastard, you're seeking death. Chen Qianqian's face changed, and she hurriedly waved her sleeve, instantly sending hundreds of flying knives slicing through the air, glowing with a ghostly blue light, laced with deadly poison. enveloping all vital points of Su Chun. Boom. Su Chun punched out, an unmatched fist aura enveloping the void, smashing all the hundreds of flying knives into powder. Then, he directly arrived in front of Chun Tiantian and reached out to grab her. "Hold! My father is the lord of the city. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go." Chun Tiantian exclaimed in panic, her voice fierce yet trembling. She then suddenly leaped into the air, attempting to escape. Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Su Chun slapped Chun Tiantian's face, sending her crashing down from midair. Her beautiful face instantly swelled up. The look in her eyes towards Su Chun was filled with deep resentment. "My father is a martial emperor. He will definitely tear you to pieces. By then, your family, your parents, your wife and children will all die. City Lord? Even if your father is the Emperor of Heaven, he can't save you." Su Chun sneered. He approached Chun Tiantian, and under her incredulous gaze, he stomped down. Boom. Chun Tiantian's heart was crushed by his foot, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with unwillingness and regret before her head tilted, and she died. Until her last moment, she couldn't believe that Su Chun actually dared to kill her. Chapter 187. The Buddhist Relic and the True Soul Crossing. A major incident occurred. At the moment Chun Tiantian was killed by Su Chun, everyone was left in shock. Their eyes filled with terror. Su Chun was so audacious that he directly killed the city lord's most beloved daughter, and Su Chun's powerful combat strength exceeded their imagination. Su Chun's gaze was calm. After killing Chun Tiantian, he directly stored her storage ring and then rushed out of the Black Dragon ancient city. Chun Tiantian was the daughter of the city lord, and the city lord was a martial emperor with unfathomable strength. Su Chun didn't want to confront a martial emperor head-on. It was better to avoid the spotlight for now. Whoosh! Su Chun's speed was extremely fast. He flew using his sword like lightning and soon left the Black Dragon ancient city, heading towards the Black Dragon mountain range. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Black Dragon ancient city. What? Chun Tiantian is dead? This is a huge problem. The city lord dotes on Chun Tiantian immensely. She was actually killed? Who has such audacity? The Black Dragon army had already mobilized to pursue the boy who killed Chun Tiantian. But it was said that the boy had escaped from the Black Dragon ancient city. Inside the Black Dragon ancient city, people were discussing fervently. The powerful Black Dragon army had already been dispatched, and the guards in black armor, each with cold eyes and overwhelming killing intent, were heading out of the city. At the same time, someone was sending a message to City Lord Chun Jun. At that moment, Chun Jun happened to be away from the Black Dragon ancient city. One could imagine the tremendous rage he would feel upon learning of Chun Tiantian's death. Outside the Black Dragon ancient city, Su Chun flew through the air, his speed incredibly fast, soon arriving at the Black Dragon mountain range. At the same time, Su Chun was also activating the breaking illusion Divine Eye, carefully examining the Iron Buddha he had purchased. In Su Chun's eyes, golden light flickered and mysterious runes intertwined, revealing the profound secrets within the Iron Buddha. It turned out to be a relic. Su Chun trembled all over, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief. Boom! He struck the Iron Buddha with his palm, and the originally hard Iron Buddha cracked, with brilliant golden light bursting forth from within. After Su Chun shattered the Iron Buddha, a crystal of dazzling golden light floated out, containing an incredibly powerful divine wave, accompanied by ancient chanting sounds, grand and magnificent. A Buddhist relic. In the Western Buddhist sect, only those who reached the martial saint realm, transcending into the sacred, could condense a relic from their primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness, which is the essence of the primordial spirit. Su Chun had sensed something was off about the Iron Buddha earlier, but hadn't he had time to investigate thoroughly. He hadn't he expected it to contain a Buddhist relic. This meant that this was a relic left by a martial saint or martial emperor of the Buddhist sect. Buddhist relics are extremely precious, transformed from the essence of the primordial spirit. If refined, it could not only cause a significant increase in one's primordial spirit, but also provide a chance to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, greatly enhancing one's cultivation. However, Su Chun was curious as to why a relic from the Western Buddhist sect would appear in the Black Dragon ancient city. Su Chun's heart stirred as he felt that this Buddhist relic seemed a bit strange. He activated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, and a strand of primordial spirit energy reached out from his sea of consciousness towards the Buddhist relic. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the heavens were opened. In Su Chun's mind, divine light surged, and chaotic light spread. A monk, radiant in golden light and wearing a moon-white robe, appeared. A grand chanting sound arose, bringing peace to the mind, as if there were an impulse to convert to the Buddhist sect. I am the monk Duzhan, a monk from the western Lanka temple, who slew the demon dragon in the eastern wasteland and exhausted my strength in meditation, leaving this to a fated person. His voice resonated in Su Chen's mind like a great bell. The monk dressed in a moon-white robe was strikingly handsome. With deep and bright eyes that exuded a compassionate aura, he was a remnant soul left within the Buddhist relics, slowly narrating his origins to Su Chen. Duzhan, hailing from the western Lanku temple, possessed the peak cultivation of a martial saint. While traveling the world in search of opportunities to attain the Tao of the martial emperor, he encountered a demonic dragon in the eastern wilds that devoured millions of lives, causing boundless slaughter, aiming to use this to prove himself worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. Duzhan intervened and battled the demonic dragon for 3 days and nights, ultimately slaying it, but he himself was left exhausted and passed away in a desolate mountain. He left behind this Buddhist relic, to be gifted to a destined person in the future. In the place where I passed away, there are 2 items. One is the Nirvana Golden Flame, and the other is the original Diamond Sutra. Those destined may take and refine the Nirvana Golden Flame at their discretion, but I hope that one day the original Diamond Sutra can be returned to Lanka Temple. Duzhan's voice was neither sorrowful nor joyful. Once he finished recounting his tale, the power of this remnant soul was completely spent, transforming into a map imprinted in Su Chen's mind, before finally shattering and dissolving into a rain of light. It vanished completely, and that map was firmly remembered by Su Chen. The Nirvana Golden Flame? I never expected that the news of the true fire of heaven and earth would be hidden within this Buddhist relic. Su Chen's heart trembled, and a flicker of understanding appeared in his eyes. In his previous life, someone obtained the true fire of heaven and earth from the Black Dragon mountain range, which was precisely the Nirvana Golden Flame. Chapter 188. Black Dragon Mountain Range. In the ancient city of Black Dragon, a terrifying aura descended, accompanied by a dreadful pressure that enveloped the entire city. A middle-aged man in black armor, with a majestic and aloof visage, descended from the sky. Was that the lord of the city returning? Hiss! It is feared that the lord of the city has learned of Chun Qianqian's death. The wrath of the martial emperor will result in millions of corpses and rivers of blood. That youth is likely doomed. Sensing that terrifying aura, many powerful martial artists in the ancient city of Black Dragon opened their eyes, revealing expressions of uncertainty. The middle-aged man in black armor was none other than the lord of the city, Chun Zhun, looking at Chun Qianqian's corpse within the city lord's mansion. Chun Zhun's gaze was icy, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura that caused the surrounding space to hum and tremble. Around him, the soldiers of the Black Dragon army knelt, silent as death. Buzz! A brilliant divine light erupted from Chun Zhun's brow, transforming into an ancient rune that circled around Chun Qianqian before soaring into the air, subtly pointing toward the direction of the Black Dragon mountain range, vibrating incessantly. You dare to kill my daughter, Chun Zhun? You truly have great audacity. Black Dragon army, heed my command. Search the Black Dragon mountain range, find him, and let the consequences be whatever they may. Chun Zhun said slowly, his expression appearing neither sorrowful nor joyful. However, the overwhelming killing intent in his voice made everyone tremble, their eyes filled with immense fear. Yes, all the Black Dragon army guards responded in unison. They then soared into the sky, returning to the Black Dragon army camp to mobilize the elite troops toward the Black Dragon mountain range. Qianqian, rest assured, father will avenge you. He will undoubtedly die. Chun Zhun looked at Chun Qianqian's corpse, his eyes filled with sorrow. Then, a murderous intent pervaded his gaze, as if a malevolent aura from the depths of hell erupted, transforming his entire presence into something terrifying. Boom! He stomped the ground, causing it to crack, then transformed into a black divine light, soaring toward the Black Dragon mountain range. Black Dragon mountain range. Su Chen was flying deeper into the mountains. Having obtained the map left by Duzhan's remnant soul, Su Chen was heading toward the place where Duzhan passed away. Searching for the Nirvana Golden Flame he left behind. Roar! From the depths of the Black Dragon mountain range came ancient beast roars that echoed like thunder, shaking the mountains and forests, harboring an incredibly terrifying malevolent aura. The Black Dragon mountain range, stretching over thousands of miles, was said to harbor extremely fearsome demon kings. Even human martial kings dared not venture lightly within. Su Chun had already penetrated several hundred miles in, although he had concealed his aura along the way. He had encountered and slain several powerful demon beasts. He was close to the location marked on the map. However, Su Chun discovered a troubling issue. The place where Du Jun's remnant soul had passed away was actually occupied by a powerful demon king. Whoosh! Su Chun stepped through the air, weaving between towering ancient trees without revealing the slightest fluctuation in his aura. Soon, he saw a valley ahead. On the cliff, a massive waterfall cascaded down with a roar, plummeting 3,000 feet, creating a thunderous sound. In the valley, black demon energy gathered. The sounds of beast roars continuously emanated from within. Su Chun stood atop a towering ancient tree, gazing into the valley. His eyes sparkled with golden light. He saw in the pool beneath the waterfall a 100-foot-long black dragon emerging, radiating a powerful dragon might and emitting a series of dragon roars. The black dragon's body was covered in black scales, glinting coldly under the sunlight, sharp and sturdy as if forged from gold and iron. Besides the black dragon, there were also the auras of over 100 demon beasts in the valley, all of which bowed in submission upon the black dragon's appearance. A demon king, and one that was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the demon emperor realm. Su Chun thought to himself. He deployed the breaking illusion golden eyes, allowing him to clearly sense the surging blood energy within the black dragon, far surpassing that of a human martial king, and even slightly exceeding that of a martial emperor. The strength of demon blood far exceeded that of human martial artists. However, the place where Du Jun's remnant soul passed away was in the deep pool beneath the waterfall, which now appeared to be occupied by the black dragon, serving as its lair. To enter, it seemed he would first need to deal with this black dragon demon king. Just as Su Chun was preparing to take action, he suddenly saw several figures breaking through the clouds in the distance, heading straight for this valley. Su Chun's heart stirred. He concealed his aura, becoming as calm as a still pond, as if merging with the towering ancient tree, hiding himself. Chapter 189, Wuliang Sword Sect. Black Dragon Demon King in the Void. 3 men and 2 women materialized. The men were remarkably handsome, and the women were extraordinarily beautiful, all carrying ancient swords on their backs, each with an extraordinary aura, all having reached the realm of martial kings. This Black Dragon Demon King has a very strong aura. If given more time, it might give rise to a demon emperor in the Black Dragon Mountain range. Fortunately, Senior Sister Zikin discovered this place. If this is indeed the site of the fall of the demonic dragon saint recorded in ancient texts, we would gain tremendously. That's right. Whether it be the corpse of the demon saint or the demon core of the demon saint, both are supreme treasures. And bringing them back to the sect would be a great achievement. Senior Sister Zikin, shall we strike directly? The eyes of the young men and women were filled with eagerness. However, in the end, all their gazes fell upon the leading woman in purple. The woman in purple, carrying an ancient sword, wore a flowing purple dress, her figure graceful, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, and beneath the fluttering strands of hair lay a flawlessly beautiful face, especially a pair of eyes, brilliant like the stars in the sky, occasionally shooting out sharp glints, like an unparalleled divine sword, seemingly able to pierce through everything. Her cultivation is also the strongest among the 5. The 3 male disciples looked at her with eyes full of admiration. Their senior sister, Zichen, is a peerless genius in the sect. At just over 20 years old, she is already a powerful warrior at the martial king realm, and has even condensed an unparalleled sword intent, possessing immense strength, making her one of the most dazzling figures in the sect. Is it her? A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes, revealing a hint of peculiarity. He recognized the woman in purple at a glance. The genius disciple of the Infinite Sword Sect, Zichen. In his previous life, Su Chun had encountered Zichen during a martial arts gathering in the eastern wilderness, where her beauty was unmatched and her swordsmanship unparalleled, astonishing the world in battle. She was one of the most radiant geniuses of the Infinite Sword Sect. It seems that all 5 of them are disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect. Su Chun did not expect them to come to the Black Dragon Mountain range as well. This Black Flood Dragon Demon King possesses a unique bloodline and is extremely powerful. Everyone must not underestimate it. Let us strike with all our might and slay it without alerting the other demon kings in the Black Dragon Ancient City. A sharp glint flashed in Zichen's eyes as she spoke lightly. Yes, the other few responded with a solemn expression, nodding in agreement. The Black Dragon Mountain range has more than just this Black Flood Dragon Demon King. Not to mention that it is only 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon ancient city, where a true martial emperor is stationed. Their journey is considered a trial. Although they have located a suspected site of the fallen demon dragon saint, if the news leaks, it could lead to great trouble. The news of a demon saint would surely attract the attention of all martial artists in the ghost dragon domain. It's best to settle this quickly. Kill. A sharp glint flashed in Zichen's eyes, and the ancient sword behind her soared into the air, bursting forth with intense, dazzling brilliance, like lightning, slashing down towards the black flood dragon demon king below. Boom. The remaining disciples of the Infinite Sword sect no longer concealed their auras. Powerful waves of true energy spread out as they unleashed formidable martial techniques, surging into the valley like a torrential flow. Their target is the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. It would be best to kill it in one swift blow. The ants of the human race seek death. Just as Zichen made her move, the Black Flood Dragon Demon King also sensed their presence, and immediately its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent as it spoke human words. After reaching the Demon King realm, one can refine the horizontal bones and speak human language. Moreover, after breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, one can initially take form. Although the Black Flood Dragon Demon King has not yet taken form, its intelligence is no different from that of a human, and due to the inherent strength of demon blood, its combat power is even more terrifying. Boom! It suddenly spewed forth a bolt of black lightning, containing a destructive power, which collided with Zichen's sword aura in an instant. The void roared, and the earth shook. The black lightning and the massive sword aura shattered simultaneously. Whoosh! The Black Flood Dragon Demon King's enormous serpent tail emerged from the deep pool, sweeping through the air like 1,000 troops, fiercely striking towards the 4 disciples of the Infinite Sword sect. Clang! 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 The weapons of the 4 disciples clashed against the Black Flood Dragon Demon King's body, producing the sound of metal striking metal, sparks flying everywhere. Not even the scales could be broken. Boom! And the Black Flood Dragon Demon King's tail, imbued with immense divine power, directly sent the 4 of them flying. What a powerful Demon King! The 4 felt their blood surging, their expressions revealing immense seriousness. The Black Flood Dragon Demon King is even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Roar! 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 At the same time, the sounds of beasts roaring in the valley rose and fell, and the demon beasts under the Black Flood Dragon Demon King also became enraged, charging madly towards Zichen and the others. Kill! Zichen shouted fiercely, and a sharp sword intent rose around her, transforming into strands of purple sword light descending from the sky, instantly slaying several powerful demon beasts. Simultaneously, those sword lights gathered, forming a sword formation around Zichen, with thousands of sword lights pouring down, engulfing the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. Chapter 190. The place where the true martial saint passed away. Good opportunity. A flash of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes. At this moment, the 5 disciples of the Infinite Sword sect were already engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Flood Dragon Demon King, and chaos reigned throughout the valley. The void trembled, the earth shook, and the howling winds of the valley accompanied the thunderous roars of the beasts, sending blood racing. Now is the best time for Su Chun to enter the deep pool. Whoosh! Su Chun concealed his aura, like a shadow that flickered in and out of sight, approaching the edge of the waterfall, and then quietly entered the deep pool along the rushing waterfall. With Su Chen's skill in concealing his aura, neither the Black Flood Dragon Demon King nor Zichen and the others noticed his presence. In the deep pool, the water was icy cold, and one could not see their own hand, but the deeper one went, the hotter it became. In this deep pool, cold and heat coexisted, forming a strange balance. Su Chun descended several thousand feet until he felt considerable pressure before reaching the bottom of the deep pool. A hazy light appeared before him. Is that the Black Flood Dragon Demon King's lair? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In the distance, a water cave appeared, with a faint light swirling around it, like some kind of strange barrier sealing the entrance. Within the cave, blazing flames flickered, suggesting a vast underground space. However, the watery seal was set up by the Black Flood Dragon Demon King using mental power. If one were to forcefully break through, it would easily alert the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. This Black Flood Dragon Demon King has actually set up a barrier with mental power here. It seems there must be secrets within the lair. Su Chen understood. However, such a mental power barrier would be difficult for others to break through, even for a martial emperor or martial saint. without alerting the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. But it would not be a challenge for Su Chun. Buzz. Su Chun formed seals with his hands, and a faint golden mental power manifested in the void, weaving into an ancient and profound rune with his hands. Heaven Concealment Rune, capable of concealing heavenly secrets and silently resolving everything. As Su Chun successfully formed the seal and then patted himself, his aura became ethereal and mysterious, creating a strange resonance with the mental power barrier before him. Then, Su Chun took a step forward. It was as if he passed through a wave of water, silently entering the barrier. Inside the lair, it was vast and dry. Walking to the depths of the lair, a brilliant light shone before him, and Su Chun saw a stone wall resembling a red glow. The wall emanated an incredibly hot aura, as if faint Buddhist light was swirling around it, appearing very peculiar. Standing before the stone wall, Su Chun felt a sense of enlightenment. What a peculiar stone wall. Could this stone wall be related to the true martial saint? A thought flickered in Su Chun's mind. He took out the relic of the true martial saint. Boom. The moment the Sarira appeared, it seemed to sense the peculiar aura within the stone wall, instantly humming and trembling, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The stone wall also sensed the presence of the Sarira, humming and vibrating, with brilliant Buddhist light emanating from it. Faintly, a figure enveloped in Buddha light emerged. It was the Bodhisattva of true martial arts. Su Chun's heart trembled. The figure before him was indeed the Bodhisattva of true martial arts from the Lankao Temple. However, the scene before him was somewhat shocking. He saw the Bodhisattva sitting cross-legged within the stone wall, with a majestic appearance, radiating boundless Buddha light. One hand held a Buddhist scripture while the other supported a golden flame. The power of the scripture and the flame intertwined, enveloping a black dragon-shaped phantom that was burning fiercely. The aura of the dragon-shaped phantom was already incredibly weak, as if it would soon be completely reduced to ashes. Could this stone wall be where the Bodhisattva of true martial arts suppressed the demonic dragon? Su Chun speculated silently. Crack. At that moment, a crack appeared on the stone wall, and brilliant Buddha light poured out from it. Then, the Sarira hummed and trembled, absorbing the brilliant Buddha light, and transformed into a stream of light that enveloped Su Chun, directly entering the stone wall. Boom. Inside the stone wall was an incredibly terrifying fiery space. Su Chun saw the Bodhisattva of true martial arts seated in the golden Buddha light, holding the scripture and the flame, continuously burning a black dragon-shaped phantom. This process seemed to have lasted for countless years. Was this the array space set up by the Bodhisattva? That Buddhist scripture was likely the original Diamond Sutra spoken of by the Bodhisattva of true martial arts, and this golden flame contained the power of nirvana, probably the nirvana golden flame. Su Chun's gaze sharpened, and he had a guess. Indeed, this was the place where the Bodhisattva of true martial arts achieved enlightenment. Su Chun saw that the Bodhisattva's body had no signs of life, but the vast power of the laws contained within the Bodhisattva's corpse still drove the original Diamond Sutra and the Nirvana golden flame, continuously burning the dragon-shaped phantom. Although the black dragon-shaped phantom appeared extremely illusory, as if it would soon become nothingness, Su Chun felt a deadly threat emanating from it. Young friend, you have arrived. An ancient and weathered voice slowly resonated in the fiery space. Chapter 191. The Cunning Demonic Dragon Bodhisattva of True Martial Arts? Su Chun tentatively asked. Although the voice was ethereal, it was ancient and weathered, imbued with Buddhist nature, quite similar to the voice of the Bodhisattva of true martial arts. Indeed, it is this poor monk. The aged voice sighed softly and continued. It has been tens of thousands of years, and finally, someone has come. This poor monk has suppressed this demonic dragon for tens of thousands of years, and now I am exhausted. If no one comes again, I fear the demonic dragon will escape. Senior, how has this demonic dragon survived for tens of thousands of years? Su Chun was shocked. Logically speaking, both the Bodhisattva of true martial arts and the demonic dragon only possessed peak martial saint cultivation, at most living for a few thousand years. How could they survive for over 10,000 years? This demonic dragon is an outer domain evil with a long lifespan. A mere tens of thousands of years is nothing to them. Moreover, the cultivation of this demonic dragon is very high, but due to severe injuries. It has only reached peak martial saint cultivation, yet its dragon soul remains incredibly solid. Even I have used the Buddhist treasure, the Diamond Sutra, to empower the Nirvana golden flame to burn for tens of thousands of years, and still have not completely destroyed its dragon soul. As if sensing Su Chen's confusion, the ancient voice explained, "And I have been dead for tens of thousands of years. What remains now is just a remnant soul." Su Chen nodded and said, "I see. Senior, what do you need me to do? Although your cultivation is still weak, the Nirvana Golden Flame is in the best refining period right now. As long as you refine the Nirvana Golden Flame and then activate the Diamond Sutra, you will be able to completely turn this demonic dragon's soul to ashes." The ancient voice said, "Senior, my cultivation is insufficient, and my mental power is not enough. If I rashly refine the Nirvana Golden Flame, I fear I will fall into madness. How about this? I will go find the elders of my sect to come. My master is a martial emperor, and it would be easy for him to destroy this demonic dragon's soul. How about that?" Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. "Martial emperor? Young friend, you truly have a kind heart. The Nirvana Golden Flame and the Diamond Sutra are treasures that even martial emperors covet. Don't you want to obtain them for yourself? Rest assured, with my Buddhist teachings as support, you will definitely be able to refine the Nirvana Golden Flame safely, and I can't hold on for much longer. If you don't act soon, the demonic dragon will surely escape." The ancient voice urged. "All right, but I have one more request." Su Chen said, "What is it?" "If I refine the Nirvana Golden Flame, will the Nirvana Golden Flame and the Diamond Sutra then belong to me? Senior, you are a master of the Diamond Temple. I fear the Diamond Temple will come looking for trouble with me." Su Chen's eyes turned, revealing a hesitant expression. "Young friend, if you destroy the demonic dragon, the Nirvana Golden Flame and the Diamond Sutra will naturally be your rightful treasures. Who would dare to trouble you? Although the Diamond Temple is my sect, the masters of the Diamond Temple are compassionate and will certainly not make things difficult for you." The ancient voice seemed somewhat impatient, urging, "Young friend, hurry and activate your spiritual power to refine the Nirvana Golden Flame. I really can't hold on much longer." "Yes, senior." Su Chen respectfully nodded. Then, a faint light blossomed from his brow, and he activated his spiritual power, cautiously approaching the Bodhisattva of true martial arts. Boom. However, just as he was about to approach the Bodhisattva of true martial arts, an unexpected change occurred. A brilliantly shining golden beam erupted, directly shooting towards the dragon-shaped phantom in the Bodhisattva's hand. Accompanied by a scream, the dragon-shaped phantom twisted violently, then opened a pair of blood-red eyes. Filled with shock and disbelief, staring intently at Su Chen. How could you possibly perceive it? The dragon-shaped phantom, which is the demonic dragon, at this point. If it could not see that Su Chen had already discerned its identity, it would truly be foolish. "Demonic dragon, you impersonated the Bodhisattva of true martial arts. If it were someone else, they might have fallen for your trick. But you have too many flaws. Do you think you can deceive me?" Su Chen sneered. He had already figured out that the ancient voice had issues and was not the Bodhisattva of true martial arts at all. After just a little probing, it was indeed so. The remnant soul of the Bodhisattva of true martial arts had clearly said before that he was from the Lankao Temple, not the Diamond Temple. Moreover, the Bodhisattva had asked Su Chen to return the original Diamond Sutra to the Lankao Temple, only leaving the Nirvana Golden Flame for him. So, with just a bit of probing, the demonic dragon revealed its true form. "Cunning human ants dare to oppose the great demonic dragon. You are doomed." The demonic dragon was furious, its eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Boom. Subsequently, a vast demonic light surged, a dense aura of evil spread, transforming into black chains that raced through the air towards Su Chen. "Just based on you?" Su Chen sneered. Boom. Black flames surged around him, engulfing true fire that rushed out and then burned towards those black chains. At the same time, he activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, and beams of breaking illusion divine light shot out from his eyes, continuously targeting the demon dragon. Chapter 192. I give up, spare me. The demon dragon had only its spirit left, and after being roasted by the Nirvana Golden Flame for tens of thousands of years, its strength had been weakened to the extreme, less than 1/10,000th of its peak power. Not to mention, the devouring true fire and the breaking illusion divine light both possessed incredibly strong lethality against spiritual bodies. Boom. The black chains shattered one after another as the breaking illusion divine light struck the demon dragon, causing demonic light to surge. Its spirit trembled, and the demon dragon let out an incredibly tragic cry. At the same time, the devouring true fire not only could melt everything, But that trace of devouring law power also made the demon dragon's soul tremble in fear. Damn it! How do you have the devouring, true fire? The demon dragon screamed in disbelief. It had thought that Su Chun had come for the Nirvana golden flame. But it never expected that Su Chun actually possessed a more powerful true fire, the devouring, true fire. The breaking illusion divine light also caused considerable damage to the demon dragon. Demon dragon, you have done so many evil deeds, sealed here by the true martial saint. And now you still want to deceive me? Die? Su Chun sneered. He showed no hesitation as the devouring true fire and breaking illusion divine light continued to strike towards the demon dragon. Boom. The demonic light surged around the demon dragon. Demonic energy filled the air, its spirit trembled continuously, and the powerful primordial spirit showed signs of being completely devoured and burned by the devouring true fire. It should be noted that even the Nirvana golden flame empowered by the Diamond Sutra had not completely refined it. But the devouring true fire's lethality far exceeded that of the Nirvana golden flame. Stop, you human brat. You bully this great dragon lord because I have no physical body. If you have the ability, let me out, and we can fight with real weapons. The demon dragon roared angrily. Do I look like a fool to you? Su Chun coldly laughed. This demon dragon was extremely cunning. Without giving it a profound lesson, it would never be honest. In fact, Su Chun felt that it would be better to completely slay such a cunning and vicious demon dragon. Boom. The breaking illusion divine light struck the demon dragon, leaving it riddled with wounds, and its primordial spirit power, which had been difficult to recover, was rapidly depleting. Not to mention the devouring true fire, which could devour everything. Even if the demon dragon used powerful secret techniques to resist, it could only watch helplessly as the devouring true fire continuously wrapped around it. The pain of the divine burning flames made the demon dragon scream incessantly. Human brat, you despicable and shameless. If this great dragon lord were at full strength, just a breath could make you die 1,000 times. Human brat, you are doomed. How dare you injure this great dragon lord? When I escape, I will definitely peel your skin and make your soul into a lantern. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong, spare me. At first, the demon dragon was still very tough, shouting about making Su Chun pay, but in the end, the demon dragon finally gave in. The damage caused by the devouring true fire and the breaking illusion divine light was immense, and seeing its dragon soul becoming increasingly illusory. It knew that if it continued to be stubborn, it would likely end up scattered, and it finally became afraid. Human brat, I give up, please stop. The demon dragon kept begging for mercy, but Su Chun seemed not to hear, as the devouring true fire and breaking illusion divine light continued to strike it, causing the demon dragon to scream in agony. Its dragon soul was about to shatter. Human brat, I really give up, spare me. Don't you want to know why that old bald donkey, Dujun, wants to kill me? This is a secret related to becoming a god. Don't you really want to know? The demon dragon was genuinely afraid. It secretly cursed. This human brat was too ruthless, wanting to kill the great dragon lord. The great dragon lord can bend and stretch. For now, I will yield. Once I escape, I will deal with this human brat. And then I will definitely make him call me daddy. Sure enough, after hearing the demon dragon's words, Su Chun stopped. The secret of becoming a god. How so? If you don't have enough value, don't blame me for cleaning up the garbage. Su Chun said lightly. The demon dragon's nose nearly crinkled in anger. Garbage? The great dragon lord, if not for being severely injured, even the martial emperor would kneel and call me grandpa. This human brat is too despicable. Cough, cough, you should know. I am not a creature of the Shantian realm. The reason I came to the Shantian realm was that I accidentally discovered a secret realm left behind by the titled martial emperor, who broke through the void to become a god. That titled martial emperor is a senior of that old bald donkey, Dujun, named the battle-fighting martial emperor. When I just entered the secret realm, I wanted to absorb the law divine brilliance left by the battle-fighting martial emperor to understand the mysteries of breakthrough, but unexpectedly, I was severely injured by the traps left behind by the battle-fighting martial emperor. In the secret realm, I found a volume of the Diamond Sutra, and with the help of the Diamond Sutra, I barely escaped, but it alarmed that old bald donkey, Dujun, and he has been chasing me ever since to reclaim the Diamond Sutra, vowing not to give up. In the end, although he was exhausted and perished here, my dragon soul was also imprisoned by him. The demon dragon did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as it recounted the whole story, its eyes filled with frustration. Those bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect are too insidious. Even the secret realm for ascending to godhood has numerous traps left behind, leading to the great dragon lord falling into a trap. Otherwise, that old bald donkey, Duzhan, could be killed with a single slap. The battle-fighting martial emperor? Su Chen's heart trembled. Chapter 193. The demon dragon acknowledges its master, the battle-fighting martial emperor. These 4 words were once a legend in the Xintian realm. He came from the Buddhist sect, with profound Buddhist teachings, and traveled across the world, defeating all heroes, with no one able to defeat him. And he had never suffered a defeat in his life. He pushed the Buddhist sect to an extremely powerful level. At that time, the Buddhist sect was the strongest force in the Xintian realm, without exception. All of this was because of the battle-fighting martial emperor. Moreover, the battle-fighting martial emperor successfully broke through the void, transcended the divine tribulation, and ascended to become a god thousands of years ago. The battle-fighting martial emperor of that year was like Su Chen's previous life, the 9 dragons martial emperor. He was truly the #1 person in the world, sweeping through the invincible, standing alone through the ages, shining brilliantly to the extreme. This name was naturally well known to Su Chen. He never expected to hear news about the battle-fighting martial emperor from the demon dragon. The secret realm of the battle-fighting martial emperor breaking through to become a god? I must obtain it. The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, as the 9 dragons martial emperor, he had reached the pinnacle of humanity, on the verge of ascending to become a god. If he could refer to the secrets of the battle-fighting martial emperor's breakthrough to godhood, it would undoubtedly be an unparalleled opportunity for him. He absolutely could not miss it. Seeing the change in Su Chen's expression, the demon dragon knew there was hope and quickly continued. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the whereabouts of the secret realm where the battle-fighting martial emperor broke through to become a god. It believed this was definitely a temptation Su Chen could not resist. Sparing your life is not impossible. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he glanced at the demon dragon and continued. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Don't say just one. Even if it's 10 or 100, I will agree. The demon dragon's heart was overjoyed, and it quickly said. It was already planning in its heart to play along with Su Chen for now, and once it escaped, it would definitely make this human brat pay. Therefore, an extremely fawning expression appeared on its face, trying hard to make its eyes look sincerely. Very simple. You should be from the demon race, right? You should be well aware of the master-servant contract among the demon race. So if you acknowledge me as your master, I will spare you. Su Chen said with a calm smile. How could he not know the intentions of the demon dragon, wanting to find trouble with him after getting free? How could Su Chen let the demon dragon have its way? The smile on the demon dragon's face instantly froze, and then it jumped up as if its tail had been stepped on, angrily saying, Master-servant contract? You wish. The great demon dragon lord, your dragon grandfather, would never acknowledge a mere human as its master. Absolutely not. Since that's the case, there is nothing more to say, Su Chen said indifferently. Boom. The devouring true fire surged around him and headed towards the demon dragon. The demon dragon's face went stiff, looking worse than crying, although it was refusing with its mouth. When the devouring true fire enveloped it and the pain of divine burning returned, it finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stop, stop, stop. I give in. I can form a master-servant contract with you and acknowledge you as my master. The demon dragon said with a mournful face. It's over. Acknowledging this cunning human brat as its master, it would probably never have a chance to turn things around. However, the great demon dragon lord can bend and stretch. Saving its life is the priority. One day, it would make this human brat pay back with interest. Congratulations, you have saved your life, Su Chen said with a calm smile. Then, under Su Chen's gaze, the demon dragon reluctantly stretched out its dragon claw, tore off a small piece of its dragon soul, and began to form seals continuously. Su Chen also flicked his finger, a drop of blood flew out, merging with that small piece of dragon soul, and then runes swirled. And the void roared. It seemed as if the heavens and earth had sensed something, and an ancient rune buzzed and trembled, flying into Su Chen's mind's sea of consciousness. Instantly, Su Chen felt that with just a thought, he could control the life and death of the demon dragon. The master-servant contract is complete. Demon dragon, what is your name? But since you are entirely black, let's just call you Little Black, Su Chen said with a glint in his eye, smiling. Damn, Little Black? The demon dragon suppressed the urge to curse and quickly said, Master, I have a name. I am called Lu Mingfei Alex Uhilafusky. The demon dragon spat out a series of obscure names. So it's settled, you'll be called Little Black, Su Chan said with a slight smile. The demon dragon's name is really long. Little Black sounds better. After hearing Su Chen's words, the demon dragon wanted to cry but had no tears. Now that you have acknowledged me as your master, I will naturally save you. Once I refine the Nirvana golden flame, you will be able to escape, Su Chan said with a calm smile. Then, he urged a trace of martial arts divine spirit towards the Nirvana golden flame. No, the demon dragon's expression changed, and it hurriedly tried to stop him. The Nirvana golden flame is incredibly terrifying. Even martial saints find it difficult to refine easily. Su Chan, being just a martial venerable, recklessly trying to refine the Nirvana golden flame could very likely result in him being turned to ashes. It did not expect Su Chan to be so bold as to directly attempt to refine the Nirvana golden flame. But it was too late. Su Chen's martial arts divine spirit had already enveloped the Nirvana golden flame. It's over. This human brat is going to die. Poor me, the great demon dragon lord, is also going to be buried with him. This is really unwilling. The demon dragon's eyes were filled with despair. In its view, Su Chan was doomed. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, an ancient and melodious voice sounded, and an ancient three-legged two-eared cauldron appeared in Su Chen's mind's sea of consciousness, instantly materializing above the Nirvana golden flame. Chapter 194, Refining the Nirvana golden flame. Boom. The ancient and mysterious three-legged two-eared cauldron, primordial and ancient, seemed to be imprinted with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the mysterious scenes of gods and demons, emitting an immortal and ancient aura. It was indeed the Qiankuan cauldron. After the Qiankuan cauldron appeared, the originally scorching and violent Nirvana golden flame trembled slightly, as if it had met its nemesis, becoming incredibly docile. Then, in the demon dragon's astonished gaze, the Nirvana golden flame, like a streak of flowing light, was instantly swallowed by the Qiankuan cauldron. What kind of treasure is that? The demon dragon trembled all over, its eyes filled with disbelief. The appearance of the Qiankuan cauldron made its soul tremble. Feeling like an ant facing a divine dragon, it should be known that the demon dragon had also encountered divine weapons, but it could sense that those so-called divine weapons were far inferior to the Qiankuan cauldron before it. How could Su Chan, a mere martial venerable youth, possess such an earth-shattering treasure? The demon dragon was certain that if the Qiankuan cauldron appeared, not to mention martial saints or martial emperors, even those true divine beings would probably be unable to resist seizing it. Boom. Inside the Qiankuan cauldron, a chaotic space. The Nirvana golden flame directly appeared in the chaotic space, transforming into a golden lotus flame, looking crystal clear and mysterious. Meanwhile, the original devouring true fire and the Nirvana golden flame began to slowly merge as if they were attracting each other. The Qiankuan cauldron could actually refine all things, even merging the heavenly true fires. Su Chan trembled all over. Although he was the nine-dragon martial emperor in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone being able to forcibly merge two types of heavenly true fires. Not even martial emperors could do it. However, under the vast divine power of the Qiankuan cauldron, the devouring true fire and the Nirvana golden flame were slowly merging. Crack! Boom! Thunder roared, chaotic light surged, and the chaotic space buzzed and trembled, as if the sounds of great paths were echoing in this space. The devouring true fire and the Nirvana golden flame, both the strongest flames in the world, contain mysterious and unfathomable laws of power, were gradually merging into one. Or rather, the Nirvana golden flame was being devoured by the devouring true fire. Su Chan saw that in the chaotic space, the original Nirvana golden flame had disappeared, while the devouring true fire, which was originally as dark as ink, now emitted a faint golden glow, presenting a black and gold dual color. At the same time, a vast and pure power of heaven and earth surged out from the chaotic space, merging into Su Chen's body, propelling his cultivation to begin skyrocketing. That was the source power contained within the Nirvana golden flame, although most of it had been devoured by the devouring true fire. Even just a portion was enough for Su Chen's cultivation to break through its bottleneck. However, Su Chan did not use this power to enhance his cultivation. He suppressed his eager cultivation and instead merged this power into his physical body, beginning to operate the indestructible chaos body. Boom! The devouring true fire enveloped in black and gold divine light, surrounded Su Chun completely, continuously refining his body, making his aura increasingly terrifying. Meanwhile, a growing number of calamity chi began to emerge within Su Chun. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. Su Chun's entire being became dignified, his aura mysterious and unfathomable, bathed in blazing flames, his blood sea vast as the ocean, and his body growing increasingly powerful. He actually refined the Nirvana golden flame so quickly? And why was his body so terrifying? The demon dragon stared at Su Chun before it, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Nirvana golden flame is an extremely powerful true fire of heaven and earth. Even a martial saint would find it difficult to completely refine it. However, Su Chun accomplished this in an instant. It must be due to the Qianquan cauldron. The demon dragon speculated. At the same time, the vigorous blood energy surrounding Su Chun caused him to tremble all over. Although he was at the martial sovereign level, his blood energy was so abundant that his physical body was comparable to that of a martial emperor. What kind of terrifying body refining technique is this? The demon dragon was increasingly curious about Su Chun, who hid countless secrets, possessing not only the powerful Qianquan cauldron, but also such an extraordinary body refining method. All of this made Su Chun seem mysterious. Could this guy be a reincarnated powerhouse from the divine realm? A strange look revealed in the demon dragon's eyes. Whether it was the Qianquan cauldron or Su Chun's body refining technique, they did not seem like things that could emerge from the small Shantian realm. If I could obtain that cauldron and this guy's body refining technique, wouldn't I, Lord Dragon, have a chance to settle accounts with those bastards? The demon dragon's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, upon thinking that he had already formed a master-servant contract with Su Chun, acknowledging him as his master, all thoughts vanished from his mind. I should regain some strength first. Otherwise, let alone escaping from this kid's clutches, I wouldn't even be able to reconstruct my body. The demon dragon sighed bitterly. The Nirvana golden flame was devoured by Su Chun, and the Diamond Sutra could no longer trap his dragon soul, allowing him to break free. With a dragon claw forming seals, his aura became obscure and mysterious. Then, the vast power of heaven and earth surged towards the demon dragon, gradually restoring his strength. Chapter 195. The Arrival of the Martial Emperor. Boom. In the valley, demonic energy filled the air, and true energy surged. While Su Chun was cultivating, the battle between Zi Chun and the Black Flood Dragon King reached a critical moment. Dozens of powerful demon beasts under the Black Flood Dragon King had already died at the hands of Zi Chun and others. The valley was littered with corpses, filled with a strong smell of blood. This blood scent made the Black Flood Dragon King extremely furious, his eyes bloodshot, filled with overwhelming killing intent. As black divine lights intertwined and constantly targeted Zi Chun and the others, it was evident that Zi Chun and the others were at a disadvantage. The Black Flood Dragon King's strength was terrifying, having reached the peak of the Demon King level and being proficient in several powerful Demon Clan divine abilities. What made Zi Chun even more grave was that she had sensed several powerful auras around her that were not weaker than the Black Flood Dragon Kings, continuously approaching. These were the Demon Kings of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. They were all disturbed by the fluctuations of the battle and were rushing over. We must end this quickly. Otherwise, once all the Demon Kings arrive, it will be difficult for us to leave, Zi Chun said with a serious expression. Yes. The four disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect nodded in unison, their eyes revealing a resolute look. We have to fight desperately. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying figure resembling a great sun appeared in the void above. The sharp and unmatched blade light seemed to split the heavens and the earth, harboring an incomparably terrifying killing aura, directly targeting the few Demon Kings. Damn it, Shinjun, what are you doing? The Black Dragon Ancient City and the Black Dragon Mountain Range do not interfere with each other. Are you trying to provoke a war? Shinjun, the Demon Emperor will not let you go. The voices of the several Demon Kings erupted in furious roars. Boom. However, the figure in the void seemed to have no intention of responding. The unmatched blade light fell, accompanied by screams, blood lights spreading, and the earth shaking. The few Demon Kings had almost no power to resist, falling beneath that terrifying blade light. Is that a martial emperor? One disciple of the Infinite Sword Sect exclaimed. A martial emperor? Could it be the Lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City? It seems we are saved. The other disciples also expressed both shock and joy. Do not let your guard down. I fear he comes with ill intent. A sharp glint flashed in Zichen's eyes as she shattered a demon light in front of her with a sword and then retreated. Whoosh! The figure in the void, after killing several demon kings, showed no hesitation and rushed straight towards the valley, appearing above the valley in an instant. It was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his face stern and surrounded by a terrifying killing aura, standing in the void, exuding a vast pressure of heaven and earth. It was none other than Chen Zhen, the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City. Chen Zhen, you dare to kill my Black Dragon Mountain Range's demon kings. And are you not afraid of the Demon Emperor's revenge? The Black Flood Dragon King looked at Chen Zhen with a serious expression, roaring in anger. He did not expect Chen Zhen to dare come to the Black Dragon Mountain Range. The Demon Emperor? He is probably struggling to save himself right now. You beasts have occupied the Black Dragon Mountain Range for many years. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Prepare to die. Chen Zhen's gaze was extremely sharp as he fixed his eyes on the Black Flood Dragon King, filled with killing intent. He had come to hunt down Su Chen. Upon sensing Su Chen had entered the Black Dragon Mountain Range, he decisively decided to wipe out the demon kings of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. The Black Dragon Mountain Range is filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even the legendary spirit stone mines that Chen Zhen had long coveted. What? Nonsense. The Demon Emperor's combat power is unmatched. If it weren't for his mercy, you would have been slaughtered long ago. Chen Zhen, do you want to die? The Black Flood Dragon King roared in anger. He was both shocked and furious. For decades, Chen Zhen had not dared to step into the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Now that he dared to come and slaughter the Demon Clan, he must have some backing. Could it be that something happened to the Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor? Zichun and the others also trembled. They had never heard of the existence of a Demon Emperor in the Black Dragon Mountain Range. It seemed that the Black Dragon Mountain Range harbored many secrets. Beasts die? Chen Zhen sneered, seemingly too lazy to speak more with the Black Flood Dragon King. As a crescent blade surrounded by endless killing intent appeared in his palm. Boom. Then, his true energy surged, and the crescent blade emitted an incredibly intense blade light, slashing down towards the Black Flood Dragon King. Chen Zhen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Black Flood Dragon King roared, charging into the air. The ferocity within him was also ignited. Boom. However, Chen Zhen was after all a martial emperor and possessed immense power. That one strike contained the vast might of heaven and earth, shattering the myriad demon lights and directly slashing the Black Flood Dragon King down from the void. Below, the ground shook and rocks exploded. The Black Flood Dragon King's indestructible scales were actually shattered in an instant, blood and flesh mingling, and it let out a thunderous roar, charging up again. But anyone could see that the Black Flood Dragon King could not hold out much longer against Chen Zhen. Senior sister, what should we do now? The disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect looked at Zichun and asked. Chapter 196. The phenomenon of heaven and earth. Zichun originally intended to quickly resolve the Black Flood Dragon King with her junior brothers and sisters, find the corpse of the demon saint, and then leave. Unexpectedly, the changes that followed exceeded their expectations. The Black Flood Dragon King was incredibly powerful, plunging them into a bitter battle, and now the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City, Chen Zhen, had also arrived. With a martial emperor here, at least at the 4th level of martial emperor realm, we are simply not a match for him. Let's leave this place first. A glint of determination flashed in Zichen's eyes. Although they were disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect, this was the Black Dragon Mountain Range. And whether this martial emperor was friend or foe was still uncertain. It was better to leave for now. All right. The other few nodded in agreement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They soared into the air, wanting to leave. But at that moment, a sharp light flashed in Chen Zhen's eyes, and a fierce blade aura slashed down towards the 5 of them. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Chen Zhen's voice was extremely cold. Boom. The blade aura struck the distant mountainside, shattering it, and forcing Zichun and the others back. Their faces showed immense anger. Chen Zhen, we are disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect. How dare you stop us? A male disciple of Wuliang Sword Sect said coldly. Wuliang Sword Sect? Chen Zhen's eyes flashed, and he sneered. So what if you are from the Wuliang Sword Sect? I said, anyone who dares to move will die. He seemed determined not to give any face to the Wuliang Sword Sect and had no intention of letting Zichun and the others leave. Boom. After saying this, he ignored Zichun and the others, and the crescent moon blade in his hand burst forth with a ferocious blade light, enveloping the Black Flood Dragon King completely. Although the Black Flood Dragon King was at the peak of the Demon King realm, he was no match for Qin Zhen, despite his furious roars and powerful demon techniques. In the end, the Black Flood Dragon King was beheaded by Qin Zhen, dying in the valley. Whoosh! After killing the Black Flood Dragon King, a murderous aura enveloped Qin Zhen as he descended from the sky, landing in front of Zichun and the others. Lord Qin, we have no grievances with you. Why do you obstruct us? Zichun stared at Qin Zhen and asked. The Wuliang Sword Sect is also one of the 7 holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness. Although Qin Zhen was the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City, daring to obstruct the disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect was quite audacious. The other disciples of Wuliang Sword Sect also glared angrily. I ask you, did you go to Black Dragon Ancient City yesterday? Did my daughter, Qin Qianqian, die at your hands? Qin Zhen said coldly. This was his true purpose. He had been tracking Qin Qianqian's aura all the way here, and she ultimately disappeared in this valley. Now he saw the 5 from the Wuliang Sword Sect, each with extraordinary cultivation, all at the Martial King realm, making it hard for him not to suspect that they were the ones who killed Qin Qianqian. Lord Qin, we just arrived at the Black Dragon Mountain Range today and have not been to Black Dragon Ancient City, let alone killed your daughter. Zichun furrowed her brow and slowly said. She did not expect that Qin Zhen's daughter had been killed. No wonder this martial emperor was so furious as to block them. Not you? Then what are you doing in the Black Dragon Mountain Range? Qin Zhen's gaze flickered, speaking coldly. Although he did not seem to believe that Zichun was lying, he would not easily trust them. What we are doing in the Black Dragon Mountain Range is not something we are obligated to tell you, Lord Qin. Although you are a martial emperor, our Wuliang Sword Sect has several elders in the martial saint realm. Do you want to be our enemy? A young man in a purple robe said, his eyes filled with arrogance. Lord Qin, we are here in the Black Dragon Mountain Range for trial, so we have not been to Black Dragon Ancient City. We can guarantee this with the reputation of the Wuliang Sword Sect. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave. Although Zichun felt that the words of the young man in the purple robe were somewhat inappropriate, she still looked at Qin Zhen and explained. Qin Zhen hesitated somewhat. He certainly did not want or dare to be enemies with the Wuliang Sword Sect, but the hatred of his beloved daughter being killed could not be overlooked. Could it be that Qin Qianqian really did not die at their hands? Boom. At that moment, from the water pool beneath the distant waterfall, a blazing and dazzling divine light erupted, accompanied by ancient dragon roars. A brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the vast power of the world surged towards this place. Such a grand phenomenon instantly startled Qin Zhen and Zichun and the others. Senior sister, is that the thing we are looking for? A disciple of the Wuliang Sword Sect trembled all over, instantly revealing an expression of immense joy. Such a grand phenomenon must mean that a rare treasure has appeared, connecting this to the demon saint's corpse they were seeking. They almost immediately concluded that the demon saint's corpse was in that deep pool. Such a phenomenon indicates that a supreme treasure is present. Why are you here? Speak. Qin Zhen's gaze flickered greedily as he stared at Zichun and the others. At the same time, his overwhelming aura surged, pressing down towards the 5 of them. It appeared he was ready to act at any moment. Chapter 197. The brutal Qin Zhen. The treasure is in the deep pool. If you want to know what it is, Lord Qin can just go take a look. Zichun saw the greed in Qin Zhen's eyes and sneered. You 5, lead the way. If you don't want to die, bring the treasure from the deep pool to me, or don't blame me for being rude. A cold glint flashed in Qin Zhen's eyes as he stared at Zichun and the others. Why should we? Exactly. That treasure in the deep pool was found by us first. Why should we hand it over to you? Qin Zhen, although you are the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City, we are disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect. Do you dare to oppose us? Qin Zhen's words made the eyes of several disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect show anger and reluctance. Boom. A murderous intent flashed in Qin Zhen's eyes, and the crescent moon blade transformed into a sharp and unmatched blade light, crashing down with extreme speed. Bang! Blood splattered, and 2 disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect were directly killed by Qin Zhen's blade, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could not believe until their death that Qin Zhen actually dared to kill them. Shut up. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Qin Zhen sneered, a murderous aura surrounding him. Only one young man in a purple robe, a girl in a green dress, and Zichun remained. Qin Zhen, are you going to oppose the Wuliang Sword Sect? Zichun's gaze was extremely cold, and her heart sank. She did not expect Qin Zhen to be so utterly ruthless. Moreover, since he had already made a move, it was likely that Chun Jun would not spare the three of them, most likely planning to kill them after finding the demon saint's corpse. Whoosh. At the same time, the girl in the green dress was filled with immense fear, instantly soaring into the air and flying away into the distance. You don't know what's good for you, Chun Jun sneered. Then, another fierce blade light swept through the void, descending upon the girl in the green dress. Puff! Blood light filled the air as the woman in the green dress let out a mournful scream before falling from the void, lifeless. Do you two want to die as well? Chun Jun sneered. He was indeed audacious. Having already offended the disciples of the Wuliang sword sect, he decided to eradicate them completely, leaving no future troubles. However, the aura from the deep pool was immensely grand, a supreme treasure. Even if he killed the disciples of the Wuliang sword sect, obtaining that treasure would still be worthwhile. All right, I will take you down. Zichen looked deeply at Chun Jun and nodded. Treasures can stir the heart. A corpse of a martial saint could entice a martial emperor, even at the cost of offending the martial Dao Holy Land. Wuliang sword sect. This was understandable. Sister, Chun Jun is so vicious and ruthless. Even if he obtains the corpse of the demon saint, he definitely won't let us go, the young man in the purple robe said with a pale face. Filled with fear, communicating with Zichun. Act according to the situation. Let's ensure our lives first, Zichun calmly replied. Then, under Chun Jun's watch, Zichun and the young man in the purple robe flew towards the deep pool, with Chun Jun closely following. Boom! In the deep pool, divine light roared, and a grand chanting sound arose, as if containing some kind of heavenly principle, creating an astonishing celestial phenomenon. Led by Zichun and the young man in the purple robe, Chun Jun followed them as they delved thousands of zhang deep. Finally reaching the bottom of the deep pool, they saw that the dazzling divine light and magnificent phenomenon were erupting from a cave ahead. Boom! A flash of sharpness appeared in Chun Jun's eyes as he swung his crescent moon blade, the fierce blade light directly shattering the mental energy seal at the cave entrance. Then, under the lead of Zichun and the young man in the purple robe, they entered the cave. What is that? Zichun and the young man in the purple robe trembled all over. They witnessed an incredibly astonishing sight. Before them, a figure sat cross-legged in endless flames, exuding an unfathomable aura, like a flame deity, continuously devouring the surging power of heaven and earth around. A black dragon soul, over 1,000 zhang long, floated in the void, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding space to hum and tremble. Especially that terrifying dragon might, which shook everyone's hearts. Is that true fire of heaven and earth, and a supreme divine skill? Chun Jun was also extremely shocked, his eyes filled with fiery eagerness. He saw the scorching flames emanating from Su Chun, devouring the true fire and radiating vast power of heaven and earth, mysterious and unfathomable, as if it could burn everything. He also saw the golden scripture floating in the void. Its immortal and marvelous aura made Chun Jun believe it was an earth-shattering supreme technique. Didn't he expect such a treasure to exist in the Black Dragon Mountain Range? If I refine the true fire of heaven and earth and cultivate a supreme divine skill, I will be able to break through to the martial saint realm in no time. Chun Jun's eyes burned with anticipation. Whoosh! He reached out with a true energy hand towards the golden scripture. Chapter 198, Spear of the Dragon God Roar. At that moment, an ancient and vast dragon roar echoed. The 1,000 zhang dragon soul floating in the void suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, staring coldly at Chun Jun. Boom! The magic dragon reached out and shattered Chun Jun's true energy handprint instantly. Hold! You dare to trespass in the master's cultivation ground. Do you want to die? The dragon's soul glared at Chun Jun, its voice cold. A mere dragon soul without a physical body dares to stop me? If you don't want to die, get lost immediately, or I will make your soul perish. Chun Jun sneered. The 1,000 zhang dragon soul looked impressive, but it couldn't intimidate him at all. Looking for death, the magic dragon was furious. It couldn't believe that a mere martial emperor would disregard its great majesty, truly deserving of death. Roar! It emitted a dragon roar that instantly transformed into invisible sound waves, enveloping Chun Jun. Kill! A killing intent flashed in Chun Jun's eyes as he soared into the air. The crescent moon blade infused with overwhelming murderous aura, turning into a sharp blade light aimed at the magic dragon. The dragon's roar made Zichun and the young man in the purple robe tremble all over, their bloodlines boiling, their souls seeming to quiver as they hurriedly retreated. This was an extremely powerful sound wave attack secret technique. But in the center of Chunjun's brow, it seemed like 5-colored divine light shot out, directly blocking the magic dragon's sound wave attack, and his crescent moon blade also descended fiercely. Boom. The overwhelming murderous aura attached to the crescent moon blade caused significant damage to the dragon's soul. Even though the magic dragon kept resisting, it was still severed halfway through its tail, making it roar in rage. Damn it. If it weren't for me not fully recovering my strength, I could crush you with just one finger. The magic dragon roared angrily. My black dragon crescent moonblade is still missing a spirit. You seem quite suitable. So obediently become my spirit. Chunjun coldly laughed, his gaze icy as he struck fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The clashes between him and the magic dragon in the void erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, startling Zichun and the young man in the purple robe. But the magic dragon, being a dragon soul body and having not fully recovered its strength, fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by Chunjun. It seemed that before long, the magic dragon would be on the verge of being subdued. Bastard, you forced me. Today, I, the great dragon, will definitely kill you. The magic dragon roared in anger. Boom. Its body surged with black divine light, intertwining with lightning, an incredibly terrifying aura spreading out. It suddenly opened its mouth and spewed forth a light golden blood. That light golden blood then condensed into a golden spear in the void, exuding overwhelming murderous aura. Spear of the dragon god, kill. The magic dragon bellowed. The golden spear shot forth like a streak of light towards Chunjun's brow. The spear of the dragon god was a secret technique cultivated by the magic dragon, with terrifying power specifically designed to attack the soul, a very fearsome soul attack technique. What? Chunjun shook all over, his eyes filled with horror. He found that no matter how he tried to evade, he couldn't escape the lock of the spear of the dragon god, and the terrifying aura of the spear made him feel a fatal crisis. 5 elements divine pearl. Block for me, Chunjun roared. The center of his brow burst forth with 5-colored brilliance, mysterious 5-colored barriers appearing like shields, blocking in front of his brow's sea of consciousness. Boom. The spear of the dragon god, like a golden divine dragon, surged with overwhelming momentum and instantly pierced into Chunjun's brow. The 5-colored barrier trembled violently, with runes shattering and then coalescing again, vaguely. It seemed as if a pearl radiating 5-colored divine light floated at the center of Chunjun's brow. Ultimately, just as the 5-colored barrier was about to shatter, Chunjun managed to withstand the power of the spear of the dragon god. Apu. But the overwhelming evil aura contained in the dragon goddess spear still surged into Chunjun's sea of consciousness, unable to be completely blocked, causing his primordial spirit to tremble violently and suffer a heavy blow in an instant. Chunjun suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with immense shock and terror. His breath instantly weakened. If it weren't for the 5-colored divine pearl he inadvertently discovered protecting his primordial spirit, that attack from the dragon goddess spear would have completely shattered his soul. Die? Chunjun was both shocked and furious, never expecting that the demon dragon would possess such a terrifying primordial spirit attack technique. Without the slightest hesitation, his blood surged, and the crescent moon blade erupted with dazzling brilliance, fiercely slashing down at the demon dragon. Boom. But at that moment, amidst the blazing divine light, a fierce golden fist imprint, seemingly descending from the heavens, instantly appeared in front of Chunjun, colliding violently with his crescent moon blade. Crack! Sparks flew, and divine light roared. Chunjun's crescent moon blade vibrated incessantly, and he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body shaking violently, unable to help but fly backward. Chapter 199. 3000 Calamity. Chi transformed into a fist. Who are you? Chunjun's expression turned serious as he looked at the figure before him. Amidst the dazzling golden clouds, a figure stepped out from the flames, with flowing black hair, handsome and elegant, and a pair of eyes shining like stars. His skin was as translucent as glazed porcelain, exuding an immortal and mysterious aura, with a vast power of blood and energy surging like an ocean. With just one punch, he directly knocked Chunjun back. Who is he? In the distance, Zichun and the young man in the purple robe looked at each other, both filled with confusion. They could tell that the figure only had the cultivation of a martial sovereign, yet the physical power of this martial sovereign was terrifyingly strong. He had knocked back a martial emperor with a single punch. Master, that damn bastard wants to steal our treasure. Kill him. We must kill him. The demon dragon floated beside Su Chun, pointing at Chunjun and saying viciously, "Playing tricks. A mere martial sovereign dares to be arrogant before me?" Chunjun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He noticed that Su Chun only had the cultivation of a martial sovereign. Although that punch had shocked him, he did not believe a martial sovereign could be his opponent. Crack! The black dragon crescent moon blade burst forth with intense blade light, resembling a black dragon, slicing through the void and slashing down at Su Chun. Su Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness, his blood and energy surging, and he simply threw out a punch. But this punch seemed to compress the vast power of heaven and earth. The endless vigorous blood and energy fused like a furnace, suddenly erupting. This was a punch condensed from 3,000 calamity chi. After Su Chun refined the nirvana golden flame, his indestructible chaos body advanced significantly, condensing 3,000 calamity chi within him. It was even more terrifying than the calamity destruction divine stone. Now, Su Chun himself did not know how strong his physical body was. He only felt that explosive power filled him from head to toe. Endless. Crack. The void trembled as Su Chen's punch collided with Chunjun's black dragon crescent moonblade. A crisp sound rang out, and the blade light shattered. The black dragon crescent moon blade cracked like paper, and then it exploded violently. Su Chun moved like a dragon and walked like a tiger, surrounded by the black demon dragon, with overwhelming evil aura. His unmatched fist imprint continued without losing momentum, smashing through the black dragon crescent moon blade before directly hitting Chunjun's chest. Boom. Chunjun's entire body shuddered, his chest instantly caving in, and he continuously spat blood, crashing heavily against the distant hard mountain wall. Hiss! Zichun and the young man in the purple robe couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was terrifying. They could hardly imagine that a young man with only the cultivation of a martial sovereign could heavily injure a powerful martial emperor with a single punch. How was this possible? If they hadn't been able to tell that Su Chun was a human, they would have almost thought he was the offspring of an ancient ferocious beast, which would explain his incredible physical power. "You killed my daughter?" Chunjun suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at Su Chun. At that moment, he sensed a trace of Chun Qianqian's aura on Su Chun. Chun Qianqian was the one who died at Su Chen's hands. "You are the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City?" Su Chen's gaze flickered. He did not expect the lord of the Black Dragon Ancient City to arrive so quickly and directly lock onto him. It seemed Chunjun had left a backup plan on Chun Qianqian. Su Chen secretly thought that he had indeed been careless. "It's really you, little beast. You killed my daughter. Today you will pay with blood for blood." Chunjun's eyes instantly turned blood red. He glared at Su Chen fiercely, and his violent aura surged. Then he directly took out a pill and swallowed it. His aura surged at a visible speed, and his injuries instantly healed. Kill! A black battle knife appeared in his hand, and the surrounding evil aura surged, with sharp blade lights that seemed capable of slicing mountains and shattering the void, continuously attacking Su Chun. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chun and Chunjun engaged in a fierce battle in the void. Chunjun, being an established martial emperor, was powerful, and in his furious state, he took a pill to unleash his potential, making his combat power even more terrifying. Meanwhile, Su Chun had condensed 3,000 calamity chi within him, his physical body nearly indestructible, possessing boundless strength, capable of exploding everything with just a punch. Their battle was incredibly intense, leaving Zichun and the young man in the purple robe deeply shaken. Which sect's disciple is he from? They had never heard of any sect whose disciples could contend with a martial emperor at the martial sovereign level. It was unbelievable. Zichun's gaze was intense, secretly pondering. She even thought that if Su Chun had not joined a sect, she would have recommended him to the Wuliang Sword sect. Such a heaven-defying talent. Even the 7 great martial arts holy lands would not want to miss out on. Crack! The void trembled, and lightning flashed. Su Chun once again shattered Chunjun's weapon, breaking through his protective true energy and smashing him hard against the distant mountain wall, his body bloodied and mangled. Although Chunjun was a martial emperor and had taken a potential enhancing pill, he could not keep up. As Su Chun grew stronger in battle, in the end, he was still defeated. Chapter 200. Slaughtering the martial emperor. Chunjun was defeated. A powerful martial emperor who had slain several demon kings and even killed a few disciples of the Wuliang Sword sect was brutally defeated by Su Chun. Zichun and the young man in the purple robe looked up at the black-haired, vigorous, exceptionally handsome young man in midair. their eyes filled with immense shock. They had never seen such an extraordinarily gifted young genius. Zichen couldn't help but compare Su Chun to their Wuliang Sword Sect senior brother. But she had to admit that despite her senior brother's unparalleled talent and extraordinary combat power, at Su Chen's age and cultivation, he was not as dazzling as Su Chun. Who exactly are you? Chen Jun stared at Su Chun in front of him, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. A dignified martial emperor had actually been defeated by a martial sovereign, filling his heart with bitterness. However, Su Chen's extremely powerful physique left him in despair. Even if a martial emperor could summon the vast power of heaven and earth, he was still no match for Su Chun. I am Su Chun, Su Chun said calmly. Su Chun, are you the Su Chun from the Greatly Kingdom? The one who has a bounty on his head from the martial emperor Lei Dong of the Juyang Divine Sect? A hint of shock appeared in Chen Jun's eyes. As if he suddenly remembered something, he exclaimed. The name Su Chun resonated throughout the Eastern Domain. The Yulong Domain was adjacent to the Eastern Domain, and Chen Jun had naturally heard of Su Chen's name. He did not expect Su Chun to be even more powerful than the rumors suggested. Young Master Su Chun, spare my life, and I will never be your enemy again. Chen Jun gritted his teeth. It was indeed difficult for a martial emperor to plead for mercy from a martial sovereign. However, he was severely injured now, and if he did not soften his stance, he feared Su Chun would completely kill him. It's too late, Su Chun said, then punched out. Crack! An unmatched fist imprint, accompanied by the ancient and vast sound of dragon roar, suppressed everything. In Chen Jun's incredibly shocked gaze, it directly struck his chest, shattering his heart pulse. A martial emperor died here in such a humiliating manner. Su Chun had killed Qin Qianqian, and between him and Chen Jun, it was destined to be a life-and-death feud. Since Chen Jun dared to chase him to the Black Dragon Mountains, Su Chen naturally would not show mercy, seeing Chen Jun die at his hands. A hint of emotion also appeared in Su Chen's eyes. In this rebirth, Su Chun had already reached a cultivation level far beyond that of his youth in his previous life in a short period of time. Now his physique was unparalleled, and his combat power was exceptional. Even a martial emperor could be slaughtered. Watching Su Chun kill a martial emperor without blinking, Zichun and the purple-robed youth were also filled with shock and awe. This young man not only had unparalleled talent and exceptional combat power, but he was also decisive and ruthless. If this person does not fall, he will surely become a supreme powerhouse. However, from Chen Jun's earlier words, Su Chun had actually offended the martial emperor Lei Dong of the Juyang Divine Sect. You too, are you disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect? Su Chen's gaze flickered as he glanced at Zichun and the purple-robed youth, saying, although Zichun was one of the most dazzling sword geniuses of the Wuliang Sword Sect in his previous life, the current Zichun had not yet fully mastered the sword path and had just recently broken through to Martial King. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to such an extent by Chen Jun. You know about the Wuliang Sword Sect? That's right. We are indeed disciples of the Wuliang Sword Sect. Thank you for saving our lives, young Master Su Chun. Zichen's eyes lit up, and he bowed with grace. No need to be polite, Su Chun said. I wonder if young Master Su Chun would be willing to join the Wuliang Sword Sect? With your talent. If you join our Wuliang Sword Sect, you will surely become a true disciple. Zichen asked with some anticipation. Sorry, I am already a disciple of the Tiandao sect, so I cannot join the Wuliang Sword Sect. Su Chun shook his head. Tiandao sect? No wonder young Master Su Chun has such powerful combat strength. That is truly regrettable. However, the life-saving grace of Su Gongzi, my junior brother, and I will never forget. In the future, if there is anything you need, we will never refuse. Zichen said with some regret, then seriously added, you are too polite. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Su Chen said, the celestial phenomena in this place have likely alarmed quite a few people, and if I stay here any longer, I fear there will be trouble. Su Chen did not want to attract too much trouble. All right, young Master Su Chun, until we meet again, Zichen said earnestly. Su Chen nodded and then directly soared towards the deep pool. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, the purple-robed youth said somewhat unwillingly, Senior sister, the treasures in the deep pool must have all fallen into Su Chen's hands. If they have fallen into his hands, it is what he deserves. Can you kill a martial emperor? Moreover, if it weren't for Su Chun, we would have already died at Chun Jun's hands. Zichen said. Her words left the purple-robed youth somewhat speechless. This time, 3 junior brothers and sisters died. It is my responsibility. But fortunately, Chun Jun is dead. Let's return to the sect immediately and inform the sect about this matter. Zichun said slowly, then left the deep pool with the purple-robed youth, heading towards the direction of the Wuliang sword sect.